lady. Hazel baby. Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Peyton Russell setting the tone for the Friday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live out on the streets in Red Oak as the Firehouse Tour continues, brought to you by Whataburger. Stop on by. We got breakfast and coffee for you, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, we have a 105.3 The Fan cooling towel to hook you up with as well. We are at 547 Methodist Street in Red Oak. 547 Methodist Street. Street.
Streets.
I've been up since 3.
Why?
Slept upstairs. My son, I can't sleep in the bed with him. He was already sprawled out. Obviously something took place where I could not get off of social media. So that's where we are this morning to go into the weekend. And Bobby, what are you holding up on the fan cam?
That is the Dallas Morning News this morning.
What in the hell?
Those are those 3-inch headlines Jimmy Johnson once talked about. Parsons traded from the Dallas Morning News. Defensive star sent to Packers after contract dispute. I think they missed an opportunity to say Parsons sent packing.
I mean, that's par for the course for a local newspaper nowadays, mailing in a headline.
Bobby, you went to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco for the emergency press conference at 6:30. You start first.
It was, yesterday when the news came down, I think we were all starting to sense. I called you. What time did I call you? Like 2:30 or something like that. Where it was.
And call me.
You were starting to build. Well, I've got superiors I got to answer to, Chop. It started to build yesterday afternoon really quickly that this was where it was heading. I think it was very clear they didn't want to head into practice this afternoon with this hanging over their heads. So getting the deal done, setting it all up, and then getting the notification from the Cowboys around 5 o'clock that there was going to be a 6:30 press conference, and you get out there and there's 3 microphones up there. Then there was only 2. It was 3. Then it was 1. Then it was 2. Then there was talk of putting a third up there. I have no idea who the third was going to be for, if that was Schottenheimer or Will McClay, but they were talking about putting a third up there.
Why the changing of mics?
I don't know. Initially, I think it was only going to be Jerry when they worked it down to 1.
But someone had to be up there to correct the name Micah.
Right.
It's Michael. That his name has been officially changed.
I think what they said yesterday is true, that they were unanimous on pulling the trigger at the end.
Yeah.
I was still struck by how just exhausted or upset Stephen Jones looked sitting up there. And I guess it could just be exhaustion. It was a long day. It was a long thing that led up to this, and he probably was not looking forward to what they were about to have to sit up there and discuss. But, what stood out to me yesterday was just how disappointed Stephen looked by all of it, and then how Jerry wanted to just lead off with, guys, this here was about Kenny Clark and what an amazing football player he is.
This was about a 59 PFF grade. That's what this was about.
God, don't start with the PFF grade that early. I do have my I Hate PFF shirt on underneath.
2 firsts and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. What do you think of the deal?
Look, this is not a awful day. All right, you saved $47.5 million. It was not sustainable to have $130 million tied up in 3 guys. That's not sustainable in the NFL.
Agreed.
It's a terrible haul. It's an embarrassing haul.
Embarrassing.
It's Luka level haul. 2 firsts is embarrassing. It should be 3 minimum. Minimum. You got less than Khalil Mack, and he's a better player.
You didn't.
And we're talking years later.
You didn't get less than Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. Khalil Mack went for 2 firsts, and then he went for a bunch of pick swaps, basically.
Okay, still.
Like the swapping play. I don't know that a bunch of pick swaps are in the 3rd round are different than a player who is a Pro Bowl player.
At the very least, you got the same as Khalil Mack. If you want to go and circumcise mosquitoes on me this early in the morning, fine. But that's still an embarrassing haul. It needs to be 3 1s.
When's the last time someone's gotten traded for 3 1s?
It would be a quarterback.
But it has happened as of late.
I
think Goff was 3 1s.
RG3
RG3 might have been.
Goff wasn't 3 1s. Goff was Stafford and stuff.
No. To get him as a draft pick.
Let me see.
They went from like 15 to 1 or something. So it's been a while. And it certainly has not happened for a non-quarterback. But
Deshaun Watson went for 3.
Deshaun Watson. So that's my holdup. Trading him, I got no problem with this. This is not a I didn't see anybody like sky is falling on social media. Most of the people I saw on social media or that I talked to personally were okay with it. Not happy, but okay with the move. Now, whether that was coping or not, but
I think more people were satisfied. You got to separate all this. More people were satisfied with the thought and idea of trading him, and then you got to put into the separate category the return that you got back. Now, one thing that I think we screwed up with the Anthony Davis deal, and I don't want to do it with Kenny Clark, is factoring in the player and what the player would get for a draft pick. The Mavs, their first-round pick, they're looking at it like we got 4 firsts because Anthony Davis is worth 3 ones or whatever you want to say on the market. We never include that addition. Kenny Clark is 30 years old. He's a nice player. He's a Pro Bowler. What would he have gotten out there on the open market? I don't know, maybe a 3 we're talking about, maybe a third-rounder. Maybe you didn't want a win-now player. That was part of what they said last night in the press conference. We started eliminating teams who did not have win-now defensive tackles. So we took however many, 15 teams, 16 teams off the board. So it's not just 2 ones. You do have to factor in Kenny Clark, whether you're happy about it or not. Was this negotiation one of the things I wanted to figure out? Because something that's bothering me is the intent. This felt more personal and a message sent versus a negotiation. That Jerry Jones was going to remind the entire world it's his football team. You're not going to tell him what the number is, and you're going to negotiate and discuss a contract his way. I did feel a little bit better, Bobby, when last night Jerry, I thought, said, guys, you know what this is about, right? We offered 40 and a half, and they got 47. Period. That's it. Was that what this really boiled down to? I texted you and I said, make sure they answer the question, was this about communication or was this about the actual number? And I'm hoping that this was about the actual number because I would not have supported the Cowboys paying him $47 a year.
Yeah, I think the interesting part of that is when you look at, this is what the number was, is he wasn't free. He wasn't a free agent. If you're a free agent, the market can dictate what you have to pay. There is a little bit of an expectation of...
David Mulligetta, though, I think, to his credit, looks at it like you are basically a free agent. Mm-hmm. All I got to do is find someone else that gives us our number, and you have a tight back, and you're not going to play. So I'm kind of creating a free agent market, even though there is not one, and it's worked with Jalen Ramsey in this.
Yeah, I mean, he's had success doing that, and I mean, we talked about the 3 ones that came back and the guaranteed money for Watson. Watson was his guy, too. He was able to get Watson out of Houston as much as there was you're going to stay here and you're going to like it sense from them initially. But, man, this is – I think that it took a long time yesterday for Jerry to finally say this was about anything else other than making a better football team. But he like I said, he let off there yesterday talking about Kenny Clark, not even the draft pick return. He was talking about, we're going to be able to stop the run. This sets us up to do this in the playoffs. And he almost kind of went out of his way. It was like, look, this is just about, I've been thinking about trading Micah all the way back in January when we hired Brian Schottenheimer. That's how long I've been thinking about this. That's how long we've been talking about this. And so I think they went out there with clear messaging that they want to say, but it does cause you to have to put your fingers in your ears a little bit and go la 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 to not hear people say this clearly was about some of the negotiation, how personal things have gotten, and that's where it created an avenue for him to get 47 that the Cowboys couldn't or wouldn't match.
Micah upset him somewhere along the line. Somewhere along the line, Micah really hacked up.
We know what it was. He multiple times, Jerry alluded to the multiple meetings yesterday a couple times. Jerry Jones was like, man to man, we sat down, I went off my number, I increased the offer, I adjusted it to what you wanted, and then you're still telling me it's not good enough. And he's like, I don't respect you, as a player negotiating. I thought we had this bond. I thought there's a hurt here. That is a humongous, big, fat capital LIE when he's like, there's no animosity. There's nothing personal. It's totally fine. He feels like Micah Parsons betrayed him because Micah Parsons agreed multiple times. And then when Micah went back to Mulligetta, and Mulligetta goes, Micah, we're getting 47. We're after $7 million more, not 40 and a half, and we're after 4 years, not 5. But it's like you do all the legwork with someone, you feel like you got it worked out, and then they totally pull the rug from under you. That's where the animosity is.
That's the start, and then it continues. It continues throughout as meetings are tried to be had, and the continuing back and forth.
Yeah, they were not thrilled with the training table.
No, they were not. Mm-mm. They were not.
He basically said that's not something that a team leader does.
And you hear Steven say, we were gonna let that.
Yeah.
And then Jerry's like, pooping all over that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the training table upset a lot of people over there more than they've talked about or led on. They were not happy with that. And Steven can say that's not what you make a decision on, but I think Steven and others could also say, like, somebody not toasting their glass? No. You don't make a decision to fire a 2-time Super Bowl winner because they didn't toast you.
Yeah.
But they've done that and still clearly believe that. A lot of this came down to, I think, hurt feelings. A lot of it came down to loyalty, respect, a lot of those different things for Jerry. The fact that the bombshell yesterday from Jane, that they came back and were like, they did pick up the phone and said, we're willing to negotiate. And Jerry said, you are going to play on this fifth-year option or you can leave. That shows that he was no longer ready to negotiate with them, and he was done here. That mind was made up. He was done here. Whether it was now or in the spring, he was done.
I saw you doing a lot of defending over the return, Bobby, so the floor is yours on your feelings regarding the compensation that is coming back with 2 1s and the D tackle.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this has to just come down to people too frequently will get stuck in a Bleacher Report article or will look at something else, or even some of the discussions we have here, and they think like, well, because that's been the suggestion, that is what the league values them at. And what the league looked at it as was there was so clearly a divorce coming with the Cowboys that if they just waited this out and said, all right, you can have him this year, but he's going to pick where he wants to go next year, and he's going to sign with us, and we're going to get 2 first-round picks, or we're going to give you 2 first-round picks, that's what you're getting as part of the franchise tag deal, then basically what they were given yesterday was, all right, in order to speed up your timeline by 6 months, we will give you something else. And the something else in this instance was, here's Kenny Clark. Maybe they could have gotten a 3rd-round pick, and it could have been 2 firsts and a 3rd, or maybe it was 2 firsts and a 2nd. Dallas wanted a player. They wanted somebody to play this year, and so all they were getting by this point, if you want to be critical of the return, then you need to be critical of them not trading him back in March.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Then you could have probably gotten more.
Yes.
And back in March.
And use the picks.
Yeah.
On this year's team, which Todd Archer was trying to get to multiple times,
right.
But Jerry wasn't understanding. And Steven was like, well, we made him the offer in April, so, like, why would we sit there
right.
and talk? We're not
sign.
trying to trade him in April. We made him the offer in April.
But, I mean, it was this is something that I talked about yesterday, and this is something that I talked about with you behind the scenes, both of y'all, a couple weeks ago. Micah's side told them back in February or March, if you're going to make this difficult, you need to trade him right now. If this is going to be something that y'all are going to be painful with, get ahead of it and trade him now, because it's going to be ugly if we have to drag this on into the summer, and then we're looking at a deal. And so, I mean, they gave him the outline of, like, if you want the best possible return, do it now if you think this is going to drag on at all.
But that's dictating terms to them.
Right, and they don't do that.
But
ultimately, they did what they did. But I think that if you're thinking they could have gotten more than 2 1s in Kenny Clark,
at this point,
you couldn't. You were going to get 2 1s and somebody's player, or you were going to wait until the spring and get 2 1s. That's what you were going to get for Michael.
Look at the amount of Tolos already out here in Red Oak. What's the initial feel? Thumbs up, thumbs down on the move. Let's see. It's kind of split.
60-40 up, maybe?
60-40 up. We got a Green Bay Packer shirt that's out here already. They're already throwing the parades for Reggie White 2.0.
Oh, Aiden was liking all my tweets yesterday about it. He was like, hell yeah, Packers get Micah. So he was all over it.
Let's load up the phone lines. It's a day of your reaction on the D&M Leasing hotline at 877-881-1053. Do you like it, love it, hate it? 877-881-1053. Your reaction to the Micah Parsons trade live from Red Oak. We got a ton of Tolos out here already enjoying Whataburger breakfast, brought to you by Firehouse Movers and Fraser Roofs and Gutters on 105.3 The Fan.
But first, $47 million, that's a lot of money.
segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Only the morning show can produce this type of crowd 22 minutes after 6 a.m. on a Friday in Bedford. It's the Firehouse Tour, brought to you by Firehouse Movers, Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, with a, what?
Red Oak, not Bedford.
Red Oak. I don't know why I had Bedford in my mind. Sorry. You both looked at me with the
formerly Possum Trot. That was the original name of this city, was Possum Trot, because they had so many possums running around.
I think Red Oak's a solid move.
Yeah, they eventually switched it to Red Oak after like 2 years.
Yeah, Possum Trot.
I kind of like Possum Trot, though.
I was watching old Hulk Hogan stuff after he passed away, and he screwed up like the Sky Dome and the Silver Dome.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I did just now. And he was in the ring, and then Stone Cold came in, and he goes, "Yeah, Toronto!" They were in Detroit making fun of Hogan. And Hogan looked like he wanted to just crawl out of there. But either way, we have a packed house already this morning reacting to the Micah Parsons trade, along with you on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Get in the calls at 877-881-1053. Someone's already texted, Shreve, you sound down. I'm a mixture of stunned, sad, and worried. I'm stunned that we lose another generational player, and people are like, "You're not generational." Fine. A Hall of Famer. Along with Reggie White, no one has put up the amount of sacks in the first 4 seasons as Micah Parsons. So I'm stunned that days before you take on the defending champs to open the season, you lose your best player. So I'm still stunned over that. I'm sad because the biggest joke yesterday, I think, was Jerry and Stephen Jones trying to sell us that this season they're better. Come on, man. Come on. I would have rather held Micah hostage and dared him to miss the game. So at least have him now and then trade him afterwards. So I have the best player on the team for this season to try to make the playoffs. So I'm sad over the upcoming season, just days out. And then I'm worried because, you got 2 firsts. Your dream is to get the 2 firsts to even combine to be a player to the level of Micah Parsons. And you're getting them theoretically at the end of the round, since Green Bay we think is obviously going to be better. So even though I don't think Micah should be paid $47 million, I would have liked to get a little bit more to make me feel better about it. It's like I'm in a brand new house, right? And someone's interested in the house. You got to make me an offer that's so good that it doesn't give me any second thoughts about leaving. Like, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
Like, you're going to give me $1 million over asking price, $2 million over asking price. It's got to be a no-brainer. I feel great about it, and I'm not going to think for a second time. You have to make that type of offer to me to make me feel that good moving off the asset. I agree with a lot of what Bobby's saying in that you're limited in who you could deal with the timing. Micah has to agree, too.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Is Micah going to agree to go to the Tennessee Titans? Are the Tennessee Titans going to, offer all that up? But I'm frustrated to attach this to that. I'm frustrated that we got to this point and they were forced to deal under these circumstances because of the way the negotiation went down. So that's all my entire mix of emotions, even though I think it would have been irresponsible to pay him $47 to go along with Dak and Lamb's money. Right. But they're not better today, and they're not going to have a better – like, I had the Cowboys possibly making the playoffs, and now I'm glad we didn't sit there and put all our money on that over in Vegas like we were going to, because they're not going to make the playoffs to me right now.
And that's okay. You don't have to get better every year, right? It's okay to take a step back. This whole notion, and this is one of the problems this team has, is Jerry does not.
Well, it's fine taking a step back if I have some more assets I feel really excited about.
4 firsts over 2 years to me is pretty damn good. Now, I would have liked to have had more. I thought they got worked in the compensation. They should have gotten to me. I don't need a player in return. I don't need that. Give me picks, more picks, because they got 10 years of.
Would you have rather had a second than Kenny Clark?
A second, yeah, probably.
Would you rather have a third than Kenny Clark?
No.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here
the
and
chance
say
of
I
that
know.
third-round player being better than Kenny Clark is not like.
But the age works out
Yeah.
for you. Like, okay, I got Kenny Clark now for the next 2 years. None of us think they're sniffing the Super Bowl right now. So I got Kenny Clark at age 30. How much longer? And then people are pointing out that he had a bad year last season. So, okay, I got Kenny Clark for year 2. And what am I going to be after this season?
You may have Kenny Clark for 1 year. If it goes poorly, they can cut him and they owe him nothing. So I mean, they can free up another $21 million. So I mean, look, there's
now if they cut him like in the Jimmy days, they would have got like a second-round pick out of just cutting him.
well from
the
the
Minnesota deal.
Herschel
Yeah.
trade, yeah. But that was nobody's ever going to make that deal.
No.
For
Which
you
Jerry
ever
tried to drop Herschel's name
Right.
last
Yeah,
night
I
in the
was like,
presser.
all right.
But okay, I know very little about Kenny Clark, but I'll just use the money for example. So if you base how good of a player is on how much money they make, Harrison Phillips, another nose tackle you've never heard of, it makes almost double what Clark makes, and he got 2/6 in return. Right, that's what he was worth. I don't know. Like to me, I wouldn't have used the player.
How much does Harrison Phillips make?
4.2.
That's not double Kenny
Clark's
Clark's average
2.3.
contract. That's because he had gotten bonus money and his number's been reduced, but he's a $20 million a year player.
Okay, so I'm just going by what it has on the.
I know that's going to be
cash.
base
Yeah,
salary,
whatever.
but I'm
Yeah.
saying Kenny Clark's averages, he is a $22 million a year
So,
player.
but the point is that like I don't mind taking a step back. To me, this is the right thing. It's okay to do that.
Okay.
You don't have to get better every year. You could take a step back because now you have 4 first-round picks to work with. If it doesn't work with, Dak gets hurt again or has a bad year, I mean, you are absolutely in play for Arch Manning or Garrett Nussmeier.
All right, let's get to the Tolos. We promised phone calls throughout the entire morning. Nice shirt, young man, with that Tolo. Oh, is that a necklace? That's a Tolo necklace on the
Yeah.
shirt. Thought he got it laminated.
Tolo Gary's working it out over there.
877-881-1053. Pay. Line them up.
First up, we got Tate in Fort Worth. What's up, Tate?
What's up, guys? To really describe my thoughts on this trade is a tweet sum up from John Machota. And it ends saying this could either end up being the Herschel Walker trade for the Cowboys or the Charles Haley trade for the 49ers. And with my opinion as well, it sucks that we got rid of the player, but at the same time, he's pretty much deserving of all the money, either or if you don't like it or I don't like it. He's very deserving of it, and I wish all the respect and the success for him besides him playing us in week 4. That's just my thoughts, and thank y'all for having me.
Thanks for the call. John Machota put out a poll that has 15,000 votes. What grade would you give the trade for the Cowboys? Shout out a letter. What grade? A, B, C, F.
I would say B+.
B?
Yeah, I think it's probably a B.
Okay. A has 7.7%. B has 15.5%. C has 22.5%. And I think the fire department is telling us right now this is a 5-alarm fire. F.
Yeah, I just don't know how you could say that.
F
I don't know how
for 54%. Well, the justification would be twofold. One, whenever we talk about these deals, whoever gives up the great player usually loses the deal. So if you're a Micah Parsons super fan and you believe he's a Hall of Famer and he's the best pass rusher in the league days before your season, you're ticked off about that. You don't lose your best player. And then the return. And then you factor in emotion, of course, on top of it.
Emotion's a big part of it, and obviously a lot of fans are fans of players now, versus team. I don't know how you can go. Like, if you want to say the Packers won the trade because they got the best player, they get the A grade, great, fine. The Cowboys generally, from what I've seen, have been given about a B grade.
Peyton, who's up next?
Next up, listening on the Odyssey app, our buddy Michael in California. What's up, Michael?
Let's go. Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, I called and I told you guys last week this whole situation was embarrassing, and Jerry Jones was showing his he continues to show us he's not capable as a GM. I don't like the haul, but I love Kenny Clark, and I'm glad we got rid of Micah Parsons because at the end of the day, he's not a dog. He doesn't show up when it matters. And this right here is an indictment on Dak Prescott. You better get it together or you're next. Let's go, Cowboys. And shout out to the whole Cowboys Nation. Happy Friday, and God bless you all.
Thanks for the call. David Hellman said, man, I'm a Dak guy, but how wild is it that this happens with Parsons and not Prescott? You give Dak the $60 million, and then you make an example of the best player who's now heading to Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much about this, though, that obviously has layers to it beyond even how this negotiation went. In terms of how important, at what point do you say an edge rusher doesn't make that much of a difference on wins and losses to justify it? Look, I mean, you were genuinely talking about, you were probably, up until yesterday, the assumption that Micah Parsons being here, you were probably not going to have Deron Bland after this season. He was gone. Now it increases the likelihood Deron Bland's back. Now I'm not saying that's going to make anybody happy, and God knows whenever anything happens like this, the fan text, social media, everything else, they get super worked up whenever you're just trying to tell them what the fallout is from it. Like, hey, by the way, Deron Bland will be back now. That's not enough. Okay, I'm just telling you. Deron Bland will be back now.
And
he wasn't
Tyler.
before. Tyler Smith is – I would not be stunned if one or both of them gets done before the Philly game. And so they're going to be in a position to get those. I think that's part of what Jerry was referencing yesterday when he was talking about 3 to 5 players, was he's talking about Kenny Clark, 2 picks, and then Tyler Smith and Deron Bland.
The other part that's upsetting is they've shown zero reason to give them faith that they're going to do something with the money. Like, you got all this money now, and where are you going to spend it? Are you going to spend it? Pepe, who's up next?
Let's go back out to Fort Worth. We got Walker. Walker, you're on the Fan.
Morning, fellas. You're appreciated.
Appreciate it.
I think 2 things can be true. Jerry let his money get mad, and it was the right move. If you're a diehard Cowboys fan, this is a good team-building move for the long term. I also think Micah showed us who he was. The back play, going back on his word, saying the right things, playing for less but not backing it up. So keeping that leader in the locker room in an open season like the Cowboys, I think we had to get him out. I'll hang up and listen and go Vols.
That's right, baby.
Yeah, I don't blame Micah. I blame, first off, if I could go back in the time machine, I blame Jerry, number one, for not signing him last year. All right?
Sure.
They had all the money tied up in Lamb, and they couldn't do it, supposedly. So this should have been done last year. Mm-hmm. I don't blame Micah for the antics to get out of here and get his money. I do blame him for that lie, and it was an outright BS lie when he said, I don't need Micah Parsons, to me, is a wannabe fake leader. He always has been. He just has. He wants to be Kobe Bryant. He talks about Michael Jordan, and he's just not that dude. So when he comes out and says, I'll take less. I don't need to be the highest paid. I don't need $40 million. Well, you ended up with 47.
Well,
but
he's right. He didn't need 40.
Right.
So, I mean, he was right.
The antics.
He was offered 40.
The antics, I don't blame him for, because Jerry Jones insulted him. It got really, really personal. And he wanted out of here, and he wanted to go ahead and get paid. So I don't blame him for that stuff. And by the way, the 2 people that do deserve and need their credit, this guy Ricky Scoops, I know Clarence Hill and all the other established media want to make fun of this guy. He got it right. So Ricky Scoops, you give him a follow if you want. But
he retired his account last night.
Did he?
Yeah, he said I'm done after tonight, and he went and had a little horse riding off into the distance and said he was retiring.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's almost like he just got what he wanted out of this.
Yeah, we'll see when the next Athletes First player is out there for negotiation. So you have to go ahead and give him credit, and you have to give credit to David Mulugheta. Everyone is cussing David Mulugheta up and down, and Micah needs to change agents. This is why people hire this cat, to not get the new market deal by $1 million. It's to get the damn new market deal by $5 million. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why people go and get him. We continue with your calls. How did the Cowboys try to justify this last night? Does anyone actually believe they can be better? Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Firehouse in Red Oak right here on 105.3 The Fan. morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Is this a record, 6 a.m. for the Firehouse?
It's way up there. If it's not a record, it's top 3. There's a ton of folks. It's south of Dallas. We always show up big when we go south of Dallas. So DeSoto's was big, Glen Heights was big, and now Red Oak is showing up in a big way. And we got a bunch of people that are here this morning. We got Gary from Ennis, Kevin from Waxahachie, Edward and Michael from Red Oak, Colton from Corsicana, Jerry from Lancaster, David from DeSoto, Justin from Midlothian, Jason from Fort Worth, Kevin from Red Oak, and then we had Joe in the Packers shirt, who is from Red Oak, and his daughter Bella, who is on the Red Oak High School softball team, the Hawks. So she came in before high school this morning. 547
Methodist Street. Pat Doney was supposed to come on at 7 to preview the high school football opening weekend. He's still going to do that, but we have something else to talk about as well. Mike Florio at 8:40 after the blockbuster news here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider at the Firehouse. It was funny yesterday when I was trying to go around. So I put G-Bag on the app, and then I'm trying to go around for the TV coverage. ESPN and Fox, they were all stuck in other programming. A college football game and then a fantasy football or old replay of a Viking game, and I was laughing as G-Bag was just racking up the numbers with the coverage, including Jane Slater, who had a phenomenal week of reporting, and I think they had over 1,000 watching the fan cam as this thing broke.
Yeah, it was because the first place I flipped, I turned on G-Bag on the app, and then on the TV, I had flipped on ESPN, and I was like, this is... Like, I can't remember what it was, like tennis, pre-tennis coverage or pre-college football coverage. It was not anything. And then I flipped over to NFL Network. NFL Network had the decency to break into the repeat of Texans-Ravens.
Replay, sure.
Yeah, they were willing to break into
See,
that.
G-Bag had 1,100 whatever on their stream, but they needed the middle of a breaking story. We get over 1,000 just because we exist.
That's right.
Right, yeah. Like, I mean, that's just our baseline.
Well said, Chop. 877-881-1053 for your phone call reaction to the Micah Parsons trade on Sean and RJ. Peyton, who's up next?
Guys, we're going out to Godley, Texas with Skylar. Skylar, what's up, man?
Hey, morning, fellas. How we feeling?
What's up?
What's up, dude?
Yeah.
I understand the trade. I understand the return, given we're a week away from the start of the opening of the season. Jerry's money he got angry. It got personal, for sure. Now, is any other Mulligetta clients going to be an issue in the future, like Pickens? Who knows? Maybe we can get him signed now and the other players that we need to get signed. And also, does this change the fact that maybe there's a certain QB down in Austin that we're going to be looking at here in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so a lot of worry over Mulligetta Pickens. Jerry addressed that yesterday, saying
he's professional.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know who he is, but he knows he's professional.
Right.
And Calvin Watkins tweeted yesterday that after talking to both sides, Cowboys have no problems with David Mulligetta. Likewise, from his side, Mulligetta had talked to members of the front office about other clients on the team during the preseason. So he's been talking to the Cowboys about people other than Micah during the preseason.
So a couple things I wanted to know left over from the press conference last night. Were they convinced that Micah was going to miss games? Because if they weren't totally convinced, I would have rather them dare him. I wanted Micah Parsons to play this year. That's why we did the topic the other day. Would you trade Micah now or after? Distraction and all that comes with it. What do you think is the answer to that, Bobby? No one asked Jerry. Were you guys convinced he was not going to play? We do have the physician that he went and got the second opinion from. Yesterday, he was doing laps in his Airbnb and running circles, hugging his mom, setting her up for life. He looked ecstatic. Mulligetta got the FaceTime cell phone image of Micah smiling from ear to ear. But to me, I have to be convinced he's never going to step on the field to do this.
He was not playing. Definitely week one he was not playing is what I understand yesterday. And I think he was willing to say, we'll just ride this out and we'll have it this way. So, I mean.
Now, how much would he have had to miss to not get the accrued season?
I believe.
10 games?
No, I believe let me see.
How hurt is he?
Well, see, that's the other aspect of it is what was he going to be able to get in terms of a second opinion. So, in order to get the accrued season, I think, full play status for at least 6 regular season games. So, I mean, he could have held out for 11 weeks, and the bye's in there. So, it could have been 3 months, basically, without him reporting.
Pay, back to the Tolos. Who we got?
We got Harrison and Mesquite. What's up, Harrison?
Hey, fellas. Disappointed. I think Jerry was hurt. He kept reiterating, it's only 3 players on the team got his phone number. It was personal after him and Micah met before training camp. It turned personal. It reminded him of the Jimmy Johnson toast. And Jerry's old school. I kept telling people, hey, he's 82, he's from Arkansas, and he felt disrespected. Cowboys got to start predicting the future with these contracts better. Like you guys said earlier, he should have been signed last year. You can't wait till the last minute. Michael, by far, is the best player on the team. People talking about Dak. Nobody's going to sign Dak at the money he's making. He's not Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. So stop that. Now, Dak probably won't be back after his contract ends because I think we're going for Archie Manning. And I think Jerry them thought about it, and it makes sense. Let's shoot for Archie Manning, and we'll trade our picks, and we'll pay him on a rookie scale. It doesn't make sense to overpay these players anymore if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan because we are in a rebuilding stage. There's no way you compete on with anybody in the league with the way our defense plays without Micah. He was our best defensive player. You're not going to get any pressure. Yeah, you can scheme, but we've been trying to scheme for years. When we got Michael, the kid can play. Like I say, he's a top superior talent. And those are my comments, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the call. So yesterday, that bothered me too last night in the post-presser. All this stressing of run defense, and we need to stop the run. And so we had an entire offseason to really, really, truly address it versus going in with Micah. I know you have Osa, but it was like all this stressing of the run defense. That's why we had to do this because, you can generate pass rush. That's what Steven said. That got a lot of feedback and reaction on my Twitter. Steven said you can generate pass rush. You can't do that with run stopping.
Scheme it. I mean,
he's right.
Yeah,
I agree. You can't scheme pass rush easier than you can. That's scheme
not what I
covering
just said.
Somebody. And so, yeah, he's not wrong about that. But obviously, to think you can scheme what Micah Parsons does on his own is that's not accurate. Micah Parsons is a freak who will generate pressure in instances where he shouldn't. Somebody just put up a thing here, and I hate PFF. You know that. Micah Parsons' PFF grade for his career when rushing up the A-gap, basically standing up as a linebacker, mugging in the A-gap, his PFF grade is 99.9.
Yeah,
it's literally he is literally a perfect player when he's doing that. There's nobody that is close to that. And in fact, the next closest player plays for the Packers. It's Edge Cooper, whose rating is 92.
And their defensive EPA per play with Micah, first, 31st without him.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no doubt.
That's a gap.
That's a big gap. That's a cap. That's a canyon. That's a canyon. But yeah, you can absolutely scheme pressure. The problem is when you're scheming pressure, it's generally because you have an elite secondary. When you're able to do that, because you're able to get some coverage.
Or I mean, it honestly just is. You've got a Wink Martindale philosophy, for instance, of just you're blitzing, you're sending everybody. Like you can blitz guys and do different things. Mike Zimmer was really good at that for years, using creepers and different things like that, which are basically just simulated blitzes. So it looks like one of the guys who's standing, a linebacker may be rushing, and a defensive end who you would normally expect to rush would go back. So you're still sending 4, but it's playing with who you're sending as the 4. And so you can do those things.
Is there any chance that the defense, it's going to sound stupid, is there any chance that the defense is better today because they're that much better at stopping the run with Kenny Clark?
No, not today. I mean, next year because they've got an extra $47 million to spend.
If Donovan Ezeraku is a freak right out of the gate, it would have to be Ezeraku playing above what they think he's capable of. Then they might be better.
And Jerry trying to keep our interest in this season, not just by trading for Kenny Clark, but by saying, no, don't rule out taking that money and going to get someone right now. This isn't just about next off season. We could take some of this and acquire a talent today.
Yeah, not just the money, the draft capital. Like he could just be bluffing.
Let me tell you something. If they take one of those first-round picks and flip it for a player for this year, now you've lost your mind.
Well, what if the guy is 23?
What if they flip one of the Packers picks, which you assume will be the back end of the first, and you get a top-tier corner?
Corner.
Are you going to get a top-tier corner for one single first-round pick?
Yeah. I mean, L'Jarius Sneed went for a third. A first might be like in this day and age, people don't give up first for corners. They don't do it.
This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity to reset. You've got your 4 firsts over 2 years. This is the opportunity to take it all.
All right, Pepe, who's up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline?
In Chicago, we got Andreas listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Andreas?
Good morning, and thanks for taking my phone call. 2 things.
You turning left or right?
I was on another radio. I was on a left. I was on another radio station.
That is Chicago.
51% of all turns are right turns.
Go ahead, boss.
I was on another radio station. A lot of the Cowboy fans are calling in saying Micah, they'd rather have Hendrickson or T.J. Watt instead of Micah Parsons. I'm like, Cowboys fans are a bunch of morons. Micah Parsons is one of the better players. I think both Eagles got in the way with this contract. And it's like Gavin Dawson said, if you're not a Super Bowl contender, trade your best player, get assets, work towards the future. And I'm going to call out the other radio stations, KMC, Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation. Learn to take more phone calls like The Morning, Sean RJ. Best radio station ever. That's all I have.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Mike Golick Jr. was like, what station should I listen to in DFW Friday morning to hear the meltdowns? I've not heard a meltdown.
No.
I've not heard a freak out. I've not heard someone cussing the Cowboys up and down. It's a little bit of disappointment, very well thought out understanding of what they were trying to do, even if you're a little down over the compensation in return. But I'm surprised there's no rage yet.
This is what the Mavericks missed out on with Luka. Like, if they really thought that Luka was as big of a problem as they thought he was, they should have engaged in a bigger PR campaign that made public that they were shopping him. And then maybe they might have had more of the city on their side. They missed that aspect of it.
Yeah, and it's funny because I'm sure you guys got it too. The comparisons of how does this compare with the reaction to Luka, and it's not even
close.
It's not even a pimple on the butt of the Luka deal. The Luka deal was betrayal
and blindside,
flat out. Yeah, but flat out betrayal. Nobody feels betrayed by this. You can be upset because you lost a player.
Well, we knew it could be coming,
right.
And Luka Doncic more loved here than Micah.
And more important.
Overall,
Luka embraced the city more.
What's that?
Luka embraced the city more, too.
Yeah. People are like, oh, freeze your nuts off in Green Bay, Micah. Have fun with that. I never really saw Micah out and about here. I don't know. I mean, he still said he's going to live here in the offseason, but
he's usually in Tokyo in the offseason or whatever. He's never here. That's the thing. During the offseason, he's always somewhere else. He's going somewhere else. I don't know. I think Micah loved being a Cowboy. I don't think Micah loved Dallas necessarily.
All right, let's get more reaction from NBC5's Pat Doney. It was supposed to be a little high school football taking place. We got a Red Oak team.
Red Oak Hawks, baby.
We got a squad. So the beginning of high school football, no one has it covered better than Pat Doney, NBC5, and his reaction to the Micah trade next on Sean and RJ.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, if you consider it that. It's not raining and storming like yesterday when the Micah news came out. We are covering it as part of the Firehouse Tour in Red Oak, brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Whataburger with the breakfast and the coffee, and Firehouse Movers on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
I am still surprised that you went and spent 50 cents on that newspaper.
No, not 50 cents. Okay, we talked. I put this in my email the other day about how the city pool we went to was $8 a head now, and I remember growing up when that was like $1. So you said 50 cents. That's what I grew up with too. Look at that, Chop.
I'm sorry. What?
How much is a newspaper these days?
$1.50.
Nope.
$2.20.
$5.
$5. I remember when the Sunday
was
paper
$1.50.
So I remember the Sunday paper would be $4. The New York Times Sunday paper was, and it said they're so pretentious, those idiots. They wrote $4, F-O-U-R.
Oh,
they were at $4.
I will do this though. I will fork over the $5, my hard-earned $5, whenever something like this happens. I will get that. Whenever a sports story takes over the front page of the morning news, I usually buy it.
All right, Pat Doney was sitting right in front or in back of you?
Behind me.
He was right in back of Bobby Belt for the 6:30 press conference, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco last night. And Pat, our high school football expert, getting ready to preview the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Doney. Thanks for joining us. Your reaction to the trade.
Good morning, boys. Well, first thing, my first thought typically is you don't trade Hall of Famers and feel great about it, right? And this is a future Hall of Fame player. The whole thing that they're going to be better in the playoffs, stopping the run because you can save that, okay? Like, you got to get to the playoffs before you have to worry about stopping the run in the playoffs, right? They are not a better team today than they were yesterday. However, the one word that stands out to me is unanimous. When Jerry said that last night about the front office and the coaching staff, some of the things that I've been hearing over the last year or so behind the scenes, when you're hearing people say this was a unanimous decision, that it was the right move for the organization, I think that speaks volumes as well. So I think the Cowboys were in a tough spot if that really is the case, if that was how bad it was behind the scenes. However, they're not a better team than they were yesterday.
Which side did you blame more throughout the process, or did you put it under C, all of the above?
Well, I think it was C, all of the above. No question, both sides could have done things much better in this process. But if I have to put more blame on one side than the other, then it's on the Cowboys, because this whole hesitation to reach out to the agent and trying to get the deal done in person with the player and all of that, it's like, does any other team do it like that? Is any other team talking directly to the player, and then the player agrees to something, and then the player talks to the agent. The agent's like, well, we didn't really need to do that, and then say, well, no, the player said it. I think that to hold on to that handshake of a thing that happened in the meeting, this is just not – it's not how business is done today. You guys know that. And so I definitely would say this is more on the Cowboys regarding it taking as long as it did. And again, I'm going back to that word unanimous, though. If that really is the case, then that tells me that there were some real potential culture problems in the locker room that they feel like Micah Parsons was a big part of.
How would you grade the return?
I mean, I think it's a B. I know the draft class is really good in 27, supposedly, and 26 is better than 25. You know, and they're probably going to be in a position around 27 where they're considering moving forward at quarterback at some time around there, you know, like maybe, you know, hopefully for everybody's perspective around the organization, for fans, Dak has a big bounce back season this year, but you know, they could have gotten more, I feel like, if they would have traded back in the spring. This definitely limited what they got in return, but 2 first-round picks and a legitimate starter at defensive tackle is not a horrendous return. Plus, they did not have to pay $200 million. And so now they can easily pay players like Tyler Smith and Deron Bland and potentially George Pickens if they want to work with the agent, you know, going forward. So, you know, I think there are some beneficial things here from the Cowboys from a team-building standpoint. But again, you never want to give up the best player in a deal, right? That's the old rule of thumb here. So I just, man, it's it's hard to believe Micah Parsons is a Green Bay Packer. That press conference today at 2:30, 1 month from yesterday when he's in AT&T Stadium on NBC Sunday Night Football in a Packers uniform is going to be, I mean, it's going to be mind-blowing to see him back in Jerry World wearing the green and gold.
Where did you have the Cowboys before the season, record-wise, and where do you have them now?
I thought they were going to be better than what Vegas had them. Vegas had them 7.5, and I thought they were in that 9 to 10 range. I thought they had a chance to be better than people thought, just because I think the offensive line is going to be better than people realize. You know, I think Tyler Booker is going to be good, just my opinion, just based on what I've seen, what I've heard, all this kind of stuff. Tyler Smith in a big year, yada, yada, yada. And I love what I've seen from the receivers. I think Pickens is going to be really good, especially in a prove-it contract year. And I also think he's going to be incredible for CD because of the attention that he's going to be able to limit what was normally going to be on CD Lamb. So now if CD is going to potentially get some one-on-ones, I love CD Lamb in a one-on-one 10 out of 10 times. And so I think there's a chance they would be better. But this knocks him down a win or two. I think he's probably worth 2 wins, you know. So they'd probably go from 10 to right at that 7 to 8 number in my mind now. And they it's good. I mean, Troy Aikman said the other night they can't win without him, and so to just flat out not have him at all and insert Kenny Clark, who's solid, a good player, not great but good. They're 2 wins less. 2 wins worse than they were yesterday, in my opinion.
No one has better high school football coverage than NBC5, and Pat Doney leading the way here on Sean and RJ. Set us up for the big storylines that we need to know about this year.
Yeah, I appreciate you boys having me on. We love doing it. Inside High School Sports every Sunday at 10 a.m. and again at 11:30 p.m. on NBC5, 30 minutes of high school sports. And we talk about like teams like Duncanville. I think it's the best team in the state once again this year. They have an absolute stud on the defensive line named KJ Ford. The thing I'm watching for with Duncanville is that their head coach, Reginald Samples, the legend, has been so good there. There's some rumblings that this could be his final season, and if it's not his final season, it's close. So I'm interested to see if it is the last ride, do they try and win one for Coach Samples? I think DeSoto's loaded once again and should bounce back. They won the state title a couple years ago, and now they've got the receiver, Ethan Booby Feaster, and his nickname Booby after Booby Miles. We had him in studio over the weekend. He's going to USC. He reclassified, so he's a senior this year. They got a quarterback named Legend Howell, who's also a really good player. So they have Legend throwing to Booby. I mean, we are talking serious nicknames and names going on there at DeSoto. North Crowley, defending state champs. I think they're going to take a little step back. I mean, the bar was set so high last year. They were incredible last year. They've got this awesome offensive lineman, John Turntine III, is going to Texas. Coach Ray Gates there always loves to say that they're trying to put the FW in DFW, high school football. You know, they're at North Crowley. Love them. South Lake Carroll, man, they are good. Riley Dodge has done such a great job with the Dragons there. Love their receiver, Brock Boyd. He's going to Ohio State. He is so good. And they've got this running back named Davis Penn, who got hurt at the end of last season. And if he had not gotten hurt, I think they would have won the state championship. They lost in the state title game. He's back this year. He had like 20 touchdowns last season. He's really good. I think they're great. And then here's your sleeper in 6A. You guys ready for the under-the-radar team?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Here we go.
Edge of my seat.
Euless Trinity is going to be awesome this year. Euless Trinity is back. The Trojans, the Haka. We did a big story on the Polynesian Pipeline. That is the tradition that's there. They have this offensive lineman named Toa Katoa, who I think if he walked into the Cowboys locker room, the rest of the Cowboys players would be like, who's the big guy? I mean, like, he is huge, and he's going to SMU. He's awesome. They've got a running back, J.T. Harris, and then they have this cornerback. He's a junior named John Meredith III. He might be the top player in the entire country for next year. So he is, I mean, unbelievable. So that's my 6A rundown for you boys.
Pat, what had happened to Euless Trinity? Because they had a down spot, and like they never lose to LD Bell. They wound up losing to them. They hadn't lost like 30 years. What happened to them?
Sometimes things just don't click for certain teams and groups, and then you have back-to-back years here and there, and then all of a sudden it snaps back into place once again, and you're back to dominance once again. So I think they're going to get back to doing what they did really well last year, because they were good last year, and that is that they had by far the best running attack in the area, maybe the best rushing attack in the state among the big programs in the state of Texas. And so I think that's where J.T. Harris, who's the Texas State commit, the running back there, comes in and has a huge year. I would not be surprised if he is even more highly regarded in the recruiting rankings at the end of this season, because I think they're going to be really good. We're headed tonight out to Aledo, by the way. 5A, I think they've got a great chance to win another state championship. They're led by this receiver named Caden Finley. He's a Notre Dame commit. He's Jermichael's son, if you want to feel young. Old. How about that? Yeah, he's a senior. He's going to Notre Dame. He's awesome. They did not win the state championship last year, which in Aledo is a huge letdown, which is crazy that the bar is that high for that program. But I wouldn't be surprised if they bounce back. They're playing Denton Geyer tonight, so I'll be out there for our big game Friday game of the week. And then South Oak Cliff is awesome again in 5A. Jason Todd has just built that Golden Bears program into a perennial contender. They're looking for a third state title in the last 5 years there. Couple other ones here. How about this? Frisco Lone Star. They've got a Florida commit and a guy named Davian Gross. He is a stud receiver and running back, plays both positions. He's amazing, and their quarterback, Carice Hoyt, sometimes lines up at receiver, and he's a highly regarded player. Jeff Rayburn, the coach there at Frisco Lone Star, has built a powerhouse. Highland Park's going to be awesome again this year. Their quarterback's back. And then a sleeper in 5A. I got one more for you, another sleeper for you here. Lovejoy. They're coached by Todd Dodge, who came out of retirement. Last year was his first year. They had a really good season. I think year two, they might take the leap, the big jump, and be one of those teams that is like, wow, Todd Dodge is doing it again. The Lovejoy Leopards are a team to watch as well.
Pat Doney from NBC5 joining us. Okay, Pat, last one for you here. Last night, my Marcus Marauders beat Keller. Keller's my team in softball, but it's Marcus in football. So, obviously, they've got Colton Nussmeier, the younger brother of Garrett Nussmeier, who's now at LSU. You got any thoughts on the Nussmeier connection continuing there at Marcus this year, and then also just your thoughts on Garrett and his chances at LSU this year?
Yeah, I think the Nussmeier connection, I think Colton's incredible. He's the number one quarterback in the country for next year, and I think they're going to have a fantastic season under Mike Alexander, the head coach there at Flower Mound Marcus. I think they're having a big year. Would not be surprised if Garrett Nussmeier wins the Heisman Trophy this year. He is, I think, second on the list in Vegas right now there at LSU. Maybe my favorite player of all time that I've ever covered in the DFW area is Garrett Nussmeier. Just an amazing guy, amazing family. Colton carrying on that legacy. Speaking of legacy, one other for you guys. maybe the best player in the area, in the DFW area for next year as well, could be a guy named Cooper Witten, Jason's son. He is, he's the number one linebacker safety in the country, choosing from every school in America there at Argyle Liberty Christian. They're looking to try and win a second straight state championship under Jason Witten as well. So I think Cooper's fantastic, not just in the name. He is the real deal, boys. He is big. He is fast. And Jason's done a great job coaching that program there as well. Cannot wait to get it going, boys. Big game Friday tonight on NBC5. It's going to be an absolute blast out at Aledo against Denton Guyer tonight.
Patrick Doney, NBC5, late last night in Frisco at the presser, early this morning with us and on NBC, as he just said. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you.
Love you, boys. Have a great day. See you now.
Pat Doney, D&M Leasing Hotline.
Look, if you want to find out who's going to win the state title, just find out which team has been able to hold their kids back 3-4 years. You got kids legal drinking age out there playing high school football these
Shots
days.
fired at a Vol, a legendary Vol.
Back to the Cowboy phone lines. Your reaction to the Micah trade, 877-881-1053. Was this addition by subtraction? There are rumors about Micah not necessarily loving football, retiring at the age of 30 or earlier. And our final Rangers Brewers, you want from bad to worse? Corey Seager's now gone.
No.
Yeah.
No way. I must have missed this one.
Not traded.
No. Oh, they didn't. Okay. All right. I thought you said traded. Oh, no.
Another Ranger injury. Back to your Micah calls during the commercial-free Expressway with a Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway next.
low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On-time experts in the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Shout out to Peyton's uncle, who has stopped by the Firehouse Tour here in Red Oak. Brought to you by Whataburger Firehouse Movers and Fraser Roofs and Gutters, 547 Methodist. Pepe, you familiar? You know how often you keep in touch with the family?
Always talking to Uncle Jerry, man. He's a huge Cowboys fan. Not sure how much longer he will be because it's always been negative talks. He's called me or texted me for recent months and stuff onto the early last year. So we're always talking, but he's always listening, man. Shout out Jerry.
Getting ready to put him in the ground
I think
there.
that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
I think
No. I mean, like, we're always talking negative stuff. So I'm like, how much longer is he going to be a Cowboy fan? Come on, write off a relative there.
Peyton, is he gonna be at the wedding?
Yes, he got the invite.
Okay,
but don't tell him yet. Don't tell him. I haven't sent those out yet.
You know, I tried to. You guys have kept it a great secret. I asked him about the adopted brother that you guys have, and he wasn't.
Yeah.
He didn't really know what I was talking about. So you guys have done a good job.
You made it up. You made it up. So.
Shout out to Tolo Jill, who is listening as well, and everyone watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Commercial-free Expressway is upon us. Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway on Micah Reaction Day at 877-881-1053. Jerry Jones last night with a reset on how this went down.
When I offered Micah the contract that I offered him back in April, he flew in from out of the country, wanted to come right in. I said, no, get you a night's sleep and come on in the next day. Get you the next day. He wanted to come right in. When I did that, we offered him a contract to come play for the Dallas Cowboys, and it was a good one, okay? Now, it was more guaranteed than what I've been reported that was here now. But my point is, without getting into detail, that was a very genuine negotiation. And I changed the amounts. And then we left, and then he called back and talked to Steven. Steven negotiated amounts. We changed those amounts that he called back from. And then, of course, the rest is history. When the time came to say, let's go, then he said, well, let's start the negotiation.
If it happened like that, then Micah has not represented that correctly. And whether it happened like that or not, that's how Jerry views it. So Jerry would, I think, believe I can't trust it. If you talk to me, left, came back with counter offers that we worked through, you did not think it was just a meeting about leadership.
Right.
And so if Jerry's representation is right, which I'm not saying it's two different sides, but if Jerry's representation is right, that's why Jerry would be upset.
And Micah's portraying entrapment. I think he made a mistake in that trade demand that he tweeted out by saying that Jerry Jones basically set up a mousetrap and put a piece of Green Bay, Wisconsin cheese in it and lured Micah in under false pretenses. That's what he accused him of.
Yeah.
You tricked me into a negotiation. You tried to take advantage of me to get the Players Association, the CBA, and all these other people involved. You tried to lure me in. And I can see why Jerry would be ticked off about that.
Ticked off enough to think, well, I can't trust you anymore. I can't negotiate at all with you anymore.
How about the guarantee that Jerry just said? So Micah gets 4 for $188. By the way, he's going to play out the final year of the rookie deal, and then he's going to get 47 per. So it's basically for 5 more years going to average out to 42 per. And the craziest thing on my timeline yesterday after this happened was the amount of accountants who were telling me the difference that Micah is going to make in Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. It's 7.62%. So it's $15 million that he loses over the 4 years. So he'll lose 50. So it's really...
People are like, oh, you're getting a $900,000 raise. Congrats, Mulieta.
It's, so basically it amounts to like an effective number of almost $4 million per year less.
I mean, did they all break down like all of his road games too? Because that's how they get taxed.
That's how they get taxed.
They get taxed based on the city that they play in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Micah only gets the tax free even when he's playing in Dallas. He gets it for half the games. If there's state income tax in the other half of the cities that he plays in, then he's subject to that.
Yeah, so when you go to LA,
their taxes are a nightmare, I would imagine.
I would imagine. Yeah, you cannot. I don't think an athlete can do their own taxes. I really don't. It's so like intricate.
Does it depend on where you live? Like he said, he's still going to live here in the off season.
There are some players. So some players, if you notice, like an inordinate amount of athletes live in Texas and Florida, even if they don't play there. Like there are players who play for the Giants who have their main residence in Texas or Florida, so they could try to get away from that.
Two other things that really jumped out. Pat Doney said unanimous, and Nick Harris confirmed that. Now, the tricky part of that is how many people were asked. Jerry tried to make it sound like, all 15 decision makers and the entire war room that we get together. That's the way I was taking it. Everyone was just like, yes, we do this deal.
It's 3 people.
Who are the most important people in the organization that you would feel like you need to hear from on this?
Steven
and Will.
Will.
And Jerry.
I know one other person. I know one other person that was absolutely for the deal that I think is important, but I'm not going to say the name.
For the trade or for the contract?
Get him out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, who on any big decision, who would you want feedback from in the organization? Jerry, Will, Steven, and Shoddy, I would assume.
No, I would not.
You don't want any input from Shoddy, who's coaching the team?
No, because the coach wants to win now. The coach doesn't care about long term.
Okay, so what would it say to you if Shoddy was like, get him out with
that would matter.
Yeah.
That would matter.
Probably the trainer.
Honestly, I would want to hear from the cap guy, the money guy.
Why?
I think
because I want to know like what this allows us to do.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I think,
but makeup, work ethic, all that stuff, kind of behind the scenes. Maybe Britt Brown,
and then the team the leadership council. If you wanted to go down that road.
I think they. I mean, they confirmed they did. They confirmed they did talk to some of the people in the leadership.
Yeah, but I don't know if I believe that.
They did.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying they did.
Well, then why is okay? Fine, but what I'm trying to fight the notion of is that everyone was saying, "I'll pack the bags for him." In the locker room, CD posted, Overshown posted, Wanye posted. There was another player. I think it was Overshown with the gorilla with the oxygen mask. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
I think the most resistance they got from anybody amounted to, y'all do what you feel like you need to do.
Diggs posted, of course, heartbreak.
That's what I think was the most resistance they got. When they say unanimous, the closest thing that resembled resistance I think that they got in terms of feedback was, whatever y'all think you need to do, do it.
And who are you applying that to? Like that they spoke with how many and like who, basically?
I think they talked to... I think it was. I think this decision was discussed and kicked around, and they solicited feedback. If you include everybody in the organization, everything else, like I think we're talking well over like one handful. Like you're looking at probably closer to 8 to 10 people that had a say.
Jerry was asked, "How is this going to affect or hurt the locker room?"
If you say if I'm worried about the locker room, I'm absolutely zero worried about the locker room. That's not meant to diminish anything here. I'm just not concerned at all about the locker room. It takes a lot of players to play this game. Locker room knows that we just got a lot of good players.
I'm only judging tone. This is Sean Shreve judgment. I know nothing else. That tone tells me that Jerry is like, no, this is addition by subtraction in the locker room. You think that's wrong? Jane Slater suggested that last night on NFL Network. She also brought up a question that another coach outside the team may have had about Micah's work ethic. He's talked about not wanting to play past 30 for very long. So just factor in all those things. But Jerry being that emphatic tells me that he heard enough feedback, or he's trying to sell us on enough feedback that Micah wasn't great in there. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text and the hotline. And Bobby just wrote down the names of players. And they were all for the trade?
My understanding is those people at the very minimum, and I won't out them because it wasn't first and direct, but they were all at the very minimum just, hey, you got to do what you got to do. I'm certainly not going to tell you that I would be a problem if you did it.
Back to the Tolos on the phone lines. A Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway is coming up. Peyton, who do we have?
Guys, let's go out to, Sean, this one's for you. Ernesto in Delaware is back. Ernesto, welcome back, man.
Yo, what's good, guys? Yo, Sean, did you get that Baltimore out of you, man? That old baby?
Ernesto, screw you. Why are you letting her sit here and call like this? You've ruined all family outings for me because that's all these fools want to talk about is Ernesto.
Nah, I was listening over to that clip over and over again, and I'm going to take accountability because I came straight on the air and said, you guys, I should have said, scary.
You see? You see,
Ernesto, don't
let him off. Ernesto, you have the power over him right
Ernesto,
now.
I got your next.
Let this go.
I got your next drinks. You let me know where you're at. You DM me, hit me up if we're out. I got your first 3 drinks.
I got you, but let's get into business. I'm gonna be direct. Jerry, this is embarrassing, man. You said that you wanted a war daddy. What was that, around like 2016, 2017 with DeMarcus Lawrence? You said he wanted a war daddy, and you had him in your hand. You had him, Jerry. You got to realize this is embarrassing. I live in Eagles County. They're laughing at us, Jerry. Jerry, I've been a fan of this team since I was born. I'm not even from Texas. I've been a fan of this damn team for over 20-plus years. I've seen 4 playoff wins my whole life. It's embarrassing, Jerry. This isn't like you have to understand. You're playing with people who you don't care about the fans. You want to win the Forbes list. That's cool and all. You want to make all the billions. What about us, Jerry? What about the people that give out their hard-earned money to go to that damn stadium to go see the mediocrity year after year, to see first-round playoff losers year after year? It's embarrassing. I'm tired of this crap. I'm tired of it. It doesn't make sense. This whole thing is, Jerry, I wanted to pack up my ball. You didn't want to play the game my way. I'm going to pack up my ball, and I'm going to go to another court. This is embarrassing. You have to realize that this isn't how you do business.
Thank you for the call, Ernesto. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, Mike Florio is going to come on here at 8:40, and the headline he wrote is, I know it's painful, I know they're your team, but you should boycott this Cowboys season. Yesterday when this broke, like Mina Kimes is like, this is going to be one of the all-time fumbles in NFL and sports history because the goal is, and what
That'd be scary if she was ever right.
well, I don't know if she used analytics for that, so it's more of an opinion. But the goal is, right, all Steven tells us, all they tell us, draft and develop, draft and develop. We're not spending on free agency to pay our own these extensions, right. And then this happens. You lost the best player on your team days before the world champions.
Yeah, look, I mean, the timing of it is not ideal because you don't have a whole lot of time to prepare, right? You didn't have all off season to prepare. You didn't have a free agency period to prepare or a draft to prepare.
Replace
that, or replace, and that's the disappointment. Look, I mean, what does this do for them? I mean, like this year, it's okay. Like I've said, it's okay to not. You don't have to compete for a championship every. You can have a step back. You can have a retool.
But my problem with all that, Chop, is, and Atolo just tweeted it, they don't look like they have a consistent plan.
No, they don't.
So you can't pay Dak 60 and then make this move.
No, you're right.
You can't give Lamb 30 and then make this move. You can't give Diggs his and then make this move. It's counterproductive.
It is. You also can't pay three guys $130 million. So yeah, something had to give. But I agree. If you're going to make this move, the next subsequent moves have to be to a kind of reset.
RJ's plan for the future at 8 o'clock. Continue to hit us up at 877-881-1053. Peyton, who's next?
Mitchell in El Paso. What's up, Mitchell?
Hey, guys. Just want to say I'm pretty pissed about the deal, but I'm more mad at Micah, man, because this was his equivalent to Jerry's all-in moment, man. He said, I don't need to be paid $40 million, and then the starting point, Jerry said in the interview, was 40.5 was their starting point. It was Jerry's stopping point. So I think Mulligeta's helping his guy Love to have a better team, so when he gets the contract, he can pass Dak $60 million when it's time for him to sign up. And I'm glad he's gone. Domino of waiting to pay the best player hopefully stops here. Use that money to sign Bland Smith with the money he saved, and then we'll see how deep our DNs are with Sam Williams, Nealon, and Ezraku. They get a
Thank
chance
you for the
to
call.
be the guy.
You just brought up, I thought, the most important sentence, statement, moment of the press conference last night explaining it. Jerry said, I stopped at 40.5. They were starting with 40.5. And I was glad to hear that because I didn't want this to be because of this little ping contest over not picking up a phone. And if they the entire time, we always try to give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubts in these sagas. Well, what is Lamb? Is he waiting? Is Lamb waiting for Jefferson? Are they asking for 10 over what the market ceiling is? And this is a David Mulligeta MO. To his credit, that's his job. We're not taking 4.5 to barely beat TJ Watt. We're going to beat it by $5, $6, $7 million. I agree and don't blame Jerry and Steven for not going there, but I was glad to hear last night that's where he drew the line, and it wasn't because of the way the negotiation happened.
Yeah.
And then the guaranteed money, you smiled when Jerry said, we gave him more guarantee. So the guarantee in this is what? And
137, I think, is what they gave him in Green Bay.
All right, so 120 fully guaranteed at signing, 136 in total. You think you've heard the Cowboys offered more than 136?
I think the Cowboys were well above that. Like I don't think it was just like $1 million. I think they were well above it.
So they essentially would have offered almost a fully guaranteed 4-year deal.
So if you're Mulligeta looking at the two, is it still no doubt that 47 per is better versus almost fully guaranteed?
Yeah, because I mean the 4-year it's a year earlier he can go negotiate another deal.
Yeah.
So I mean like it gets him there quicker to be able to negotiate something, and I mean the money.
And that's the other thing. They got the length that they wanted from the Packers too.
Right. They got everything they wanted.
David Mulligeta is totally justified. Like this makes him look like a freaking stud. People are cursing him and they're mad and weren't understanding. And should Micah replace him? David Mulligeta just proved why he's number one again.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
If the point is getting the most money, now
right? Because you could literally legitimately have a discussion. Did he do right by his player? Now,
depends what the player's goal was.
Right, exactly. Like, there is, and Jerry believes this, I think a lot of us believe this, there is an inherent value of being a legacy Cowboy.
Sure.
There's a monetary value in that.
Yeah. If Micah Parsons starts his podcast as a Green Bay Packer,
it's not a podcast. He's not the head of Bleacher Report.
Right. That's the best way to say it.
And, so like there's a value in being a legacy Cowboy that just isn't there anymore. So, yeah, did he get the money up front, short term? Sure. What does it do to his long term? There's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. It could be $1 billion difference. It could be nothing.
Yeah, I mean, how much? I guess it just depends on how much he will now be disassociated with the Cowboys throughout his career. There are going to be people who there are people who think of Charles Haley as a Niner, even though he ended up for the last half of his career with Dallas. I think
Carmen Policy's kid is the freaking president in Green Bay when Carmen Policy had the Charles Haley thing happen with the swap here.
Yep.
Now they're getting
Ed Policy. They're in Green Bay. Now, the thing is that when he retires or whatever else, or if something happens in his post-playing career, there will still be headlines that say former Cowboy Micah Parsons.
Sure.
And so, that he gets to carry that throughout his entire career in all likelihood.
All right. What about trading within the conference? Peyton, I don't think we have a cut on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to interrupt. But this set off a lot of people. Jerry last night said, if it's not in the division, I don't care.
Right.
It's just too many moving targets to keep track with. Of course, Week 4 is going to break all type of records. Sunday Night Football in Arlington. Micah's return, where I think he gets booed. But that's for another segment. How do we feel about this to Green Bay, who has been kicking your ass and has all these haunting moments to hold over your head?
You can't worry about that. If this is the best deal, this is the best deal. Now, I agree, like, in the division, that's, there not only is there a tax on that, there's a lot more than a tax on that. Conference, I mean, you gotta prove to me you're going to run into them. You got to prove to me that this made Green Bay the Super Bowl favorites. Like, Green Bay is also the dirty little secret on them is.
Wait, say that last part again.
You've got to prove to me that Green Bay is the Super Bowl favorites.
Okay,
in the NFC.
I thought you were saying they are.
No, like, Green Bay is the dirty secret on them is. I mean, they're a wallowing 500 team that either goes 1 or 2 games above it, based on how Jordan Love is going to do. Anybody have them?
There was not a ton of Packer hype this offseason. Right. I felt like they were a team that people were kind of selling or sleeping on.
Anybody have them?
Sorry, go ahead.
In the division? Anyone got them beating Detroit?
No.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Right? It's a maybe.
Yeah, it's a maybe.
It's a maybe. So, this isn't like they said. If they send it to the Lions, right, where you're just going to take that team, or San Fran, and you're going to take that team, put them over the hump.
But what if it's a team you're even with? Like, I could have.
Yeah, they are.
What do you think about that, Bobby, in conference?
Oh, I don't think. You thought that Dallas and Green Bay were basically the same team before the trade?
I could make an argument.
I didn't think so. I don't think they're close. I think Green Bay.
Yeah, you think the Cowboys were one of the 4 bottom teams in the NFC?
Yeah, and I think Green Bay is I think Green Bay is going to even before this. I would have thought Green Bay had a really good shot to win their division this year. But I think that
Cowboys could have too, based upon history.
I do kind of wonder, and we'll circle back on that part.
Do you guys care if it's to the Packers? You care, or just get the best deal? Everyone out here, everyone's saying best deal.
Best deal.
I've never. I would have if the best deal came from the Eagles, I would have traded him to the Eagles.
True.
I would have. I want to worry about me. I don't want to worry about the others. Just bring me what you can.
Then trading him to the Lake. How's it different from trading Luka to the Lakers?
Because it wasn't. I never got worked up over the and it's the Lakers. That was like an added layer of and
people
this.
did.
Yeah, people did, and they were wrong because that didn't matter as much. The thing that mattered more was just you got awful return. This is like what they were going to get in all likelihood from just about anybody. I do wonder how he had to have called, right? Even if he knew the answer was no, he had to just pick up the phone and go hey.
I heard the Eagles were interested, but I didn't even ask a follow-up because I thought it was so ridiculous and so insane that it would never happen. Michael Irvin, cold take of the year.
An hour before.
Goes on ESPN and goes, Jerry is not this silly. Jerry's not this dumb. Michael Irvin was devastated yesterday. Marcus Spears was devastated. And DeMarcus Ware was devastated. So that's current and former reaction. Pepe, back out to the Tolos.
Yeah, let's go out to Forney where we got Joe. Joe, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
I'm not happy. I guess I got kind of mixed feelings, to be honest, guys. Here's the thing to me. The real question to me is, what is Jerry Jones going to do with these picks? I have no faith in this guy. He's been shown to be a horrible general manager. I just have no faith in him. And to me, it upsets me that we give away a guy like this. And I don't think Jerry's going to do much with it. I just think he's going to do something that Jerry always does, which is dumb, doesn't make sense. I mean,
Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, just whatever you guys think. I just don't think I'm just not happy about it. All right.
Thanks for the call. What are you getting from Tom Pelissero?
Tom Pelissero says the Packers and the Cowboys agreed to trade terms for Micah Parsons 3 days ago. All that was left was the contract, a record breaker that finalized Parsons' blockbuster arrival in Green Bay. So they've basically just been sitting on this waiting for Micah to finish.
Ricky Scoops.
So
Ricky Scoops said that the parameters were set. I sent you a text message.
Ricky, you did, and it was about 3 days ago. So I mean that was around the time.
So that
my guy was
that DFW airport flight was to a physical. That was a Packers physical.
Yeah, how's he going to pass the physical with his bag?
No, that's what that was.
Maybe that trade won't go through.
Are you guessing that, Choppy?
Yeah, I mean, like that makes that's a second opinion, an objective third party. Where'd they fly to? L.A. He said it was L.A. That's what they said it was L.A.
I'll get the doctor because I know Bobby will find him like Peyton's neighbor here in just 1 second. Archer had it.
That may have been why he took the MRI in the first place.
It may have been, but like that flight.
Dr. Robert Watkins IV.
Okay,
we have the doctor.
All right, so the fourth, that's on brand for a doctor, right? The fourth, but yeah,
it also feels like it matches with the last name Watkins
right.
for some reason.
So you fly out, you get an objective second opinion. It's a physical that goes to Green Bay.
What is this doing in Vegas?
That's technically not lying, by the way, if they were that. It's a second opinion. It's the Packers' opinion, but it is a second opinion.
I mean, I don't care if he lied. I mean, get what you need to get. He got insulted, and he got $47 million. He found someone to pay it. Sportsbetting.ag has sent me what this does to both teams. For the Super Bowl, the Cowboys go from 50-1 to 66-1. The Packers go from 18-1 to 10-1. For the conference, to win the NFC, Packers go from plus 850 to plus 450. Cowboys 25-1 to 33-1. For the division, the Cowboys were 5-1, now they're 7-1. The Packers plus 240 to plus 150. Cowboys win total 7.5 to 7. I thought it'd be 2 wins in my own mind, like Pat Doney. Packers from 9.5 to 10. Cowboys making the playoffs, plus 185 was the bet. Now it's plus 250. So they got a 23.5% chance to make the playoffs. It was 31. So it drops from 31 to 23. Packers making the playoffs go from 59 to 66.
Who did you say that was through?
This is Sports Betting Ag.
Okay, so I saw also this morning another one. I haven't seen Green Bay. The Cowboys were at 7.5, like you said. It was juiced to the over, which means you had to bet. It was minus 140. So you had to bet $140 to win 100. Well, now it stays at 7.5, but now the juice is to the under, so you have to bet 120 to win 100. Implied win from 7.8 to 7.4.
1450 on the fan cam, YouTube. And
that's not even during breaking news hours. And, G-Bag gets it during breaking news, and they can't even sniff that. And that's what their people are at work at their desks.
I need to know.
Our people are in the car, driving, doing,
skipping work. They're out here in Reno.
Skipping work, in the car. They're YouTubing and driving.
God, I hope you make this party tomorrow in time. I hope G-Bag is there when you show up.
You have got to explain to me the Vegas thinking. Why is Micah, as we just covered 2 weeks ago, literally worth 0 points on a game, but he's enough to go from 18-1 to 10-1 for the Packers on their Super Bowl odds?
I would not look at the 18-1 to 10-1. I would not look at those odds. Those odds are about generating hype, right? The individual game is different, right? Any player, the reason it doesn't move in a game is a couple of things. One, they're trying to get equal number on both sides. But also the other is, in any game,
it's a one-off.
It's a one-off.
One-off versus an entire season,
right.
Like Micah's impact over 17 games. We have to account for that more than one game.
Each individual game, they could say, hey, injuries to a cluster injury is bigger, or the opposite guy. So let's just say Ezra Rockwood could go off for 5 sacks in one game, right? So you don't move it game to game over the course of a season. You do.
Speaking of G-Bag, Gavin Dawson getting into it a little bit with Micah's brother.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
Yesterday, Gavin said Cowboy fans have become so hell-bent on blaming Jerry for everything, they fail to see a player betraying the star and turning his back on the organization. Micah's brother responded to Dawson, betraying the star for working to get your worth is insane to me. LOL, Jerry is just as much to blame as anyone involved. At some point, it has to be about football and the team. When's the adult going to walk into the room? What was G-Bag's overall response yesterday when you were checking out their coverage? Zach seemed mad. Eric
was having like an aneurysm about it. I was stunned. He was very upset about it. Dawson wanted a stronger return, but also was like he thought at this point you needed to trade Micah. And then Broadus, I don't know, Broadus was kind of quiet for the most part. Broadus was just keeping it very factual. The callers were 5-1 on their show, like they've been today for us, that they were glad Micah's
gone. A couple
gone.
people were bringing this up on the Franklin Injury Returns fan text. Broadus has said this in the past and hinting about the Cowboys being like cash poor, and this being an example of that. How is that possible?
I thought he talked about the Raiders being cash poor.
He has, but according to the fan text, he had mentioned that. Now, I don't know if he mentioned that yesterday or what, but that doesn't make sense to me, how this team can be cash poor.
You know, I think when we talk about the return, do you have something on that? I don't.
Nope.
Oh, that's a yes, he does.
Oh, my. Okay. Commercial break with Roberto. So I think we should talk about the return. Do we all agree? Do we give them the benefit of the doubt this was the best return that they had to work with in this moment?
Yeah, depending on how much you like Kenny Clark versus another defensive tackle that another team. That's what their offers were going to be: 2 firsts and a defensive player from all teams they were talking to.
Yeah, because yesterday I was looking forward this morning, before my day was kind of ruined, to having fun. I was already doing homework on trade proposals from Green Bay, which you already did, Baltimore, and the Cardinals. Jeremy Fowler said those teams were interested. Baltimore and Arizona. And I was like, Arizona, let's go after them. They're going to have the higher pick. I get mid-round first instead of end of the first.
I literally had just finished an hour's worth of my final trade proposal I was going to do, and then I picked up my phone and the flash came through that he was trading. I was like, I almost threw my computer because I was like, that was literally an hour of prep that's now gone.
And you doing trade packages from those other teams?
I did Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Detroit, and Green Bay.
Now, you both said you were going to be fine with 2 firsts.
Mm-hmm.
I was more hesitant. Atolo says, why am I not looking at this as 2 seconds top of the round when there's 12 to 15 first-round prospects a year?
Because that's
you get 2 second-rounders and a 30-year-old D-tackle.
I hate that. There's 12 to 15 first round. It's so arbitrary. Nobody really knows. These scouts, they say that to make them sound more important. They don't know what the hell they're talking about either. They're 50-50. I can flip a coin. I can flip that Jerry coin in the $300,000 coin with Bum Bright.
Here, flip this Firehouse coin.
And I would do just as well as these scouts when it comes to who's better.
You would not.
The reality is, if somebody gave me a list of all the players, and I just, and they're, the reality is you get the 5th year.
So hold on, if they do the work to narrow down who's good, and then you took from that list,
I would, I'll say, look, you guys, I'll even give you the first pick of the player, and then I'll take the second one. I bet you.
I saw a study the other day that does result in like 50-50.
Right,
but either way,
it's the 5th year. You're getting you may not be getting the same quality of player as you were in the top 10.
Yeah.
You're getting 10 years with those 2 picks of cheap labor.
Do you know why it results in 50-50 though? Is because there are teams like Dallas has had the last 2 drafts have been questionable, but you've got teams like Dallas that'll have 10-year runs where they are hitting, and you'll have teams like Baltimore that hit. And they have good staffs. Then there are other teams that just have not hired good staffs.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that it's a 50-50 just blindly across the league. It's that half of the teams have good staffs.
All right, I've been wallowing in the misery of a non-playoff season that's around the corner long enough for the first 2 hours. I'll get out of my feelings and let RJ Choppy celebrate and let you know why this is really exciting for the Dallas Cowboys' future. We uncork the Chopster next after we hook you up with our final Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway of the week.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers play the Brewers at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, September 9th. And Tolos, you want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Jock Peterson replica jersey. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron's what?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. Let's just say that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron's what?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the Tolos still representing here in Red Oak. Firehouse Tour continuing on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, 547 Methodist. We still got some Whataburger breakfast and coffee, so thanks to them for always supplying by our side. And Fraser Roofs and Gutters, along with Firehouse Movers, responsible for the Firehouse Tour continuing on DFW Sports Station. Micah Parsons trade reaction with you on the fan text and the phone lines. Mike Florio will join us at 8:40 from ProFootballTalk.com.
And a couple of quick shout-outs from the break. Reagan and her dad Taylor from Ovilla came by, and then we said hey to Shamira from Red Oak. So thank you to everybody that stopped by. And it's it's been full. This has been the most consistent throughout the show crowd I think we've had at any stop.
Jerry Jones was asked last night at the press conference, does this now mean you guys are in a rebuild?
Well, again, we've certainly got a new coaching staff. And a third of all the players are new. And so obviously there is freshness. We'll use the word new on that basis. But we have the highest paid player in the NFL at quarterback. And we made that commitment last year, and we're proud we made it. It had everything to do with this decision. Everything. It is give us every opportunity with Dak Prescott and Lamb and the base that we've got to win now. And so all you need to do, this would, I'm not so sure this would have been results had we not had Dak. But the fact that we have Dak, we need to stop the run. We really do. We need to get the ball back.
All right, Choppy, for those upset about this, not enough return. You don't trade the generational talent. You've screwed yourself this year. You're getting end of first-round picks. Make us feel better.
Well, I can't make you feel better about the return. The return is what it is. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm fine with it, right? If I'm going to be nitpicky, I would have liked more, but I'm fine with the return. I'm fine with the cash savings. You're saving $47.5 million. Jerry said during camp, that's 4 starters. You get 4 starters for that money.
You're saving $47 million into the future. You're saving 20 instantly this year.
Right. So now this year doesn't do anything, but it does roll over.
Yeah, I mean, you could roll it over, or if they do decide to make a deal at the dedeadline, if they feel like they're in contention,
Absolutely.
or to get extensions done with guys like Blandon Smith.
Absolutely. So you do one thing you do is you get some depth out of it. Yeah. You get some depth. Also, of the top 10 highest paid defensive players in the NFL, only one has won a Super Bowl, and only one more even knows the address to the Super Bowl, and that's Nick Bosa. The rest of them have not made it. So paying defensive players premium money has not really worked out the way they want, the way teams think. Depth on defense, stars on offense. But, what this does is it allows them to at least have a plan. We just talked about this. Jerry mentioned it. You said it earlier. When you pay Dak $60 million, you don't make this kind of move.
Right.
You don't make this kind of move.
You don't bring in Pickens and make this type of move.
Right. Those are all win-now moves. Signing Dak to $60 million is a win-now decision. This is not a win-now decision. Is this a change in philosophy? Is this I'm sick of this guy? Is this my money got mad?
By the way, Jerry Jones is going to want credit for, and if you hate this, my theory is that the gambler could not have come out at a worse time. My theory is that this brought up and stirred up some of the memories about loyalty, Jimmy, Micah. Stirred up some of the memories about the Herschel deal. He dropped Herschel again last night. So it's a stretch of a theory, but it's a theory that some of those emotions were like, hey, I did this in my glory time. Maybe we can go ahead. My principles are not changing about loyalty. You agreed to a deal. We had multiple negotiations, and let's try to get a return. But he's like, and then the gambler, this is a gamble. It's a gamble in the wrong way to me in order to try to win now because I don't want to go through a losing season. But Jerry last night's like, I get criticized. Machota asked him. Machota was in the studio. He goes, they don't move off star players. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. And Jerry's like, I'm criticized for not moving off star players. You talk about all the time. and now I did.
Yeah, and now he does. So, look, this also is a legacy move for Jerry. If they go, and this also, I think, puts Dak on a clock of some kind. They've got...
Well, we thought it was a 2-year clock anyway.
Well, yeah, now it may be a 1-year clock.
It's a 1-year clock to me.
Now, financially, right, the way it sets up, Dak, if you were to do a pre-June 1 cut, it's still not worth. You still can't do it until after next season.
You're locked in until probably 27.
Also, for 26 season.
After 27, you're locked in.
Wait,
and
after
that would still be $50 million dead cap.
Right. If you post June 1 them, you could get out of it after next year, where you have $45 million in savings and $23 million in dead cap. If you post June 1 them, I suppose you could trade them. But what this does is you now have ammo and an idea to where we can move on from Dak if we want to.
Man, that's the other thing that flooded my timeline yesterday was Arch.
Because, let's be honest.
I'm now rooting for Arch. I can't stand Longhorn fans, Bobby included. But now I want Arch Manning to sit here and, my Whataburger guy just turned his back on me. I want Arch Manning to go out here and set records and blow up the entire world of college football. I'm going to go horns up because I want to have a little bit of hope for this hype story.
So, look, if this thing comes down to Arch is not coming out this year. Okay, he's gonna play 2 years.
He might
slow down, Archie. He might.
What if he destroys and wins the national title? He might.
He might.
I don't think he will the Manning way. But
it's not in the Manning DNA. I will say this: I've bought in on Arch Manning. All right,
based on
every other Manning has been a legend. Like, do you think it just cuts with him?
That's not a way to justify it.
I think it is.
Good genes, baby. Good genes.
There's something with that DNA. All right, this is some Amon Ra's
Archie's
dad.
DNA.
This is some Amon Ra's dad. You can only cut it once.
Yeah, cut it.
Yeah, they didn't cut it. There's no cut, right?
It's
every
He's going to be great because his last name.
Look, every other Manning that has made the NFL has been a legend. I don't know. It's not like it's just one. It's three people. You know, it's
okay.
Three. It's like the Matthews family. You knew Clay was going to be good, Clay Jr. Right? You knew.
So now I have to go and give you all the other sons in sports who weren't good.
Not great.
No, but if you've already established, he's saying if you've already established two generations, the third is not a bad bet.
It's Boone.
Okay.
It's Boone, man. You knew Brett and Aaron were going to be good because Ray and Bob were good. You knew it was going to happen, right? So if you were able to go down and you play this year out and you see how it goes, right? There's nothing you can do about this year. You play it out. You get the next year, if you see that this is not going to work, you take one of those Green Bay picks and you trade down. And you get another, or you take one of your own picks and you trade down. And you get another first. And then the next year, you take those first and you move up and you get Arch Manning. And that is where Jerry's legacy now sits. And that's where he could get credit.
And this is Jerry Jones talking about what they could do now with these extra picks.
And I'm just going to give you this. Not only do we immediately get a player, but those draft picks could get us, I'm talking top Pro Bowl type players, could. Not necessarily, you're going to be quick to say, you won't necessarily get those players. You got to draft them or acquire them. But they could get us as few as 3 or as many as 5 outstanding players. Now, not only do they contribute in a game that needs a lot of players on the field, not to be elementary, but they also give you better odds that they're going to be a high percentage of those are going to be available. The other thing that I want to say is we not only gives us 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years, we not only do that, nothing says we can't use some of those picks right now to go get somebody right now. Don't rule that out.
So I will give Jerry Jones this piece of credit.
Finally, after 15 years, Sean.
That's right. I'm stunned that he did this. Now, Jerry's going to come on all the stations and all the shows and say we're better with Kenny Clark and the 2 picks. Hogwash. I don't even know if he believes that.
No.
I'm shocked that Jerry Jones punted on a season at the age of 82.
I am too. That was always the thing because I got tired for a bad time.
Yep.
That was always the thing. He was never that.
And you were always, to RJ's team-building philosophy point, you're always held hostage by Jerry's window. time for the bad time. And I'm stunned, and I give him credit for changing that philosophy, unless he totally does believe that they're better, which you can't. I give him credit for changing it to age of 82 with Jerry's shrinking window.
But if you're going to do this, don't you have to just blow the whole thing up?
Do you?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Like, I'm just throwing that out there.
But what does that mean?
Well, I mean, I think
trade Dak Prescott next year, and you're talking about a cap hit.
It would be a cap
you're going to trade Lamb. Like, he's not. They got Kenny Clark to try to sell us and sell them on still being decent enough this year.
That's right.
That's why they cut out whatever amount of teams didn't have good D tackles to try to be like, no, this year still matters. So they're not going to just wipe out CeeDee Lamb, I don't think.
When we talked to Jerry the first time.
And Tyler Smith and.
Right, Deron Bland, when they worked on those deals. When we talked to Jerry the first time, do you think he would play ball at all with the question of if Micah hadn't been able to reach an agreement with Green Bay and that took the Packers off the table and took Kenny Clark off the table, were you still going to trade him to somebody else?
Yeah, he would probably play ball.
And do you think he'd say yes?
It depends if the other team had a D tackle good enough. That they said was the prerequisite. You had to have the 2 first, and you had to have a defensive tackle. But I'm pretty stunned that he's mailing in this season for the again. He would fight this publicly. They're not. No one has them making the playoffs. I don't.
If Ezeraku is better than they project,
because they were praising their pass rushing depth last night.
Which they're deep there. They got
a ton of questions. They're deep in questions.
There's some questions there, but they've got enough that you solidly see some stuff coming along that you feel good about. If Ezeraku is a 10-sack guy as a rookie, which is possible, I don't know that it's likely, but it's possible.
Yeah.
If he's a 10-sack guy as a rookie, and Kenny Clark does take them from what would have been, let's say, the 30th run defense, and his presence now makes them 15th. So if they're 15th and you get 10 sacks out of Ezeraku, is that as good as you would have been with Micah, do you think?
Look, you can sell me on an argument about this Cowboys defense if you move them high enough up in run defense. I have been bitching and crying and whining and killing them for years, how soft they are and how they can't stop throwing. I love that over the past week they finally made it this huge priority to justify moving Micah Parsons. Who was it? Tony Casillas is like, wait, so you give up a generational talent these days to stop the run? If you told me they were going to be so high up in run defense, that's why I asked you the question earlier. Can you make the argument that the defense is better because of how much Kenny Clark could improve the run D?
They could be better, but not. I can't with certainty say that they're going to be.
Yeah,
better.
if you give me Ezeraku with 10 sacks, I mean, that's 3 or 4 less than Micah. The problem now is Nealand, Ezeraku, Fowler, Williams. They ain't got no Micah to take the attention away. They ain't got no one else. Kenny Clark now. You know about someone else figuring out where Parsons is.
Which we should be clear on this too. Kenny Clark is not. He is not like this is not Gilbert the Gravedigger Brown as a run stopper. Like he's a.
Is he more of a 3?
He's a guy. He's a well-rounded defensive tackle, but he's not like he's not like a top 5 run stopper at defensive tackle. He's a good run stopper who was about average last year. The problem is that they don't even have average as run stoppers inside right now, and that's what it's tissue paper inside, and that's where they clearly looked like they needed to get stronger.
Broda sent me the scouting report. Straight ahead power player, can hold the point of attack with power, effort as a pass rusher more than technique, can hold up against double teams, will get stuck along the line at times as a pass rusher, will play high as a pass rusher, and it will slow him down. Can be a hard guy to move in the run game, powerful finish, but he does have pop. When he plays on the move, he can be hard to stop, will play with some violence. Best move as a pass rusher is an arm over, will fight to get back into the play. Rams game, most active as a pass rusher, more wins. Effort is really good, chase the ball. Better early in the season than towards the end. Will help as that one technique due to his ability to play with power. That's brought us a scouting report. So that's where we stand with it. Mike Florio. I hope he doesn't sit here and talk about boycotting the season too much on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. But you never know what Florio is going to say at 8:40. How about some college football degenerate? Let's have RJ Choppy make you some money with the start of the college football weekend. Does he have Texas, Ohio State in his sights? That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Shout out to the Tolos who are showing up big time here in Red Oak for the Firehouse Tour with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I got Gary in Oak Cliff coming on out, works here in Red Oak.
Yeah, we also had Black and Gold B, big Saints fan who's always on the fan text, and we just met his son,
he's going to have
Luke.
a rough year, too.
We just met little Luke with him. And then Pete from Red Oak had stopped by, and we also met Ken from Midlothian.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8:40. Luca, gone. Micah, gone. Corey Seager, probably gone the rest of the season. Having an appendectomy and will miss several weeks, according to Jared Sandler. And Chris Young says, hoping to return before the end of the season. Seager experienced abdominal pain in recent days. They got worse and required procedure. Holy freaking crap.
Yeah, this is the hits keep coming. I was on with Toronto radio this morning, 4:30 a.m.
This morning?
This morning.
Weren't you on somewhere yesterday?
Couple places, yeah. Saskatchewan today.
What's up with the
I was
camera?
on with Sirius yesterday, and then one other place.
Say it.
Maybe Infinity.
All the overnight dancers.
The game. Yeah, in San Fran. All the overnight dancers.
Somebody's got to boost their
I know,
ratings.
right? But the Toronto people said, well, just wait till you see how you feel when Wyatt Johnson becomes a Maple Leaf. So they already got their meat hooks on him.
Well, the Stars tweeted out, at least we still have Miko.
Which was a great tweet. That was a great tweet. I respected that one a lot.
So Seager.
Yeah, Seager, this is weird to me because why is this even being discussed as him being out 5 weeks? Because I thought, and
tell us how you're tougher than Corey Seager, Bob.
I'm not saying I'm tougher than Corey Seager. I'm just saying is that I know that when I had my appendectomy, it was. And have you got your appendix?
I have it. Yes, both of them.
You got your. There's just one. Okay, all right. The appendectomy is. That was the most helpless I've ever. I thought I was going to die when my appendix was about to burst, and so. When you get the appendectomy, you're in there like overnight, and then you go home, and then they just tell you to basically for like a week take it easy, like don't like run into anything and like be careful. So I get all that, and I guess like obviously like with an athlete, being able to return to normal life and being able to return to work is different than like returning to athletics. But still, 5 weeks just felt like a really long time.
Yeah, I assume that because of the torque of the swing and the appendix on the right side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him being a lefty,
starts here at your navel and then it moves down.
So him being a lefty, that's the front side. That's the hip, the torque, the stitches. I guess that checks. Do you have to go through muscle wall to get to that? Probably.
No, they literally go up through like your groin.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now this is the most Corey Seager thing ever though, because the appendix is literally the thing that they're still kind of like, yeah, we don't totally know what it does. Like maybe it holds some immune cells when you're younger.
Yeah.
But like they don't totally know what it is, and they're like, yeah, you can live without it. We'll just cut it out. So it figures that the one useless thing that exists within the body would still be the thing that Corey Seager injured.
6.5 back in the West, 4.5 in the wild card. But Choppy, what you wrote last night hit me the hardest, and that's my Cowboy depression today is this upcoming season, not making the postseason, erasing a lot of my hope. The Rangers' watchability for this team left, holy mackerel.
They are dang near unwatchable at this point now.
They're just listenable on the fan.
They're just listenable.
Simeon, Seager, Evaldi.
And Carter. And at some point, maybe you shut DeGrom down too, depending on how things go. They got 6 games before they start playing. They have a tough stretch with Milwaukee, Houston, and the Mets. They play 12 games against those 3 teams. Right? They've got 6 with Houston, and they have 3 with Milwaukee, and then 3 with the Mets. Those are good quality baseball teams. Other than that, they've got winnable, very winnable games. So if you can go 6-6 in those 12 games, you give yourself a puncher's chance. But there's going to come a point, like if they get to that Houston series, if they get through the Houston series that starts next week, and they're basically in the same spot they're in now, and they've still got 9 more games against Milwaukee, the Mets, and the Houston Astros. Are you really going to sit there and throw DeGrom out there and push his innings? He's already at the 5th most innings he's ever had in his career. Ever. Or are you going to really push him?
Let's have RJ Choppy plan out your college football Saturday tomorrow and get you this year's first Degenerate Picks.
All right, let's take a look at the games. The picks. 2-1 last night, baby.
Oh, you went last night
2-1
with Mahomes.
I lost that game. I lost Nebraska, Cincinnati. I had Nebraska minus 6.5. But I did win South Florida plus 5.5 against Boise State. Put a nickel on South Florida to represent the group of 5. And then, of course, because I'm a true degenerate, I took Louisiana Monroe minus 24.5 against St. Francis of PA.
What did you like about St. Francis?
What did I like about there?
What was wrong with
I
them?
heard they took a bus.
Oh.
From St. Francis down to Louisiana. 3-day bus trip. That's what I heard.
That can cause a lot of sciatic issues
It
and stuff.
does.
Like you got like
Absolutely.
compression on the nerves.
All right, so here we go. Let's go. I've got a 4-team parlay. It's a pizza money parlay. $10 get you $125.
Let's write it down.
UCLA money line against Utah. Texas money line against Ohio State.
yeah.
Notre Dame money line against Miami, and Georgia Tech money line against Colorado. The only dog in that is UCLA. They're the only ones you're getting plus money on.
Isn't Texas a dog?
They're even money on the money line.
Okay.
Right. So it's right there. Notre Dame minus 2.5. Let's take that bet against Miami. I'm not a believer in Carson Beck. I'm just not. So that's that game. I also got Georgia Tech minus 4.5 against Colorado. UCLA plus 6.5 against Utah. Purdue minus 18 against Ball State. I like the over in Tennessee, Syracuse. It's 50.5. And then the Horns money line. Don't bother with laying the juice on the 2.5 points or 1.5 with Texas. If you think Texas is going to cover that, just bet them to win the game. It's probably even money. If it's minus 110, it's minus 110. Just take your money line. And there's your degenerate picks.
Now, what about the schedule for the day? He'll tweet it out at RJ Choppy on social media as well.
So, you've got at 11 a.m., all right, this is how you can play it out. It's Texas, Ohio State. For me, I'm going to start with Tennessee, Syracuse. If that game gets out of hand, or any of the early game gets out of hand, you have Texas, Ohio State in your back pocket.
YouTube now allowing you to watch it. They worked out a little deal with Fox.
Tennessee will keep it competitive for the first half.
You think? Okay, then
Yeah,
they'll run out of gas.
Yeah,
okay.
it's like the Rangers. Just get us to July.
So after that, you've got kind of a flood, right? You've got Florida State and Bama, but you can also skip that 2:30 window. Get some honeydews done, right? You get some honeydew lists done. You don't have to sit there and worry about that game if you don't want to. I happen to think that I'm not a huge Alabama guy, but I do think that Florida State has fallen on some rough times. You don't have any other great games in that 2:30 window. Nothing. But then you get to the night. And you can start off, if you're an A&M fan, you can start off with UT San Antonio. If you're an Oklahoma fan, you can start off with Oklahoma, Illinois State. And you can keep those all going until those games get out of hand. And then you turn over to the big boys at ABC, 6:30, LSU at Clemson. Nussmeier and Klubnik. Is Clemson back? Clemson hasn't beaten an SEC team in a while. LSU, they haven't won an opening game in seeming like a decade. Brian Kelly never does that. Both coaches, could they be in the hot seat? I don't know. And then on Sunday, you got Notre Dame, Miami, 6-10. I think this is a no-doubt Notre Dame victory. Miami was carried by Cam Ward last year. And they don't have that. I'm not a Carson Beck guy. So that's how you can, kind of matriculate around your weekend.
LSU's going to handle Clemson this
You think
weekend.
so?
Yep. I think Nussmeier's going to go in there. He's going to start the Heisman campaign early. It has nothing to do with the Marcus high school connection.
Yeah.
No, I think Clemson to me is I'm still not buying their bounce back. Everybody is so thirsty over them right now and thinking like Dabo's gotten through to the other side. I do not believe in Klubnik. I already know that's going to be the big fight I have during draft season already with Nick Harris. Nick, I saw him yesterday and somehow Klubnik came up and he's like, ooh, I started watching him a little bit. I like him. I think he's going to be good. And I was like, oh, gosh, all right, that's going to be the one that I'm going to have to, get knocked down, drag out fights with, because I don't think Klubnik's very good.
Bobby, give us your hot take predictions for the college football season.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me is, I don't think – I kind of tipped it there, but I don't think that Clemson is going to be the contender that everybody talks about them being. They're ranked 4 overall right now. They've got a lot of legitimate NFL talent on their team this year. I don't think they're going to be like a Florida State collapse like we had seen last year, but I think that Clemson team is still probably like a 3-loss football team. So that's the big one for me. I am finally allowing myself to do it, and
That's
I don't
not
think
the big one. This is the big one.
I don't think I've been a Texas homer too much.
No,
and I'm generally pretty realistic with my picks on them. I do think this is the year they get it done.
Ooh,
I think the Longhorns beat Penn State in the title. And
You
I
know-
think that's what we get. Penn State's going to be really good this year.
They are. I'll tell you, I really like Notre Dame this year, too. I think Notre Dame's got an outside chance of doing again what they did last year.
Marcus Freeman's a great coach.
But you've had all these Arch questions.
I do.
Processing
I know. And that's all going to exist there. I think their defense is going to be so damn suffocating, and Sark will do enough to make Arch comfortable that they're still going to be able to have success.
How much is Mike Florio going to destroy Jerry and the Cowboys front office for the Micah trade? Florio, Football Night in America, ProFootballTalk.com, joins us on Sean and RJ next.
But first, football season, it's...
like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
And Bobby, live from the Red Oak Firehouse, brought to you by Whataburger, Firehouse Movers, and Fraser Roofs and Gutters here on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby knows.
Jake Rietma stopping by. We're not doing your stupid intro.
Damn it.
Peyton, I'm sending you, Florio, a different number as you're trying to connect with him. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Rietma stopping by, and other Tolos as well, who have been telling us they've been with us since day one, so that's awesome.
Day one, baby. That's a long time ago. We're talking that's a high school kid.
And this weather, it's nice.
Perfect.
This is pretty perfect. There's been a couple days this week that have been really nice this week. I'm optimistic that we might have a decent fall.
Well, I mean, it's going to be like 97 tomorrow ish.
I hope
back hot again. We got baseball.
Is it supposed to be clear? I need it for
60% chance of rain on Sunday.
Kristen did say, she was like, "Oh, I saw the forecast. There's supposed to be rain on Saturday during Sean's party."
During?
Yeah, that's what she said. She saw on the forecast.
Yeah, it's going to be a bummer. I mean, I won't be there anyway, but until later.
Oh, that was a flirtation with just not being there, period.
I told you he's going to bail.
I am not in control. My children are in
this
control.
This is the bail right
My
here.
children are in control.
This is it.
I got to get a kid to a fantasy draft party at 5:30. After that, I'm free.
If he wants to win, why don't you just bring him, and I'll give him all the tips.
It's one of those stupid in-person drafts because they don't have anything to do because they're kids. We'll be there after.
Peyton, Florio's melting down here.
I know. I don't know if it's my end or his end. I still can't get a hold of him.
I like the attitude.
I mean, I just want to be able to have a guest on. We've been taking calls.
Send him to Zoom.
We've been taking calls throughout the day.
Mike's always TV ready.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. So summarize the trade reaction that you guys have kind of gotten from the Tolos throughout the day.
You know, yesterday I thought it was more, I don't want to say good riddance, but I'm fine with the deal. I don't think it was ever good, maybe one or two good riddances, and then one or two, dang, this is awful. But the rest were more measured, like, I understand it's good team building long term, but there is no doubt that people are depressed about the prospects of this season. Because if they had done this in March, you have 6 months of coping that, hey, you know what, we're probably not going to be that good.
And new draft picks.
But now you do it here. We're 6 days away from the opener. It's like we don't have any time to cope that this is going to be a problem.
You probably get 3 first-round picks if you trade them in March.
Or
you probably get one for 25, and then you get the 26, 27 picks.
I need to know that they were totally convinced he was not going to play games. Otherwise, I'm having him distractions and all. I've been the one most concerned about distractions. I'm forcing him to play this year and dare to miss the games because now I don't have any hope for the postseason. Tolo, Josh, this is the most excited I've been for the Cowboys' future in a long time. Sucks we might have to suffer through a bad season or two, but we weren't going anywhere anyways. This sets us up to get a quarterback who could potentially get us to the Super Bowl. Some Dak disrespect. I don't want to get Bobby.
Hey, Josh.
But you know, people keep bringing up, could this be our Herschel Walker trade?
Oh my God!
I mean, first of all,
wait till 9,
Jerry.
I have a clip for that.
Yeah, the Cowboys were in such a different spot.
Let's bring in Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Mike, how stunned were you and shocked are you this actually happened?
Oh, I never thought they would trade him. I thought they were committed to kicking the can through 2025 and not paying him until next year or possibly trading him after the season. That's what I thought they were going to do. I didn't expect them to just throw in the towel. But once they realized he wasn't going to play, and I think that's what happened, they realized he's not going to play on the fifth-year option, that's when they decided we better just move on.
Mike, how much do you think this was also – was it more about $47 million versus $40 or this petty communication disagreement?
Well, I think we need to wait for the final details of the deal to see how real the 47 is. But I think that this thing went sideways. We know it went sideways when Jerry decided he was going to parlay a conversation with Micah from March into, or April, or whenever it happened, into this insistence that they have a deal, and the agent's just a bystander. I think David Mulugeta proved he's more than a bystander by getting this thing done quietly and behind the scenes and getting the 47, if it is a real 47 from the Packers, and getting the Packers to give up 2 first-round picks and a player to get him. The fact that the Packers are willing to make that investment should tell you that maybe the Cowboys should have thought about Micah Parsons a different way than they did.
Mike, does it change things for you at all, your perspective on blame or how it shifts or anything else, if Jerry's account is correct, which the one he gave yesterday was that they had the meeting, they talked figures, Micah left, came back with countermeasures that they then worked through and agreed to. Does that sound more like a negotiation that Micah may have entered into, if that account is correct, which obviously is just he said, she said?
Well, look, there's always going to be different accounts as to what transpired. The bottom line is properly functioning football teams find a way to get their best players signed on a timely basis to a fair contract. The whole process of draft and develop, it's like a lottery. You get a lottery ticket. That draft pick is a lottery ticket, and you scratch it off and you find out if you have a winner. Now, if you have a winner, the jackpot goes to the player. But that's how it works. You want to pay that jackpot. You want to give that piece of the salary cap to the great player. You don't trade that great player in, that lottery prize in, for more tickets, which is what they've done, and that's how they're going to justify it. That's how the Bengals do business. There's so much in common between Jerry Jones and Mike Brown. There's so much different between the two of them, but there's so much in common. There's this fundamental cheapness that is at play here, and this idea that they can just bring in new players with draft picks and be better than they were with a transcendent, dominant defensive player. It's ridiculous to me.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com here on The Fan.
Let's say you're Jerry Jones, and you were never going to sign him long term, right? Or you were, but it was never going to be at the number he wanted, so it wasn't going to work. Would you have held out for more picks? Would you have made him play through this year and then tag him and trade him? Would you have done it earlier? How would you have done it?
I would have offered him to the Tennessee Titans before the draft. Remember, we had heard that there was talk along those lines. Get the number 1 overall pick in the draft, get myself Travis Hunter, get myself Abdul Carter, and have somebody now, another transcendent red dot, stop-that-guy player to replace the one I've let walk away. That's what I would have done. I would have made my decision on my strategy a long time ago, and I would have implemented it. They changed their strategy once they found out that kicking the can was not going to work. They dared Micah to not play. I think they believed when push came to shove, he was not going to deny himself playing football. When they realized he was, that's when they had to come up with another approach, because they thought they could just sit and wait him out and he would play this year for $24 million or $21. As we learned this week, the official number was $21.3, not $24. There was a fight pending in a grievance to get it to $24. It may not have even gotten to $24.
Mike, it seems like Jerry Jones is trying to reinvent the way the National Football League does contracts. Last night, they doubled down in the presser and was like, no, we're still going to try to deal with the players first. And then Steven said, we only deal with the players when they want it to get done. If they request the agent, we go to the agent. What do you think of like this? Is Jerry Jones trying to eradicate sports agents in the National Football League?
I remember when some players started this trend of representing themselves. Richard Sherman and Russell Okung were at the forefront of it. And it's fine. If you want to do that for yourself, that's fine. But don't advocate that everyone else should do it, because the owners would love it if all the players were representing themselves. They would love it. They would steamroll them. The first deal that Russell Okung did on his own was an embarrassment. The first deal Richard Sherman did on his own, the union had to send it back to the 49ers and say, can you please do something? Can we please work with this a little bit? It's a little bit too slanted for the team. The owners would love to negotiate with the players directly. And I vaguely remember Des Bryant saying when Jerry was trying to negotiate directly with him, hey, let's go out and run pass routes and you try to defend me. Because if we're going to do what I do well, if we're going to do what you do well, let's do what I do well.
Mike, when you look at the fact that I know you had talked about Matt Schaub making a deal out of this, saying that there may be a grievance as he's trying to run for the NFLPA executive director. Now that this has been kind of settled and there's an outcome here, do you think that's an issue the PA is going to drop, or do you think they're going to further lean into the Cowboys on, hey, are you guys doing everything the right way here?
Well, first of all, the NFLPA is currently in chaos, so we don't know what the hell they're doing. And second of all, I believe in this case, a decision was made by Micah Parsons' camp to not push it, because what do you really gain from it? Under the CBA, the first offense, the punishment is nothing. It's nothing. You get a pass for the first one. Second one, $62,000 fine. Every infraction after that, another $62,000 fine. That's nothing. It's a parking ticket for Jerry. So why make an issue there when you've got another strategy that you're working on that ultimately turned out to be pretty damn effective? Why worry about making a big deal about Jerry directly negotiating with players? And, I mean, look at it this way. How many times has Jerry directly negotiated with a player and it's blown up in his face? Yeah. This one did. This one definitely did.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America. The book is out, The Big Shield, here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What does your phone look like once this happened with league reaction? Are people laughing at them? Are they stunned by it? Some understanding it? What's your phone look like from the league?
I think most rational people look at this and say, why would they not work this out? This guy is too good to not keep. And if you've got concerns about him, and Sean, it dates back to your reporting from April of 2024, and I remember my reaction to that when you said that there were some at the team facility for whom Micah's acted worn thin. I said then, well, fine. If you don't want him, trade him, because there's going to be another team out there that says, we'll take the talent. We'll take the talent. But I don't want to gloss over the impact of how the Cowboys disrespected David Mulugheta in this process. I got this text today out of the blue, unsolicited, from a guy who's been an agent for a very long time. He said this: you have no idea how damaging this episode is for the Cowboys as it relates to the entire agent community. We all talk, and nobody would ever willingly steer their clients to that team. Make no mistake, they've never been an honest or a good organization, but since Jerry has so brazenly disrespected and went behind the back of a top player's top agent, they are in serious trouble moving forward. This is really one of those time to take the car keys away moments. That was the text I got this morning.
Wow.
From a guy who's been an agent for a long time. So we'll see what the ramifications are, starting with George Pickens, who's also represented by David Mulugheta.
Have you found that agents, players actually stick to stuff like that? Because at the end of the day, it's about money. If the Cowboys offer the best contract, that might negate all that stuff. But, have you found, how teams treat players, coaches, that resonates and it stays long-term?
Well, it's a factor, and you hit the nail on the head. The money ultimately is the thing that drives the bus. You want to be a team that wins jump balls without having to overpay. You want to be a team that maybe can offer less and get the player to come play for you. That's the key. If you are suddenly a team that has to overpay to attract free agents, good luck splitting up that pie that Jerry likes to talk about.
You tweeted out something very strong last night about what you think Cowboy fans, the way they should feel about this season moving forward. What was that?
Well, I know it's hard for people to deprive themselves of the things they love, and people love football. They love their favorite teams, and I think that gets used against them. They get mistreated by the supplier of the thing they love. And the best way to get a message through to Jerry Jones would be to boycott the team this year. Don't go to the games. Don't watch them on TV. Maybe take it all the way out to we're not going to come back until you sell the team. But for how long do you go on strike with that thing you look forward to? I mean, I remember before I got myself into this business, I would count the days until football season started. I loved football season. I was upset when I realized we're halfway through the season. I wanted it to last all year long. You don't want to deprive yourself of that enjoyment. That's another thing that the multi-billionaires have working in their favor. They have a product that we can't get enough of, and even when we are pissed off at the supplier, we will still gladly pay whatever they want for it.
The Big Shield is out. I know it's taken off in terms of early sales. We got Tolos here in the Metroplex wanting to get what you're writing because it's nonstop. Tell us about what's going on with it.
Well, yeah, and you can get the 99-cent ebook on Amazon. And I've made many dumb decisions in my life, and I own all of them. It was stupid for me to only charge 99 cents for this one based upon the interest in it. But, I want people to have access to it. I want them to read it. I don't care about the money. And I know when people say they don't care about the money, they really do care about the money. But I charge 99 cents for it. I don't care about the money. I'm basically giving it away. And it is it's got to be a good story that people are entertained by or they're not going to read it. But the premise is based on something I've been concerned about, the prevalence of inside information in professional football, the people out there who have an incentive to cozy up to players, to know things so they can make wagers accordingly. That's how it starts, and it all goes from there. And I'm stunned at how well it's done. And I hope that people will give it a shot. And again, for 99 cents, it's not like you can't say you didn't get your money's worth.
It's the Big Shield, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, and Thursday night for the opener without Micah Parsons against the Eagles. Thank you, brother. Have a great weekend.
And we may see you. I don't know what's going to happen, but Cowboys-Packers, NBC, Week 4, maybe coming to Dallas. Never know.
Gosh. Thank you, Mike.
See you
Mike
guys.
Florio, D&M Leasing Hotline.
I got his book for free.
Did you?
I have Kindle Unlimited, so if you got Kindle Unlimited, it's free on Amazon.
How is the rest of the football world grading the Cowboys trade? Let's see what everybody else thinks. Then Nick Eatman, 9:20, final hour. Sean and RJ next.
it's true, you gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Blades. No. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. Also, I love
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the week from the Firehouse Tour in Red Oak. I'm not fist pumping. Jake Reitma is behind
Dallas
me.
Stars!
Sean Schrafe, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. How's the rest of the NFL world looking at the Cowboys trading of Micah Parsons? Nick Eatman, he's going to be searching for words. No way Nick thought this was going to happen. He will join us at 9:20, DallasCowboys.com. Shout-outs. One of our best calls in recent history was Nikki from Indianapolis. She landed. She drove over here. Anniversary tomorrow. Checking out the stadium. Ford Center, the Star in Frisco, all of it.
Ohio State gear, though, so that kind of canceled out everything else.
I didn't even notice that.
And then
I didn't even notice that.
My man Steve, he reminded me, we got in a fight over the Mavs tanking. He came out here with his cards, all boxed up, all whatever the term is. KNC would be proud. He's got Cowboy all-time greats, and then he's got his Luka Doncic cards. He said he was so ticked off this morning he forgot his teeth. So he's got to go back home and put his teeth in because he's so ticked off over the Micah deal. He's like, how do I explain this crap to my grandchildren? He is furious with Jerry and the front office.
It seems like a rush out of the house move where you forget your teeth.
Yeah.
I mean,
my grandfather would do that every now and
Shouldn't
then.
you have backup teeth in the car?
I don't know what they cost. Does insurance only give you one set?
Yeah.
Those are expensive. I don't think they're quite like glasses. David from Midlothian was also here, and then we got Lindsay, Rick, and then Christian in the Lightning McQueen shirt right over here running around and jumping around. So it's been a great turnout.
We used to play tricks on my grandpa. We would hide his teeth.
So you would hide your grandpa's teeth. You would steal the janitor's lunch at school.
Yeah.
Man.
Adam Schefter this morning, Orlovsky crushing the Cowboys for this. Marcus Spears was really upset. Michael Irvin kind of called Jerry out, which takes a lot for him to do. DeMarcus Ware just shaking his head back and forth. Aikman is going to bust on them. Adam Schefter with the Cowboys thinking this morning on ESPN.
Jerry Jones felt like this was his modern-day version of a Herschel Walker trade. He felt like he needed to do something dramatic to shake up things for a team that has not reached the conference championship game in 30 years, that has not gotten past the divisional playoff round in 30 years. And by making a blockbuster, shocking trade the way he once did with Herschel Walker, he could inject youth and picks and another player into his team and recreate some of that excitement that the Cowboys had the last time they went on an extended postseason.
There's no way he really believes that.
I know. They were looking at him on set like, what are you saying,
There's
Adam?
no way. Like, does Jerry feel like he gave away the Herschel Walker trade when he sent 2 first-round picks for Roy Williams or 2 first-round picks for or maybe
Joey Galloway?
2 for Galloway?
I mean, that is the other thing is that, you got the same for Micah Parsons that you sent for Joey Galloway.
Well, you got 2 and a Pro Bowler. You got Kenny Clark. That was an instance of Dallas overpaid, one. And two, the other instance here was just, they should have done this. If they really, I guess you can't blame them for you didn't have the foresight to know it was going to turn as sour as it did. But if you're legitimately claiming, no, this was about us really methodically investigating defensive tackles, we intended the whole time to move him, then, okay, well, if that's what you're going to claim, then yes, you did mess up by not doing this in March.
That's what I'm the most upset about. The timing of it, where you were trapped to where you had to accept this as the best deal. Still 2 firsts, but
they suggested it for you in March. They told you they would do. They told you if it's going to be difficult, do it now. We'll work with you on a trade. Do it now, and they didn't. If that's the case, that's where they messed up. If you want to talk about the value being off,
and now, I mean, Spotrac, they freed up $19 million of 2025 cap space. Now they hold an estimated $42 million, second most in the league. The Patriots have 52. The Cowboys have $42 million of cap space. The problem
they don't sign anybody.
Is the faith in them going and signing and getting anyone when they've been telling. Again, the zigzagging of consistency, and I think the thing that caused the zigzag was Jerry's ego and stubbornness and pride. You have win-now contracts, and you just got rid of your best football player, and now you have all this cap space, which you've been telling us you're not signing the free agents because of draft and develop.
Look, I generally like their philosophy on free agency. You know your players better than you know a free agent. If you're going to invest big-time capital, invest it in something you know. I get it. But the problem is, if you're going to free up all kinds of cap space and you're still going to have that philosophy, are you going to overpay guys that are your own guys that you don't need to pay?
Which would you have been more interested in? Because I don't assume Cincy would have done 2. But would you have been more interested in Hendrickson and a single first for Micah than 2 firsts from the Packers and Clark?
No. I'd rather the 2 firsts.
Hendrickson 22 spots
and
better.
A single first?
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Before the 2, really, because I thought you wanted only draft capital.
You didn't want players now.
I don't. Ideally, I don't.
Okay, well, the other offer has another pick, first rounder.
Yeah, I mean, Hendrickson is. I mean, look, this whole thing that
they're not winning anything with Hendrickson.
Well, look, I mean, whether you think that Mike is better than Hendrickson or not, Hendrickson actually gets more sacks. Like he gets it.
Fine.
Like he actually gets to the quarterback.
Okay, fine.
Micah doesn't.
Okay, fine. He gets 16 sacks. They're not going to do anything with Trey Hendrickson. Oh, you just said the last 2 weeks you wanted draft capital.
I wanted draft capital. I do. The problem with Henderson, you have to pay him. But, I mean, you're saving $17 million and you're getting more production.
And he's 30.
Yeah, Micah also wants to play 3 more years, basically. 4 more years.
Okay.
Right?
So that is the argument then moving forward. I'm going to hold you to that moving forward on TJ Watt. I say he does get sacks.
I'm just surprised that you are. I'm just surprised you're taking a win now guy versus an extra first. That's the most shocking thing I've heard this morning.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Put it in front of me.
I am.
No. Like if I was like Jerry, put it in front of me. I like the idea of the 2 1s. I would have wanted more.
And I would rather have a second or third than Kenny Clark right now.
I agree. Yeah, Kenny Clark is. I'm not impressed.
I'll tell you who really overestimated Micah's value was Tannenbaum.
By the way, I'm not saying I'm not impressed with Kenny Clark myself. I'm just saying because run defense has been their biggest defensive problem. But even if they finish 15th, I don't think they're going to threaten for the championship. And if that's not going to happen and he's 30, then just give me more youth. Give me more younger players with the draft picks. This was their I'll throw you a bone, Cowboy fans. Here's a win now D tackle. We're not totally mailing it in. We're fixing run defense. That's still stay interested in the regular season. That's my opinion.
Is that throwing a bone to the fans, though, or is that everybody involved in bringing it like, hey, look, Jerry, we're still not punting on this year. We're still investing in this year, so you don't have to feel like you're sacrificing a year.
Who are you speaking as?
I'm talking about like if everybody who's involved in that decision, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, everything else, like if he's having a hard time moving on from Micah, then you just say, well, look, you're not totally just punting on this year. You still get a player back.
I mean, I would guess that came from Jerry. That MO came from Jerry and Stephen. I would guess that they sat in that office and was like, if we get rid of Micah Parsons for no win now player, we're going to lose attendance. We're going to lose some ratings. We're going to be out of this thing. And they did it for interest. I think that's a Jerry and Steven call in my take.
Mike Tannenbaum's suggestion yesterday was he said I would call Detroit.
Like if I'm the if I'm Will McClay, I want more draft picks to play around with.
Yeah.
Not.
But if you think you're not even going to be able to get Jerry to jump on board with 2 first-round picks, like you're not going to be able to get those at all unless you can get a player back that can make it worth his while. Tannenbaum said he would have called Detroit and asked for 3 firsts and Brian Branch, who's an all-pro defensive back, who's still on a rookie deal. And so, I mean, there were still some people clearly who, looking at it, thought that the Cowboys should have gotten even more.
I mean, that's what you asked for.
Right
sure,
now.
I mean, you can ask for that. They're going to say no. But also, Detroit they're probably more likely to pick at the very bottom of the round.
League reaction, Jordan Schultz, text from an NFC executive, the Cowboys make no effing sense. Peter Schrager kind of defended them. He said, go ask other GMs if they would take 2 first-rounders, Clark, and $47 million for the guy. You'd be surprised how many would say yes.
Agreed. I think there are several teams that would say they'd rather have it.
I think Howie would have.
Would have what? Gave it up or traded the player?
I think Howie would have, if Howie had Micah and they were in the same kind of situation, I think Howie would have moved on from him.
Howie would have locked him up.
But he would have locked him up a long time ago. So he wouldn't have worried about it.
That's my biggest problem, is not being done last year. I don't care how you got tied up, how you got handcuffed, and it just feels too personal for me than to just think of it as an NFL transaction.
He let his money get mad.
He did. That might be the first question we have to ask him. You know, how is the rest of the league grading this?
All right, so I went through a few of these trade grade scenarios and numbers. So, Sporting News gave the Packers an A+ and the Cowboys a B. A different writer said the Cowboys were the big winner here, and the Packers were the loser. And also the loser was Kenny Clark, because now he plays up front for a non-playoff team with a shaky defense. Edge rushers win, because obviously...
Well, he's a linebacker.
All right, there you go. From CBS Sports, the Packers get an A+. The Cowboys get a D-.
Who is that? Who's on that one?
That's Jeff Kerr. From ESPN, the Packers get a B+. The Cowboys get a C+. From USA Today, that thing is still around. The Packers get an A-, and the Cowboys get a D+.
Damn.
So that's not good. The Athletic, the Packers get an A+++, and the Cowboys get a C+.
Herb Street's the only one right now I'm seeing on TV. I know it sounds crazy. I applaud Dallas in letting Micah go. And Adam Schefter said he's just getting a bunch of texts from executives saying, why not AFC? Jerry last night said, the only thing I really cared about is it was not done within the division.
Yeah.
Now, what would have made you happier for a little bit extra compensation? If it's not 3 ones, let's take a third first-round pick out of it.
Okay.
Just a second or a third, you would have felt that much better about it. For me, I'm trying to find teams that would finish. Because Mike is not. I don't think he's going to go to a scrub. Like a bottom 5 team. I would have felt so much better if I felt like this pick could end up like 9 to 16. Both of those picks. If I could find a team kind of in that range.
Patriots would have been a team. Pittsburgh, maybe. Pittsburgh, you never know what they're going to end up being.
They're not going to pay Mike and Watt.
Jacksonville. Jacksonville's going to finish.
I love Jacksonville.
But Jacksonville might. I mean, look, it would it surprise me if Jacksonville has the number 1 pick in the draft next year or makes the playoffs. Neither one would surprise me.
I look at it and I go, where do we think, as of this moment, Dallas will probably finish? Somewhere between 12 and 15 in the draft order, probably?
Yes.
So if they're going to finish between 12 and 15, I would guess Green Bay, let's just say for the sake of argument, they're going to be mid-20s. They'll be 24. So if you've got 24 and 12, the benefit is there you can go up to the top 5 and get a difference.
And there we go. They're trying to sell right now. Oh, Herschel Walker, we can trade down and get 2 more and 3 more. We could trade one of these picks for a win-now player. What Bobby just said to me, I think, is the plan. That has the fans excited.
But only for a quarterback.
That's the trade-up. This is that. Right now, my hope, my excitement is behind trading up, packaging up for the move up.
What I would do is this year, I would see how it plays out, right? But I'm just going to use both first next year. Right? I'm not trading up.
What if Arch comes out?
then I'm trading up.
You know what I'm doing? If I can swing it, honestly, is I would take one of those first-rounders next year, and I would find that team that seems to exist almost every year that goes, we'll trade you our second-rounder to get back in the first round, and we'll trade you our first next year.
Yeah.
And I would then try to set it up to where I got 3 firsts in 27.
Right, and then you can move up for Arch. That's got to be the play. But they need bodies, and being able to utilize 4 first-round picks if you can to get 4 first-round players, that sets you up long-term.
877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line with the amazing Tolo feedback throughout the entire morning, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think Nick Eatman could be feeling devastation.
He was the exhale when he walked into the media room yesterday. Just, I was like, long day. He's like, yeah.
Eatman joins us next from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has logo food products. I never remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that That is a very cool haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Cars for Kids Doney today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I have been waiting to hear from this man the entire morning. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly here on Sean and RJ. You never thought it was going to happen. Where were you? What did you do immediately when you saw that it had happened?
Well, obviously just in the office, and it was time to go. You know, it's one of those things where I always call it, I don't know if I use this analogy, I always call it the tornado, where you got cold air and hot air that mixes together, and that's what it creates, because this is one of those things where it was an exciting moment there, where, you know, when you're in the business, that's what you do. I mean, you know, how you get in the story of who's doing what, everyone's kind of pulling their weight. But at the same time, I hated it. I didn't want this to happen. Like, ultimately did not want to hear that term or that phrase of Micah got traded. So,
sorry, go ahead.
It you know, ultimately I understand some of the reasoning, and I get it. At the end of the day, a guy that maybe doesn't want to be here, but it's just a sad day, because to me he's one of the most exciting players to ever watch and cover. especially for a defensive guy. And the fact that it didn't work out is sad.
How do you feel about the return?
You know, I would have liked, everybody would have liked to see more, but, you know, and I don't know how much it was shopped. I don't know if that was the going rate. You know, I don't hate it. 2 number ones is still, that's pretty big. I mean, to get 2 number ones and then a player that they think can help them. I don't know much about him. He plays a position where stats are not going to be, you know, his friend, so it's hard to evaluate that. All you need to know is, you know, are they running the football on you? And I think the combination of Kenny Clark and Osa can be a really good unit there, but they lost a lot in the pass rusher. I mean, this is not a 1-for-1 type of thing at all. And you know, I don't know. I'm not going with the whole, you know, stopping the run issue. I think you play on the perimeter, and they just lost one of the best pass rushers that they've ever had.
What were the major things that you took away from the presser last night?
I thought I thought it was interesting, like, because, you know, the column I wrote was about, you know, basically how did this thing get on the table, and obviously trying to be cute with what happened a week ago. But and I ultimately believe that did play a factor. And it was interesting when the question was asked. I don't know if y'all caught this, but Jerry was trying to collect his thought. The question was from John Machota, who you guys had on just the other day. He asked, did laying on the table ultimately play a factor into this? And Jerry is trying to answer it. He says, that doesn't, you know, you don't do that. And then Steven finished it by saying that's not how you make decisions. But that's not what Jerry was saying.
Right.
Jerry was saying that's not how you act as a team-oriented guy.
Yes.
And so it was almost like they had two different answers there. And they both might be right. That's not how you act. It's also not how you make decisions. From what somebody told me, is what you guys saw at AT&T Stadium is visible to the world. That's what we've been seeing for 4 years. And I'm not saying that was the backbreaker. It's just that's the type of person that he was, teammate that he was, that they saw. So that was nothing new. It was just something new to us because we had never really seen him act like that.
Nick, I want to see if you interpreted this the same way I did. And again, I underline interpret. I thought when Jerry was asked about the effect on the locker room, he was basically saying, oh, trust me, it's not going to be a problem that Micah's not in that locker room. Kind of an addition by subtraction tone and answer. Did you get the same thing?
Yes, I did get that vibe. And I've heard those vibes. And I think that's what Jerry was trying to relay, is that he probably has talked to a few people, and by a few people, you know where it starts. And all I'm saying there is I think that, you know, they've all said, hey, you know, I'm sure it's like, hey, you do what you got to do, and they'll say today that's above my pay grade and all that kind of stuff. But I think at the end of the day, you know, Jerry and Shoddy get the feeling that, you know, they're going to be fine with that.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Micah deal here, 105.3 The Fan. Is 47 a number that you would have been willing to go to, or when you heard last night, it made me feel a little bit better that this wasn't just stubbornness over picking up a phone, that Jerry said, look, y'all know what this is about, right? I finished with 40. They were starting with it. Now that he's gotten 47, Nick, do you feel better? You understand why they did it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was out of the principle too. Is we're going to negotiate. We're going back and forth. We get into this. You want this. I want this. Boom. All right, I'll go here. I'll go up to there, and then boom, and then let's go to 40 or 41, whatever it was. And then all of a sudden, like, hold on, let me. My agent called, and the agent comes in. I thought that was a very telling statement. Is they started where I stopped. And you know, that's not how. I don't think anyone's gonna win over Jerry doing it that way. If that's how it went down. The numbers are interesting though. I still haven't figured out exactly. You know, when you talk about new money, I'll say this. I don't believe the numbers are as far off as it's being reported. The 5 and the 4 is a big deal, but I was talking to a few people, and they were kind of saying when you really break it down on new money and what the contract was going to be, when you add in what they're getting right now, what his contract is right now, I think it was more the Cowboys were around 46, and they were at 47 as far as the new money goes. But when you factor it all in together with this year, I think the Packers, I think what they're doing is almost 42. It's like 41.8.
Yeah.
So, it's not. This is not a 41, and then all of a sudden they went to 47. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think the Packers are doing that either. I think there's a lot more to it here, and that's what I just keep going back to. The thing that's weird to me is, now it's 5 players for 1, and it's the stopping the run and all that, but they haven't played a game since April. So what? In April they were going to do the deal, and now they're not going to do a deal. And now it's because of all these reasons, but you haven't done anything different in there. So I just believe, I think that they were trying to be respectful to Micah the whole way, but I think at the end of the day, I think that they said, hey, this guy doesn't want to be here, and let's move him on.
Nick, how does this change, if it does at all, their clock in terms of their competing clock in terms of certain players? Like, does it speed anything up? Does it speed up a clock on Dak?
No, I don't think it speeds up the clock, because I think the best part of the deal for the Cowboys is what's going to be down the road. And I think what it does is it gives them potential to do whatever you want. And I think that this team really thinks Dak is going to be the guy. That's why they signed him to the contract and all that. But things change in this league all the time. And if you needed to go get a player, regardless of what position it is, having 4 number 1 picks over the next 2 years gives you some ammo to do whatever you need to do. And I know I keep saying, they're going to go get Arch Manning and all that. I mean, that's funny to me. I mean, the guy's played 2 games in his life, and so I don't, but anybody, whoever that is, whoever the next up and coming quarterback is, I think that the Cowboys have a chance to go get any position that they would want to get. So that's the ammo. So speeding up the clock and all that, I don't think it does. I just think it gives them more long term, flexibility. But they're not. To me, they're not a better football team today than they were yesterday.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, Jerry referenced in there that I've thought about the return for Micah going back all the way to January when we hired Schottenheimer. I think a lot of people, they've publicly said they weren't going to trade him, they weren't going to move him, that was off the table. So Jerry's obviously said this has been something that's floated in their mind and things like that. When do you think, timeline-wise, it changed to where the Cowboys said, we're doing this and we need to move on?
I think over the last 2 weeks, I really do. I think over the way things were handled. I mean, I think it probably got started with the actual trade request, and the way it was done, and how much was said and written and all that. So you could tell there was a lot of feelings involved there. I bet you that's where it kind of got a little bit serious, even though Jerry said don't lose sleep over this and all that, and he wasn't going to blink. But I bet you that's kind of where it started. But I still keep going back to the game Friday night. And maybe that's not true. And nobody wants to say this. Nobody wants to say that it was one little incident. I don't believe it was one incident. I just think when that happened, that showed everyone that he is about him. And Micah is he doesn't care about the other guys at that moment, right then and there, about them going and playing and fighting for their careers, going out there and doing that. He didn't really care right then, and that's what it showed at least. So, is it more to that? Yeah, of course. And again, I'm not trying to bash Mike at all. I think, as I said, I think he's one of the most exciting players ever. But what he does best is play football. That's the best thing that he does. And not everybody can say that. There's a lot of players that the best thing they do is market themselves or talk in interviews or study film or work in the community, whatever it is. Micah's best thing he does is play football. and that's great. But I mean, as far as being a great teammate, doing all the other things, taking care of his body, the study habits, and all that stuff, that's probably not the best thing he does. So I think the Cowboys had to decide over the next 5 years, 4 to 5 years, whatever, is he going to be the same player? And it should this be the time to kind of, strike while the iron's hot?
We got about a minute left. What did you make of Jerry saying that the decision was unanimous among the decision makers?
I think that's always going to be the case. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, when they make it and are you guys good? You good? You good? I mean, I'm sure they've argued, they've deliberated for forever, and yeah, but I mean, I think that's kind of normal. I think everyone's the same way. Yeah, well, this is something we got to do. It's not going to feel good. This is not going to feel good today. I mean, it's like taking medicine. Okay, it's going to make you feel better, but right now, this is going to hurt like hell, and I think that's kind of where it is.
Great stuff. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Try to have a good weekend.
All right. See you guys. Have a good one.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
That's fascinating if what Nick has heard that 5-202 represented was the Cowboys including the current year contract. Because that means it was 4 years and the new money was close to Green Bay.
With more guaranteed, Jerry said.
Yeah. If that's right, that'd be really interesting.
Well, if it was me, I would have taken the negotiation. I would weigh where I want to stay, where I want to play, versus the way Jerry insulted me.
But that means that was the deal they agreed to back in the spring. Would have been $45 a year, basically.
Oh.
Which that was before the TJ deal, right? So that would have completely reset everything.
Miles by $5 million.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Last segment here from the Firehouse Red Oak location. Next, KNC Crosstalk on the Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maybes?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
apiece to get their Micah reaction here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. And they're not in studio. Where are you guys for the Tolos to come visit?
Guys, we are at Uncle Julio's off of Preston Road. We're looking at Sam Rayburn Tollway right now.
Oh, wow.
I think probably Stonebriar is the mall right behind us.
Correct.
So if you want to go get some stuff for a party or something, you can do that. Or you can go party there right after you have your margaritas and chocolate piñatas out here. Also, Cody, can you throw me one of those shirts real quick? We have some Tolo shirts that we are giving away today. It doesn't matter the size, Cody. Just throw it right. Yeah. All right. Bam. All right. There we go.
Wait, Cody's there? He was just here.
Yeah. Cody is here, and this is the Tolo shirt that we're rocking with today. It's long sleeve, so you're getting ready for the winter time. If you want to come out,
Corey wants you to cut the sleeves off.
You do whatever you want with the sleeves. It really doesn't matter. So we got that rocking today, and then it looks like we got some other giveaways, some Echo Dots and other
Nelly ticket giveaway.
And Nelly tickets. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. Friday football feast, baby.
A lot of people asking for Micah Luka comparisons with the
Not
Rage
even
or
close.
Devastation.
No. Absurd.
What is it, Bobby? At least by this metric.
So, yeah, if you just look at the live viewers we've had on YouTube today, which generally, if we're going to talk about, like, after a game, we're usually going to be around, like, 900 to 1,000. So it was big today. It was 1,300, like, was where it peaked at. The day after, and we were coming off of a weekend where it had simmered for a few days, the fan cam that morning after the Luka trade peaked at 1,900.
Was that
for a
vasectomy
basketball
day for
topic.
you?
What?
The Luka trade, was that vasectomy day? Because you were out that day.
Yeah, it was like a scheduled day off.
That's right. It was a comp day or something like that. Yeah.
But 1,900 people, 1,900 people checking in for that. That shows like that was a citywide devastation that people.
Yeah, because it was
check
betrayal. It was betrayal. This was not betrayal. This was just a trade.
This was just an equal swap.
Woo! Tell me more.
Yeah, by the way, I also want to congratulate the fan texter that was listening to your show. First fan text I saw when I pulled up the fan text with the amazing opinion of you cannot get anyone good in the draft between picks 24 and 30. So I just pulled up any random draft. I picked the one that was in Dallas. And to be fair, they were right because they said 24 to 30 and not 32 where Lamar Jackson was taken and then 30 the year before where TJ Watt was taken. So that was a really good point about how you can't get anybody good to draft at the end of the first round. Look,
but hey, Kevin, once you've said that, now the goalposts will move to.
For sure.
But the Cowboys can't draft anybody.
Yeah. And that's a whole different deal. If you just don't believe in the Cowboys' ability to team build, then I get why you hate this. I am not against this move whatsoever, and I think any comparisons to Luka are absurd. You were just in the NBA Finals. This team hasn't gotten anywhere near a championship in 30 years. So if you hate the way the Cowboys do business, guess what? They decided to radically change the way they do business. Oh no, we lost Micah. Okay, did you think they were going to win the Super Bowl this year? No, you didn't. Well, then guess what you did? You pulled in a player that's going to cost you $2.3 million. Oh, I don't think he's any good. Well, guess what? The 2 years after that, he has no guaranteed money left on his contract, so you can cut him and let him walk out the door, and it doesn't cost you anything. What did you do in the meantime? You saved $19 million on this year's salary cap, not to mention how much money you're not going to have to pay Micah. Plus, you picked up 2 more first-round picks, so if you want to tank for Arch in 26 or 27, you have the assets to do that, or if you want to pick up another quarterback, you have the assets to do that as well. If you have loved the Cowboys all along and you were like, stay the course, you're doing great, then I understand why you're mad. If you think the Cowboys suck the way they do business, then you should be pumped this morning.
Look at you.
Wow.
Look at
Wow.
you.
Wow.
By the way, just for reference, in the last 15 years, the Cowboys have picked at number 24 twice, and they picked Tyler Smith and Des Bryant.
I mean, those worked.
No good players between 24 and 30.
Oh, they also picked Calvin Hill in 1969 at pick 24.
Where were the Michigan guys picked?
I mean,
27 for Taco.
Kevin,
right?
all that was very well presented.
Thank you.
Let me follow
Counterpoint
up.
me?
Yeah, counterpoint with the faith in this front office with money to spend it, period. Well,
Sure.
no, spend it, comma, or correctly.
And that is a counterpoint, I promise you, Sean, I will listen to all day. Like, we go back to the Dak contract, for example. Like, why didn't Dak take less money? the thing that I always go back to is why. What leads you to believe that the Cowboys will ace all of their offseason or free agency moves with more money? And I think that's why Dak didn't take less money, because he was like, well, what are you going to do with it? I understand all of those concerns. I'm not going to dismiss people's concerns about this front office, but at least it's something different. They're reloading with draft assets and money, which is something they have not done in some time. Are they going to ace it? Look, I don't have a great track record with them to tell you that they will, but I know they weren't going to ace it the other way.
Yeah, and I mean, quite simply, this team has been asset poor for years. They haven't been able to make any noise in the first round because they don't have the assets to do it. In order to gain assets, you either nail every pick in the draft, which they've been under pressure to do for multiple years now. How many times a year brought us say, man, Will McClay has so much work to do to nail every single one of these, or you sign free agents with significant money, which they don't have because that's their own fault, so we can admit that as well, or you make trades for players or more draft picks, which they just did. They haven't been able to move up or down in the draft for years because they had no assets to actually do that with. They had star players, but once they sign big contracts, those become liabilities to them and to the future acquisitions. So I think this is a quality move on their part, even if it's making them worse this year.
This might be, by the way, in terms of when we talk about the amount of money they have to spend, this might be, I need to look, but this might be the most money they've had in the cap era without restructuring contracts, like the most space they've had.
Corey, I was not expecting an upbeat, positive attitude from the emotional Cowboy fan.
Well, and you know, Sean, I was listening, and I've been following your Twitter for years now. And it seemed as I was listening this morning, because it was really early. You seemed uncomfortable with the direction of all this, like the ambiguity that it leaves because of all the question marks, because this whole organization is one big enigma anyway. So that's like one of the big problems is you don't know. As Florio said with you guys earlier, they changed directions in the middle of this. They decided, okay, we're going to go in the new way. And when leadership changes directions, everybody has to be on, the same path now. But that's what makes you uncomfortable. Based on what I've been listening to this morning is you don't know the path that they're heading down, and you don't trust that they're going to be able to take you down that path.
They might not know the path they're heading down. Yeah, they might. It might be very fluid. Like, I could justify making the move and then say, hey, we'll play it out this year, because there's nothing they can do right now. There's no move they can make right now, right? So let's just play it out this year. If Dak, if the team has a great year, then you can package some of those picks, move up, do whatever you want. If it's terrible, you can use them, and then maybe next year use those picks, move up, get a quarter, whatever you want. Like, I think it opens up a canvas where they don't know what the kind of painting they're going to do, but they can use this year to figure it out.
I'm just conflicted because I'm mad at Jerry for the position they ended up in.
Yep,
I get that.
Jerry,
for sure.
I'm giving Jerry credit for not paying $47.
That's a crazy number.
I'm giving Jerry credit for doing something different finally, as he said. I'm looking in the mirror. But then I'm pissed and depressed because they're worse, and they were a fringe playoff team in many people's minds anyway. And then I add in worry because you got a hit with 2 picks at the end of the first round that in a great world would add up to be Micah Parsons. Then I got to trust you.
Maybe
as
they'll
the
be
worst.
at the end of the first round.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, because those draft picks could be, you can do a variety of things with those. And that's like, you can move those things all over the place.
Yeah, and then I got to have hope that the worst free agent, and it's not close anymore. It used to be the Mavericks. The worst free agent spending team in the city has all the money. That's good, but the Cowboys in free agency are a national and local joke.
We're going to sign so many $3 million contracts. Dude,
we're the best depth ever.
But you know what?
The best depth.
Depth is great.
So
yeah,
Sean,
but you need a 9 in the bar sometimes, okay? I can't have a bunch of 6s.
No, listen, what's the difference? I'd rather have 5 2s than 110.
What?
Oh, Not me.
It's a better
Is this
story.
in terms of players or women?
It's a better story. It's a better story. 5 twos.
As long as all the twos are together.
Better story than
Put all the
110.
twos
Well,
together.
all the twos got to be willing to add with each other.
Right. There you
Okay,
go.
then I agree with you.
See, if you get 5 twos on the offensive line or 110, I mean, and they work cohesion.
Sean, I want to make this clear. Like during the show today, at least for me, I'm not going to discount anybody who feels that way. I agree with you that absolutely they got worse yesterday. My issue is kind of what you just said. Like just for me personally, is they were going to be fighting to be a wild card. I would much rather, and this is just my general sports philosophy, I would much rather not all the way tear it down, but take several steps back to make a better run at it than, hey, we might be the wild card and get drilled on the road in the first round, which is what I think was going to happen with Micah Parsons. So this strategy might not work whatsoever, but I know that the Cowboys' usual strategy doesn't work. So I'm not going to like, hey, anybody who disagrees with me is dumb. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. This is just my personal opinion about team building.
All right, Chop, you've been burning up over this story for 45 minutes, so end the show with this.
ESPN has College Game Day this week. It's Lee Corso's final game. It's Texas, Ohio State. He's going to put either the Longhorn or the Buckeye head dressing on for the final time. It's the legendary career. Lee Corso had a send-off today when he landed in Columbus on Southwest Airlines. Lee Corso is pushing 90 years old, and they got this poor dude out there flying steerage.
Standing in line
in Group A, waiting for his turn to pick his window seat.
How do you know this?
There's an article about it because they talked about the fact that when they landed, they gave him a champagne bottle at the desk. They said
at the main gate, like not a private, not Herb Street. Herb Street gets a private plane.
At the main
Herb
gate.
Street's dog gets a private plane.
At the main gate, here he is getting a bottle of champagne. And he says, "Can I open it now?" And they said, "You got to wait till you land. You can't open it on the airplane." The whole crowd did. Everybody at the gate did a standing ovation for Lee Corso. They got this poor guy flying commercial.
No,
like put him on a PJ.
Wow,
this is like Micah flying JetBlue or wherever to go to that doctor visit.
All right, everyone have a fantastic and extended weekend. The KNC Masterpiece, I think they're going to make you feel better if you're Cowboy depressed after the Micah deal. We're back on Tuesday. Jake and CA got you covered Monday morning. KNC from where, Corey Majors?
Julio's in Frisco.
I'll see you there.
Shout out Red Oak. You guys are amazing and awesome. Have a good weekend. KNC on the Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has grocery?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes? No.
Nutmeg Maybes.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. You might see in your navigator, we'll say, well, they don't open until 11 o'clock. They are going to open now. They are open now if you want to go ahead and come on in and see us. We've got Tolo shirts to give away while supplies last. Plus, we're going to be doing giveaways for Nelly concert tickets, Amazon Echo Dots. We got all kinds of giveaway. Plus, I don't know if you heard, Corey. It's a pretty big Cowboys move yesterday. They did pick up Trevor Keegan off of waivers from the Eagles, so I assume that is the number one thing that you want to talk about.
That sounds good to me, if that's what you want to do.
No, it's not. You know it's not.
Look, man, I told you a long time ago, I'd rather talk about football any day other than contract talk.
Okay.
And now I feel like there's a lot of contract talk that might happen. So let's talk about some other things.
Okay.
Margaritas, there are lots of options here at Uncle Julio's, Kevin, and those options include blackberry, mango, so many different flavors. The chocolate piñata, that's available to you as well, plus so many different types of food. You have to eat lunch. Why not eat lunch with us? Why not eat lunch with us today? But if you're talking about the Micah Parsons thing,
probably
the first question. I know you have Cowboys questions that matter regarding Micah.
And Micah, yes.
The question is, did they make the team better? They made their team worse today.
Correct.
They also made the team potentially better down the road. How they manage that down the road,
who knows?
We cannot predict, and that's an impossible thing to predict because we'd have no clue what's going to be available to them. Arch Manning was not supposed to come out this year, right?
Right.
So the picks could not be used this year if he does not come out. But then again, maybe he gets to the end of this season and goes, you know what? I see the Cowboys have the ability to trade up to number one. I definitely want to be the quarterback they take. So maybe that's a possibility. Nobody knows what the future holds. But there's no way everybody is going to agree on whether or not this is a right decision. Like I can only tell you what I think after listening to Jerry and Steven, what they had to say yesterday. And I agree with Jerry that Micah was problematic when it came to stopping the run.
Yeah.
I've said this for 2 years now. I've been saying over and over that they run right at him. And that was not changing anytime soon. Now, you can also look and say, hold on, Were the Cowboys good at stopping the run last year? And then you say, well, they were fourth worst. They gave up the fourth most yards last year. They gave up about 5 yards per carry. They gave up 25 rushing touchdowns last year, which was the most in the NFL and the most they'd ever given up. So, no, they weren't good at stopping the run. So Jerry's right when he's saying that. They had to get better at that. Micah was a weakness and something that when they were watching games, they were going, why does he keep getting run over?
Yeah.
And so Jerry, he is right about that. And I thought that Jerry made an offer that he thought he had a deal, with Micah, and the two sides never talked. And in that silence, Jerry and people in the building who have been having meaningful discussions about trading him for 2 years now. And I say meaningful discussions for 2 years now because we were talking about it with people at the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and we had that conversation. And the whole station was talking about that 2 years ago. So they've already been discussing this for a time. He wanted to pay Micah a significant amount annually. Don't forget about that whole fifth-year thing. Micah didn't want the fifth year, obviously. He said no. He even acknowledged that it was clever on the agent's part to try to bring Micah in to get his number so that they could start negotiating. He was like, oh, that was clever of them, actually. So a lot of things that Jerry said are right. A lot of things that Jerry said yesterday also completely contradict everything that he said.
What do you mean? Michael Parsons is great.
So there were a lot of things that were convoluted and confusing, but the simple fact is they've chosen to go in a direction that is different than we thought they would be going at this point in the season. And Kevin, quite honestly, if they had kept him around throughout this season, every single week I think Micah would have been a question mark had he not been signed to a new extension.
Sure.
So that would have caused problems all week long because now you got questions every single week. So they decided we're going to go ahead and get rid of the potential distraction, even though they had a lot to do with the distraction too. They also decided we are going to try and figure out how to pay other people instead of giving him such a huge chunk of money. And that's where they are, and that's frustrating people who also, at the same time, felt like this team was going nowhere this year.
Now,
before the trade even happened.
I want to read this from the 469 because I understand this, and I want to further the tone for at least how I feel today. For the 469, I'm just saying, Jerry does for Jerry. Micah was ours. Our hope, my guy is better than yours. We have a chance guy, at least for them, and they said they're a lifetime Cowboys fan. I'm not here to dump on any of those people today. And that's sometimes why I have an issue with some of the dialogue that happens. It's like, oh, you're an idiot if you think this. You're an idiot if you think that. I don't think you're an idiot if you think this was a stupid move by the Cowboys and they got fleeced. I'm just here to tell you I disagree. I think in the long term this was the right move for the Cowboys.
Because somebody's like, here you go talking about trash about Parsons. I've been saying he couldn't stop the run for 2 years. Is he fantastic at pass rush? Absolutely. One of the highest pass rush win rates, one of the highest pressure rates you can find out there. But what did Jerry open with yesterday?
We got to stop the run.
We got to stop the run. And if you don't have a pass rush that can eliminate the run. You go back and look over the years that Dan Quinn was here. Their pass rush was so good and their offense was so good that people had to go. They were boat races, right?
Yeah.
People were having to catch up the entire game and they couldn't throw the ball. They couldn't run the ball because they felt like they had to throw against the Cowboys. So stopping the run, we talked about this multiple times. And yes, Mike is a fantastic pass rush guy, but Jerry said yesterday, if you can't win with the pass rush, then you got to be able to stop the run, and we couldn't do either.
Yeah.
And last year was really good proof of that. So again, this is not. I'm not talking trash about Micah. I've been saying this for 2 years that he wasn't good at stopping the run. I do hate that you give up probably one of the best players on your team. Him, CeeDee Lamb, you could say are two of the best players on the team. I'd hate that you give that up. I love the fact that you have some assets to work with down the road.
Now, from the 817, I think it's a good move to get rid of Micah, but I think we got fleeced. Okay, I get it, because people wanted essentially the Herschel Walker trade, which I don't think you'll ever see anything quite like that again, but that all boils down to I got rid of a lot of the extra stuff.
But we wanted the Khalil Mack trade.
Okay, well, the Herschel Walker deal was 3 firsts and 3 seconds. It's essentially what it boiled down to. I know there was a lot of other moving parts, and you didn't get that. And if you're upset because of that, I understand. I think you got a lot of salary relief along the way, which goes a long way with me. And then from the 817, this is probably something we're not going to address much at all today. Jerry and the Jones family are holding the fan base hostage. I hear you.
No, they've been doing that for 30 years.
Yeah, we've talked about that for a really long time, and the problem with that is that ain't never going to change. Never, ever, ever. Not in my lifetime, not in your lifetime. It's not going to happen. And so I think we all need to accept that, even if we think it sucks, and move on with our life. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with me on this?
Yeah. I'm in this, like, let's head in the right direction. This season could be a wash. I've been saying this a lot. We have no clue what to expect from this season. I'm setting my bar low. So that I'm not let down, and if anything's over 5 wins, I'm like super happy about things because my bar is set so low for what this thing was before the trade. Now the trade's happened, I'm not changing my mind. I'm not saying that Kenny Clark should have come in here and just changed the world for this team. I think he's a good player.
I don't think anybody thinks that.
I like him as a player.
Sure.
I know he missed a few games last year for the toe injury. I watched a little bit of him last night. I was like, this dude fits with what we're doing. Also, don't you think Eberflus has a good idea going up against him for the last 3 years of what that guy can do? So I bet when they went to Eberflus and said, hey, we're going to do this deal, he was like, hey, keep an eye on this guy in the process. I absolutely like that guy to go in the middle of my defense, and I could start with that. And that's what his defense – I've been telling you all year. That's what his defense relies on, is having good defensive tackle play. So hopefully that'll be a good thing. So this season didn't change in my mind, Kevin.
Yeah.
This move didn't change this year in my mind at all.
And for the comparison to Nico, again, I'm not going to call anybody an idiot today, except for, I guess to be fair, that person who said you can't get anyone good in the draft from picks 24 to 32. I do think that is an idiotic point of view. But other than that, I will try to stay away from that viewpoint today. They compared Jerry to Nico. I don't totally get those comparisons outside of they were great players and you traded them. Like, that part I definitely get. But the Dallas Mavericks had just been in the NBA Finals. Like, with that team, you could see the path to a championship. You can't see the path to the championship with this Cowboys team because you've never seen anything close to it. That's the biggest difference for me. If the Cowboys had been in the Super Bowl last year, I definitely would be here with you today. Been like, what the F are we doing? But no, they didn't even make the playoffs, and so that's why I don't.
So if they had won the Super Bowl last year,
then I would be confused.
Fired McCarthy, and then gone ahead and moved on from Micah, you'd be confused.
I would be very confused.
But they haven't sniffed the playoffs or the Super Bowl in a while, an NFC championship let alone.
Correct.
And so now they do something different to try and get to there, and I got to be upset that they didn't keep that play. And here's the thing, Kevin. What did we say about Luka in the conversation?
He likes beer.
No, yes. I like
sorry.
beer
That's
too.
not.
I like beer too.
Sorry, that's my.
In the conversation we said about Luka was, I wanted to do it with all these players too.
Yeah.
Don't mark that, Jacob. I wanted to win the championship with Luka and the other players. And I'm sure there are people out there that are like, why couldn't you win the championship with Micah and other players? And quite honestly, the financials part of it is a significant reason you couldn't win that championship. So I understand if you're a fan of Micah and you're upset that the player's gone and you wanted to win a championship with him. The Cowboys have spent money incorrectly in a lot of different areas, and that put them in a position where Micah became the one that they said, we have to stop this cycle and go in a different direction.
And I agree with everybody who says the Cowboys are worse this morning. I hear you. And this is something we're going to talk with Nick Harris in just a few minutes, but this is something I want to ask all the Cowboys fans. I'm totally serious. Are you going to be upset when if Micah is immediately at Green Bay practice and plays in the season opener? Like, he just was getting on a plane to get another doctor's opinion because he was definitely hurt. Are you going to
he was getting another doctor's opinion to prove to the Packers that he was okay. That's my belief. That's what I believe.
Okay, well then that's a different deal. But if it's the other way around,
because the Packers were like they were talking the last several days with the Cowboys, and they were like, "Hey, but his back," and Jerry was like, "His back's fine," and they were like, "We'll prove it." And they were like, "No, just trust us. Remember that Detroit and Texas Rangers trade with Prince Fielder? Everything's going to be fine. You don't need to check it out." And they were like, "Well, we're going to ask him to check it out anyway," and so he did.
See, I want to point out that I agree with the last part of this text for sure. From the 512, now I'm calling BS, dumb trade, and they said from a senile owner, I hope we go 2-15. Sick of this S. Me too. I also hope we go 2-15.
Dude, because those draft picks be
then
so high.
We're going to have the number 1 pick in the draft and an additional first-round draft pick. I'm all about piling up the assets. I feel like I've said that for some time.
You're trying to figure
I
out
don't agree totally with all of you.
You're trying to figure out how to get Jeremiah Smith, aren't you?
Oh, my God, yes. Although that's going to be – Jeremiah Smith is one of the best wide receivers I think I've ever seen in college
good.
football.
He'll replace Pickens whenever
Look,
won't
I
agree
was
to
going to
work
say,
with.
that feels like a hard sell that we traded for Pickens, that we lost him, and then eventually we're going to draft Jeremiah Smith. And they're like, okay, well, I don't know
This
if
is
that –
worse than the Luka trade. They got nothing back. Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks. 2 first-round picks is pretty massive. That's not nothing. That's not nothing at all. Now, did I want 2 firsts, a second, maybe a couple of thirds to go with it? Yeah, absolutely. But I absolutely see that 2 first-round picks can make a gigantic difference in the way you build your team in the future.
And that's the other thing. I will go back to this, and I understand why and if people disagree.
Yeah.
The money for Kenny Clark will be significantly lower this year, but then it will also obviously be lower going forward, and he's not under a guaranteed deal unless they've changed something up in the contract, which I doubt going forward. So if he's not good enough, you can just move on from him and take the money that you would have used with Micah for other players. Do you have faith that this team and this
different story.
front office can do a good job with that? Well, I hear you on that, and I'm willing to listen to that complaint and that concern all day long. I don't agree that Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks is nothing. Like, I definitely don't agree with that. To Corey's point, if you don't think it was enough, well, that's a different conversation.
Sure.
But to say it was nothing, like in back-to-back drafts, I'm not saying this would happen whatsoever, but you go back to 2017, 2018, and I'll keep looking. In back-to-back drafts, if you had that draft pick, you could have taken T.J. Watt and Lamar Jackson. That doesn't feel like nothing, but your counterpoint can easily be like, or you could have got Taco and Mozzie.
Yeah.
Like, I
get it.
understand that.
You got
as
the
well.
luck of the draft is kind of what you're hoping for.
And then from the 2-1-4, the issue is Green Bay picks are going to be high. Value is minimal in their opinion. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's weird that it's a fact that Green Bay is going to be awesome for the next 2 years. I don't necessarily agree with that. And
they're going to be money stricken for a while. That's for sure. They have to win now.
And a first-round pick is valuable regardless. Like, you could tell me they had a second-round grade on that player. First-round picks are currency to get what you really want done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. They are open. Ignore your navigator that says they are not. They are, in fact, open. Coming up next, we'll talk with Dallas Cowboys insider for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Nick Harris, right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey everybody, Corey Majors here for my friends at Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I want you to consider your windows like a great offensive line. If they're leaky, you're going to get sacked by a really good edge player. Make sure you invest in guards you can trust. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, and a lifetime warranty on every single one of those windows. Call 469-WINDOWS.
that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Weston Road. It is also Shout Out Friday. I don't know how well that's going to go today, but we will give it a shot. Right now, we bring on Dallas Cowboys insider for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram and man who likes to move in the middle of the biggest Cowboys story in years. It is Nick Harris. Good morning, sir.
How are y'all doing? Yeah, I feel like my life is kind of an effed up version of the Truman Show sometimes, and yesterday was certainly a nutshell of that.
You're not doing a bit, and I know you posted the picture. Can you explain to people, did you in fact have a moving van at the Star yesterday for this press conference?
I did. Of course, I picked the perfect time to move houses this week. I wrote 2 articles on the floor of my empty kitchen yesterday, and then the news came down, and I was like, boy, oh boy, I am not moving today. But I already had my entire U-Haul loaded up, and then I get the news that the press conference is happening. I was like, I don't have a choice. I got to drive this U-Haul to the Star. So I'm flying this U-Haul 65 miles per hour down Sam Rayburn Tollway in the pouring rain, and I parked it out front, and I was live to tell another day. I'll say that.
And he got a significant question in the conversation. He got multiple questions yesterday.
Did you think about asking a follow-up question that, Jerry, do you know it's Micah Parsons and not Michael Parsons?
Yeah, that one always gets me. That one always tickles me whenever he says Michael, and then Steven leaning over to him is like, hey, it's Micah, just letting you know, like 3 months too late.
Now, I saw some of your tweets in the aftermath of the trade, and I certainly understand them, and I want to get back to the value of it all in just a minute. But before that, can you give us a Cliff's Notes version of how really did we get here?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm going to try to give you the Cliff Notes as best as I can, but it is an extensive ordeal. I mean, we could go back to a couple of years ago. This was first kicked around the front office back in the off season leading into 2024, and it was like, man, imagine the return we could get on Micah Parsons. That was more so the idea that was brought up. And it was like, he gives us headaches in practice. He has a lackadaisical approach to how he prepares. Sure, he shows up on Sundays, but he's not a good example for the guys around him. You know, he kind of has some guys following in his footsteps. We don't like that necessarily. And, Jerry Jones had a conversation with him leading into last season. And I give Micah a lot of credit because I did think he took a step forward when it came to his maturity last season. You know, you think about when things were really going down the gutter last year, Micah Parsons is one of the big voices in that locker room, you know, saying, hey, we still want to win games. You know, we still have a chance here up until the very end when they didn't. And so, I do give him credit for that. And then going into the offseason, I think this is probably the most misunderstood thing about this situation is that Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons had a really good relationship. Jerry has said it multiple times. He only has about 3 or 4 players over the course of his entire career as owner and GM of the Cowboys that has his personal phone number, and Micah Parsons was one of them. He called him multiple times to set up meetings and just talk. The Cotton Bowl was one of them. I was actually disappointed coming out of the Cotton Bowl because they didn't really talk about anything substantial. They just talked about life, and the leadership was addressed that night as well, but it was nothing too extensive. And then the meeting on March 18th at the Star, that was the turning point in this whole entire situation. The meeting was called to talk about leadership for Micah Parsons, and it's been disputed by both sides who actually brought up contract stuff first. But both sides did engage in contract negotiations. They agreed on a certain number, 5 years, $202.5 million. And, the report that Nick Eatman had on your guys' airways this morning, saying that the 5-year 202 may include a 5th-year option and maybe don't. But regardless, he was going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in league history. He was going to get the second most guaranteed money in league history, only behind Deshaun Watson. That was the deal that was on the table. And Micah Parsons called Jerry back the next day, called Steven back the next day, and, worked out a little bit more parameters. And they're like, you know what, we agree on this. And Micah said, all right, let's loop in the agent. And Jerry was like, why are we going to do that? We've already negotiated this. We agree on it. All the agent is going to try to do is mess up this negotiation. And that is where things went sour. And both sides felt manipulated in this situation. And because they had such a strong relationship, I think this is why it soured so bad. We just got done watching the The Gambler and his Cowboys and Netflix show. We see what happens when Jerry Jones feels disrespected by someone he considers a close friend in Jimmy Johnson. Yeah. That is very similar to what happened here. I think Bobby Belt has made that point on your guys' airways as well. It's a really fascinating point because that is how close Micah and Jerry got if you go back to that March 18th meeting, that was how close their relationship was at that point. And so I think both of them met their match when it came to stubbornness because it became a stonewall at that point for about 5-6 months and being like, okay, is Jerry going to pick up the phone and call the agent, or is Micah just going to agree upon what they agreed upon back in March? And neither of them did it. And then when disrespectful comments started to fly in from both sides, you look at the introductory press conference, and then the next day Micah Parsons makes his comments. Things got really messy by the end of it. But the turning point as far as the last week goes, the Cowboys did not have an intention of trading Micah Parsons when he requested the trade on August 1st. That changed whenever he started to line up tactics to not play in week 1. He was medically cleared to play with his back tightness or whatever you call it. By the way, I think his back is healed these days.
It's a miracle!
We all understand. It happens.
Amazing medicine. But I think the back tightness situation, he was trying to find a doctor that would tell him he can't play in week 1 so that he could still get paid for week 1 and technically hold out at the same time. The grievance that was filed against his contract, there was potential language in there that, could have allowed him to potentially not play in week 1 and still get paid. Those tactics were starting to line up. I think the Cowboys saw those tactics lining up and they said, you know what, enough is enough. We have some really good offers on the table. We've already talked about the headache that he's brought here. Let's go ahead and engage with one and get this deal done. And that's the reality we sit in.
All right, Nick, yesterday multiple times during the press conference, Jerry Jones said that he thinks this is in the best interest of the team to make this move. And I know there's a variety of reasons he could be saying that, but do you believe he means the best interest of the team right now or in the future?
I think he meant both. It's no secret. This team needed a run stopper, and the defensive tackle position on this team is easily the worst room in the entire league at the one tech spot. And Mozzie Smith, not living up to his first round billing, that was really kind of the first domino in this whole ordeal. What's the meme where it's like the domino falls and then the house falls at the end? The first domino was Mozzie Smith not panning out. Yeah. Jerry said in the press conference yesterday, he said, unless there was a team with a premier defensive tackle ready to hand to us, we were not going to get a deal done. We were looking for a premier defensive tackle. So that was the root of the return and the root of how he feels that they're better now than they were yesterday. They still feel really good about this edge room. I've talked to a couple of people in the last 24 hours like, hey, Donovan Ezeraku, we feel damn good about him. Dante Fowler's coming off of a double-digit sack season. He's looked good in camp. Sam Williams, I think it's still to be determined, and I think some people in the building probably feel that way too. We'll see how he starts the year. But they feel confident in that edge room paired with now Kenny Clark that they can get pressure, and now they can also stop the run. They feel like that is how that they're better now. In the future, they have 4 first-round picks. They can either move those and move up in a draft or go get another guy. Shoot, they have over $40 million in cap space right now. They have some flexibility to do some things. It's just how they allocate these resources. That's going to be the big deal, man, because let's say that they use these 2 first-round picks and they're used on a Mozzie Smith and a Taco Charlton. Yeah. Man, this is going to look like a bad trade in hindsight. But if they use those 2 picks on a Tyler Smith and, a Zach Martin, I don't know, I'm just kind of talking out of my butt here, then it's going to look pretty good, So, it's to be seen how, who exactly wins this trade, but the Cowboys are confident that they are better now and that they can allocate these resources better in the future to be better in the future.
And when you're talking about the resources from a draft pick standpoint, I definitely understand that, but also $18 million cap hit, give or take, because I know the grievance is still lingering with Kenny Clark this year, and then going forward, I don't believe he has any guaranteed money on that deal, right? So it also seems like, and you mentioned the salary cap number, but the financial flexibility built in along with the draft picks feels pretty substantial.
Yeah, and I'm actually trying to pull up the numbers right now as far as Kenny Clark's cap hit this year. It is significantly lower than
it's 2.3
the Packers are taking on a significant part of it. Yeah, the Packers had already paid Kenny Clark $8.2 million this season, so the cap hit is only $2.3 million for the Cowboys this year. And none of Clark's future years are guaranteed.
Exactly.
So it is it's a flexible contract that they can work with, and again, they have that flexibility to move around as soon as today.
What do you know about Kenny Clark as the player? Because I went and watched what I could of him last night, and then I looked at some stats and was like, man, Matt Eberflus had to have known about him. Like, he had to have known how good he was, having gone up against him for 3 straight years, and he did damage against the Bears.
Absolutely. And he was asked in his first 8 seasons to be this upfield, attack type of defensive tackle. And, man, he got sack production involved with that. You go back to his 2023 year, 7.5 sacks, Pro Bowl season, and was a premier run stopper. I was diving into the nuances of his film yesterday and kind of a rabbit hole. And, man, his get-off is elite when you talk about defensive tackles. His run stopping is quite solid as well. Now, you look to last year, and I think he was asked to do some different things. I think he was asked to play a little bit more laterally. That's something we'll be able to ask him for sure today. But you see him playing more laterally last year, and you wonder if that was maybe, coaching or if that was a personal decision. But nevertheless, his sack production took a hit as a result of that. But you factor in Matt Eberflus and what he's talked about. He wants to have an attack front. Mm-hmm. He wants his guys to get after the quarterback. I think it's going to benefit Kenny Clark in getting back to what his sack production looked like in 22-23. As far as his run stopping ability, he's got it. I mean, he's got the 315-pound plus frame that can certainly work in those A and B gaps quite well. And just a funny note that I think is hilarious in all of this is the 3rd defensive tackle now on the roster that went to UCLA. And so him, Osa Digizua, and Jay Toya are all Bruins.
Well, as long as we still got Mozzie, you know what I'm saying? I know you already mentioned
3
that.
3 UCLA guys to overcome 1 Michigan guy.
So was there any point yesterday where you thought the biggest story was going to be we picked up Trevor Keegan off of waivers from the Eagles, and you're like, hey, I'll write a little something about that?
Yeah, this is like it's poor Ryan Flanoy, because talking about the news dump of the century, and that was tough for him. I was funny. We were joking in the press conference yesterday. He's like, all right, who's going to be the guy to ask Jerry about why they waived Ryan Flanoy today?
Oh man, nobody did either. So.
Now, do you think that the Cowboys, is there any part that they got upset that Kelsey and Swift were getting too much run from NFL fans, and they're like, we got to do something?
And then they tried to show him up last night at the Cincinnati game.
I tell you what, those headlines have gone away, haven't they? If that was the plan, it worked. I'll say that.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the time, especially when you're in the midst of the story, in the midst of moving. Hopefully in a week or so you can look back and take a deep breath.
Oh, man, I'm looking at a living room full of boxes right now. There's no such thing as a deep breath, but I appreciate you, fellas.
There you go.
Thank you very much. There you go. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, because coming up next, well, actually, you probably should worry, because it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Why do the baseball injury gods hate the Rangers?
They do.
We'll do it live from Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Football Friday unlike any other. We'll continue to react to the Micah Parsons trade, what you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5. Eric Nadell, 5.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A lot of people care about that quite as much today. Right now, though, something you should care about is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, you might be excited about the concept of Baseball Nuggets. You will not be excited when we get to our first story and the reason why we played that highlight. In a year that has been woefully cruel. Actually, let me start that again. In a week that has been woefully cruel to the Texas Rangers, let's add Corey Seager to the list. Think about this, Corey. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco off of Preston Road. I hope you come out and see us, by the way.
Absolutely.
Got some more Tolo shirts. We're giving away Nelly tickets.
What's that helmet over there?
Oh.
Are we? Hey, hold on.
We'll
Jaime,
get to
are
that.
we giving that away? Okay, never mind.
What?
It's just to look at, Kevin.
Oh, man, that's so rude.
It's just to look at.
But a week ago today, we had Bruce Bochy on.
Yep.
And he broke the news on our show that it looks like Evan Carter has a fracture. He's probably going to be done for the rest of the season. What has happened in the ensuing week?
Nothing.
Lots of things.
They've won games.
Marcus Semien, that is true. But Marcus Semien out for the regular season. Nathan Eovaldi, I almost called him Navaldi, out for the rest of the regular season. Now, Corey Seager has an appendectomy. And
give me that silverware real quick.
Okay, he has an appendectomy, and he is unknown for his return date. So in the meantime,
that's what they're doing.
That's why I gave you that silverware.
They're waving the white flag right now, Kevin.
Then why do they keep winning games?
Well, because that's just what the talent that's left is doing. Plus they played a really bad Angels team. The pitching for the Angels the other night was not good.
True,
Kevin. I believe.
Well, guess what? You've got the A's and the Diamondbacks. Not like they're great.
I 1,000% believe, 1,000%, that if the Rangers actually had a legitimate chance at winning a playoff spot, winning this division, Eovaldi's pitching, Marcus Semien's fighting through this injury, and Corey Seager, he'll be back faster.
An appendectomy.
This one is one of those kind of like fluky situations,
Yeah.
but I absolutely believe that this is kind of a slow regression. They're slowly kind of pulling players off the thing and saying, look, season could be over. They're going to let these guys go out there and fight for their lives, especially these younger players with the new energy they have. But I do believe that this is just another form of waving the white flag and letting everybody know we tried, but we're going to have to start looking ahead to next year.
Well, I think there's a couple good ways to put it here from the 817. Dang you, baseball gods! And then from the 682, what a conga line of crotch kicks for the Rangers. Now that is a great way.
Dude, conga lines are supposed to be fun.
That makes me forget for half a second that how bad it really, really is.
Yeah.
And
that's tough, man.
That's unfortunate, and it's all happened in the span of a week.
Yeah.
That's what sucks, is in this week, when you have built up momentum winning, you're you're going to lose 4 of your main players and surely 2 of your best 3 or 4 players?
And you're right about that. And while I'm saying white flag, I still have no doubt that Bruce Bochy is going to go out there, and as he's told us every single time we've ever talked to him, I'm trying to win this game today. And I think he's going to manage the team in a way that is trying to win that game that day with whatever he has. And whatever Chris Young can bring up, whatever opportunities they can give to some younger players to prove that they could be the outfielders of the future for this team or potentially first baseman of the future, whatever it is, I think Bruce Bochy is going to do everything he can. But these veterans that are in the position that they are in they have some health problems, but they're still part of the future for this franchise. And so they're saying, all right, we're out of it right now. But, Kevin, I bet you if they get back into this sucker, we see those guys making a comeback.
Oh.
That's just my thought.
Now go and give me cut number 6 because we had a historical performance last night.
1-2.
That one's drilled deep to right field. He has done it! 4 home runs in a game! A 3-run home run!
Kyle Schwarber hit home run number 46 and 47 and 48 and 49 last night. First Major League Baseball player in 8 years to hit 4 home runs in a game. Kyle Schwarber has obviously had a ridiculous season. He has 49 home runs, which leads the NL and trails only Cal Raleigh. And this is probably a conversation we'll pick up again another day, but the curiosity about MVP fatigue and if voters would steer away from Judge and or Ohtani because they're just looking for another person. But yeah, Kyle Schwarber, 4 home runs in his first 5 at-bats yesterday. For the season, 49 home runs, 119 RBIs, and an OPS of 956. Now, if you still care about batting average, which we learned that Bruce Bochy's wife does, and she wants batting average back on the scoreboard in Globe Life Field, he is only hitting 248. However, if you put up those kind of numbers
in Texas.
Yeah, well,
if you put up 49 home runs and bat 248 in Texas, you're a hero right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
can you imagine if that was our DH instead of Jock?
Oh,
I mean, I tried to tell.
Don't do this to me
I tried
now.
to tell you all offseason that I wanted that player,
and
everybody was like, "We can't sign him. He's going to be too expensive." And yes, he was too expensive. And here's the reason why: because every time Kyle Schwarber's up at the plate, it's a significant moment in baseball, and he's the one that hits a home run for it. So, yeah, dude, I think he deserves the MVP. They're going to go win the World Series, and he's going to be the reason.
Well, that's not going to happen because they have Bryce Harper on their team. But
that's good.
Why are you doing this to me now? It's bad enough that we lost Corey Seager. I was just trying to tell a nice side story about Schwarber.
I like Schwarber, dude.
I can tell that you like him. But the person that you like even better is Oral Hershiser. Now, he has made a challenge, a bounty. I'm going to go to cut number 1.
What?
I cut out some of this. It's a positive one.
Oh, okay.
I cut out some of this. So Oral Hershiser.
Love Oral Hershiser.
He signed his 1-of-1 card for Topps Chrome. Now, I essentially cut out all the parts where he talks about how he used to collect, which is really neat, because then he talked about how there was no product like Topps Chrome around when he was a kid, and it kind of turned into a commercial for a second.
Okay.
But if you pull the 1-of-1 autographed Superfractor Oral Hershiser from Topps Chrome, this is what he's going to offer you.
And I've already seen that there's been some bounties out there. And so maybe I should create a bounty. That bounty could be anything from fly out here to California, 2 of you, to come to this store, Legends Attic, my place, where we have Topps Chrome. We have a luxurious DoubleTree right next door that you could be staying at. We definitely could be talking about Dodger tickets, a visit to the booth where Joe Davis and I are doing the broadcast, a Hershiser autographed jersey in the trade.
Dude. What boxes am I looking at again? Well,
Topps Chrome.
Okay, just any Topps Chrome in the whole world? Is it a specific year? Is this year specific?
Yeah, yes.
You find out which one it is, Kevin. You
this
tell
year.
me which one it is. When you find it out, I will go buy as many as I can. We're finding this card, and I'm going to go be best friends with Oral Hershiser like I always wanted.
Okay, I can tell you, we're not far from a whole bunch of card shops, including the Sports Collectors Hub in Allen. You know the people that run the Dallas Card Show. We've done our show at the Dallas Card Show numerous times. That's their shop.
Yes.
If you've ever like, hey, I've been to the card show, well, their shop is like right down the street, and I believe they open in just a few minutes. So I'm just saying. All right, so you're in on this.
Yes.
You would love to make this happen.
Yes, dude. We went to the Dodger Stadium and watched a great game.
It
was
was
a lot of
very
fun,
nice.
And it was a wonderful event. So I'd love to go out there. And you know what, Kevin? I'll even tell you this. I'll leave my wife at home. You can go out.
You're taking me?
You can go out there with me if you help me find.
Hell
this
yeah!
Let's go.
Let's make this happen. And so you've seen this more and more in collectibles, and I think it's really neat that these players, like you talked about it with Bo Jackson, came up. They're like, no, I signed this card. I want it back.
Yeah,
but I realized for contractual reasons I can't just take it. And that'd probably be shady business if you like signed up and you're like, I don't want any money. I want to keep my 1-of-1 and not distribute that into the public.
One of those? And they're like, no, it wouldn't be a 1-of-1.
And you saw Oral Hershiser. He made a video signing the 1-of-1. You know what I love about this? You've seen lots of players do that, and I've seen multiple go, okay, 1-of-1. And so they take their time.
They don't want to mess up the card.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't want to mess up that autograph.
So there's some fun stories for you, in addition to obviously the less fun story that Corey Seager is out right now because he needed an appendectomy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next from NFL.com, the maestro of Micah Math. It is Cynthia Frelund next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey,
Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. If you want to come on by, we got Tolo shirts, we've got Amazon Echo Dots to give away, and Nelly tickets as well. And thank you very much. The way I phrased it was incorrect in baseball nuggets. I meant before this year it had been 8 years since anybody had hit 4 home runs in a game. We've seen it multiple times this season. Thank you very, very much to the 972. I did not phrase that correctly whatsoever. And right now, we bring on from NFL.com. It is the maestro of Micah Math on her revenge tour, I hope. Cynthia Frelund, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. You know, I'm glad you said that because I love your fan base. I'm being very serious when I say that. They're amazing, but they definitely came after me when I said I wasn't so sure. I wouldn't be so, and that's fun. Good. God forbid we're competitive in football. Oh my goodness, you know?
Yeah, and one of the reasons, Cynthia, I'll defend you to the bitter end on air, but I was not going to do it on Twitter because there's no way to win on Twitter. It's not a real place. So I was like, I'll just let her fight that battle if she wants to. But you did a great job, per usual, and you nailed it.
Hold on. You need to talk just a little bit more about her taking the high road. Because I would have started this segment by being like, F you, all you haters. I saw everything that you said. Guess what? I was right.
You have the floor.
I don't actually feel that. I'm like, look, I said what I thought, right? It's a lot easier to trade. To me, the argument was, you know, I believed it was a stronger rumor than in past seasons, and it's a lot easier to trade a guy with Micah's skill set late in the game. He fits anywhere very quickly. It's not going to take a lot to onboard him literally on any other team, whereas like a Dak or even a wide receiver, the chemistry, all those things take a little bit of time. So the leverage changes the closer to the season starting. But, you know, listen, I always love the competitive. Truly, I think it's funny. I mean, Twitter is wild, but like it's for the most part, like, you know, like I say things with measure. I'm very measured with what I say, so I'm here for it. You know.
When you broke that news, that was Kevin was out of town. He was in Germany teaching kids how to play baseball and about Jesus.
Fun.
That's true.
And so he was out of town at the time. But when you said that and kind of broke that news, obviously again there were people that were questioning it. Did you know at the time that it would be trade, or were you just thinking at the time, no, it's more likely he's just going to stay away from it? Because even the Cowboys at this point are like, we just started talking trade recently.
Yeah, I more was going off the fact, like some conversations I'd had, but really like I'm not taking some victory lap here. I just believed it was a stronger rumor than. You know, then I didn't know exactly how it would net out, but I believed that the chasm was strong, like it was a real chasm and not like one of these fake ones where like, yeah, okay, everything's fine once we put pen to paper and there's a whole bunch more zeros in my bank account. You know, it just felt like a different divide than in the past.
And it turned out to be, obviously.
Yeah. I'm still stunned, and I just didn't think that Jerry would actually go all of the way. You know, like I understand why there were the arguments. Just we're lifelong Metroplex people, and since obviously people brought up a million times the Herschel Walker trade, you have not really seen the Cowboys pull the trigger in terms of sending away a star player. So I had heard the rumors, I had heard your reports, and I was like, man, I hear you. I just can't see him doing it. And so that press conference yesterday for me, even after we knew the news, it was kind of surreal, and not just because he kept calling him Micah Parsons.
Listen, I love the shade, but ultimately, like, there's two things here. Number one, can we get a little love for Kenny Clark? I feel like everyone's, like, this whole thing is over. Kenny Clark is a really good player. It has been a an Achilles heel of the Cowboys to stop the run. At least they're trying to solve for, like, let's just call some positive things. Poor Kenny Clark is on the other side of this trade, and it really has nothing to do with it. He's a great player. Like, I want to give him a little bit of his flowers, because go watch his film, watch it all the way back from like UCLA or wherever. So he's a great player. So that's the first thing. And the second
Can
thing,
we stop on that for just a second? Since you love the numbers and everything, I'm really glad that you brought that up. The Packers are shouldering a lot of the cost of that. So the fact that not only is he a good player, he only counts against the Cowboys cap like $2.3 million this year, and then none of the rest of his deal is guaranteed. So just from like a dollars and cents point of view, I really like the flexibility here as well.
Absolutely. Look, the cap is hard to navigate because that's what makes our sport so amazing. That's why we have part of the reason parity and the cap are the reason why we have teams go from worst to first in their division every single season. And the fact that it hasn't been a repeat winner in the Cowboys division since the 03-04 season, which is like a really long time now. So, like the point is, getting your cap right and resetting it, they've paid a lot of players. Everyone does cap a little bit different. It's voidable years, all these things to kind of amortize things into the future. This is where the Cowboys have to sort of reset. You can't pay everyone all of the time. And if they're making this decision that it wasn't going to work with Micah long term to give him the deal, even though they didn't have to do it this year, but to give him the deal that he wanted going forward to be happy, I think it was smart to get a player of Kenny Clark's, like, I get it. When you play on the inside, it just never looks as splashy as when you play on the outside. But Kenny Clark is really good, guys. Like, I don't know. I feel like poor Kenny's getting like the shady side of this deal. And I'm like, keep his name out of your mouth. It's not him at all that had anything to do with this.
I watched him a little last night, looked at some numbers, especially understanding Eberflus played against him for 3 years, so the defensive coordinator knows who the guy is and probably had some voice in that as well. Before I get to more Kenny Clark conversation, though, is that a coffee mug or a soup bowl that you have there? That is a giant mug.
This is called what happens when you have to like redo all of your projections and numbers because of Micah Parsons later in the day. I'd like to have the weekend. This is, it's our last weekend without NFL football. I just want to be a fan of college football, so I wanted to get all my work done before that. So I just got to wake up, I got to wake up.
I get it.
Do you also blur out the background so Corey can't stalk your house or your apartment? Because he might.
I would never do that.
I blur out the background because there's a giant carrot. My dogs love this giant carrot. And everyone's always like, what is that carrot over his shoulder? Like, we have to keep it high. It's the loudest toy ever created for dogs. So most of the time it's the giant carrot's fault.
Well, I mean, obviously I was looking in Kelsey and Taylor's background, trying to figure out the Easter eggs they had there. So I was looking at the Cowboys' rush numbers last year, and they were fourth worst in yards. They gave up about 4.8, almost 5 yards a carry, 25 touchdowns, the most touchdowns they'd ever given up in team history, and the most last year as well. We know the pass rush numbers when Mike is on the field, they're very good. But Jerry talked about balancing that out. When your pass rush isn't effective enough to keep them from running the ball, then you have to stop the run. Do you see where the balance, the figures kind of come together? Because somebody asked, they were like, isn't it kind of if you go 18th to 20th in stopping the run, doesn't this make this a good trade? Where's that balance come with? What do you think the pass rush and rush numbers will be for the Cowboys in the future here?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to be the best season for the Cowboys defense. Like, I didn't think it was going to be the best season for the Cowboys defense prior to Micah being there. Yeah, no, it looks a little different, but I think that it's not going to also be as doom and gloom. Like, I think the pendulum swung too far. Like, before, people were like, oh, it's going to be really, like, very good as long as Micah comes back, whatever. And now I'm like, your secondary is still very banged up. Like, that's going to change. That really changes the pass rush, and it makes the run defense more valuable if you can't stop them. Anyway, so I didn't think it was going to be the most stellar season of the Dallas defense to begin with, but I also don't think it's as doom and gloom as everyone is kind of making it out to be. Sure, you do have to make the picks that are associated with this trade, and they have to turn into good players. Sure, we won't know who won the trade, blah, 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 for years. We get it. But ultimately, if you make the decision, get enough value in return. And I think that is a point where it's possible that the return, if the picks turn into good players, longer term, it could be quite different. But I think this year, maybe, I don't expect huge strides in the defense, but also don't expect it to be like so doom and gloom that you're not going to get anything good. I think it's going to be not great, but not insane.
Yeah, and that's I think a lot of people are, the Luka trade, they feel like we got fleeced with that and everything. So they're like, they feel like they got fleeced again. Do you feel like the 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark as a combination package is a good deal here? Because we do. I think we do.
Yeah, I mean, again, sure. I like the look. If you're not going to, if you're not going to find a marriage that works with the player, get the biggest return on investment, and this is a great return on investment if it's not going to work out. Of course, it's always hard when you already know the player that you picked, Micah Parsons, has like a 19% pressure rate, which leads the league. We get it, he's good. But the reality is if you can't get to a place where that's going to be cohesive and work out, then get the future value and kind of see where it falls. So I think it will ultimately be okay. I just don't necessarily think, if I'm in that locker room today, I'm like, okay, we got the Eagles in a week, or less than a week. Yeah, that doesn't seem fun. I don't think the Eagles seemed fun before that, but now.
Yeah. So I think I'm with you in terms of but what you were just saying just a second ago is even before this trade, it didn't look like the Cowboys, whether it's defensively or the team as a whole, were going to be world beaters. And so I like the deal just because I don't think you were going to make a run at the Super Bowl this year or anything like that. You were going to fight to maybe get the right to be the road team that loses in the wild card game, And so for me, I'm like, if you have an asset and you can start to build, whether that means you're looking at a quarterback for trade in the draft in future years or whatever, that's why I like the deal is because I'm an assets person. And I'm like, you weren't going to win this year. I have questions about next year. So why not just build up some assets?
It's just never fun in the short term to be feeling like you're playing with one arm behind your back, right? Nobody wants to feel like that, but it is very hard to both reset, especially if your cap's a little this modern cap dynamics have changed, right? So they need to modernize it. It doesn't appear from the outside. I don't have all of the full, information about how but based on what we can piece together as outsiders, I don't think they need to get to this modern way of doing cap. And you don't do it by, even the Eagles, who are very good at it, they had to take their lumps, figure out the Carson Wentz redeal after all of that. You have to take your lumps, and in a couple of years, it will look a little bit different, but it is never fun during those couple of years to be like, hey, are we trying to win, or are we rebuilding, or what are we doing? That just doesn't feel good.
Do you like at least, though, that the Cowboys broke our heart now as opposed to the Lions breaking your heart in the divisional round or the NFC Championship game?
Let's talk about actually the second half of the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know anything about the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, we don't know. We haven't been there in a while.
I'm at least you guys have these rings that go on fingers that are really big. Lions fans don't have that. But ultimately, I think it's if you're going to do it, then do it when you get the most value. You weren't going to get this type of value for Micah in several months. So might as well optimize for when the leverage is the highest for you. Like you said, they're paying for Kenny Clark. He's basically, $2.3 million. What is that, a fullback?
Yeah.
Not to be I love a fullback, let me be clear, but they can be inexpensive. They're inexpensive players relative to some of the other ones. So point being is, might as well go, and if you're going to do it, get the most return on your investment. I don't think it's that, I don't think it's as crazy as some of the, these grades that we give. D, A, F, I don't think it's as simple as that, right? And you also have to remember chemistry matters. You also have to remember, the owner matters. Every owner's different. I've watched the Netflix thing. I get it. This doesn't feel, I know Irv very well. He was the officiant of my wedding. I get it. Wow. These are things that, that was the most amazing. Yeah, I just dropped that in there. But I'm a fan of being who you are, and no team is who they are more than the Cowboys. So it might not be like the sexiest move for the Super Bowl this year, but it's okay. It's going to be all right.
It'll be
Everything's
fine.
Okay.
Actually, that's my name on Zoom right now. Things will be okay.
Yeah.
I think you're still on mute.
Oh, okay.
If I can springboard off of the wedding
I think
mention.
you're still on mute. Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. All right. So I have a football adjacent question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got married on July 4th, 2026, they could steal all of the thunder away from the United States' 250th birthday?
A good bit of it.
That's what I think, too.
Always a lot of things to celebrate. Why not celebrate more?
That's true.
I actually have a football-related question.
That was kind of football.
I selected Saquon Barkley, Chase Brown, and Travion Henderson in my first 6 picks. Did I do okay at running back? Am I going to be all right there this year?
I'm curious to see what the rest of your team looks like, because if you're picking those guys so early,
I'll
things
text
could
it
go
to
bad.
Well, we appreciate your insight very, very much. And at some point, if you want to show us the giant dog toy, I'm sure Corey would be stoked
Hold on, I'll
about
grab
that.
it for you.
It's going to happen, baby,
Oh,
right
here we
now,
go. It's
Corey.
a giant carrot.
Holy crap,
What a
that is
cool
the biggest carrot I've ever seen.
I had a pickle like that for my dog for a while. It
It's
was
the
gigantic.
largest toy known to but it's also so. Oh no, that's coming down.
We're going to have to mark that.
It's so incredibly loud that it rings. My neighbors can hear it. It's insane. So, but they love it, so I can't throw it away.
Exactly.
Well, thanks for always having fun with us and also giving us the great football insight. We appreciate you as always.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the first, the last weekend without NFL football for a little while.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more thing. Speaking of when NFL football comes back, when can everybody see you? Can we get you on the pregame shows and everything? When can we find more of your content?
Oh, yeah. We got pregame shows galore. We have one Tuesday this week. And then, of course, game day morning. The full game day morning is back in full effect on Sunday. I also have, my YouTube channel, which is Numbers Game. And then I have a new pod. There should be there will be a very large, very, very, very good Cowboys player on there coming up soon. Former Cowboys player, unfortunately, because retirement hits us all. But you're gonna like that. It's basically a whole pod on numbers versus how players kind of feel the impact of analytics. So it's man versus machine. So it'll be great.
Ooh, all right.
Good
so
concept.
new podcast with Tyron Smith is what I'm hearing. Is my
Move
guess.
over a couple of spots.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I got ideas.
Okay.
We got ideas.
Thank you again, as always.
Well,
we appreciate
he's
you.
a guest. He'll be a recurring guest. And
I love it.
I
Thank
just want him
you.
on all the time. So I'm just, but we do have the normal co-host will be Logan Ryan. So he's won 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots. So and then we'll have some additional guests. One big Cowboy though, just to get, definite Hall of Famers, just like Tyron. Maybe Tyron will come on.
Zach Martin.
It's Zach Martin.
Look
We can't
forward
wait
to Zach
see
Martin
Zach Martin
with Cynthia Frelund. Thank you very, very much for the time. We'll see you later.
Hi, Cynthia.
There you go,
Bye,
ladies
guys.
and gentlemen. Cynthia Frelund right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we are live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. Coming up next, we have an option. Colorado football fans, unkind tennis players, and, of course, the Dallas Cowboys. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? And we might just do that with one Bobby Belt next right here on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
busy day.
There are a lot of things happening at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, but I want to mention this on the fan text from the 940. Kevin, Jerry Jones did not want your margarita. 100% I got a text yesterday when the Micah trade went down. Why didn't you offer him a full meal to come to Uncle Julio's? Now, yesterday, we bring on Bobby Bell, and again, I want to shout out you, Bobby. I know the way I usually talk sounds sarcastic.
Sure.
So I need you to know I mean this.
Oh, that's nice.
You show up and support so many other events and shows and everything. I think that is super duper cool.
Thank you.
I think it's
appreciate
kind of
it.
annoying, but
Now I basically run up y'all's tab.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the whole purpose.
That's
of it.
fine. That's Cody's
He's
problem,
like, yeah,
not
yeah,
ours.
yeah.
But somebody, I said yesterday, we'll get you a chocolate piñata, Jerry. We'll get you a margarita.
What is a chocolate piñata?
Well, it sounds like we're about to display that.
Because, I mean, I'll be
to
honest,
you.
it sounds like a euphemism for something.
No, it's not a weird sex act. It
okay.
is-
You
I
just
mean,
went for it. Cool.
Maybe it is, but it is more meant as a food here at Uncle Julio's. And then people were like, why didn't you offer him the full meal and everything? So I might have cheaped out, much like Jerry. No, I'm just kidding. I want to get your take for people who, for whatever reason, if they didn't get to listen this morning or they didn't get to make their way out to the Firehouse in Red Oak, where I know you guys had a great turnout there. What is your general thought about the deal, considering all factors?
The trade itself or the deal Micah signed?
The trade itself.
So, look, here's the thing, is that if you want to complain about the return they got, I understand. You have to complain from the perspective of trading him in March, though, like this past March.
I get it.
Because that's the thing, is that teams basically, and I had asked around a few different people that I know around the league yesterday and today, and the general sense is teams looked at it and said, all right, you guys are heading for a divorce. That's clear. You guys are not going to stay together. So you can tag him if you want next year, and fine, we'll give you 2 first-round picks for him. But, I mean, at that point, we know that the max we're going to pay is 2 first-round picks. So in order to speed that timeline up by 6 months and to basically give us an opportunity to have him in 2025, we'll give you something else.
Yeah.
But 2 first-round picks is the core of it, and then you can get something else. And the Cowboys got Kenny Clark. So if you wanted them to hold out for a better deal, they weren't getting it. If they waited till the offseason, you were going to just get 2 first-round picks and no player.
And you were going to
doing it now, get two first-round picks and the player.
And you were going to have a player that was a problem all season long. I don't think that he would have been just you know what, I'm going to be the golden child.
He was
for
not
you
going
this
to play.
season. Yeah,
he was not going to play in week 1, and his entire plan was to sit out.
And maybe even it would be, hey, you know what, I am going to play this week. T. Higgins did this during his franchise year, where he'd be there, and then all of a sudden soft tissue injury. And I think that would have been the case. All right, we can rely on Micah, and then a couple games later, you'd be like, oh, no, you can't rely on Micah. So I think that there was always going to be a problem.
All right, I want to ask both of y'all this, because you guys both are fans of the Cowboys. I know this is work and this is what you do, but outside of that, talk about the fandom as well and what you think the general fandom will react. How do you think Cowboys fans will react when Micah, who was looking for, it really feels like a fake doctor's report so he could get paid and didn't have to play, immediately shows up at practice for Green Bay and plays that first game? Is that going to sour people at all? I don't think that means they're going to like Jerry Jones. I'm not saying that. But is that going to sour people at all on Micah Parsons?
I don't think so, because I think everybody's assumed that was the case already.
Okay.
I feel like it's no different than all right, here's our expert psychologist for the trial to say that this person is insane. And then it's like, well, we've got our own expert psychologist who says he's not insane. And so I think that was just viewed as that's the game. That's the chess match. And I don't think anybody really thought Micah was just like a borderline in need of a wheelchair because his back was so bad.
No, I don't think. This is a struggle for me to answer because I don't think I'm answering as a real fan right now in regards to...
Wow, fake fan.
No, I know. I think because from my perspective on this, I just always assumed that the back wasn't a problem anyway. It was part of the negotiation part anyway, so I just assumed all of it was part of the show.
Am I a chump for that bothering you then?
You're a chump anyway, though. No, I'm just joking. We're friends and we can say things like that to each other.
Mean.
No, you know what? That's fine if it bothers you, but you also get bothered by people not owning, like living up to their contract. And
That's
so
true.
that was a problem for you this whole time.
And I understand the owners have that mechanism to not live up to their word as well.
Yeah.
I can see that a million.
And I understand he was under contract too. I understand all of those things, but I know the guy was using any leverage he could find. And so that was a part of it was I'm just going to be here with a back injury whether you like it or not.
Now, Bobby, I want you to pause for just 1 second. Corey Majors.
I wasn't talking when you told me to pause.
Don't worry about that queso real quick. I want you to look to your left.
Yes.
Do you see that gentleman right there?
Yes.
What he has in that bag is a present for you. If you want to come on down, I know.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
So,
is this the Oral Hershiser box?
If you want to do some
no
opening,
way! He's the one that texted in earlier.
I told you.
I saw one of those on the WNBA court the other day.
Okay, no, that's not.
Shut up.
Don't say that.
Shut up.
It's not a green Dito.
So we're trying to help Corey win Oral Hershiser's love and affection.
Yes.
And so presto changeo, cards in a box, which you know where they're set up at? At the Star.
At the Star.
In
Look
Frisco.
at that.
They probably knew about the Micah deal before anybody else.
Cards in a box.
Just saying, we might be able to make that happen. All right. Sorry, Bobby. I just wanted Corey to get that adulation and enjoyment.
It's a
right
great
there.
moment. I love it.
Thank you.
I like
All right,
you,
so we're going to
Bobby.
do. Oh, yeah, I love you too, Bobby.
All
but
right, thanks.
I love him more right now.
So, can we talk for just a bit about the monetary aspect of it?
Yeah.
The deal that Micah got from Green Bay versus, I don't know what.
Yeah, Nick Eatman talked about this on the air.
Okay.
So this is the thing that I think has been interesting that's developed this morning, or at least that's been understood this morning. A lot of people were hearing buzz about what did this offer look like? What was this offer, and how much were we looking at here? And the amount that had been reported yesterday by Adam Schefter, Dan Graziano, and Todd Archer at ESPN was 5 years, $202.5 million. That's $40.5 per year. And that's how everybody's compared it, is because he got the extension from Green Bay for $188. So that's $47 a year. So that's kind of how people have talked about it. It's just like, oh, well, it was 47 versus 40, basically. Why? Yeah, that's a huge difference.
And I'll tell you this, because I know where you're going to go. I think 47 per year is wild.
It's a ton. Yeah, it's a jump. So I hearing those numbers for the last couple weeks, that's how I've understood it to be. Is okay, 5 for 202. Here's the only thing that was introduced as a wrinkle today by Nick Eatman that I've been running down today, and it sounds like is accurate, is that 5 for 202 included the fifth-year option at $21.3 million, which means their extension offer, their new money offer, was 4 for $181.
All right, and so now we're talking about $45.25 million per year if you back out the rookie fifth-year extension.
Which the 4 for $188 that Green Bay gave him is on top of the fifth-year option.
So it's pretty similar.
So Green Bay's offer, if you want to talk in 5-year terms, Green Bay's offer was 5 for $207, basically.
Okay.
Or $208. And
Yeah.
Dallas's was 5 for $202 if you include the extension year. So they were right there.
And so average year difference in terms of overall value, $1.75 million higher for Green Bay. And I know people are going to get caught up in the state taxes, and me personally, I care about that. For an athlete, and I really want your thoughts on this.
Yep.
For an athlete and an agent, well, an agent's commission, I think we all understand, doesn't give a damn about those taxes. But also, I've always thought the number is big for the athlete as opposed to, like, I think an athlete cares more about, I got 47 than 45.
Yeah, that matters less to the agent.
Okay, as opposed to, I got 45, but with state taxes, it's only going to be 43 point. Whatever. I think it's the number, the status symbol, that really carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And the other thing is, I saw some of the numbers that are out there floating around of what he's potentially losing in taxes are assuming his entire salary is taxed that way. So in the NFL, you are taxed based on where you play that week.
Correct.
So if in the state of Texas, that means Micah's home games here, 8-9 games depending on the year, those are free of state income taxes. When they play in California, that game check is subject to California state taxes.
Which is wild because Mike walked us through that once about the nightmare of being the accountant of a baseball player.
Yeah.
That sounds like the worst, right?
I don't think any player could do their own taxes.
Yeah.
It'd be really difficult to.
Not even Chu.
I feel like Shin-Soo Choo might be able to pull it off, but he's the exception that proves the rule. Now, I go back to this, and I think this is why the trade doesn't bother me as much. I thought the Cowboys were going to be solid and fight and claw to be the road team in a wild card game. And I don't necessarily know if I think next year they were destined to take off or whatever. That's why this trade doesn't really bother me, the way it has clearly struck a chord with a lot of people in the last 24 hours. It doesn't bother me because I'm in the asset gathering business, and I think this gives you a shot at a better future in like probably 27, although I acknowledge it makes you worse now, for sure.
On the surface and instantly it does make you worse. I can't say with certainty they're a worse football team this year yet. Because here's the thing. If this team was going to be 30th in run defense this year.
Yeah.
And adding Kenny Clark makes them, and we got to be careful on how we're talking about Kenny Clark as a run defender. He is not, it's not Gilbert Brown out there, like just plugging up the and stopping.
He's better than anything we had.
He is better than anything we have. But like he's generally been considered a decent run defender.
Yeah.
And then last year was average to maybe a little below average. But you haven't even had average here as run defenders inside. So,
and he costs nothing.
Right. I mean, you've saved $19 million a year just this year. So Kenny Clark, let's say that adding him helps you to become the 17th best run defense, which is still not very good.
Sure.
If you are the 17th run defense and Donovan Ezeraku now is getting more opportunities and thus is able to perform at a level of picking up 10 sacks this season, which I think is within his reach. I don't necessarily think I'd predict it, but it's possible. So if you're getting 10 sacks out of Ezeraku and you've moved up 13 spots in your run defense, that might be a better defense than the one with Parsons wreaking havoc on the pass rush. That might be a better team overall. I don't know. And I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but that's at least not outside the realm of possibility. On the surface right now, when you look at it on paper, they are a worse team.
And then the release of Ryan Flanoy, I know in an unrelated transaction.
Kevin, my nachos are here, so I'm here. I'm still here, but my nachos have arrived.
Surprised about that, and is this going to be a thing where this is not necessarily the end of Ryan Flanoy?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's the end of Ryan Flanoy. There's always these sort of back end of the roster shuffles that happen. The one that surprised me more was that they were willing to take two guys off the waiver wire at corner and cut Andrew Booth and Zion Childress.
Especially, it felt like Childress. People were stoked
and not even necessarily because they had like played super well. I mean, they were Childress impressed some people, but you took two corners. Corners your biggest question mark right now. I feel like you have two corners who spent the entire summer with you, went through training camp, know everything that they're supposed to know. Childress, you felt well enough about that you said he might need to start in the nickel if Diggs can't play in the first game.
Yeah.
So you've got that set up right there, and then you tell me, well, I'd rather take the 7th-round rookie that just got cut and an undrafted free agent from last year that just got cut. I'd rather have them here for a week and have them play over that tells me your corner situation is awful.
Bobby, man, thank you very much. Now, Corey is going to be on Nacho and card duty. Coming up next, we will talk with Mickey Spagnola. We are live from Uncle Julio's in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a football Friday unlike any other. We'll continue to react to the Micah Parsons trade. What you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5. Eric Nadell, 520. Rangers are at the A's, so Nation 2-7 The Fan.
If you're not a guy out there and you're feeling like you don't quite have everything that you typically have physically, or
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking hair.
Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
Paints DC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. We got those Echo Dots to give away. We've been doing some Nelly concert ticket giveaways. Bobby Belt is here. But what I'm trying to do right now is honestly get the attention of Corey Majors.
Shout out to the Tolos who are here, man, rocking with us today. This is awesome that they're here.
We have like our
around,
own little section,
having
it
some
feels
lunch.
like.
Yeah, they did. They sequestered this off for us, and now we're filtering over into the rest of the restaurant.
You think they were smart to push us out of the main run of the restaurant, though?
I don't know
They
about
don't
that,
want
man.
that.
I don't know about that.
I think they were smart to do so. Now, a couple of things we're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola. Oh, actually, right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Man, I got to admit, Mickey, and I know we talked about it for days, for weeks, for months. There is no way I thought that the Cowboys would actually pull the trigger on this. No chance.
I didn't either, because I thought that they would just hang in there. And here's the thing that makes it kind of surprising is they didn't have to do this, right?
Yes.
They had his rights. They could have kept him. They could have put him on conduct detrimental to the team, right?
Yeah.
Something happened here in the last couple of weeks that I think they started asking themselves, do we want to make that kind of a commitment to Micah Parsons over basically it was going to be 5 years, right? Because this year's counts. That's 1 year.
Yeah.
And then the 4-year extension. And do we want to commit that much money to him? Do we trust him? And I think that there was something in there that certainly hasn't been exposed yet that caused them to say, you know what, let's just go get these draft choices and move on and not make that commitment. Because here's the other thing. Remember when we've talked about this, and you probably got tired of me saying it. What's the other side? What's the other side asking for, right?
Yeah,
because everybody was assuming it just had to be $41 million a year, right?
I am one of those people that assume that. That is correct.
And I kept saying, well, if I'm the agent, I'm asking for 50, and I might land at 45, right?
Right.
And so they were asking for more and fewer years, by the way.
Yeah.
And so that's where the hang-up was. But there was no deadline. There was no deadline whatsoever. And the funny thing was yesterday, we were doing our podcast after I talked to you guys, and I don't know, trade came up, and I scribbled down on my notes 2 first-round picks and 2 starters. Well, I came up 1 starter short, right? Because they got 1 starter.
Yes, absolutely.
I thought maybe they can get another. So that's kind of the way I felt about it.
So one of the things that we've talked about, and I hope I have not beaten people down with math this morning, but one of the things that I really like about the Kenny Clark move, and we can discuss how good he still is how little you're on the hook for him. $2.3 million cap hit, give or take, this year, because Green Bay's already paid a ton of that money, and then no guaranteed money going forward. Like, I like the financial side of it as well. That's the part I appreciate to go along with the assets, the draft assets.
Here's the other thing you're going to appreciate, and I had the opportunity to just hear this because we had to retape part of a show we taped before the trade, right?
I'll bet you did.
They met him at the airport. Jerry Jones was right there when he got off the plane, right?
Yeah.
And this guy was really happy about coming here, right? Oh. It wasn't like, oh, they didn't want me and felt like he, the disrespected, they traded me away. He had a smile on his face, and he couldn't wait to get here, showed up with his wife, his kids. So there's another thing. You don't have somebody moping around, oh, I didn't get enough money, or oh, I'm disrespected. He wants to be here. Now, I'm not saying that that's why you had to do the trade, right? The whole Kenny Clark, the stopping the run.
Sure.
But again, I think they thought they were taking advantage of a situation where no team in the league had paid 3 players the most at their position at the same time. No team. Rarely did anybody have 2 players paid the top salary at their position. The Cowboys were going to have 3, and the agent turned their nose up on $41 million a year.
Yeah, it's a wild situation. I will say, for the agent, for Mulligetta, it feels like a win, obviously, because he got Micah Parsons tons and tons of money. I do wonder, I get it, you're going to be happy, hopefully, wherever you are, but I do wonder how open Micah was throughout this process to moving on down the road as opposed to being with the Cowboys for life, because that's something that I don't know how to monetarily kind of value. So I wonder if the Cowboys extension offer was really more like $45 million a year, is he going to be happy with that $2 extra million if he's on a franchise that he didn't necessarily want to be a part of? I don't know.
You know, that was going to be my next question for you. Can what, if you're getting $41 million a year, and can 45 or 47, whatever it comes to, make you that much more happy?
It could. I don't know.
Is it an ego thing that I got to have this money, so when I walk into the locker room, I'm the king, right?
Yes.
You were going to be the king anyway. So, and maybe that's why he continued to show some interest in being here by attending the practices and watching, but I guarantee you the other thing that probably stuck in the Cowboys' craw was this idea about the back injury. Because they knew damn well there was no back injury, right?
Yep.
And
Yes.
he'll hit the ground running because no one's going to make that trade for 2 first-round picks with a guy that's coming in with a bad back, right?
Agreed.
So that whole shenanigans, the charade, it's like, give me a break. Laying on the trainer's table, on the sideline, please. You know? And so think about if it was your money and you were getting ready to pay that guy, how would you feel?
Yeah, no, and you know, the craziest part of all this to me, Mickey, like the craziest part is all of this is going on. The backdrop has now become, oh, by the way, the NFL season starts in 6 days on the road against the defending Super Bowl champions, and that doesn't even feel like a thing that matters today.
Well, you know what? And chances are he wasn't going to play in that game anyway.
You're
now,
probably
I'm
right
not
about
talking
that.
About, you know, I'm not talking about what happens in the next game or anything like that, right? Because you will miss his presence, but you won't miss his presence hunting sacks and not wanting to play the run. And so, you know, now you got to try to, and I heard him say it, scheming up. It's kind of hard to scheme up, you know, to replace 12.5 to 15 sacks a year that the guy was able to produce. I understand that part, but I just think there was more to it than, well, they were cheap. They didn't want to give him enough money. No, they were giving him enough money. They wanted more money, and I guess they drew the line.
Well, we appreciate you. I know we had to shuffle the schedule around. Thank you.
I appreciate you helping me out there.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
sir. Yes,
absolutely.
sir.
Who knew that this would be how it would all play out? Thank you.
You know what? This was funny. Bunch of guys here had things planned for last night, right?
Whoops.
And I said, yeah, now you know why the Cowboys drive people out of this business, right? They gotta miss things, right? You gotta cancel things because something's gonna happen.
No, you're right about that. Well, we will catch up with you again next week because it's game week.
Yeah,
so
let's roll.
Thank you
Now,
very much.
Are we working on Labor Day?
We will have.
We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Yeah,
Mickey.
we will, but we will be live and local on Monday, so we'll probably hear you on Monday as well.
It's a work day.
There you go. Thank you very much, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, real quick, Corey, and I know we got Babe Laughenberg coming up. I wanted to just mention this to you. That I continue to see this, and this bothers me, and I don't agree with it at all. The 2 firsts from the 901 are basically 2 seconds. They will be at the back end of these rounds. First of all, you don't know that. Like, you can think that, but you don't know that. And secondly, I went to the trade value chart just to check. The difference between the average spot that Green Bay has picked the last 2 years, which is 24, and the top pick in the second round. So if we're saying these are essentially second rounders, do you know what it takes to get up from the top pick in the second round to where Green Bay has been drafting?
No, I don't.
A third. So, like, if people are going to say, well, these are basically second rounders, okay, well, just even to make that happen, you'd have to trade an extra third. So I just don't agree with people who are devaluing the picks. If you think the Cowboys are going to get the picks wrong, that's a whole different deal. But I don't think you should devalue the picks by saying they're essentially second-round picks, because I don't agree with that at all.
Well, and now, I mean, they don't know yet, but it's time to formulate the plan on what to do with those picks in the future, and that's where the Cowboys sit. They can package them and move up. They can stay where they are. They can spread them out and move down. They have a lot more options with the assets they have now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The parade of fun continues from Uncle Julio's in Frisco off of Preston Road. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys color broadcaster and former Cowboy himself. It's Babe Laughenberg next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day, every day.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Raise a toast, everyone, to West Point. Army's finally selling booze at football games. Starting Friday versus Tarleton State, fans at Michie Stadium can grab a beer or cocktail. Army was the last service academy holding out. Now they're joining Air Force and Navy on the scoreboard and in the beer line. Some of that drink money, it goes to support Army's 29 other sports. So technically, it's for the troops. I'm Maggie Gray.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Babe Laughenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joy.
Roger that, Sally.
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys broadcaster, former Dallas Cowboys player himself. It is Babe Laughenberg. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey, so we waived Ryan Florio. That feels like the biggest news of the day, right?
I guess today, huh?
Yeah. I have to admit, and I know we're going to get into all the Micah stuff, and I know Florio could come back, but that felt like kind of a surprising move, did it not?
Well, as you guys know, there are so many moving parts with that 53 and the practice squad and all that, you sometimes you move guys or you have to put guys, on waivers that you don't want to do. But again, there are moving parts on that 53. You got guys who aren't going to be healthy. You got to put them on the 53 if they're coming back within a couple, 3 weeks, and on and on. But I do like Ryan Florio, and it'll be interesting to see if he does not get picked up by someone as well. I could see a team looking at the performance that he had in the preseason, albeit he didn't get a lot of balls caught, but that wasn't his fault. Joe Milton wasn't real accurate with him. But we'll see what happens if they can bring him back to the practice.
Babe, the conversation that Jerry had last night frequently turned to, we got to stop the run. We got to stop the run.
Wait a minute. It's not a conversation. It's called the soliloquy.
There you go. and that was a very good monologue last night. For the last couple of years, I've noticed that teams did run at Micah, and they were successful doing that. Is that going to change now that he's not on the team, though, or are they going to find somebody else that they can run at, or do you feel confident that they can be better at it now?
Well, you're always going to look for somebody who you can run the football on, right, or throw the ball on. I mean, that's what coaches do during the week, right? Yeah, you find a weakness. And I don't know that it was so much a weakness of Micah as much as if you run away from some of those guys, like a Micah, they'll just track you down. Many times you don't block the end man on the line because he's not going to be able to get to the other side. Well, Micah can get to the other side. He'll chase that ball carrier down, as we've seen. But, it's really disappointing, the whole deal, and not so much, I'm not a Micah fan in terms of, how could they do that to Micah? But to me, they're just no winners in this thing. Micah didn't look good lying on the table. That's the last impression, a lot of people are going to have of him is that last preseason game he's lying down. And I've never seen that in my 40 years of either playing or covering the NFL. And the organization doesn't look good. Nobody is looking at what the Cowboys did and saying, gosh, what? We need to handle our players that way. We always say it's a copycat league, right, in many, many ways. But I don't think anybody is looking at what happened here between the Cowboys organization and Micah and saying, gosh, maybe we need to do it like that.
So what, I guess, since you said, it doesn't feel like there's any winners here, what would you say to the Cowboys fans who look?
Well, let me take that back. What was the number for Micah?
47 per year.
So there is a winner.
Him and Mulugeta are winners. Absolutely. What would you say to the Cowboys fans going into the season? Because not to be lost in all this, 6 days away from kickoff. What do you say to the Cowboys fans who are like, hey, I don't care about future draft picks and cap space and everything like that. I'm ready for this season. Like, what would be your message to them? Because it's a tough day when you lose a player that good.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't have a message for them, but what we do know is the Cowboys aren't as good today as they were 2 days ago, right? I mean, it's not as good a football team. Now, I don't know where you have that ranked or rated or whatever you want to call it when Micah was here. And if we assume that he was going to get a contract to play, I don't know where you put him in the hierarchy of the NFL. But wherever they were, they're down a couple of notches today.
The leadership in that locker room, we know Dak is the leader, and we've been asking this question. We kind of had a long conversation about it, and we kind of came up with a couple names. But on that defensive side of the ball, who do they look to now?
That's a good question, but as you guys know, when there is a vacuum of leadership, and I don't know if Micah was necessarily a leader.
Mm-hmm.
People have the misnomer that just because you're a great player, you're a leader.
Right,
In any
yeah.
sport, right? And that's not always the case. And as a matter of fact, it was almost a lack of leadership. You can't come in here, and this is not throw dirt on Micah. I'm not trying to do that. I said it before. You can't say I'm a leader and then not show up for spring when you've got a new defensive coordinator. You just can't. I'll give you an example of leadership. Sean Lee when he was playing, he had a place in Santa Barbara. You guys know where Santa Barbara is, right? 30 minutes from Oxnard. He flew back to Dallas so that he could be on the team plane just to fly back to basically where he was. Because he wanted to be a part of, he didn't have to be on the plane. He could have just showed up at Oxnard. He wanted to be a part of that team. And so he flew back, commercially to Dallas so that he could be on the team plane when it left for training camp in Oxnard. That's leadership.
Man.
Yeah, I feel like there are some other guys in that room that are waiting that are ready for that. I think so. Well, we'll find it throughout the season.
As you guys know, there's a vacuum in any business. Anything, somebody leaves, somebody fills that void. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't. But somebody's going to fill that void defensively. Somebody step up and say, okay, I got to take charge here.
And I know a lot of times you want to focus on the actual game itself. In advance, have you given up on focusing on the actual game in Week 4 against Green Bay, knowing that nobody is going to talk about the X's and O's of it all, and it's all going to be about Micah versus the Cowboys?
I am looking at NBC, right? They're doing that game. They're doing the Philly game. Could they get any luckier? I mean, you've got Cowboys, Philly.
Gosh.
The Cowboys-Philly Thursday night, as we know, only game in town. It's going to be the highest-rated game of the season, is my prediction. And number 2 is going to be Micah coming back to Dallas with Green Bay. Here's the thing, too. If I were a tackle, you know how guys used to get sick? If they had the flu, they called it the Nolan Ryan flu.
Yeah.
When Nolan was pitching that day,
yes.
Hey, Skip, I don't know what I got, but I got something. I'm going to sit this one out. I don't know who the tackles will be for the Cowboys. We know we have Steele on the right side. We'll see if it's Guyton on the left side or whoever it is, but that's when I'd go in that week and say, hey, Coach, I don't know what I got, but I'm not feeling so good.
No, don't say that. But it does.
Hold it. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Probably so.
I
don't want to put bad tape out there, Kevin.
You're right, and I definitely get it. I am preemptively dreading every single time Micah makes a play at any point throughout the season. There's going to be all these things on social media calling the Cowboys stupid. Like, even if he has one sack for the season, that sack is going to be plastered across social media.
The most important sack in history.
And be like, the Cowboys are so stupid.
What if game 1, week 1, and as we know, Philly has the best offensive line in football. I don't think there's any doubt about that. What if the Cowboys come out of week 1, they don't get a sack, and Micah's got 4 in his debut for Green Bay?
He has a Charles Haley against Pittsburgh moment. Yeah.
Any segment we attempt to have that's not about that will be shouted down by our listeners. We're like, hey, amazing news is the Rangers have continued to win, and people are going to be like, boo, shut up. I want to talk about how dumb the Cowboys are. So, yeah, no, you're probably right about that. I know you are on your way to the Star. I know there's things.
He's actually at the Star.
Oh, you already made it? Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I do not.
Please.
I want to show every show I ever do. I want to show respect. So I don't want to be that guy in the car where the phone's cutting out. So I got up here early so I could join you boys.
See, and I know he had practice to work with today, so we really appreciate him fitting us in.
Yeah, thank you very, very much on what has been a busy, busy day. We appreciate it. And again, only 6 days away from hearing you on the call with Brad Sham right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Okay, thank you guys. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your weekend of football.
Yes,
there
sir. Yes,
you
sir.
go. Babe Laughenberg right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's getting lost in this mix for sure. And I know at some point we might talk about it, but it definitely is getting lost that college football weekend is here.
And you could make a really, really strong argument. This is the biggest week 1 in the history of college football. Don't forget last week
because
was
of the Micah
labeled
trade?
Week 0. Not because of the Micah trade.
Oh, because of the Texas and Ohio State
I mean,
game?
that is part of it, but because
The Tennessee
6
game?
of the top, I don't know. Look, I'm sorry, RJ. I don't know if
Oh, my gosh.
Syracuse versus Tennessee is what's moving the needle this
Jeez.
weekend. 6 of the top 10 teams in the country are playing each other.
Right.
So, yes, this is one of the biggest college football weekends ever. Now, real quick, I was going to throw this out there at the beginning of the show, and I wanted to run through a few more of these Cowboys and Micah questions that matter, if
Oh, for
that's
sure,
okay
man.
for you, with you.
I was prepared to talk about Micah all day today.
Okay, well, you know
Just in
what?
case.
Maybe there are questions about
Yeah.
that. Do you believe that Jerry Jones knows Micah's name isn't Michael?
I do.
Okay.
Because Steven corrected him last night
Okay.
in the middle of the press conference at one
Gotcha.
point. I don't know why he does it. Earlier, Cynthia Frelund, she was like, "I love the shade," and I was like, "Oh, do you think he's doing it on purpose?" And I think Kevin, he calls Will McClay Will K sometimes. You know, like there are times that he just gets names wrong, and I don't know if it's because he's like, I am showing you that I'm in a power position,
right?
Or if he's just like, look, man, names are a thing. I'm worried about numbers. And those numbers just keep stacking up. So maybe that's the case, but I think he does now. But will he remember it today or tomorrow? I don't know.
A lot of people have used this phrase today, and honestly yesterday. Is Micah Parsons a generational player?
This is a great question.
Thank you.
I saw Tony Casillas.
Yes, because Tony Casillas is one of the people who are like, you traded away a generational player to stop the run. I
Yes.
respect the hell out of Tony Casillas. I just might not interpret this trade the same as him.
And
I
that
guess.
really does come down to how you define a generational player versus a Hall of Famer. Is that the
Yes.
difference there? I think he's going to have all of the statistics to be a Hall of Famer. He might even be with the right team for to compete for a title. Like maybe he doesn't stick around. Maybe he gets moved somewhere else and wins the title somewhere else. And all of those accolades turn into, man, he was a absolute Hall of Famer. But I think the standard that I have for generational player, I put Myles Garrett in that generational type. I don't see many like Myles Garrett. I put Patrick Mahomes in the generational type. You don't see many like that. There are very few, and that's the conversation. Do we throw that word around?
I
pretty
agree.
liberally.
I agree.
Liberally, good gosh, you know what I mean?
All right, politics.
We throw that word around a lot. I mean, I do think that Luka is. But I think that he still has things to do before he can do it. Micah still has the chance to be like, if his numbers stay the way they are for the rest of his career, yes, we'll look back and go generational talent. But I think like we're watching a guy who was very good at pass rush and very ineffective in the run game. And I think I think there are other players out there that can do both, and those are better talents in that respect. So I just don't think that he's generational, but he can prove me wrong still.
Okay. Now, next one. Can Dante Fowler, Sam Williams, Donovan Ezeraku, Marshawn Nealon, James Houston construct a competent season-long pass rush?
They said they can scheme up pressure.
You can. I agree to a certain extent.
And I
with
think
that.
I think what you're saying by that, you have to get home with 4. Like that's a simple fact. You got to be able to get home with 4. Cowboys still couldn't do it much last year.
Yeah,
so like they weren't great last year at it. They were terrible at stopping the run last year. Historically bad to start the season for that. And what he says by scheme up, you do things where you got the corner blitz, you got a linebacker blitz, you got a couple of different blitzes, and you use those occasionally. You don't do it the entire game. The Dan Quinn defense, that was all 4 of these guys on the defensive line. Maybe 3 of these other guys are going to – everybody's coming. It was just constant pressure flying at them. But the Cowboys have to figure out – I don't know if those guys can get home with 4. So they are going to have to scheme up blitz packages that put the pressure on. And having a guy like Micah allows you to do something special like that whenever you know that dude's on the field and they got to pay attention to him. But they got to figure out, A, how to get home with the front line, And then who's going to be that other character that can go get it? Because I think James Houston's a guy that can contribute to this thing.
So I really asked, and we'll have to investigate for this more, the drop of me saying that we don't need Micah Parsons now that we have James Houston as a sarcastic thing that I now feel like will come back to haunt me. You know what's really interesting? First of all, your answer is really interesting. But taking a step back, lots of people have lots of thoughts about the generational issue. From the 5.85, 52.5 sacks in 4 years when the career record is 200 is a generational start to a career. And I'm not here to dispute that. But
Aaron Donald is generational.
That for sure. And sometimes people say that when you're like, well, let's just wait until their career is over, and then you can get a better gauge.
Aaron Donald was like when he got in there, you saw he was a wrecking ball, and then he did everything he needed along the way to accomplish how many defensive player of the years he won the Super Bowl. He was a key contributor to the winning the Super Bowl. So yeah, he's definitely the name that I would drop in there.
And then I see numerous people that say he is not, because Micah doesn't impact the game when it counts, and he won't be generational. From the 4.69, 1 sack in 4 playoff games, no the hell he is not generational. So this kind of shows the divide.
8
even
tackles?
Inside.
8 tackles and 1 sack, I believe.
Yeah, the tackles don't bother me as much. I need to go seek back out the pressures number. I had it.
He had 3
fell.
pass deflections.
Okay, that actually is good.
Yeah,
but the pressures fell out of my brain at some point along the way, so I'll look that back up. But even the fan base is divided about this part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. And believe it or not, some of my questions are actually about other things in the NFL besides Micah. Let's see if we get to any of those. We'll see next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan University is here, your college football preview show on The Fan.
We are kicking things off tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony.
We have $1,000 worth of gift cards, so someone will win every 30 minutes. Plus, Derek Lively of the Mavs will be there from 12 to 1, signing autographs and taking pictures.
We are kicking off Fan University in style to get you ready for college football tomorrow morning at Nebraska Furniture Mart on 105.3 The Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Mahomes under pressure. Parsons knocked it out. And the Cowboys have it. How about the rookie Micah Parsons? What a play.
K&C Masterpiece right here on the 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. We've been having a blast all day. Tolos have been sitting with other Tolos, and they've been making new friends and everything like that. It has been outstanding. And also, we've got a plethora of friendly folks dropping stuff off for us today as we get ready for some NFL overreaction or reality. We got some donut hole cronuts. We got...
Yeah, donut hole cronuts are awesome.
And this is really cool. We got some Bigfoot, Sasquatch keychains from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And we had one of our Tolos, the original napkin shout out.
Yep.
Went to Colorado with his grandmother. I saw the photos they had of them.
Yeah, that was awesome.
13,000 feet up in the air. It was amazing. They brought us Sasquatch keychains. We even have one for Alec Medford. And then
our friend brought me some Carruthers Candy Company.
Yes.
The freeze-dried Skittles. These are freeze-dried fruit roll-ups. So good luck to my stomach.
He asked what we wanted, and I was like, Skittles. Bring Skittles, because that's what my family loves. And then to make Corey's weekend complete, sports cards in a box from Frisco.
Dude.
They're at the Star. They heard your love for the potential of pulling the Oral Hershiser one of one. They brought you a Topps Chrome box. Woo! Holy moly!
I'm going to try this freeze-dried fruit
roll-up
real quick, Kevin. You made a fruit roll-up sandwich once for your son.
Yeah. Now look, he can eat bread. He can eat fruit roll-ups. Just take 2 fruit roll-ups, put them in between 2 pieces of bread. He thought it was amazing. And he's turned out fine. He made it to college and stuff. So, you know what?
That is cuisine at its finest.
Yeah, I think it should be fine. He survived fine. You know what? I need to ask him if he particularly remembers that. And then also, as we attempt to get at least a few shout-outs in on a Shout-Out Friday, Landry, first game coaching at Little Elm tonight, and that is from Logan, and then he put the quote, "Get back, coach." So shout out right there on a Shout Out Friday. Right now, we're going to do a little NFL overreaction or reality. And Jacob, if you want to get involved in this as well, that would be great. Now, my first question for you guys, NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys won't actually use any of the draft assets they picked up for another in-season trade. I count this as an in-season trade, even though I know the season didn't technically
So
start.
you're talking about when Jerry Jones last night goes, hey,
you never know.
That's not saying that we won't use those this year.
And then even Steven tried to keep that going. He's like, yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
I know.
I think that's an overreaction. I don't know exactly what they're hunting right now. Okay, like are they hunting something that they think can put them over the top right now, or do they think that they need more players to fill out this roster and have a higher level of talent across the board? And I think that's the reality, is they feel like they need the higher level of talent across the board. I think, banking on DeMarvion Overshown being healthy for the rest of his career after this would be risky. But I think they do look at him and go, "Hey, man, we got an excellent player here. Let's build around him. Let's build around some of these other things too." So I think they can do that. But in my opinion, Kevin, I'm not using those picks to get another player this year. But they're trying to prove a lot of people that this year matters too.
Yeah.
That they didn't just give up on this season by trading Micah.
Jacob, NFL overreaction or reality? The Cowboys won't actually use any of the draft assets they got to make another trade.
Yeah, I'm going to go reality here, just because I don't think that this team's going to be in any position towards the trade deadline where they're going to be looking to add players. I think by that point in the season, you're kind of going to be dead in the water, especially in the NFC East with how competitive that division is. And to be honest, I saw a tweet about them saving those picks to trade up for Arch, and I love the sound of that. So I'm going to drink that Kool-Aid and say they save those for later.
Just keep an eye out on the South Carolina quarterback as well if you're scouting quarterbacks along the way. Now, Jacob kind of just answered my next question, so I'll pose the overreaction reality. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You said keep an eye on this South Carolina quarterback.
Yep.
Isn't that also something that Jerry loves the potential of? Listen, dude, hopium is something the Cowboys have been able to sell for years. The fact that they have these draft picks, there's no greater fix than you can acquire than picks for us. Oh my gosh, you got picks? The potential of that, just inject it into my veins, please.
Yeah.
And so the idea that you just brought up, that's a talking point now. Jerry knows that. Hey, they're going to be, you know what, if we have the number 1 overall pick, and we have the chance to get a quarterback, they're going to talk about the Cowboys every single day during the offseason and whether or not they're going to trade up to go get that quarterback. And you know what? If we do make the trade, they're going to talk about us every single day about which one of the quarterbacks we should choose. And so that's another benefit that I think Jerry sees in this trade as you get more picks, the opportunity to get that in your life as well.
Now, by the way,
and he'd look at that as a win, wouldn't he?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. From the 601, I want to give Jerry a shout-out for being inspired by rewatching The Gambler and getting his balls back. Whoa! Maybe he meant football.
He could. I wonder that. I really do, because whenever I watched it, Kevin, I kind of got ramped up a little bit, and I brought up multiple times. I was like, it's frustrating watching the sacrifices, the standards that those guys set, and then how lazy it's kind of gotten since then. But whenever I wonder if he watched it and he was looking and thinking to himself, you know what, I do need to be that Maverick again, and then maybe buy the Mavericks would be something he might do too.
Yeah, we need more. We need more sports news right now. All right, so overreaction to reality, Corey. The Micah trade torpedoed the season. I know you said what Jerry. Okay,
overreaction. I think we all had a realistic expectation for what this season was going to be anyway. I think that if Micah was not under a new giant contract, how much would that affect them financially in the future?
Hugely.
And we don't think about I don't think anybody's really considering how much of an effect now it's having on the Packers. But it is well there. So I don't think that I was looking at this season as a real rebuild. But I also wasn't looking at it as they're going to go win the championship. You would have to have we talked about it, a lot of ifs, a lot of things fall your way for that to happen. And as oblong as that football is that Jerry always talks about, it doesn't always bounce your way. So I don't think this torpedoed this season, but I do think it set them back a little more. But the future is kind of where they can go with this.
And, we continue to have this discussion. I'm going to go back to people who don't value the first-round picks. I'll just go off of the more kind of updated Rich Hill draft capital idea. Based off of that, you would theoretically, not saying by any sense of the imagination this would happen, you should theoretically be able to package the 2026 Dallas pick, the 2026 Green Bay pick, and then maybe the 2027 Dallas pick, or one of those other 2027 picks for the first pick in the draft.
Okay.
Now, that'll depend on if people are really pumped about this player, that player, if Arch actually came out, which I don't think he would. Maybe you look ahead to 2027 to do the same thing. But theoretically, the trade value chart says that would work.
Okay. You let's say you land in like the third spot.
And then that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, so that changes things too.
But yeah,
I do appreciate the people though, Kevin, because I think the value. If they would have said, hey, we're going to give you 2 firsts this year, another first, and a third. Absolutely, I'm taking more of that stuff. But I do like the value that they got. I just also like the people that are texting and saying he talked to Nico Harrison before he made this trade. I think it's funny.
And I think
it's hilarious.
I don't understand that comparison. I hear what you're saying. I don't understand that comparison just because the Mavericks were right there. They were in the finals. They almost won a championship. Cowboys haven't been anywhere close to sniffing a championship. If you hate the way that the Cowboys and Jerry Jones do business, this should be a great day for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because they said, all right, you know what? I'm going to do something different than what I always do.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think that people would be excited about it.
I understand what you mean now about that. The Cowboys aren't that close.
No.
Nico and the Mavericks were that close and decided to turn complete left on what they were doing.
Yes. No, well, let me go and throw this out there. Since people keep saying this, overreaction or reality, the 2 first-round picks the Cowboys will get will both be number 25 or worse. Now, to get number 25 or worse, you have to make it to the divisional round, so the second round of the playoffs.
Okay.
So overreaction or reality, the 2 first-round picks the Cowboys get from the Packers will both be 25 or worse.
So in the next 2 years, they're going to be right there in the mix of going to the NFC Championship game. That's a tough division they're in.
Yeah.
They got Minnesota, who's frequently a fraud. They have Detroit, who has a big question mark over if they can keep that up. but they also have Chicago, who's on the rise. So I think the division's already tough. They are a good team. I think that's overreaction. I think over the next 2 years, that's going to be a tough division to win. Now, can they make it into the wild card? Again, the division being as tough as it is, that's going to be slim margins. Maybe that division's good enough that 3 teams can get in. But it'll
that's possible.
But it'll
for
be
sure.
slim margins for them to get in frequent in both of those years and have you sitting that low, in my opinion.
All right, Jacob, what say you? NFL overreaction or reality? The first 2 first-round picks that the Cowboys get in this deal will both be number 25 or worse.
I want to go overreaction. I think there's a chance that one of them could be. I just don't see Jordan Love taking this team to the conference finals twice. I mean, I could see it happening once if they stay healthy, but this team's had injury issues since, as far back as Jordan Love started playing for them. So I could see them definitely making a run if the stars align, but 2 of those, I don't see it.
Now, this is a quick, selfish overreaction or reality question. Overreaction or reality, you can tell which stories Mike Florio wrote on Pro Football Talk just by reading the headline. Because my answer is 100%. I can tell every time just about. Probably not 100, 98% of the time.
Can you give me an example?
Yes.
Because I think this is a reality.
Absolutely.
Because I also know we were headline writers. This was something that it was our voice that we were actually using whenever we were writing headlines.
The top 2 stories on Pro Football Talk, I knew for a fact Jerry Jones' handling of Micah Parsons, David Mulugeta could haunt the Cowboys. I was like, I guarantee you that's a Florio story. It is. And then as appeal deadline looms, Browns are discussing stadium, blah, blah, blah. That's a Mike Florio as well. If it's something about, what people still haven't thought about, Mike Florio wrote that.
Looms also is a word that anything that could be ominous. Regarding the team. Yeah, that's usually going to be
Mike Florio knows where his bread is buttered. If it's a transactional story about news that actually happened in the NFL.
That's Shereen Williams.
Yeah, it is. It's somebody else who wrote that. All right, NFL overreaction or reality, whether it's the draft capital, the money, whatever, the Packers will regret making this deal.
Somebody just texted this in. They got a really good point. If Jordan Love got hurt in Week 1 in Brazil last year, he's not exactly durable. If Jordan Love is not on IR in Week 5, that's on the Hot Boys. So, that's the idea is that Jordan Love is a key component for the success of the Green Bay Packers.
So I want him to have terrible seasons.
If he's injured, is Micah enough to overcome that injury? I don't think so.
That's tough to argue for most teams, right?
Yeah, no,
so I don't think
absolutely.
Green Bay is any different.
That being said, if everything goes well for them, they have a really good – that could be the Charles Haley moment where they added the piece that they were looking for, and all these young players are ready to take things over the top. They were just needed that one extra thing. That could be it. But I think more likely than not they'll look back and say, I don't think they'll regret it. I think 2 first-round picks, they're looking at it. I think they're looking at it thinking they got a good deal.
Well, look, and by the way, just so a random...
And Mike is a good enough player that you're going to get that value out of him.
Well, here's a random note that I know has kept some Cowboys fans up in the last 24 hours or so. Do you know the last player that the Packers traded away a first-round pick for was?
Reggie White.
Brett Favre.
Reggie
White was a free agent signing.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Brett Favre.
Favre.
So, that part is kind of scary. All right.
Calvin Watkins has posted a picture of Kenny Clark talking with DeMarvion Overshone. That's already a beautiful sight right there.
Man, I want DeMarvion Overshone to stay healthy so bad.
John Machota's also posted this picture as well. I'm feeling like all the other beat writers will post that picture soon. I want to throw that in there. And then also, did we talk about the Kamon Hall thing?
No.
Childress is on the practice squad. The corresponding move was releasing Kamon Hall, and that move happened yesterday. So, Kevin, as we were discussing, there was some news that kind of went under the radar.
And there's still, it feels like something possible with Flournoy being waived. All right, Jacob, your thoughts on this? NFL overreaction or reality? The Packers will regret making this deal.
As a kid who grew up a Bears fan, my fandom started when we made an eerily similar trade for Khalil Mack, and I had to watch the team basically capsize on itself after that double doink. So I do think the Bears are cursed, and I don't think the Packers will have that same luck. But I think when we look back at this and say, 8 years, I do think we're going to say the Cowboys won this trade, and I don't think the Packers are going to get as far as they think they're going to get with this trade.
All right. Now, I promised you other non-Micah content. I do not want to be made a liar. NFL overreaction or reality? I am really fascinated by this because I have seen more and more people kind of circle the wagons around the 49ers.
Okay.
So NFL overreaction or reality? The 49ers are actually a top 4 contender in the NFC.
I think that's overreaction.
Okay.
But top 4, like, there are a lot of names I think you can throw in the top 4.
So in my head, Philly, Washington, Detroit.
Okay.
Although I understand now if people want to say Green Bay, if you're thinking J.J. McCarthy's going to be back. I get all that.
I could see the Rams being a contender in this thing, too.
Okay.
They have a good offense. And they're always pretty stout on defense as well because McVay believes in that. So I think there are a lot of options to go there. I don't think it's a lock for them to be in that top 4. The other thing, too, with all the injuries they've gone through, like at very key positions for their offense, trading away Debo, you're going to rely heavily on Kittle this year. Like, Kittle's going to be a huge part of what they have to do. So I don't think it's a lock. I think that's an overreaction. But I don't think they're an easy team to play. I think they're one of those teams that's defensively you still are going to walk away from and going,
okay,
holy crap, that was a tough game.
All right, Jacob, NFL overreaction reality. The 49ers are actually a top 4 team in the NFC.
I'm going to agree with Corey. I'm going to go overreaction. As exciting as it is with the exciting whites and Pearsall and McCaffrey and Purdy and Kittle, I just don't think that – I think health is such a big issue for this team. But, Corey made a great point. They're so well coached with Kyle Shanahan that they're going to be a team that can come out and win any given week. I just don't see them finishing – I don't see them winning their division. I've got the Rams winning that division, so I'm going to say that that's an overreaction.
So the voters on NFL.com, 15 voted for the Rams to win the division and 10 voted for the 49ers. Now, Corey, if we have a Bears fan, I need to ask a Bears overreaction reality question. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess one of the things that I still want to know is, did they do enough personnel-wise to make their team better? Because I've been saying that all offseason. I think Ben Johnson's good, but did they do enough personnel-wise to protect Caleb Williams on that side of the ball?
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Jacob, you get to start with this. NFL overreaction or reality? Caleb Williams will throw for 4,000-plus yards this season to break the Bears' record.
I got to really put my bias aside here and my money, because I did place a lot of money on him to break that record. I'm going to say yes. I think they made plenty of moves on the offensive line, and I think a lot of people are overlooking Luther Burden and Colson Loveland as additions. I can't necessarily tell you how the defense is going to be, because I think a lot of people thought that the D-line was going to be a lot improved. And then Montez Sweat went out there and looked like he forgot how to rush the passer.
True.
So I'm going to say
that's good news for this play, because that means the Bears will always be trailing.
Yeah.
And Caleb Williams will throw the ball.
There you go. I'm going to go reality, yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Corey, are you going to break the kid's heart?
No, I'm going reality, too. I invested a lot in DJ Moore in my fantasy draft this year, and DJ Pridemore as well. Also, I think they have an effective running game. DeAndre Swift started off clunky last year and then turned things up. So I'm interested to see how that thing grows. But I think he's got a good point about Keenan Allen came in here and just wasn't quite the fit you wanted him to be.
Sure.
Luther Burden is getting his butt kicked every day by Ben Johnson, trying to find out if he's good enough to be in the NFL. But he's testing him, and that's a good thing as well. And then Rome Odunze, I think, is lined up for a breakout season if all things go well. I think Ben Johnson knows how to use him.
Now, a few things for you guys. You can fire up the Gridiron music if you want. I know we're kind of staying in the same vein, but I wanted to run through this with you. NFL.com had their divisional winners. Unanimous pick in the AFC East, the Buffalo Bills. Almost unanimous in the AFC North. 26 votes for the Ravens, 3 votes for the Bengals. AFC South, 23 votes for the Texans, 5 for the Jags, 1 for the Titans. And then the AFC West, 20 votes for the Chiefs, 8 votes for the Broncos, and 1 vote for the Chargers. So
what?
Pretty.
Oh well, I guess they were in the playoffs, right?
Pretty chalk right there in the AFC. Now over to the NFC. God, I love this. 28 votes for the Philadelphia Eagles. 1 vote
for the Washington
via Michael
Commanders.
F. Florio for the Washington Commanders. In the
How many votes for the Cowboys?
None.
Why not?
I
Because
think
of the Micah trade?
I don't think so. I think they would have got none even without. Don't you? Like, let's go back a day.
Oh, no. Troy Eatman said with Micah that this is a contender, and now they're not.
Well, I know. So I'm asking Corey Majors.
Oh, okay.
They don't trade Micah. They still get 0 votes, right?
I say whatever Troy Eatman says.
Okay.
No, I probably still know yes.
NFC North, 14 for the Packers, 13 for the Lions. As you would guess, easily the closest of the bunch, with 1 for the Bears.
No.
That was probably Jacob, and 1 for the Vikings.
Kevin, it just seems. I'm sorry, Jacob, to step on you here. It seems like the Packers, like their standard is just their standard. Like I know, like, and their fans expect a certain thing, and they try to deliver to that standard all the time because they're always considered at the top of their division for one, and right in the mix for being at the top of the NFC. So I always talk about that with the Cowboys, how they lost that standard.
Yeah.
Of, this is the bar, and we don't ever fall below the bar.
Right.
And if we do, we make changes to make sure we never get here again. And I got a lot of respect for that. I'm not a Packers fan.
Oh.
I'm just saying I got respect for what they do.
And by the way, in the NFC, 22 votes for the Bucs, 6 for the Falcons, 1 for the Carolina Panthers, which obviously that is amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it.
You
Now,
love the Panthers.
What I know you really want to know, Corey, is how many people said that the Cowboys were going to be in the playoffs from NFL.com.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about people in general.
No,
and I was like,
that's harder to
it's gonna
gauge.
be different.
You
Difficult
could walk
to count.
around Uncle
Yeah.
Julio's and maybe get a count going.
Yeah.
1. Greg Rosenthal said they will be in the playoffs as the 7th seed.
Man.
And the other 28 said no.
Okay. That is good for him, for putting himself out there and really, trying to go against the grain on this one. Because, again, I know we see all the warts, and so we have probably more drastic feelings about things, but it was just very difficult for me to see them slipping into that spot anyway. So
if I can give you an update on the NFL Top 100 next week, obviously leading into opening kickoff, Cowboys, Eagles right here on 105.3 The Fan. They'll have the top 10. But to get you up to that, Fred Warner at 16, Jared Goff at 15, Trey Hendrickson takes a massive leap, and he's up to number 14.
because he got his contract.
I think that was probably because of the play, right?
No, we're not going to have somebody high up because
Micah's already on the list.
Oh, yeah, because he wasn't that good.
Oh, man.
Trent Hendrickson's better,
Yeah,
they say.
Penei Sewell is 13.
He's phenomenal.
Chris Jones is 10. And T.J. Watt at number 11. So we'll get into the top 10 next week. But if you've been listening to the list, along the way, you can probably figure it out, and we'll get the specifics behind that. But you know what? You did just bring up something. I am fascinated by this, not only now, but in the future. Maybe you make an argument that Trey Hendrickson is as good as Micah Parsons. Maybe you make an argument that Max Crosby is as good as Micah Parsons. Nobody in the universe talks about them anywhere near as much because they play for Cincinnati and Vegas as opposed to the Cowboys.
Don't you feel, though, that T.J. Watt gets a lot of talk? For 2 reasons. 1, his brother.
I could see that.
And 2, CBS relies very heavily on Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh and the Chiefs.
But even then, Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt won Defensive Player of the Year. Don't you think they don't get talked about anywhere near as much as Micah?
But who never won one?
I know.
And so that's what you're saying is...
Because Micah was on the Cowboys.
Yes, that's what happens is whenever you're a Cowboy, no matter what. I mean, just look at it. You don't even have to be a successful quarterback to be a broadcaster after your career.
And that can be, although some were, although I don't know if Micah cares about this at all, but that's when I continue to think about his future, like, broadcast dealings and everything like that, because, you know, there wasn't a lot of pressure to win a Super Bowl here. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and he is, in fact, in the building at Uncle Julio's, 2401 Preston Road in Frisco. Coming up next, we will do the C Block starring Corey Majors and Kyle Yeomans. Next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco off of Preston Road. And right now, we bring to you from DallasCowboys.com, it is Kyle Yeomans. How's it going, man?
See, now that I've seen you actually try the drop in person,
yeah,
it fits. Like, I even when I'm on the phone, I can't tell the difference at times.
focus every time.
And you do. You lock in.
Yeah.
I can see the tunnel vision, and then you drop the Kyle Yeomans, and then it's there.
I'm still trying to figure out. I can't remember that moment exactly. Was Sean trying to say your name correctly? Because I remember I called you 3 different names the entire year.
Yeomans, baby!
And I wonder if he was like, I want to get this right. Kyle Yeomans. And that's how that happened. I think that's how it worked.
It had to be. I honestly, it's funny because the drop wasn't like an immediate thing. It showed up a couple weeks later when Peyton clipped it and just used it randomly.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first time when somebody texted me and was like, are they talking mess? Like, are they messing with you?
No.
I was like, no, actually, like, I've listened back to the segment. It's not that at all. But it is funny. Like, it's a funny drop.
It's a term of endearment.
I'm cool with it. Yeah.
You get put into some of the weirdest situations. I mean, you got to admit that. That
Yes.
is, sometimes you're just
For
like,
sure.
oh, all right.
And there's only one time I heard Sean and RJ use it inappropriately. I was like, come on, y'all. Don't put that on him.
He's not a serial killer.
So
no.
I know there's a lot to get to. Number one thing that I think has been agitating me all day. Can we agree that the Packers are not the Chiefs and they're not guaranteed to be in the Super Bowl and make this a quote unquote useless second round pick? We'll get to that other part in just a second, but can we agree that the Packers are a good team, but it's not like they've gone 15-2 consecutively?
Yeah, they paid their quarterback $55 million a year, and what has Jordan Love really done to this point in time, too? I know that's the argument around
He beat
Dak.
the crap out of us. But
He did, other than that. That was the argument around paying Dak Prescott. Why is that not the argument for Jordan Love nationwide? And I think this Packers team is a contender, but are they does the path to the Super Bowl run through Green Bay, Wisconsin? I don't think so, not at this point. The defense is much improved. You get an elite pass rusher like Micah. That does wonders, but I don't know if it's an automatic Super Bowl. You're picking in the 30s now with that first-round pick over the next 2 years. I just don't see that as the case.
I wonder how much they're going to miss Kenny Clark. Like
maybe
the addition of him again. Bobby was like, "Look, he's not a world beater, but he's a nice piece, and he's better than any of the tackles that we had."
And he costs nothing.
Yeah, that's a huge factor.
And you have him under contract through 2027, so you have him for 3
with
years.
No guaranteed
with
money.
Zero
so
guarantees.
if you're like, never mind, you have no financial commitment to that.
He gets off the plane as your best nose tackle, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he walks off the bus this morning as your best nose tackle.
Yeah.
And that's what you've improved on this team. Yes, you
But
have.
also a sad indictment of what we've done for that position.
It's not a high bar to
Yeah.
raise, but it does raise the bar nonetheless. So your interior defensive line is better today than it was yesterday. But is your team across the board better today than it was yesterday in 2025? No, it's not. And I think that's the conceding side of this from the Cowboys front office. And while they're going to say this is better for our football team, I think when they say that, it's not a lie in their minds, but it's looking ahead to 26 and 27. I don't think any of us up here would have put the Cowboys in the Super Bowl with or without Micah Parsons.
Nope.
That's not what they are right now. But now you have a chance to build it going forward. I think they could have gotten more for the trade, but I really don't hate the trade and the compensation that was returned.
So I think that leads to the question that, Corey, I know you're thinking. What do you think about Lenora Sellers as the future quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys? We're just kicking some names around. That's what you were going to ask,
That
right?
was a completely different question, but I like this question.
Good player at
Yeah.
South Carolina, you know. He wears the rec specs every once in a while. I mean,
Yes, he does.
He definitely does. He was great in the recent Netflix documentary. I mean, he's got some talent.
So
I know
we should
everybody's
maybe just watch him or something.
I think you should watch him maybe a little bit. We should all be watching quarterbacks. Your quarterback's in his 30s now. I think from this point forward, and we've been on the draft show since 2020 and have kind of stayed away from the QB conversation. That's not going to be the case forever. I think over these next few years, especially when you have draft capital that can move, like the 4 first-round picks over the next 2 seasons, there's a chance that you could be looking at a quarterback, whether Dak's ready to leave or not.
Wait, okay, let's think about Joe Milton real quick.
Uh-huh.
Does he have a shot at being the future of this, or is it man, he's got too much work to do. These other guys that could be drafted would be far more effective.
He would need to earn the second contract. That's all I see. The fact that he's still 23 years old, early in his career, he's only in year 2 in the NFL. There's a lot of work left to be done, but he could very easily, with the intangibles that he has, he could be the next guy. I just don't see it right now. I mean, he's got leaps and bounds to even get close to what a starting quarterback should look like in the NFL, not to mention a franchise quarterback in the NFL. He's got to go way above what he has now, but he has time to do that. He's under contract for 2 more years as well. You can kind of grow him into that role and piece it all together.
I think Schottenheimer looks forward to the opportunity to watch him and help him do that too.
If we're looking at betting odds of like who would replace Dak Prescott, I wouldn't put Joe Milton at the top of my list.
The pass rush in particular, where are we going to find that from? I mean, are there guys that are capable of putting up double-digit sacks on this team?
This is a direct, not a quote, but it's a feeling when it comes to the edge rusher spot. The fact that they did not go get a guy, there are some in Green Bay that can help you with your edge rusher depth, shows me they feel good about that position. They feel like Donovan Ezeraku can maybe be that guy moving forward, and they've invested other second-round picks. Sam Williams, he's coming back. Can he finally live up to the expectation and stay healthy? Can Marshawn Nealon take a step forward as an edge rusher that is mostly a run stopper and somebody that can set the edge as well? You're hoping those guys step up. That's where it's coming from right now. And then if maybe it doesn't come here in 2025, maybe one of those first-round picks is something you can look forward to.
And there are some names, obviously, that we've seen floating around there.
Yeah.
The Ezeraku, when I watched him in the preseason, I saw the moves are good.
Mm-hmm.
He gets off the ball great. He was still a little behind. He's rookie. I mean, he was still a little behind. Last year they said this about Tyler Guyton.
Mm-hmm.
We know we're learning on the fly here, or we know that and are they kind of willing to say he'll develop over the season? We're willing to deal with that right now because next year he's going to benefit even more from it.
Yeah. The difference
or do you think by the middle of the season he's going to be rocketing?
See, and that's where I think there's a little bit of a difference. The difference between Guyton and Ezeraku, and of course they play different positions, but when we were at camp last year, we were seeing the struggles from Tyler Guyton in his rookie camp, in practice, going up against guys like Micah and going up against guys on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage, whereas Donovan Ezeraku was borderline dominant at times in practice, and then he got to the games and it was subdued against opponents. That makes me think that they haven't unleashed what they've seen from Donovan Ezeraku so far.
Or even the reality of what Eberflus's defense might be. Yeah.
And that's kind of where I was leading is Jerry Jones said it last night, and I don't think this is a fabrication by any stretch. He said that there is a belief from Coach Eberflus that they can scheme pressure.
Yeah.
You can't scheme run defense, and I think you can kind of maneuver both. But you can scheme pressure, and when you have an athlete like Donovan Ezeraku that can get there and get it done, I think they haven't schemed it quite yet because they don't want to show what they have quite yet. And maybe internally that was part of that collective decision to say, we're okay moving on for Micah Parsons because we've seen what we have and we know what we have. The rest of the world doesn't. We'll show them coming up on Thursday.
I mean, hell, the cornerbacks never played any closer than like 6 yards, so they didn't show a lot during those
it wasn't a whole lot either.
Would that be your retroactive tagline for this training camp? We're not going to show you much.
Preseason, yes. The training camp, you saw some stuff in training camp. Y'all were out there.
You saw more than we did. We were there so early that they were just kind of growing it, and we got great interviews. But you guys got to see more as things got going there.
There were some times where Donovan Ezeraku was dominating the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, it was against guys like Guyton before he got hurt, and it was Nate Thomas before he got hurt. Not before he got hurt, but before he kind of found his footing. Overall, yes, you're going to see better offensive tackles than what Ezeraku was going up against in practice. But even in the game, they're facing different guys than they're going to see the Rams play and the Ravens play throughout their season, too.
On the offensive front, I was surprised to see the move. I know it got buried under the Micah stuff about Ryan Flournoy.
Wait, he got released?
Yeah.
I missed it. No, I'm just kidding.
But, you get what I'm saying is it got buried underneath everything else.
Zion Childress was on the practice field a minute ago.
Yeah.
And everybody looked around at each other and said, when did this happen?
Yeah, come on, Hall.
Keemon Hall gets released. Go Mean Green. But they made the move, and all of this was just under the radar. Nick Harris tweeted it out and was like, that's an easy break. That was one of the things he told us.
And with those moves, do you think we'll see either Keemon Hall or Flournoy come back around? Because I know there's a lot of mechanical things that you do.
I like to call it roster gymnastics because they're just doing backflips to try and make this thing work. One of the conversations that a couple of media members and myself were having at practice a moment ago was they gave us this roster. They gave us the paper roster, and this is one of the weirdest looks that you'll have. But you look at the wide receiver position, there's only 4 names.
Yeah.
And so
one of them's also your kick returner.
Yeah, he's another guy that you're going to utilize in different spots. So they're going to make a move with Flournoy. I feel like there's a chance he comes back either to the roster or they find a way to get Keemon Hall in the mix. But there's 10 defensive backs on the roster right this second, and there's only 4 wide receivers, which makes me think either Flournoy has a spot on the practice squad and they'll use his elevations as they come along, maybe wait for an injury or two at a different spot to pop up, and then you throw those guys onto the active roster.
Or you use one of these first-round draft picks to get Malik Neighbors off the Giants.
Okay,
Is that just one?
Yeah,
I think we're going to need multiple to get that done.
I'd be stoked about that. So which is weirder to look at?
Is there enough footballs to go around?
No, there's not.
I would love that. He was
need
like,
more footballs.
We don't actually need any running backs, you idiots. So what's weirder to look at? The 4 wide receivers here or the 105.3 The Fan schedule that has Micah Parsons on the front of it?
That is tough.
That was the first thing I saw when I walked in.
Sorry, buddy.
We're going to need to print some new ones.
Yeah.
I mean, but
get the marketing team on it.
There's no way in hell I ever thought this was going to happen.
No. You and I were we were all on the show together, and I said it back in March. I don't think this is going to drag out.
Yeah.
I thought it would get done prior to free agency, and, of course, the conversations were happening in March. So that was what we were all hearing. Oh, there's an agreement. There's some movement here. They've had these conversations, and the fact that it turned into what it was, I mean, this is one of the wildest contract scenarios I think we could have ever seen.
This is a completely off-topic question. Ted Wynn, who I have a ton of respect for, his film work that he does, somebody said, why is nobody talking about Sawyer Robertson from Baylor? And he said Sawyer Robertson's this year's Jackson Dart. I'm big on Jackson Dart and where he is right now, and obviously having Malik Neighbors. But I don't know anything about Sawyer Robertson. Yeah. Is this a good comparison?
Big-bodied quarterback, cannon of an arm, cerebral reads. I mean, he's a really good quarterback. He may be top 2 or 3 in the Big 12.
Add him to the list.
He's a legit quarterback. I mean, I'll even make a prediction here. I grew up in Waco, so I keep tabs on the Baylor football program and been around it. My dad works the sideline security there. He'll be there tonight when they play Auburn. But this is the most excited Baylor has been about their team since they went to the Sugar Bowl and they beat Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl a couple years back under Aranda, won the Big 12 against Oklahoma State, that classic game where they dove to the pylon. It didn't get there at AT&T Stadium. I think they'll be back in the Big 12 title game this year. They're that good, and it all starts with Sawyer Robertson. Robertson specifically came onto the scene kind of under the radar last year and put up massive numbers against defenses like Colorado, defenses like Utah, played well in those big games against BYU, put up numbers. The defense just couldn't slow guys down. That offense is legit, and Robertson's the one that gets that thing going.
As long as we're covering all the levels of football, do you have any spicy high school football thoughts for us?
Tomorrow, the historic programs of Odessa Permian, which you remember from Friday Night Lights, Plano High School is going to be on NFL Network starting at noon.
I got to get my kid a ticket to that game.
I'll get you one. Just let me know. Shoot me a text.
That's why he said that.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't.
My kid's not going to that game.
Did you see him fake like he was going to
I'm going to get my
ticket?
kid
He's
a
like,
ticket.
oh, Kyle's nice. He'll buy it.
Okay, they want. No, I think that's going to be a really good game. It was 13-10 last year. Permian is a team that, of course, tradition says they're a great team. They have a running back that had 2,400 rushing yards and 30-plus touchdowns last year. So
sounds
that's
like he ran against us.
Yeah, for real. That game's starting at noon on NFL Network. We'll have the call for that, so I'm excited about that.
And
tomorrow.
yesterday, Craig James, we had him in studio, and he recounted that in 1978 he won the state title by, of course, defeating Plano Senior in the finals.
Yeah.
So
he also pointed out, like, if he could ever go back in his career to play on a team again, high school was where it was.
Wow.
And he said that while they were getting inducted in the High School Hall of Fame, multiple guys, Ray Lewis included, all said, yeah, my high school team, because that's where you build those different relations. You're young, you're having
play
fun.
pee-wee ball going up with those guys, and then you're playing in the high school ranks. It really is like kind of a different type of brotherhood.
And it was Billy Ray Smith was the player that I was thinking of, because like he was getting ready to play in the Super Bowl, and they're like, what do you think about the biggest game of your life? And he goes, I already played the biggest game of my life. It was a state championship with Plano. And I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah. But I don't think he was just BSing about that.
Yeah.
Now, the excitement that you have just in general, I know you talked about maybe there'll be a special edition of the draft show of just looking ahead and saying.
You're giving that out on the air.
Oh, crap. Kevin, what are you doing?
Hey,
we're trying. Let's just put it that way. We are trying to put one together. The fan text is going to have my head if I don't get it to happen. Now.
Hey, what I would do if I were
dump
you.
that real quick.
I'm really sorry. Add me to Forgiveness Friday for being a dumbass. I was going to say just your general excitement, seeing how entrenched you are in the draft process at the idea of 2 firsts the next 2 years and what that could be.
It really is interesting because I even texted David Hellman last night just to make sure, because he was one of the early guys on the draft show, along with Ed Cahill and Brian Broaddus.
And he does not love this deal.
No, he doesn't. And he said it'll be interesting to see where they shape out. But when I talked to Hellman, I was like, is this the first time, or what year did it start was the first one? And they started the draft show in 2013. The last time Dallas picked twice in the first round was back in 2008. And then, of course, 2005, they had the Spears and the Ware draft. Yep. That worked out pretty well for what they were trying to do. And you get this back-to-back years. You get it in 26 and 27.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. And then if not, you have something else to talk about. So I'm cool with it either way. It does give hope toward the future where instead of paying, you always hear Stephen Jones talk about the piece of the pie, and you talk about the salary cap. A huge chunk of that pie would be Dak, CD, Micah. Now you can re-sign the guys that deserve to be re-signed. Pickens this year if he has a good year. Tyler Smith, Brandon Aubrey, Deron Bland. You can sign all those guys and have some chunk of change left over to pursue high-end free agents. You haven't done that in the past because of whatever reason.
And high-end draft picks.
And then you add the high-end draft picks too. You have a chance to really build this thing if you hit on your draft picks and you attack free agency in a different way than you have previously. 2026 and 27 could be really, really exciting.
Is there any part of you that believes what Jerry and Steven said last night about, hey, you never know, we could use some of that draft cap? Because that felt like kind of for show.
Yeah,
maybe I'm
bit.
wrong. Okay.
Yeah, it goes back to what even Jerry said last night when he referenced on Stephen A. I've never thought about trading Micah Parsons. And they said, well, why did you say that on Stephen A. Smith's show? And Jerry responded with, if I was going to do that, you think I would say that to everybody? And now,
then he winked at everybody.
There.
Thanks for ratting it.
I think it depends on how you perceive it. It depends on how you read it. I read it as they may look at shopping those first-round picks, but really it gets closer to the draft. That's when you're going to have a better idea of how you would use that. Because again, all of us up here are going to say not a contender right now for a Super Bowl.
Correct.
This is a team that can have some playoff caliber results, but get in the tournament, see what happens. Pull a Washington Commanders last year. Get in the tournament, get in the playoffs, see what happens. If you want to build a Super Bowl contender, you've got the next couple years to do that.
And that's, I go back to, this is what we talked about going all the way back to Crosstalk with Sean and RJ. I know the way they were doing it as presently constructed
Yeah.
wasn't working.
Not
and
working.
it wasn't going to work.
This is completely different.
Exactly. And so I go back to this, and I'll say it again and again, to the people that hate the way the Cowboys do business. And I am one of those people who frequently gets agitated at the way they
Sure.
run the salary cap. This is a good day for you because they have said, you know what? We're going to do something totally different. Is it going to work? I don't know. But at least it feels like I am one of those people who likes the path of the unknown. If you know that the known is only going to get you this far.
Yeah, it'll get you to the playoffs, but it won't get
No
you to an
further.
NFC title
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Do something different. And that's what happened. And that's why we're talking about this trade. It's still shocking. It's still stunning. And you don't have a top 5 defender in the National Football League on your roster. So it will sting a little bit. But when you actually look at the big picture of this whole scenario, you have a shot to really build this to what is an NFC title game scenario or a Super Bowl scenario.
Something that could be not just that for 1 year, but multiple
years.
Because you'll
How
have
do you
a young
become-
group like that together. And Kevin,
We wait out the 2 years to get out the DAC deal, and then you can really I got you.
A great GM around here once said, "Fortune favors the bold," and I think that's playing out for both the GMs right now.
Okay, but that was never mind.
Okay,
never
that was-
mind.
all right.
I'm not.
You
I'm
don't-
not.
you don't want to talk
kidding.
about Nico today. I got you.
I mean, look, because then we have to get into my conspiracy theory about the reason why he said that's the closest he can come to saying getting Cooper Flag was part of the deal. Yeah,
Frozen envelope
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I believe that too. So you can convince me on some sports conspiracy.
I'll tell you this: all the guests we've had on today it's been a great day. That moment of just kind of laying that whole picture out, though, that's the first time all day that I've felt like, oh crap, like this thing could be real. That really made me feel like this thing could be turned into something special down the road.
You still have to execute. You still have to hit. Those draft picks can't be fluffs. You can't mess those up. But if you hit, you've got a shot.
Do me a favor. We talk to Stephen Jones every single week. If you could promise to never come on this show and say you still have to execute, I would really, really
Hey, I just appreciate
it.
you coming on the show. I really appreciate that.
Can you? I'll do that if you can ask a question for me.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I might not be able to
For
ask
sure.
this question. The Jerry Jones documentary, the America's Team, came out last week. One of the big storylines there was Jerry and Jimmy, who took credit for the idea, the first idea of the trade, but it was a consensus that they were going to trade Herschel Walker. I want to know who thought of it first.
Okay.
And I don't know if they'll tell me. They may tell you guys, but I want to know who thought of it first. They say it's a consensus. I want to know where it came from.
I will definitely ask because, as Corey knows, last year, we realized nothing was out of bounds because he said he didn't know what happened between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie, and I recounted the whole thing to him right down to the fact that Trayvon Diggs came back out and said D's nuts.
Yep.
And that's how I did the whole thing for
Stephen laughed
Yeah,
and-
so look, if we could get away with that, I feel like we'll
I think he'll be fine.
We got a
Either
lot of
way.
freedom.
Yeah, either way. Do you got a boogie?
I can do one more segment.
Okay, because
Yeah.
we're going to do Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh,
if you
that's
want to
one
have
of my
some fun
favorite
with us.
segments.
All right, coming up next, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We'll get it going live from Uncle Julio's right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
knows that no matter your paint project, saving...
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
No sacks in San Francisco either, and here it is. Right on cue, Parsons. His first.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I was so excited to get back on air as we were live at Uncle Julio's in Frisco. And I wanted to do a shout out. We talk about kind of the family environment that can be created. So one of our Tolos and his grandmother, they weren't here last week. I think this is the first Friday football feast they've ever missed.
In the history of Friday football feast.
Yes, because they were climbing a mountain in Colorado. They're the ones who brought us the keychains. And shout out to my grandma Sharon McLeod, our dogs Abby, Izzy, and Harley, our family friends Jonathan and Natalie. Our Colorado trip was amazing. I'm thankful for all of you. Dan, Steve, part of our Friday football feast crew. It's a pleasure hanging out again. Let's all have an amazing year via the shout-out napkin that this time is a piece of paper because we're at a fancier joint and they don't have paper napkins.
Yeah, they have nice napkins that I used to wave the flag on the Rangers season again.
Just real quick before Masterpiece of the Week, what do you think about him asking for the napkin so he could wave the white flag
So you
again?
can wave it?
I waved it a week ago.
It's all about energy. I think you got to bring the energy.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
See,
I would have asked for one, too. If you were a real partner, you would have been like, where's mine? Where's my napkin
Let's
so I can
these
wave the
flags
white
together,
flag?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't support that.
You know what? That's a good point. Nick Harris was on earlier today, and he brought fantastic energy to everything. You know,
How glad are you that you aren't in the middle of moving?
Oh,
covering
man.
this story like
did you
Nick
see
Harris?
the
Yes,
U-Haul stuff?
Yes, I did.
Unbelievable. He showed up yesterday, and he clanked down on his table just the U-Haul keychain, and I've seen it before because it's like a stop sign and it tells you how to return it. And I'm like, what? Did you drive a U-Haul here? And he's like, don't ask. Because I knew he was moving, and we've talked a lot. We're calling a high school game at the start of night,
Nice.
Nick and myself, on the Frisco Sports Network. And we were at practice. He came up to me and he goes, Kyle, what teams are we calling tonight?
Oh, no.
And I was like, I get it. I was like, it's okay. I have the notes. I have the boards. We're going to be fine. I was like, but it's Heritage in Greenville. Like, you'll be all right.
You just need to tell me what you see on the field, buddy. I got you.
Yeah, you're color analyst. You'll be okay. I'll lead the way. We'll be okay.
See, I'm a little disappointed that you said he came up to you and said Kyle instead of Kyle Yeomans. By the way, speaking of the vibe, so is it a big problem at all? And I know some of these probably knew it was coming, but Trayvon Diggs tweeted out heartbroken, the tear from CeeDee Lamb, Cavante Turpin. Yeah,
Jerry's not worried about that locker room.
Okay, but the players, this League S is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, is there going to be lingering effects of this in the locker room?
I don't know. I think the leadership brass is still intact. I think it's still Dak, it's CD, it's some of those guys on the offensive line. I've been impressed with Tyler Smith, what he's done forward, but the big thing is I just mentioned three guys, and they're all on offense.
Yeah.
So who is going to be the leadership on the defensive side? Maybe it's some of these linebackers that are veterans. Maybe it's some of the corners, but even your cornerback room is crazy. Malik Hooker, it's not going to be Mozzie Smith, as Sean says here. Steve says here, all of this is being said. I still think there's work to be done. I did see Trayvon out on the field. He was hopping around, had some energy, like we talked about, the vibes, the energy. He was walking around just fine. They do have open locker room here in about 25 minutes or so. So once I'm done here, I'll be able to give you a better answer next Friday because I'll walk back or drive back over there and talk with a couple of the guys. But I still think it'll be okay. There's just going to be some maneuvering that needs to be done.
All right, so since you are here, it's time for some masterpiece of the week.
She said, list this.
Hey, Jacob, how's it going, man?
Hi, gentlemen. It's time. I know. We do this every time. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. This is the part of the show we do every Friday. We go over the wild, wacky, and often concerning pieces of audio. So put the kids to bed, unless they're in school, because school started now, apparently. Let's get started with this one. Corey got a little vulnerable and was talking about the things that he likes to do. Or no, his favorite part about players.
I wanted to do it with all these players too.
Oh, what do you want to do with the players?
Because you want to win with
players?
These. You wanted to win with Luka. You wanted to win with Micah. You wanted to do that with the players. All right,
that's you have to stop yourself again there.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes I do have to remind. Kevin knows. No, you wanted to win.
What
with
does
those.
that mean?
You wanted to. Just trust me on this. You want to win with those players. You don't want to send them off to another team and be like, I never could get you a championship. Zach Martins and stuff like that. You want to win with those guys. You're hopeful.
All right, well, I guess you can explain that one. I haven't heard this one because this has been Alec all week. This was you talking about your favorite body part.
Using our feet, not a big deal.
Okay.
Oh.
Look, man.
Have you ever thought about the logistics of trying to get that to happen?
I know, Kevin, and I don't like watching you try to do that right now. That's weird, honestly.
You regret coming here now, Kyle.
Should have left after work for a second.
He's like, I love listening to the segment from afar.
Yeah, I do. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes feet.
Are you a feet guy?
Get us there.
That's the weirdest question you've ever asked me. No. I'm not, but
I really feel judgmental.
We're on the radio.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Good feet equal triplets.
Okay. No, my gosh.
All right, well, on the topic of body parts, here's Kevin.
You want to see more?
Yeah, pretty
I
much
gotcha.
that.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Just butt.
I don't know why I said that.
I'm going to let you live
I
with this.
see, and I want to say something now, but I feel like I've embarrassed Kyle enough.
Yeah. No. Keep
I think
going.
you should say it. I think you should
say it. I think you should say it.
You prefer butts to feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. That was a very Jared Sandler laugh right there. I like that.
Which is
that
already,
was.
it was already
compared
which
to
is already
Jared.
a comp. Yeah, that's definitely already a comp.
Okay, This one's titled Zip Ties. I don't know if this is Corey talking about what he does when he gets a hold of the feet, but let's take a listen.
I love the idea of having zip ties in your car.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Not for the reasons that you think, all right?
Because it sounds like he's going to murder somebody,
Absolutely.
Right? The zip ties in the car are whenever you're at Target and you see somebody has just left the cart or they've parked improperly, and then you go zip tie that cart to their door handle. And then you leave, and now they got to go find scissors so they can cut that off. And they're stuck with a Target cart connected to their car.
You know, I thought you were just going to pull like a dad move and you never know when you're going to need such tools.
That is true.
That's pretty diabolical.
It is.
That is a diabolical way to think about zip ties. Oh, I'm going to hinder your entire day because you parked
like a jerk.
incorrectly.
Oh, you learned a valuable lesson.
You parked like a jerk, and now I'm taking care of it.
Clean up my parking job out front.
See?
From the 214, can I get a shout out to my son Elijah? He turns 4 on Sunday. Happy early birthday. Back to you, Jacob.
All right, let's give Kevin some love here because we've kind of been going Corey heavy. This is what Kevin had to say about the wet mouth people.
I hate wet mouth people.
Oh, simple as that.
That is.
Now, this was a text, and I wanted more information, is what is a wet mouth person? Mm-hmm. There was a shocking amount of response breaking down different variations of what they thought it was.
I am
some people
definitely a dry mouth person.
Okay, some people.
Oh, I am too. I have to walk everywhere with a water bottle.
I'm thirsty.
Okay.
Like, I never. If you see me anywhere, I mean, I brought this from home.
Mhm.
Like I'm never without a water bottle usually. I don't know why. Yeah.
And I just carry around my Yeti, my Cowboys blue Yeti.
There you go.
With the
Do you
straw.
sponsor?
Yeah.
Do you buy those water bottles or do you take them from the facility?
I take them from the facility.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart way
It's
to
a
do it.
sponsored water, you know. Like they're
Dude,
okay with that.
At Old Valley Ranch, I always would get a chocolate milk every time I would go in. But for when I was working with Mickey over at the website, I'd be
Oh,
like, time to get
yeah.
a chocolate milk today.
Yeah.
I loved it.
All right, so we have time for 2 more or 1 more?
2.
All right, let's do 2. All right, this one.
Maybe Kyle has.
This was Corey. This one's titled "Old Lady."
There was this old lady in my neighborhood, though. I would watch this lady every year.
Ooh, okay.
What? Oh man! And that's where the zip ties.
No,
came
that's
in.
not where
And
the
the
zip
feet.
ties came in, or the feet. She would pick up all the leaves by hand.
Oh, I remember.
She would
that.
never. She didn't rake. She would just, as a leaf would fall, she'd watch it. She'd hit the ground and she'd go pick it up, and then she'd be walking around with a stack of leaves.
That takes some dedication.
Yeah, it did, but she always had a clean yard. I watched that old lady all the time.
So far, my top choices are both Corey. It's the old lady and the zip ties.
3 of 4. Yeah.
Let's see how we close out here.
Oh, well, we're closing out with you, Kevin, and I think we saved this one for last because I don't know if Kyle has heard this one.
Look, I got
Hold on!
Wait
Tolo
a
just brought in
second.
Tolo
giant
just brought
zip tie
in
I've
zip
ever
ties
seen.
from
Those
his
things are
car.
huge.
Holy cow, that's a gigantic zip tie.
You could zip tie so many feet
tie
with those.
humans together.
You could zip tie the car next to the other car
Yeah, you
in the
could,
parking
yeah.
lot. That could take up the whole parking spot.
Dude, that's awesome.
All right, I'm sorry, Jacob.
No, you're
That
good, you're
just
good.
happened. It's amazing.
What are the practical uses for these?
He has.
That's an off-air
construction- Okay,
conversation.
all right, sorry about that.
Old lady feet.
Nope.
All right, we got one more, and Kyle probably hasn't heard this one unless he was tuned in the show earlier.
Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
All right.
Kevin's been very adamant about that all off.
So hold on. Wait. So this was from like 2 or 3 weeks ago when James Houston first started to flash in the games. Obviously,
Sure.
he
Played
just
well.
got here.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so we were talking about James Houston making the roster, and I said, it's not going to be a scenario where you're like, oh, who needs Micah? We have James Houston. And then once this deal went
Now
down,
we got
we were
two
like,
versions of
oh,
it.
crap. We might have to find that cut.
Here he is.
It sounds like I led the charge
You
on
did.
this trade. And I'm
You
like,
definitely did.
we got James Houston. I don't care about the rest of these players.
I can't wait to hear or see a fan on the fan text that just tunes in
Yes.
during that
Yeah.
and doesn't hear the explanation. It's like, I already flipped.
Yeah.
I flipped channels.
Yeah.
It's done. I can't listen to this
That guy,
anymore.
he doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, obviously, it's a tough call, but I'm going to vote for Corey stalking that old lady.
There was this old lady in my neighborhood, though. I would watch this lady every year.
That sounds so weird.
Real
the way I
quick,
say it.
play that one more time.
the way
Kyle,
that I
I
say
want
it.
you to listen to when he says, though.
Though.
That's a lustful though.
There was this old lady in my neighborhood, though. I would watch
You
this
see
lady.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It did.
I
It
hear
lingered.
though.
I hear it. Yeah, no. I'm going to let Kyle vote because I have a feeling.
It's the zip ties.
Okay.
It's the zip ties.
I love the idea of having zip ties in your car. Gigantic zip ties. I'm voting for Kevin and his love for James Houston over Micah Parsons.
Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
Yeah, exactly. And now Micah's traded, and Jerry was listening.
All right, Jacob, it's up to you. Is it James Houston is the best, zip ties, or old lady?
Yeah, I'm right there with Kyle, man. It's zip ties for me.
I love the idea of having zip ties in your car.
Why, Corey? Why?
I didn't say and a tarp and shovel, all right? I didn't add those things in there.
You don't have to.
It's implied.
Okay.
Well, Kyle, thank you very much for jumping on with
And
us.
thanks for swinging by today, too,
Absolutely,
man.
gentlemen. Always. Anytime you're nearby, just don't let me find the zip ties.
As long as it's not too inconvenient for
Yeah.
you. I got you.
And no parking spot. Up
Yes.
Oh,
you know,
man.
like, that's the
Are
big
you
thing.
going to rethink the way you park now because of people like
Oh,
Corey
yeah.
might be lingering
Absolutely.
around?
With zip ties.
All right, there you go, Kyle Yeomans, or Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Thank you very much, good sir. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Jag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking haircut.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Not Milk Millions?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Lady?
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
trying to attack. Cousins. Here comes Parsons. Parsons got him from behind, and the ball is out. And the Cowboys recover. It was Parsons coming around his man.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very, very much to the good people at Uncle Julio's in Frisco who've been rocking with us all day long. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the people who broke the news yesterday, the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. I wanted to get y'all's thoughts. I mean, I felt like I heard a lot of your thoughts immediately when the deal went down. Y'all were the best spot to get information yesterday.
I turned the YouTube on immediately yesterday.
Absolutely. Now, about, 22, 23 hours later, have you reconsidered it all? Have you gotten any more context that's made you change any of your opinions? Or where are you guys at?
I think the report from Bobby Belt that the offer of 5 and 202.5 was with 4 extended years with $45 million new money. I think, if anything, I've just become more convinced that Micah Parsons really didn't want to be here.
I mean, I could see that because 40.5 to 47, you're like, yeah, what can you do? But 45 to 47, that's still a lot of money. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the fallout since this has all happened has definitely highlighted how much Micah had to do with all of this. I still, ultimately, the Cowboys and their lack of being proactive and just their history of always caving gave Micah the confidence that he could just go ahead and do this. So their own reputation worked against him here. So there is some fault there for sure. But, yeah, seeing those numbers come out and obviously – knowing just how nasty this got, this gets nasty for a reason. We haven't really seen a player. We're usually worried about, hey, has Jerry offended the player? This is the time now where Jerry absolutely offended, the player offended Jerry in a way that is only similar to, like Bobby was mentioning this morning, to the way Jimmy offended Jerry all those years ago.
Yeah.
Do you think you guys are getting, and the station's getting the appropriate credit for a couple of years ago discussing that this might be a reality within the walls of the Star already anyway?
I've seen some of that on social media.
Okay, all right. We need to get some more then.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I know Sean put it out. I know Brian and I have hinted at that too. And it gets spun like it's just some media conspiracy. Because some fans just don't want to hear that. But we're not trying to paint any individual player in a negative light. It's not a personal thing. If we're hearing something, I feel like it's our job to be able to give the fans what they're not able to, the knowledge they're not able to gain. Like when we're in this field, you're able to get information to stuff. And sometimes it's not always fun, especially growing up a Cowboys fan, learning how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also something that, I don't love all the things that I'm able to hear and find out sometimes. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, I think the thing that I was the most surprised about is I was on several different podcasts last night, and if you go back and read the comments of how fans were on board with this, it wasn't like they were, they don't want to give Jerry credit, but they were also saying, listen, the player's at fault here. And so I was surprised about that. A lot of the good riddance, and I was thinking, man, that's kind of shocking, to be honest with you.
And that's why I've hated the comparison that some folks have made with the Luka trade, and I feel like almost unanimously people were like, "Oh, this Luka trade is the worst." And now for this one, it feels like I understand that people were like, "I wish you could have got more," or "I really love Micah," but it doesn't feel like people are like, "What are you doing? We're the laughing stock of the NFL."
It's the magnitude of the trade, though. It's
I
a
get it from that
significant
perspective.
move,
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the team, that's the thing that bothers me the most. It's just, Jerry said the division teams he wouldn't trade them to. I would like to have added Green Bay, San Francisco to that list. It's if you could have traded him, and I know, Brian, you made the point yesterday, and you could very well be right because of the timing in which this all went down.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have another team that fit that criteria that they discussed in terms of the cap room to be able to pay Micah and a defensive tackle that they really coveted. But that's why it just speaks to it's a reactionary move. I just felt that Jerry, we saw right through the sales pitch, man. This is something other people in the organization had discussed.
Yeah.
Nobody, you or Steven, were never on board with trading Micah. And until you got your feelings hurt, that's when that changed. Otherwise, yes, if you were a proactive, forward-thinking organization and the agent basically told you if this is going to become a problem, trade him now prior to the draft, and you would have gotten more. Unfortunately, the timing and the team in which you traded him to, that's really the only thing that I've got the problem with.
How about the similarity of could this trade end up bringing you the most hyped player of the generation like it did with the Luka trade?
Yeah.
How about that, Hagee?
Oh, no, Norris from South Carolina? Is that what you're thinking? I'm just kidding. I know. I'm just kidding. I know.
Sellers, is it?
Yeah. You're talking about Arch Manning, and obviously humongous game for them this weekend. What all do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. It is a Friday, so we'll take your phone calls at 5 o'clock. What you drinking? What you thinking? We have Eric Nadell coming on at 5:20 as well. Get you ready for this Rangers A's. But yeah, we'll update all the angles on Micah here right out of the gates as we continue our reactions.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the people who broke the news, the people who started to tell you this could happen 2 years ago. The G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Tuesday right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say zip ties, Kevin.
Oh, Lord.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. We got a full 5 for you today. Welcome in hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Still one of the most surreal days. It's a Football Friday, unlike any other here in the nation. I got to admit, I would have thought most people would not like this trade, but it seems the other way. Let's talk about it. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A., of course. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follow in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinate your video. Ready for a big college football Saturday. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. What do you guys think about the reaction? Are you surprised?
Of the fans?
Yeah.
I was a little bit, and I always like to kind of try and get the pulse, and the comment section, a lot of people were going in and saying, "Nah, man, you're wrong about this. No, you're wrong about that," and no, we're okay, we'll be fine. And the picks, Micah, this and that and the other, and you guys were telling us this, and and so you kind of get an idea of what everybody's thinking. But for the most part, it was like, hey, we're moving on. Good for Micah. Never did this, never did that. And I'm like, and I was, to be honest with you, I was surprised of how many people, and I want to say it was more like a 60-40 for, hey, everything's going to be good. And I was surprised about that.
I think I'd go higher, and I wonder why. Why? What's the main reason?
I think the moment fans really started to turn on Micah was when he had Jordan Love on the podcast after that Green Bay loss at AT&T Stadium. And it's like, dude, they just got the 2 seed. He had a 16-game, whatever it was, home winning streak. We talked about at the time, it seemed like this is your best chance that you've had during this drought to finally make it back to the conference title game. You've got 2 home games if you win. And then it's okay, we'll play San Francisco or whoever ends up making it. But when you have Jordan Love and you're chumming it up and joking around 2 weeks after they just kicked your ass and urinated all over the Star at AT&T Stadium, it was like, come on, man. You're fraternizing with the enemy over there. Like, we're still not over it. You clearly look like you are. How much do you care?
Yeah, it's a great point. That was extremely frustrating. And then I think a lot of people are pointing to the small sample size of the postseason and how he hasn't been a total game wrecker in those games. And then you couple the fact that he's pouting and requesting a trade and saying, I don't want to be a Cowboy. All of those things end up irking a fan base.
Yeah, I think all of his biggest games have come week 8 or earlier. I was looking at that last night and this morning. I think the lack of edge setting is a real thing. Although he's a productive run defender, he's better than average at it. I guess he's not a complete edge. The podcast is there. The big games are there. What would be your answer, Brian, on why fans are happy? It looks like I was wondering if they believe in the Cowboys team building philosophy changing. That's to me is why I'm like, okay, cool. And instead of paying your own guys and locking in, I think this might represent a philosophical shift of how we're going to get after it. And they just have never built a physical defense that was tough up the middle. So I hope this is the first sign that Schottenheimer has convinced the Joneses, guys, what you've been doing for the last 15 years is not what is going to win today. What's going to win today, you really need to be able to stop the run. Yeah. And I just haven't seen the Cowboys care about that in my decade and a half covering them, Brian.
Yeah, I think that the biggest issue, though, with the whole thing, I think when you start to talk about the defense, and the Cowboys made such a big point about the emphasis of playing better run defense, and this should have been something that was even done before this whole Micah Parsons thing went down.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
You had a whole offseason to, if you were this concerned about the run defense, make a separate trade for a defensive tackle. If obviously Kenny Clark was on the market, could you have made a call for Kenny Clark? Were the Packers interested? But could you have made other calls? There could have been other things that you could have done. You're making us feel like that this Kenny Clark, as part of this trade, is going to fix your run defense.
Yeah, that was gaslighting.
And Kenny Clark's a good player. And there's going to be pressure on him to help with the run defense, and he's capable of doing that. Absolutely. Guy played hurt last year, and towards the end of the season, from what I understand. But it's one of those things where I think with this is the questions that I have. And I think that I would have stood up in the meeting if they said it was unanimous.
Yeah.
This is where I would have stood up in the meeting and I would have said differently. Or I would have asked this question. I would have been the one guy that would have been like, well, okay, why? Why are we doing this? Because if we have this much confidence in our offense, and I'm saying as an organization, maybe the media doesn't have any confidence, but the obviously the front office does. They're looking at the thing with George Pickens and Lamb and Ferguson and Dak and all that. There's, but they go out and draft offensive linemen. Got a couple of young guys that are going to have to play. But they seem to have really a lot of confidence in what their offense potentially could do with Schottenheimer calling plays. If, in fact, your offense is successful, you're going to put teams in run situations, pass situations.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a team that's scoring points and you're putting it happened, in 2016, right? Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you're putting teams in bad spots where they're having to chase points against you. You naturally take teams out of the run. What's the answer going to be if, in fact, your offense is good and you have no answer for how to create pressure to end games? You've taken that option away from you. So I was getting encouraged by Diggs coming back. Good news. Micah being a part of this. Good. That could have been really good news. But to now, I have questions that if their offense is really good and teams are chasing points, yeah, they automatically don't run the ball on you anymore. They're going to start to throw. And are you capable of generating enough pressure and sacks in order to keep people from beating you by just giving up on a player that probably could do that for you in games?
Nowhere close to where you were with Micah Parsons, that's for sure. When it comes to pressure, you're going to have to hope that as a and maybe you can be average. I just, and I'll take your point. Like Kenny Clark does not fix your defense. This trade doesn't make them a balanced defense all of a sudden. But if you would pay Micah after the draft they just had, where they take more pass defense players in Revel and Ezraku, and how bad Mozzie Smith has played, you're looking at no money again to make your run defense physical and good next year. So then you'd have to spend all your draft resources in a year where you probably need wide receiver 2 and running back, and you might need another offensive lineman depending on how these guys play this year.
I would, if it was me, I earmark these picks, potentially the extra picks, to getting the quarterback. That's the first thing I think of.
Which I'm with you 100%.
I am not.
I think you have to. These next two quarterback drafts are good.
If you really want to potentially free up some money, think about that one. You're going to have to probably bite the bullet initially, but if you want to going forward, this is the opportunity for them. They have got to potentially use one of these 2 extra picks to address the quarterback situation. And if the quarterback situation is if all of a sudden you have another injury or the level of play is not where it needs to be.
But that's another thing that I guess they opened up, right? Because they're projected.
Well, they gave themselves options.
Yeah, with the cap space, they've got the second most projected cap space in the league going into next year. So you now have the ability, if something happens with Dak, you can kind of eat that quarterback contract if you need to, and then go draft your guy.
What'd you think about the video posted of Micah celebrating last night with his mom? It was kind of cool in a way. Like, I think every son wants to have that moment, but I think a lot of Cowboys fans were watching that and felt like he was celebrating the fact he was leaving Dallas.
I was happy for him. Yeah. I mean, and now it's his mom doesn't have to work again. It's like all of our dreams growing up. If you love your mom, right? It's like my mom doesn't have to work. She can retire. I've taken care of you, Mom. So I didn't think of it as like a negative, he's dancing on the cat. He got what he deserved, and that was his money.
Well, the flip side of that, I heard the Cowboys front office was celebrating themselves last night. So I guess they were, they've got a plan, and they felt like they executed it, and they've moved on. Micah's moved on, and here we go.
I mean, just looking at it objectively, like taking away the emotion and who the player is, if you do well with that $40 million that you were going to pay to Micah Parsons, like let's say you find a collection of players that impacts winning more and you get the 2 first-round picks, I think it's genius, and it's not very often that multiple picks are getting traded for players that are as good as what they were, or the team that ultimately made that trade is happy that they did it.
Yeah, I think you got to take this money and start worrying about getting, I don't know about Bland, but I would try and get Smith done, and I would do something with the kicker. You know, I would try and maybe knock those two out. I know it sounds crazy. That kicker is a weapon for you right now, and that kicker money is only going up. So
that'd be a kick in the junk if all you get is, re-signing your own players.
Well, no, I'm just saying though, I would start with an all-pro player is what I would do. That left guard is what I would try and do. I'd try and get him done. But yeah, let's see if let's see how this all plays out. If they have the money, and they obviously they'll have some, but I would try and get that's the one guy that to me. I know on our show here, you talk about offensive line play all the time and how important it is for the quarterback. I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to get you a guy that's a Pro Bowl, all-pro type player that's young.
Yeah.
So, I would start there. And if it turns into going out and grabbing some other things, I'm not against that at all.
What about the idea of maybe taking those ones that you got and almost immediately turning around and trading them before the trade deadline to fix holes in this team? I mean, it'd be fun to see what you could get.
You're not going to be very good. I don't think you're going to be very good anyway. I think this is a year where we talk about 9-10 wins at the most. Now without Micah, maybe that's 1 or 2 more losses right there. I don't know if to me, I just do all I can to get what young players I have, get Ezra Rocco going the right way, make sure Booker's going the right way. This to me is a season where if I'm going to fixing holes, I'm going to do it at a later date. I'm not doing it now for probably a 7 or 8 win team.
Yeah, agreed. And that's what's funny about him trying to spin it like, oh, this makes our team better right now.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it definitely
really does. It really
not.
does.
Yeah.
It does not. And like I say, you were a team, and this is the argument, not the argument. This is what people were pointing out to me in the comments last night. They're like, "Hey, Broadus, but this guy on the team, you still weren't making the playoffs. You were still losing games." And they're talking about like last year.
Yeah,
they were bringing up the fact that you guys act like that Mike is this great player. He is a great player, but people are saying the argument is he's not helping you right now. You're not getting in the playoffs. You're not winning Super Bowls. You're not doing all these things. Now, they're pointing that out that like at $40 million, is he going to do the same thing?
And that's what I like about the Cowboys' decision here is they acknowledge that. And instead of saying, let's keep spending money on something where we know what the result is going to be, but at least we can have fans happy and excited that Micah Parsons is on the team and that we're getting all these sacks and maybe we could finish 500. That's what they did in 2011, 12, and 13 when they were really a rebuilding team, but they had D. Ware and Romo and Dez, and it was exciting, and it was engagement farming. Instead of doing that, they've said, well, if we're not going to win here over the next couple of years, why do we need to keep throwing money at it and continuing to put ourselves deeper and deeper into cap hell? And I think it's interesting because this same offseason, Green Bay has done that too, and Pittsburgh has done that too. Heritage franchises that could just engagement farm and take money from their fan bases for putting 500 products out there and never really going all in or doing big things to give yourself a chance at a Super Bowl because they're making so much money with those epic brands. But I don't think it's a coincidence. The Steelers, Packers, and now Cowboys have done remarkably different things from what their pattern of behavior has been for the front office for 3 decades. These guys get together in NFL owners meetings. They share ideas, and they're behind the curve by 5 to 10 years, no doubt, in as far as the meta of team building for a championship. But I bet those old guys got together and said, yeah, that idea of how Big Ben won a Super Bowl in 2005 and 2007 or 2010 or something like that, or the Packers in 2010, right? We were in a wild card era where this thing worked. Guys, this isn't working anymore. And in order to, put your best foot forward to a championship, you gotta borrow assets from different years and stack them together in a 1 or 2 year window and then truly go for it. And then when you're not there, you take a half step back. We've never seen the Cowboys say, we're taking a half step back this year to hopefully improve ourselves.
No.
I think this is the gambler being back. This is Jerry saying, wow, this is a big chip to throw on the table in hopes that it's going to bring us closer to a championship in the future.
If that was the case, then you don't put Kenny Clark in the deal as a win-now veteran who's probably going to be here for one season.
Yeah,
you get a young player that could take you into the future, or just another draft pick to help actually restart this. If this was something that they did at the beginning of the offseason, you would say, okay, you made that decision.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't the case. Micah forced Jerry's hand.
Yeah, Jerry got upset. Like that's like I would love this to be the case.
Well, Jerry
they were
upset,
just going to pay him.
I think in this theoretical scenario, maybe Schottenheimer is talking about this. Guys, we can't continue to just try to make the playoffs every year and think we're ever going to get there. Next year, our defense is going to be unphysical and suck against the run again. And again the next year. Like, we don't have the resources. The only way we get the resources is if we take them from somewhere else. And Jerry didn't want to go there because Micah Parsons is a star, and he never trades stars. But the emotion of this week got him to agree with other people in the organization that did want to make that philosophical shift.
I could buy the shoddy angle of that 100%. But from Jerry and Steven's perspective, like, they were ready to write that check. And if Micah doesn't end up saying, oh, no, I need to get my agent involved and we're restarting the negotiations, which is what triggers Jerry to be ticked off now and feel burned, this never happens.
Yeah, they were doing revisionist history and gaslighting about, Kenny Clark and how everything's developed over the last 6 months. Todd Archer really had a nice Q&A with him where he kind of got him. Like, if you'd been thinking about this since March, why wasn't this on the table around the draft? Okay, we got the top 10 coming up, the G-Bag of the Day champion replay as well. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
National College Colors Day, the top 10 uniforms in all of college football. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite? That's next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has low fee products? Yeah, to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Here it is, the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Continue to take your reactions at 877-881-1053 to the Micah Parsons trade. What else needs to be said about this story? We got Biggest L, Biggest Dub coming up in about 15 minutes. G-Bag of the Day champ here in a sec, then Wolchuk's Top 10. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. We play the champ right about here. Day number 4 for this champion audio. We go to the other side of the pond where this man was assaulted right in front of his son. Pow! Smack right in his face because he was confronting his Jamaican neighbor about the phrase, "Suck your mother! Suck your mother!" Lucky he didn't call him a Chi-Chi man. That's funny, too. Here we go.
The thing is, just quickly, has anybody been injured? Yes, he hit me. Hit on my face.
Where?
In front of my son, and he said I have to suck my mother. Okay, well, saying such a mother is not No, for me it's not a good thing. So I am asking him if you did something with your mother or not. Did you do something like this? That's irrelevant.
Is that what you like to do, huh? What a cut. And at 5:30, see if they can make it, 4? We looking for 4 here or 5?
Yeah, 4. Day 4 going for 5.
Look at that, the doorstep of greatness.
And this one he was supposed to win. This was an extra, bro. This was a throw-in.
It just hits so funny, dude. It's not a very good thing.
Yeah.
Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 220.
Oh, it's so good. National School Colors Day, 877-881-1053. What are the best uniforms in all of college football? Had our first upset yesterday. South Florida just spanking Boise State, 34-7. No Ashton Genty, no dubs for you, Boise State Broncos. Man.
Bad night at the office.
Not good. And how about this? An unlikely union. Barry Switzer texting.
It's my guy.
Archie Manning. Oh, my gosh, Barry. He said, Archie, I never thought there would be a day coming that I would be pulling for the University of Texas. Archie replied, R.C. Slocum texted me. So we got an Aggie and a Sooner pulling for the Horns. I am honored to have great friends. So OU and A&M coaching legends, Barry Switzer and R.C. Slocum pulling for the Horns to knock off the Buckeyes tomorrow at Ohio State. And in Lee Corso's final game day, big noon kickoff on Fox, they're also going to simulcast. They're going to air the final headgear pick where he's going to put on either the Buckeye or the Longhorn. And then you also will have a Tom Rinaldi Lee Corso send-off as part of the package.
Did I see this right, that Lee Corso was flying like on Southwest?
Yeah, and they gave him like a standing ovation at the terminal or whatever.
Like Kurt couldn't swing by.
Damn, you shading Southwest like that?
What's that?
Shading Southwest?
No, I'm just
like should Lee Corso be flying commercial at this point? Like, should he have not for his farewell send off? Should he have been on the plane with the dog? I mean, Kirk Herbstreit's dog is flying in a better.
You don't like Lee Corso on Group 3? You don't like that?
No, I
Group
don't
D.
like that.
Lee Corso.
Actually, Lee Corso would probably be boarding before me in one of those chairs. Is what he would probably be doing.
Hey, if he was smart, it is fair.
If he was smart, all the smart people do that ahead of me.
It's probably one of those deals where you book your own travel out of the compensation, and he's going budget. You know, he's old school like
Get
that.
the miles.
Probably from the greatest generation, lived through the Depression.
You figure his last game, they'd go pick him up. Like,
I would, yes.
Kurt's got that wheels up deal where he's flying every Thursday and then flying to his kid's high school game and then flying back. And, so you figured he'd just kind of swing by and pick him up.
Because Kirk said they went to dinner and everything last night together, and he's got a big lunch today planned with old friends. I guess
Kurt, I think he's Nashville or Cincinnati. Where's he? I don't know. He's one of his places. He used to live in Columbus until they ran him out of town.
They ran him out of town?
Yeah. A lot of hate.
They said, get the hell out of here. You've gone too big time for us.
A lot of hate.
Picked Michigan too many times.
Yeah, a lot of hate.
Man, and bad news for the Tigers. Now, which one you asked, Brian? It's your LSU Tigers. Starting safety, suspended, A.J. Halsey.
Sure he is.
Going to miss the first half of the Clemson game for an ejection dating back to 2024.
Yeah.
We're doing that. We're carrying over from a previous season for the first half ejections. This is ridiculous. Let them start clean. Clean slate.
Sound like a Tigers fan. Sound like a guy that's got LSU.
Do I have LSU +4? I might.
Is
Eric.
it +4?
I got him at +4.
You have +4?
I don't know if the line's moved. I know there was a ton of money coming in for Texas, so that line might have moved a little bit. Texas is getting backed big time by Vegas right now. The Buckeyes opened as a 3-point favorite months ago. Sportsbooks were getting a ton of money in for the Horns. I think there was a $550,000 bet on Texas.
Has been at Broadus.
Texas is now, in some places, they're a 1-point favorite now. So, man, yeah, that line has moved a ton. All right, let's get into the top 10 here. Top 10 best uniforms in all of college football. 877-881-1053, 803, the Tar Heels. They've got iconic colors and uniform schemes.
That is a pretty one.
Do love them. I do, especially for basketball. They're outstanding. The new SMU jerseys.
Were they hot before Jordan?
No. I mean,
now I'll tell you this, Lucius. If it was,
I shouldn't have answered that. I wasn't alive.
You jumped on out there. I didn't know how to respond to it. I just let you hang.
we went there.
I was like, well,
I got to say something. There's a microphone in front of me.
Went there in 1984. It was sky blue jerseys, white pants with sky blue stripes down with the white numbers with the black outline on the numbers.
Yeah.
With the sky blue helmets with the white UNC on the side. I've always thought they were. Really cool. Really cool.
SMU is an honorable mention, and SMU's uniforms, especially the new ones with the D on the helmet for down.
Yeah.
Those things are sick. Those are
They've
badass.
done some cool stuff with the fonts and the whole thing. I think they pulled it together well. I was actually going to say SMU because I think they do have a real classy
They
look.
do. Yeah, I like SMU's. 214, the purple and gold. I'm assuming that's for LSU. Getting texted. Alabama, the crimson jerseys and black shoes like they wore in 92 when they beat Ray Lewis and Dwayne Johnson's Miami squad.
Yeah, it's real hard to break into like the long time looks that are just I mean Bama and Penn State and, the Michigan helmet.
If you go Michigan, if you go long time, USC is the one for me.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
I mean, with no name on the back of the jersey, and I like how they when they wear the gold pants with the garnet, I guess, top is what it is.
The USC versus UCLA is a great color.
They let both teams wear home.
Beautiful, yeah.
Both teams get to wear their home uniforms.
It's gorgeous. I do love that. And a good point earlier this morning from Bobby. I mean, that
impossible.
This was a solid nugget.
What do you mean by that?
3 defensive tackles from UCLA on that Cowboys roster.
When you think about stopping the run, you think about
Bruin football.
UCLA, Bruin
Osa
football.
Digizua, Jay Toia, and now our guy, Kenny Clark. Let's go. Georgia's an honorable mention. So is Alabama.
Oh, Georgia, honorable mention?
So is Oklahoma. Honorable mention. Clemson is on here. Man, North Texas Mean Green came at 15. And it's all because of the blacks.
Yeah.
Those are pretty damn
blackouts
sick.
are pretty sweet.
The rest of our uniforms, all right. No, I'm not going to really fight for us. Oregon, the last honorable mention at 11.
Which one?
Glow, bro.
Which one?
Their traditional green with the yellow.
Oh, that's the old ones. Did you ever see when they wore the ones where they look like ducks? Where they actually look like
Yes.
with
The wings on the
they had
shoulder
white
pads?
pant. No, they had white pants with the green body, and then the socks were orange like feet. Or like yellow
They
like
look-
feet.
they've got
They look
outstanding
like
unis.
ducks.
I think some seasons they do a different uniform every week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
they
used to
do.
be that's the
to
way
keep up with.
they recruited. Like you go to Oregon and you can wear a different
It
uniform.
works, man. It looks fly.
It does look fly.
10 is Boise
Chrome
State.
helmets from them are good too.
Yeah.
Boise State.
Yeah, with the all blue. That's a
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
sexy look.
All right.
Within
That's an
the blue
honorable
helmet.
mention?
Yeah, it's number 10.
And it
Wow.
matches with the blue turf, so you can't see them
It
that
does.
well.
The fact that that's ahead of the Sooners is hilarious to me.
You think so?
Yeah.
I kind of like these Boise State all blues. I'm not going to lie. I'm a fan. 9 is Miami.
Which one?
It looks like their traditional homes with the white pants.
White is this
Orange tops.
The orange tops.
Okay, with the white helmet, then with the U. Okay. Like it.
8. This is a surprise. Now, these are pretty clean looking unis, but it's the San Diego State Aztecs.
Is that the all black with
All black with the red trim.
Yeah, they wear their helmets are kind of like fire engine red.
Yeah, it's a darker shade of red.
Is that right?
They
Is that
do
fire
look
engine
pretty
red?
damn badass.
It pops. It does.
It's pretty cool when you we played them one year and they do have.
They're sweet unis. I just wouldn't have ever
Seen them
thought
live,
San
they
Diego
are.
State. Yeah.
yeah, live they look good.
7 is the Fighting Irish in Notre Dame.
Yes!
When they wear
Those
the
gold helmets, bro.
They're classic.
green jerseys, or
I like the blue.
These
I
are
like the
blue
blue
ones?
jerseys.
Yeah,
Yes,
blue,
sir.
blue.
Yeah.
With the gold pants?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those gold helmets are just
They're classic.
Beautiful.
really undeniable.
Especially now, like they really put some sauce on them.
They are shiny.
Yeah.
They glisten. 6 is Mizzou with the black pants, the yellow tops, and the black numbers. And that helmet's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Over Notre Dame.
Over Notre Dame.
This is a different criteria, I
For
feel.
Yahoo Sports.
Okay.
Top 5, number 5 is Texas Longhorns. This is just the
It's classic. It's cool. I get it.
white
Burnt
pants
orange.
with the burnt orange top.
The helmets are sweet.
The helmets
Yeah,
are sweet.
it's the helmet. Yeah. It's the helmet.
Does Texas ever rock an all black with the orange on?
Never.
No, they
Never.
had the practice, like I think the
seen the
quarterbacks
quarterbacks
wear the blacks, yeah.
and we've always seen the mock-ups of like, man, Texas needs
That
to
would be
have
It's either all white
an all
or the
black
orange tops and
Yeah.
white pants. Yeah.
Everybody should. Like any school that
think-
reps an all black uni does not look bad.
No.
They all look good.
consistently. Yeah. It seems like a no-brainer, but I guess it's just it's the tradition, the tradition of it
I
all.
get it.
I like Oklahoma State's matte gray.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Yeah, it has an
those are-
orange in there with that matte gray. I like that. I
Oklahoma
like
State,
that. I
yeah,
like that.
they do have some nice
They do a lot of
unis.
different uniform
They do.
combinations.
They'll
there.
mix and match on you. They've got some awesome all black ones too with the orange. Number 4 is Ohio State.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean those helmets too, man. When you get all the
Pretty classic.
Buckeyes.
the Buckeyes on there by the end of the season, if you've been actually an awesome player, it looks sick.
Yeah.
3 is Michigan. Maize and blue.
The
You guys like
helmets
the
are
Michigan
so
helmets?
goated. Yeah, the Michigan helmets are sweet.
Yeah.
I like Delaware's better.
2. Aren't
It's,
they the
it's
same?
the same helmet.
Yeah.
Just like a slightly different shade of
It's
color.
just a different color.
the hell are you doing?
The blue hens. Yeah.
2 is Florida State, and that just got texted in from the 214. Where
that's
my Florida State
the
at?
garnet. That's the garnet.
Dude, FSUs are those are
uniforms,
sick.
Yeah.
But number 1, best jersey in the
LSU.
game, according to Yahoo Sports.
Damn right, it's LSU.
It is LSU.
Damn right it is.
It is LSU.
Damn right it is.
With
Classy.
purple and gold.
Yeah.
Is it the purple jersey?
It is.
No.
It's the purple jersey with the
Oh,
gold
we
pants.
never wear those.
The purple jersey with
Never.
the gold pants.
No,
I guess they
no.
wore them against UCLA. That's where this picture's from.
Yeah, but it's usually traditionally the white jersey, gold pants, gold
Is that
helmet.
because of the heat?
It was
Is that
like
why they're
it was
doing
a
it?
lot of it was the heat. Yeah, used to wear mesh. You had these mesh jerseys that we wore that were like all white. Man, it is a sweet
With the
uniform.
super huge shoulder pads.
Oh yeah, like even the quarterbacks had super huge shoulder pads.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite things about the Netflix documentary, seeing all the old school, the
Yeah.
shoulder pads and the helmets, and
No,
everybody was actually wearing thigh pads and knee pads.
You'll see a cool combination with LSU at Clemson because LSU will be wearing white and Clemson's uniforms will be with the orange. And Florida University has good uniforms too. By
Florida
the way.
versus LSU is another one that I think is a great color clash.
Florida's got some good looking suits.
Yeah,
They do. They do. Good call.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Top
you.
10 is in the books, and happy college football, everybody. Chief, what are we doing next?
Yes, that's a big dub, is it not? 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Chris.
in here. We're going to go to Brian Schottenheimer at the press conference in Frisco.
DBs that we've added, this is something you guys know all the time. It's a 365 day a year, but to get Triquez, Bridges, and Reddy Stewart, guys that we were excited about, to get Trevor Keegan. At the end of the day, we're about trying to upgrade the roster any chance we get.
And then, did you address the trade with the players today?
Yeah, I did. And again, what I told the players, it wasn't just about Micah. I said this has been a tough weekend for a lot of guys. There's players that we had to cut, that I had to sit down and, tell them, hey, we're going to waive you, and here's why, and this is what, we're excited about with you, and here's areas that you can get better at. And then we were fortunate to get almost all those guys back. But I just said that at the end of the day, this business it's about that. It's about having hard conversations, and I felt very comfortable with the message to the team today.
You mentioned the picks and then what it could be in the future. What does this do for the Cowboys right now?
Well, again, I think, nothing's changed. My goals haven't changed. Our team goals haven't changed. I hit the players on that today after I talked about, just the tough couple days, for all the guys. And it doesn't change. The standard is the standard. I said that. We, with all the new pieces and people we had in there, I needed to hit the goal, which is to win a World's Championship. I needed to hit that. We also want to build one of the greatest professional sports cultures in the world. And that's part of the deal. When you add new pieces, you have to make sure they understand your vision. They have to understand your culture. They have to understand the way we view this game. And I think that's something we take a lot of pride in.
John Machado with The Athletic. Where were you at, and just what was your initial reaction when you see that this actually is happening?
I got a call from Jerry Stephen, and once I got the call from them, what I wanted to do was reach out to our players, and so I reached out to, I'd say, I don't know how many it was, a bunch of the leaders, and just, I wanted them to hear my voice. You never know how guys are going to take, the news like that, but I thought it was important for them to know two things. Me, I'm a connection guy. I'm not afraid to have hard conversations, and so, I talked to, I would say, 12 to 14 guys, and we had some real candid conversations that I thought was very good. And again, at the end of the day, it's one of those things that some people might shy away from wanting to do that, but I just felt very strongly that these guys needed to hear my voice.
When we were out of training camp, it was pretty obvious that the edge rusher group might be your guys' deepest position. How much did that factor into this?
That was a big part of it. I think, you're always looking at different areas, and, when you look at the guys that we have that can create, pass rush, Dante and Sam, certainly drafting a guy like Donovan. James Houston's a guy that's come out of nowhere, that, we found on the streets, and Marshawn Nealon, there's guys that we have that play inside, that can play outside. So it was part of the decision, but this was not something that we just stumbled upon and said, yeah, let's do this. It was well thought out. It was a lot of conversations about it, and then again, at the end of the day, you got to make sure that it works.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. How much of the timing of this was not wanting the cloud of the distraction to push into week one of the season? Because you guys dealt with it all training camp, so questions on it. How much of the timing associated with it was getting it done for the season?
Nick, I think when you talk about trades and stuff, it takes multiple people to get these things done. And again, we didn't have a timeline. It's just when you make a deal, you make a deal. And we were able to make a deal. And the positive thing about it is we're into a regular 7-day cycle with Philadelphia, and it's one of those things that now we get to focus on Philly.
What has the overall team reaction been, and namely Trayvon Diggs, since he was super close to Micah?
Yeah, again, you'd have to ask the guys. Like I said, the real conversations I had with the guys last night, Trayvon was one of the guys I called. Obviously, he and Micah are very close, and he and I had really good conversation. And again, I'm not going to share that with you guys, but he appreciated the phone call. And again, not everybody feels like they have to do that as a head coach, but I do feel like, those guys, I wanted them to have a chance to talk to me. And I said, you guys can say anything you want to me. Here's kind of why we made the decision. Here's what went into it. And again, those conversations were powerful, but also will stay, between me and them.
And lastly, a big part of the deal is that it opens up a lot of cap space for you guys. You'll have the second most in the league right now. Do you anticipate using that cap space?
At some point, I would think, yes, we will. I laugh about that. But, look, we're in the business of making moves. We're in the business of trying to upgrade the roster every time we get a chance to, and we're glued in on the waiver wire. Will and those guys do an awesome job. And like I've said from the very beginning, the communication between myself and Steven and Jerry and Will and those guys is terrific, and they do an incredible job of just making it easy for us to turn on the film and look at certain guys that have traits like Triquez and Reddy Stewart that is like, okay, yeah, let's turn the film on and see what we think.
Doney.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, some of the defensive ends in the locker room were saying that Micah texted the group chat last night. Have you talked to him since it happened? Did you exchange any sort of communication?
I saw Micah yesterday, but I have not. But that doesn't surprise me. Mike is part of our family. That doesn't change. When you leave the team, it doesn't. Zach Martin's still part of the family. It doesn't change, and it makes me happy that those guys are still going to be close. Shoot, we see them here in a couple weeks, right? It's like that'll be one that it'll be a ball. But like that's what I want, because what that means, Tommy, is that we are building the right type of culture where, hey, Mike is going on to Green Bay, but he's still part of the family here, and again, great memories with him and the guys in that locker room.
And then with Kenny, you mentioned this being a game week. What's kind of the plan for him this week, and then how much do you anticipate him playing on Thursday?
Yeah, again, I think he does have some. He's been playing in similar systems and has some exposure to Flus's system. He's a pro. He'll have no problem getting up to speed, so you should expect to see him out there.
Scholar.
Skylar Dix with the AP. This seems like a less than ideal way to kick off your head coaching career, losing perhaps your best player a week before the season. You talked about feeling the need to reach out to the players. How do you sort of put a happy face on this for yourself?
Again, we've got lots of really good players, and again, I'm never going to change who I am. I understand what we've been tasked with from the minute I took this job. We're the Dallas Cowboys. I'm the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and I stared right down the barrel of the gun and said, "Hey, I want to win a Super Bowl," and so that doesn't change. You work and you get excited about the pieces that we've added. Again, it's been really cool to see the guys, wrap their arms around Kenny and some of the other guys that we've brought in, because again, that's what's going to get us through the tough points in the season, whatever those look like. It's going to be the culture that we've created, and again, I don't sit around and think about, oh, this is my first year as a head coach. This is part of the business, and I'm comfortable with that.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, what would you say to people who question how does this bring the Cowboys closer to that goal-winning world championship, trading away someone who had 12 sacks in the last 4 years?
Yeah, I would say Mike is an incredible player. Nobody disputes that. He's a great player, but this is the ultimate team game. It's the ultimate team game, and we're not going to win a championship with just one person. It's going to take variations of the 69 guys plus that we have on this roster, and injuries are a big part of this. And we've built our depth up, and we've done those things. But those would be the things that I would say is that again, at the end of the day, this is the greatest team sport in the world, and to do that, you have to have pieces in place, and I think we have a lot of really good players in place.
Just quickly, how do you feel Kenny Clark fits into what Matt Eberflus wants to do, that kind of attack front style?
Yeah, I think it's a great fit, Garrett. I think, when you look at this guy, the way he plays the game, the way he, comes off the ball north and south, his hands are incredibly violent. This is a guy, I go back to my days in Seattle playing against this guy, and it was like, he's just an all-day battle matchup. He's battle-hardened. But wow, what a just incredible young man, and I think he is really excited about the opportunity to be a Dallas Cowboy, and I'm excited to get a chance. I have not met his wife and his two young daughters, but can't wait to meet them.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You talked about the communication and the player acquisition all year long. In this case in particular, how much communication and what was kind of the overdrive with Kenny specifically in terms of saying, hey, that's a guy that we would like as a coaching staff?
Yeah, again, you guys have been around for a while, and again, when you want to stop the run, it's really important to have the pieces to do that. And so this is a guy that, having competed against him, was a huge piece of this puzzle. Like, quite honestly, if Kenny Clark's not in this deal, it may or may not happen. But yeah, I've played against this guy, Joe, for so many matchups, and he's just so disruptive in there. And I think in this front, with what he can do, with the depth that we have, with him and Osa in there, a couple UCLA Bruins, I think that gets me really, really excited. And again, it's really hard when you're standing on the sidelines and you're like, oh man, hey, they're chipping away at us in the running game. And you guys have talked about that. You have to be, strong up the middle. And that was an area that we felt very strongly about, that we wanted to get better at.
Player leadership is obviously a huge part of culture. When something like this happens, how much do you rely on a guy like Dak Prescott, who obviously is a big leader in there?
Yeah, of course. Dak was one of the guys that I called when this happened, along with, again, 12 or 14 other guys. And again, there's the leaders of this team and the players that I spoke to appreciated me taking the time to call them. And I appreciated being able to have these real conversations with them. And I think that's part of how you move forward, is you have conversations. And again, a lot of coaches probably don't feel that way, but I thought it was very important that once this happened, that they heard it from me. A lot of them had heard it broke, pretty quick, which it does nowadays. But you still get on the phone and you say, "Yo, what's up? It's Shotty. Got a few minutes," and you visit.
Socrates of The Athletic. Ryan, you talked about the conversations with players. What have your conversations been like with Matt Eberflus, where, would he like to have a talented player like Micah? I'm sure he would, but, just going and having a player like Kenny then and plugging him in, and just how he goes about scheming.
Yeah, I mean, Flus's ability to be multiple and do different things. He's excited about Kenny and what Kenny can bring to this defense. And, when Flus's defenses have been at their best, they've been just dominant against the run. And, there's certainly ways that you can, use your multiple pieces to change fronts and things like that. I'll go back to the 7-iron comment. We haven't even begun to touch on the different matchups and personnel uses that we can use on a given day. But Flus is excited. He's looking forward to Kenny. He's the same thing. He's a guy he's admired. And when you got a piece like that can be as dominant inside, it helps make everybody around him better.
In that room now, with what kind of role does Dante Fowler take in a room that's pretty young with a lot of potential, but doesn't have that veteran, production?
Well, so I appreciate you asking about Dante. Dante was one of the players I called, and Dante's grown up so much, and he is a leader. And I think when I was first around Dante a couple years ago, he didn't say much. But he speaks up in the meetings when we make it interactive, and I ask questions about opinions of different things, about messaging and stuff like that. Dante, it's so cool for me because I see him growing into one of those guys that he wants to share, he wants to give back to some of the younger guys. So absolutely, that's a guy that has already been stepping up and will step up, continually in this role.
Babe.
Babe Loeffler, 105.8 The Fan. You're obviously in the first year of your contract. If you're in a situation similar to what Mike McCarthy was in last year, in the last year of his contract, would your thought process have been different?
I think we're all on one-year contracts in this business, babe. I mean, I really do. I mean, you do? Mine's a little more than that, but I mean, it's just, I really think, at the end of the day, we're going to be judged on wins and losses. And again, when you grow up in this business and you see the things that you see, whether it's Frank Reich after a year or some of the one and dones, and it doesn't scare me, doesn't startle me, it's the business. And if you're good at what you do and you know how to capture your players and get them pulling in the same direction, which I think we're going to do a great job of, I think we expect to have great success this year.
Okay. Jeff Gold with Fox 4. Shotty, obviously, you're trying to invoke positivity, on these calls with the players. Do you acknowledge this as adversity, though?
I don't think so. I mean, again, you have two ways to look at it. And again, this was a unanimous decision. When we talked about it, this was unanimous from top to bottom. And again, when you look at it, there's going to be adversity. I don't see this as adversity. I think that, again, guys will step up. Guys will really do a great job of, again, bringing these new pieces into the locker room and the culture and get them up to speed. It was cool for me just looking over during practice today and seeing Kenny talking to Dante Fowler and Donovan Ezraku, and it kind of, that's what you want. These guys aren't all standing off by themselves going, oh, what's going on? Like, no, it's not what you do in this business. You can lose players for different reasons in this game. We all know that. Guys retire, guys get injured. There's different ways you lose players, and so no. I mean, I think that there's a chance for us to grow as a football team.
You got the call from Jerry about the trade. What was his main message to you about the move?
Really, the biggest thing was just that it had been agreed upon and it was done. And again, like I said, we had been in conversation about it, and so that's immediately when I knew it was time for me to pick up the phone and reach out to some of our leaders.
Nick,
you've talked about wanting to have the right guys in here. You want to build an elite culture. Did culture play any sort of role in making this decision?
No, Micah and I have. I mean, everything I've ever asked Micah to do. I mean, Micah, has been awesome. And Mike and I have had some real conversations going back to last week. You guys asked me about, after the preseason game. So the answer to that's no.
What would you have to replace from him as a leader?
Again, I think, the biggest thing would be some of the young guys are going to have to step up. Donovan knows that. I think I had a chance to talk to Donovan this morning. And, again, leadership, we're strong on leadership. I really do believe that. We're strong on leadership in this locker room, and adding a guy like Kenny Clark doesn't do anything to diminish that. It actually helps that tremendously, and that's one of the reasons that, again, when you look at this, you say, okay, Kenny's going to be a big piece of what we're trying to do because he plays the game the right way. I know you guys had a chance to talk to him. He's not overly vocal, but, man, the way he plays the game, the play style, it jumps off the film at your neck.
Kyler.
Adding Kenny changes the depth chart a little bit as it relates to Mozzie. We've asked you a little bit about him this preseason. Do you feel the need to sort of communicate with Mozzie and kind of keep him engaged and make sure he's sort of still there?
Were you in my office on Wednesday? Whatever day it was. No, I brought Mozzie up and spoke to Mozzie. And why? Talked about Mozzie with his consistency, and he knows that. And again, he understands. I believe in Mozzie. I do. I believe in Mozzie. I believe that we will get the most out of Mozzie Smith. But I also made it very clear to him that, hey, it's got nothing to do with you being a first-round draft pick. It's that, hey, we know how capable you are of playing to a certain level, and how can we help you do that? So it was a very, very good conversation. But it's funny you asked that because that was a real conversation.
Nick.
Coach Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Micah was a guy that he rushed from left side, right side, sometimes the middle. Not to give away what you're doing, but do you have guys that you feel that can kind of move around and be flexible like that?
Yeah, and we're going to be multiple. We're going to move guys around. I think I talked a little bit about some of the guys that play inside that have gone outside and vice versa, but I'm certainly not going to, like you said, give away the advantages. But yes, I feel very comfortable that we're going to move the pieces around, and we'll always be looking for matchups. I think that's what Flus and A-Dub, White Cotton, when I say A-Dub, you guys know that, but they're so good at is finding matchups and the type of rusher versus a certain guard or a certain tackle. Those things are really, really important.
Ed
Porter, WFAA. You said that this was a unanimous decision of the front office and the coaching staff. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't conversation and concerns expressed along the way. Were there people who needed convincing that this was the right thing, or was it obvious to all involved that it was the benefit outweighed the risk?
No, I think the conversations were always great, back and forth. Again, I'm not going to get into the different things that we talked about, but there'd be sometimes you'd say something or someone would say something, and it was great, feedback. Well, okay, what about this and what about that? And sometimes when we'd have those conversations, it would generate other thoughts. But again, at the end of the day, it was a unanimous decision. And again, I wish Micah nothing but the best. And I really do look forward to seeing him before the game against Green Bay, but maybe not on the field.
Brad
Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. In other news, you mentioned the two defensive backs you claimed a couple times. What do you like about them? Do you envision a competition in practice for the slot position? Now you've got the two guys you used back on the practice squad. And what did you like about the guard from the Eagles?
Yeah, well, I'll talk about Bridges first. The length jumps off the film at you. He looks the part. I saw him and Vaughn standing next to each other today, and that's what they're supposed to look like. But he's just very, very comfortable in coverage. Like when you're watching him play the man-to-man coverage, he was so comfortable playing in all different types of press man-to-man. He's got great length. He's very aggressive in run support. We talk about all the time, no house guests. For Stewart, he has the advantage because he knows the system, having played for Flus. We actually watched some of his clips from Minnesota, but also from him with Flus, and they only got him active, I think, one time last year. But here's a guy with tremendous ball skills. I think he had 12 interceptions. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong on that, in college coming out of Troy. 2 in the preseason a couple years ago. So that jumped off the film. And then, for Trevor, it was a guy that we liked coming out. And, again, that center guard flex is something that's really, really valuable for, any team. And so I think that was, something that we were looking forward to, but we're always looking to try to upgrade and find different pieces that might make us a better football team.
Last one, Todd. Have the players selected captains yet?
We actually voted on today, and so I'll let you guys know when I get them all tallied up. And we are going to do, I think I shared with you guys, we are going to do year-long captains along with a captain of the week based on guys that deserve it. But like I said before, I think it's really, really cool to be able to say you were a captain of the Dallas Cowboys in 2025.
Artie?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There he goes, Coach Brian Schottenheimer here, press conference in the G-Bag Nation. Mike is an incredible player, but this is the ultimate team game. We're not going to win a championship with one player. It didn't seem like there have been many long faces up there around the Cowboys at all. It really makes you wonder, how many people are actually excited that the Cowboys have decided to move on from Micah Parsons. We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. Brian, you want to add something to that real quick?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think there were some people in the organization, and we've talked about this a couple of years ago, that were against signing Micah Parsons long term. And so, those people have to be kind of looking at themselves like, okay, maybe it worked out for us, but we'll see the long term. I'm sure there's some people there like, hey, he said unanimous. I find that hard to believe, but he said it. Good for him. But yeah, there's some people in that organization that were right now are like feeling pretty good about what just happened.
Okay, let's talk about how good we think the Packers are going to be. Then we'll get the C note and Krusty's Corners coming up in about 45 minutes here on the Fan. Patello's,
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, here we go. Hour 2 of the Nation. Late start to the hour because we just had the Brian Schottenheimer press conference there for you. You can go back and listen if you're watching with the YouTube or Twitch app, or you're listening on the Odyssey app. But I wanted to talk about how good we think the Packers are going to be, and we'll get into that in just a moment. Rangers tonight taking on the A's. It'll be Leiter in Springs with the pregame 8:30, first pitch at 9 o'clock, so you'll get an hour and a half or so of the Fan After Dark coming up tonight. Thanks to everybody for participating and coming out to say hi last night. Jake's in Frisco and the Fan Phenom, another electric evening there with the three-timer Chris Arnold. So salute to everybody there. Mavs are eyeing an extension with P.J. Washington. I love this. You know, I worry in this league when you have superstar players on the roster, how many good role players can you keep? And I think this is Vegas money speaking, saddling up here for some P.J. Washington extension. I think he's one of the absolute best players in the entire league, best role players in the entire league, that is. And then we got to talk college football with you. A lot of excitement, and fans are backing the horns with their money as kickoff approaches. The point spread for the game has been dropping all week, with one influential sports book moving the Longhorns from dogs to favorites overnight. That's sportsbook Circa, known to cater to professional bettors, has seen enough interest on the Horns to move them to a 1-point favorite on Thursday.
Wow.
So at least on that book, it started as Buckeyes 3-point favorites early in the summer. It's been coming down to 1.5, and in the late push, it's huge public money on Texas, which does make me nervous.
Yeah, it makes me nervous now too. The fact that they moved to 1-point favorites. I'm like, come on. I mean, I liked the Horns plus 2.5 originally, and now, they better damn win.
Yeah,
you better win.
I think there's such an element of surprise more than ever in college football because of the transfer window, and you're going to bring in new players. How do they fit your system? Do you get them coached up into it? Do you scout other teams well and plug all of your holes perfectly? Like, it's difficult. And you used to be able to look at a lot of these preseason matchups and just say, okay, who lost their quarterback? Who lost the most amount of starters? That's the team that the public is, over betting here. But now it applies to everybody. And even if you lose all of your starters, you could still be amazing. So it's just a completely different college football world. But yes, Chris Bennett, sportsbook director at Circa, says the public is moving the line. We've seen a lot of interest in Texas, but not from the usual suspects. And by that, I mean a subset of sharp customers we have a lot of history with. This isn't sharp money coming in. Story says sharp money tends to stay away from games where there's a lot of unknown. And with so many new players, new quarterbacks, it's not something the sharp money feels strongly about so far. But the guy in this story said he won't be surprised if they come in late, approaching tomorrow morning's kickoff. Isn't it crazy how different the national reaction is to this story? Like, did you guys catch the Sports Minute there at the top?
Yes.
This guy's just railing on the Cowboys. Yeah. Ryan Clark has a rant. I mean, there's national voices all over the place. Locally, it's different, and I don't know what to attribute that to.
Yeah, it's I think there's always the difficulty of being a national reporter. You don't live with these teams. You know what I'm saying? You have maybe some guys are the Ryan Clarks and people like that. They were former players. They have a connection to teams. So I'm not going to take that away. But the guys and gals that cover this team on a daily basis, they have that to me. I would much rather listen to a beat writer talk about a team than I would a national guy. I mean, there were some guys back in the day, Merrill Hodges and people like that they would talk about it. You're like, oh man, they got an idea. They're watching the tape. But to me, these guys and gals that are with these teams every single day and go in that locker room every single day, they know what the deal is. They know what's going on. They know what players like Micah Parsons or any other player in that room. They know they're talking to, so to me, the national media is always going to have an opinion, and they're highly paid to do that. But man, it's the local, it's the guys and gals that live at the teams are really the ones that know what's going on.
Yeah, nationally,
they're the best. And the national one, and I'm sorry, Eric, it influences everybody. Where if you're really paying attention to what Nicole Hutchinson and Todd Archer and those people are saying about your football team, they're the ones that are there every single day talking. These national folks are looking at it from afar, like they're at the Goodyear blimp looking down and they're like, oh, well, this is what I think. And you're like, well, that's not accurate at all, sir or ma'am.
Yeah, they're just looking at it from a tape standpoint and just a player standpoint. They know that Micah is unequivocally one of the single best players in all of football at a very important position, but they don't know all the details of the personality and the friction and some of the stuff that rub people the wrong way and the temperament and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, and I think they're just more detached. I think sometimes the detachement's a great perspective. Like if you're just looking at production and putting away the relationship stuff or how a guy rubs somebody the wrong way, I think, being locally, sometimes you can be so close to it that maybe the emotion, the relationship part of it is too much, and you want to be detached and just, look at how the player goes. But it's clear, like Brian mentioned in the opening segment, maybe the Cowboys were celebrating last night too, just like Micah Parsons was.
Yeah, they were.
And I feel like that clearly illustrates, and I do want to say, throughout the last couple of years, as this story has been developing, we've heard about a lot of this stuff, and we don't run to the air with it. No. And what we do put on the air is often much less because we know it's not what the fans want to hear. I don't think the team or the player would appreciate it, right? So you don't say a lot of the stuff that ultimately comes out when the guy is gone because now there's no need to protect him. But we try to be as protective as possible and understanding that there's going to be different personalities, right? And you can't just take somebody's opinion on it and go to air like, hey, this is a bad guy. But there has been a pretty sustained track record over probably at least the last 2 years of, this kind of a storyline. Okay, we got to step aside here, and then we're going to come back and talk about how good we think the Packers are going to be, what could trip them up, and where are these draft picks most likely to fall. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40, and we're back here on the Fan.
of V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back here. It's the G-Bag Nation. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. I think I'm going to be watching all the Packers games with equal attention, maybe even more if this thing gets interesting because, you know, the Packers giving you their 2 first-round picks. And if Malik Willis has to step in at quarterback, you could be heading for a significantly below 500 team. Now, best case scenario for them, I think they might be the best team in the NFC. Like, to be honest with you, after doing an eval on this, Green Bay only gave up 19.9 points per game last season. Their run defense, 7th best. All they really needed was the pass rusher. They have one of the best offensive lines in the league. What if Matthew Golden's like a breakout rookie? The running back, Josh Jacobs, should be good. Christian Watson, I don't know if he's 100% healthy right now, but they've been putting that thing together. And, I think they are definitely in the conversation for Super Bowl worthy. I don't think it's a lock by any stretch of the imagination. We got to talk about what you think about Jordan Love and consider the fact that last year Love had groin, knee, and elbow, and then he steps in with the thumb. This might be a Porzingis situation, a Greg Oden situation type of developing with Jordan Love. I mean, that's 4 injuries like in his last 7 months of football activities. Chief, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's if you're trying to go as hopeful as possible, yes, there absolutely is a track record of Jordan Love getting banged up. And if he's going to be out for the season, they're going to be in a world of trouble for sure. Now, if it's a small sample size, game here, game there, Matt LaFleur has shown he's able to overcome having a backup quarterback in a small sample. But the Packers do have the 10th most difficult schedule in the league this year.
Okay.
They are going to, when you start to break it down, I mean, you're going to play the Vikings twice, of course, the Lions twice. You get the Ravens towards the end of the season. You got to play the Broncos. You got to play the Eagles. You got to play the Steelers. You got to play a team. You got to play the Commanders, of course. So, I mean, the Cardinals should be, decent. You have the Bengals, at least offensively, a juggernaut. So, I mean, they do have a fairly difficult schedule. But as you just look at this team, assuming Jordan Love is going to be healthy, it's a damn good football team.
Yes.
Most people,
a lot of reasons to believe.
Me and Wolchuk included, probably picking the Packers to win their division this year, pre-Micah. Yep. So no reason to think otherwise now as they just added Micah Parsons. So, and this is a team that desperately needed like an ace pass rusher. A lot of teams do. They were certainly one of those. They have some complementary pieces that can patch it together. You have some good blitzers. like Edgerrin Cooper. Of course, Rashawn Gary as well. But they needed a guy like Micah Parsons, and now that they got him, yes, they're unequivocally one of the top teams and contenders in the NFC.
Defense probably jumps to top 5. They were 6th in points per game surrendered last year. The offense was top 10. Let me ask you this. Does it give you pause that they were only 1-5 in division last year? And they were a field goal away from 0-6. Wouldn't have beat the Bears.
Good division.
Yeah, really good division. I need to go look at those games and remember exactly like where they're getting totally run. But I think it's fair to say the Vikings aren't going to be quite as good as they were last year. They won a buttload of games. The Lions, we know, not going to be as good. They lost a ton. And the Bears, though they should be better, are still not a playoff team. So I wouldn't be too stressed about that. I mean, they're not going to go 1-5 in the division again. I feel pretty confident saying that.
I would like to make it clear that I'm not rooting for Jordan Love injury. I'm just trying to do journalism here. He did say he has no concerns about the opener against the Lions, but said it'll be some weeks having to brace it up and keep it protected. This is what he said yesterday, giving a thumb update. It's one of those things, we'll play it by ear as I start getting into games and seeing how it feels as you get back to live contact, but there'll be some time having that brace still. Okay, and then he talked about why he elected to have the surgery instead of play through it. He said if you have no stability there, you have no strength, so it was pretty much just a limp thumb. I couldn't really do much with it. And it's just something that I wasn't before the season. I'm not trying to be dealing with that throughout the course of the year. I mean, that sounds like a very significant ligament repair. I don't think you can rule out that his touch, his power, all these things could be significantly different from 100% Jordan Love that we've seen the last couple of years.
Yes, receivers didn't help him last year. I think they led the league in drops.
Yes.
We've discussed that on our Bet MGM show. Now, you did get Matthew Golden. Can he emerge as a wide receiver one? That's going to help him quite a bit. And their offensive line, I think, is solid. And running the football with Josh Jacobs was huge for them last year. But I do look at them as probably a top 3 team in the conference. But with Jordan Love, consistency is huge for him. He has moments where he looks like a top 5 quarterback. He has moments where it's, what the hell are you doing throwing that football, man? So for him, he's got to be consistent. If Green Bay, 2 years ago, the arrow was pointing up. He was great against Dallas, and he played pretty well against San Francisco. Last year, it was very Jekyll and Hyde. You didn't know what you were going to get from Jordan Love.
They were the worst special teams. They were the worst special teams unit in the NFL last year.
And I think that's been a trend for them for a while.
Yeah, Rich Bisaccia, who's usually pretty good at this stuff. Usually pretty good at he was here in Dallas and then moved on and had a chance to be the interim coach with the Raiders and stuff. Thought he was going to get that job, but they are the worst when it comes to special teams play, and that's been a big problem for them throughout. And it sounds like to me, just kind of reading into some things, that they're not that trend might continue on this year.
Maybe that's how they were so good statistically, offensively, and defensively, and still struggled.
They were great. They were in the top. I think they were in the top 10 in both. But
how confident are they up there? I know you got friends up there. You talk to people.
I do. They were confident they were going to get Micah Parsons if he was offered, and they sure did.
Yeah.
They feel like, though, that they've got a good team, and they feel like that adding Micah Parsons will be a big part of what they're going to do. That they really do like Gary. They like the way he could play the run, but they felt like that they were a dominant rusher away from being a much better defense. It's something that's been a problem. They're always chasing that. They've been kind of, with Van Ness and guys like that, they've been trying to draft edges all along, and it really hasn't worked out for them all that well. I think that's why they were willing to make this deal, because they felt like this was a player that could put them over the top when it came to creating pressures on opposing offenses.
Okay, so that's great perspective, and again, one way that this could turn out really good for the Cowboys. We don't know exactly what the future holds for any of these things involved, but one is those picks end up in the top half of the first round. That would be amazing. Another way this could work out well, and we talked about a little bit in the first hour, is if it represents a philosophical shift from the Cowboys front office. I want to take you here to a story that was published yesterday in the Athletic/New York Times. And we were actually getting ready to talk about this story when the news broke yesterday. But the headline is, why explosion of NFL contracts has altered how teams build rosters. And so just my premise is, Could a Jerry thing that he's always kind of bragged about as an advantage of him being the GM, he has job security, could it actually be about to benefit the team in a big way? As one of the takeaways on this story is one of the reasons that teams have started overpaying players to the extent they have, and it has accelerated massively over the last 6 years, is, quote, until GMs and coaches get more job security, most won't risk letting a good quarterback or edge rusher walk, even if the numbers say paying him might actually be hurting the team. And the sort of the takeaway on the story is data from 2011 to 2025 collected by The Athletic shows that paying top-of-the-market quarterbacks doesn't correlate with winning. It's about 50-50 on getting into the playoffs. And no team has won the Super Bowl with one of the league's 2 highest-paid quarterbacks in that entire span over the last 15 seasons, aside from Patrick Mahomes, who has been an outlier because of how great he is and how well the team has drafted and developed around him in this time. But NFL quarterback contracts have exploded far faster than the salary cap, forcing teams to make painful sacrifices. The Bengals, a prime example. Joe Burrow got paid, and stars like Jesse Bates and Joe Mixon became expendable. They had to move on, and the team's depth suffered massively. They go from a Super Bowl contender to about a 500 team last year. So it used to be that quarterback percentage of salary was around 14%. Now there's over 20%. So are you getting to a point where the quarterback, or you could extrapolate it out to top paid players, because Parsons hitting it more than Patrick Mahomes now, have hit a point where it's super disadvantageous to winning, and GMs are scared of letting these players go because the owner will fire them. If you let a franchise quarterback go or a franchise player go and you take a turn for the worse, that is basically the end of your run as GM here. But Jerry, as the owner and general manager, if that light bulb finally comes on to him, that I can assume risks that other GMs wouldn't dare. We move on from Micah. Maybe a year later, you decide to make a decision at quarterback, and you put your organization in the one place that it could actually win a Super Bowl in, which is good rookie quarterback and lots of salary cap space to seriously fill in your holes. Now, you got to hit on Revel. You got to hit on Ezraku. You're going to have to hit on these first-round draft picks, but I found that to be, quite interestingly timed article there from The Athletic. And if you look at it, from that point, could being top heavy be the biggest step in it mistake that GMs are making? Can't let my star players go. How are you going to have that add up to victory? I think there's much more, gold in the hills of spreading that money out. We've already seen the beginning of Dak's money, right? You have no money for free agency. You have holes. You're looking at undrafted guys in 7th round picks. Apply that to Micah Parsons now. Did you just lose Micah Parsons as a result of giving Dak that money? I think you could make that argument.
Yeah, which is why it's frustrating. You would just wish that they would have, if this is their line of thinking now, this should have been 12 months ago.
Yeah.
This should have been really 18 months ago.
Yeah.
And yes, Dak should have been the first one there, because at least, if I'm paying Micah, I know that I'm paying at worst like the second best player at his position.
Yeah,
I'm paying Dak the most money to be like at best the 10th and maybe the 17th best quarterback in football.
Yeah, no, I hear you. He's somewhere between 8th and 18th or something like that. I think that's a pretty good range. But so the piece of information that I think is important here is how much Jerry listens to his coach. Right. And the reason they weren't doing that 12 months ago is because Mike McCarthy wasn't tuned into this hot enough or didn't have the communication skills to upwardly sell that to Jerry Jones. He needs a coach to come in here and say, hey, this is what is going to win in the NFL. And the league has been obsessed for 2 decades on the passing game, and the rules made it more advantageous to build around passing. But now that has swung so far in this direction that if you be physical and stop the run, you can catch all these teams that are built for speed and finesse in a big way. And Detroit's showing that. Harbaugh's about to show that, isn't he?
Yeah, no, I listen, I agree with you, and I totally see how that could be plausible, but I also think if that was really Brian Schottenheimer's thought, then this is something that that starts happening earlier in the offseason. It doesn't happen a week before you go play the defending Super Bowl champions. Brian Schottenheimer's probably all offseason saying this, right?
Yes. Yeah, and his offensive line coach, Connor Riley, actually told Wolchuk and brought us this on draft night there in the Cowboys studio up there at the Star. If you can't stop the run, you're done. So I believe Schottenheimer's coaches understand this. Maybe it was a harder sell up until Micah Parsons served a betrayal. Now, all of a sudden, Jerry's a little bit more open-minded, and I think that's why so many people up at the Star were celebrating last night, because they got the blessing of getting the message home to Jerry Jones. And it took Micah betraying him and the Star in order for Jerry to come around to it finally as like the straw that broke the camel's back. Anyway, that's how I'm looking at the story. We'll have more time for your phone calls coming up at 5 o'clock and what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Brian, where are we going in Krusty's Corner?
Yeah, I got some thoughts about Kenny Clark. We'll get to those next.
Okay, I want to chat Permapure with you. Permapure Foundation Repair. These guys are the best at foundation repair, trusted by the pros in real estate, construction, home.
Their Tolos taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck. A terrific episode this morning with the boys, Brian and Chief and Wolchuk. It's time now for the corner, though, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, brought us.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Last 10 years, Green Bay, would anybody like to take a guess where Green Bay's drafting selection has fallen?
On average?
On average, last 10 years.
22. Yeah, deuce. I'll go 23.
24.
Good job, Chief. 23.
There we go.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers. Did you look it up?
No, I mean I've seen I haven't seen the exact average, but I know that they're pretty consistently in the 20s.
I think I looked up when we talked about this last week. They haven't picked in the top 10 since like 2003. So they've been a pretty good team.
Yeah, they have not. You're right about that. The highest they picked, and I think it was a trade up in 2023 for Van Ness. I think
that would make sense. Is that in the teens, like
13?
Yeah.
And then in 2019 they picked 12th. That's where they got Garrett.
There was one year Rodgers got hurt, and I think they were pretty bad, like 6 and 10 or something.
Yeah, but so far it's been 23, 25, 13, 22, 29, 26, 12. 18, 33. They must have traded back out of that thing. And then 27 and 30 were the drafting slots for this the Green Bay Packers.
Maybe get you some Travis Frederick, some Byron Jones. You know, they've hit Tyler Smiths. That's that range.
I'll ask a question, man, before I get to Kenny Clark. Why are they struggling? Why do they struggle when they get down there in the 23s, 24s, and 25s?
I think a lot of it's been...
Why do you think they do that?
Picking for need versus best players.
Yeah, I think they're speculating too much on traits down there, too.
That also
I think need like they honed in on defensive end. They were going to take a defensive end when they snagged Taco. And I think that's big.
They were worried about... weren't they worried about one getting back around? They couldn't get... They were worried about the
there wouldn't be another one.
Well, that was the TJ Watt draft, and they were like,
but that was Taco, right?
Yeah, when they took Taco.
Yeah,
and they took Taco over TJ Watt because they'd seen Taco put his hand in the ground.
Well, see, that's the thing
TJ
about
didn't
it,
do that.
That's the Rod Marinelli draft too.
Like, what the hell are we doing, guys?
Where like Will and I asked Will this. I said, "Man, Rod didn't." He goes, "No, man, it was all of us."
But with Tyler Guyton, he's raw. Okay, he's tall. He's got long arms. He's a good athlete. I mean, that's something you convinced me of in the third round. At earliest there, and maybe day 3. I need, in the first round, I need guys that played well in college, not they're big, long, and fast, and we think we can coach them up. Like, that just totally disrespects the football skills that it takes to assemble all this. And if you can't do it at 21 years old in college, I'm not betting that you're going to take a big step up and start handling pros.
I wonder if we're in a situation when we start working on this draft, and hopefully not sooner than later, right? We don't want to work on it sooner. We want to work on it later.
I mean, I'd love them to end up being good this year.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for this draft coverage, man. This is going to be amazing.
It would be so funny if the Cowboys pick is at 25 and the Packers pick's at 12.
They flip this script on this.
You know what? When we the last time they had 2 first-round picks was 2005.
Well, so it was 9. It was Jenkins and Jones.
Was it 9? Because I
was.
I looked it up and I didn't see. Was it Jenkins and Jones?
Yeah, it was Jenkins and Jones. Because we actually mentioned this yesterday while I was out there, and I looked at you and said, I think it was your draft when it was Ware and Spears.
I know that
it was the Felix Jones, Mike Jenkins one.
Because I was looking up.
Which might have been 08, actually.
This is why I was trying to. This is why this Chat GPT. Some
Yeah.
days it's like it's your best friend, and other days it's like because
Found of misinformation.
I asked it yesterday.
You got to verify it.
I asked it yesterday. I go, when is the last time the Cowboys had multiple first-round picks? And it gave me 2005.
Yeah, it was 08. At 22, they took Felix Jones, and then at 25, they took Mike Jenkins.
Okay, jeez.
But the good one was your
The
draft.
05 one.
That was a hell of a draft.
I guess what I was trying to say, I should have never brought it up, but what I was trying to say is that we thought that Buffalo was going to be worse than us. So when we made the deal, when you make the deal, you're thinking like, oh, this is a chance. We had a chance here. And we were worse than Buffalo.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I asked ChatGPT, I said, give me all the years the Cowboys have had multiples, and they took me to 77 with Dorsett and Hill was a third rounder.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, what happened here? They're like, oh, well, we just felt like Hill was so good that he was basically like getting a first rounder. I'm like, that's not what the bleep I asked you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm getting mad at this OpenAI deal. Just flaws in the reasoning. I've heard Google's is better. The Gemini over on Google.
See, I should have. I looked on my phone. Is what I did on this one. I have it on my phone and on the Gemini one.
See, they're getting us hooked on it, and it's good, and we want more. But now we're starting to get frustrated. They need to improve this thing pretty quickly,
especially for idiots like me that use it every damn day.
I mean, put yourself in my shoes. I'm a lazy idiot, Brian, not just an idiot.
I'm a lazy idiot.
Well, I just would. I don't. Just being lazy is bad enough,
right? That's what I'm saying.
Idiot part.
Double whammy.
Kenny Clark one. I had some people go after me yesterday about Kenny Clark because I was talking about that him playing a little bit, kind of wearing down a little bit. So I went and asked somebody about it, and I said, asked one of my gang of sevens about this one, and I said, hey, am I seeing this right with Kenny Clark? And my guy got back to me on it, and he was, let's see if I can find it real quick here. He was telling me he was injured. Evidently had a bunion problem. He had to have toe surgery.
Ooh.
So they say toe and it's bunion.
Yeah.
That's bad.
It's a bunion.
I've seen you try and walk with one of those, let alone try and eat double
Remember I
teams.
showed you that? That thing that
was gnarly.
That
really
hurts.
awful.
You got to get that burned off or clipped off?
No,
what do they do?
No, it's the
Dead
damn.
man's toe.
You got to
your bones growing out of your
bones growing out of the side of your foot.
Ouch.
That's disgusting.
It hurts. I've had it. It hurts.
The rest of his foot was actually really nice. If you saw
Did they grind it down in
I couldn't
surgery?
look.
They
No,
saw
I
it
just let it go.
They grind it down.
I just hope it went away.
Okay.
That's all I did.
I haven't noticed you gimping around the office.
I know. I feel like I'm a little bit healthier now.
The gout is the combination of the gout and the
gout
bunion
is
sounded
brutal.
like a killer.
All right. Well, anyway, let me tell about this player.
All right,
People
tell us
don't-
about the player.
People
I'm
We'll
don't-
get into
sorry.
Broadus' medical records
my
next
gout
segment.
story. People don't care about that. Okay.
Beg to differ.
This is what one of my gang of seven guys said about Kenny Clark. He said, man, this guy is a really good player. He says, but he is declining somewhat. He'll be worth the contract this year. Not so sure about moving forward. He's a great guy, super tough person. That part of it you'll love.
Well, yeah, hopefully he's so great that he's going to be one of these big guys that can play well till 36, and they do a contract with him. I just thought it was weird that he was selling him at 30 years old, a decade into the league. Like, you've gotten some great pieces in
He
the
had
future.
7.5 sacks in
23.
In 23, and I looked at 3 games from last year, and I made the comment to everybody that hey, it looked like he was slowing down, and people were pointing out, no, Broadus, he had, if you were worth your salt, you would have known he had a bunion problem.
Yeah.
You would have known that. That's why he was slowing down, you idiot.
Yeah, geez.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Well, he got the foot thing in week 2, so he'd been dealing with that all season long.
I mean, the Rams, if you want to watch.
No wonder it was the worst year of the poor guy's career.
No, Jane Slater asked me, hey, what tape did you watch? And I said, I watched the Rams game early. I mean, you watched the Rams game, you're thinking he's like completely.
He was whooping.
He was completely
that's where a lot of
healthy.
his highlights come from.
And then, but you watch the Eagles game in the NFC, the wild card game. It's not great. It's okay, but it's not like he was kicking ass in the Rams game. So I was sitting there thinking, oh, okay, when did he have this toe problem? But hey, evidently he got the thing fixed. And I asked this guy again. I said, I said, hey, he seems like he's playing really well early in the year and then kind of wore down. And people tell me he had the toe injury, but is that kind of been a pattern for him? And this guy says, he's a good player. He goes, there's a lot of people in this organization that really, really, really like him. I think that he could still play.
Hey,
So-
it was a great scene with him getting off the plane, getting onto the bus today and everything, and great first impression.
No, great.
Loves being here.
Yeah, that's like I say, the guys in Green Bay, they love him.
Nice.
They love him that way. And
So they feel like he's going to be able to play all 18 weeks at a high level.
and if you look at his history, he is a pretty durable dude.
Yesterday when they made the trade,
I think he's played 140 games.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed one.
No, he's
saw some tweet that he hadn't missed a snap.
Yeah, he has been super, super durable. But like I was talking, and I gave you the scouting report on him yesterday, right? Didn't I give you a little scouting report? But yeah, what you're going to get is a guy that's there's no question. He is the power that he plays with. There's times too where I was going back and watching a little bit of him. Well, they used him on some twist game stunts. It's not something you want to do all the time, but I think he's more of a straight line power player. But man, going back, I'm sure you watched the 7.5 sacks that he had in 2023. I'm sure you saw a lot of movement there and stuff like that. But this guy's going to help them with that one technique for sure.
Right on. Looking forward to it. And to answer your question, Chief, there's only one way the Cowboys could end up with the 26th pick in the draft, and that is that this running game is just going to unleash holy hell on the league starting next Thursday night.
Unleashing.
Chances of that, about 2%. Yeah. But the unknown, there's some mystery in there. And I'm hoping to be wrong and be pleasantly surprised when we get to Cowboys-Eagles next Thursday right here on your home of the Cowboys. What do we got coming up next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do the daily football fix. What does the Micah trade mean? Top free agents for 2026. And who are the most annoying players in the league? That's next in the nation.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. Still Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, going all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. Sands is coming up here in about 40 minutes. We'll preview Rangers, A's with you. We got what you drinking, what you thinking in an hour. Right now, it is time for Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix. Here he is, Zach.
All right, getting some texts in, so I do want to pay this off for our MFFLs out there, but it is true. Shams Charania, Mark Stein reporting that the Mavericks are waiving Omax Prosper. So they've been trying to trade him. Didn't work out. Omax Prosper's been waived. They can now re-sign Dante Exum. They needed to open up a roster spot, so Exum's back. Bye-bye, Omax. That's a bummer. I had high expectations for Omax. I don't know if the Mavericks are going to be able to win without him.
Yeah, it hurts, man. It hurts. Hate to see him go. It's a bummer.
Without question, probably the biggest loss that DFW's had since Luka.
Got those something in there. Christy Scales listened to the program.
Yeah,
Scoop.
Christy.
Yeah, she was talking. She was part of our conversation here. Clark's only missed 7 games in 9 seasons.
It's amazing.
One game for an ankle back in 17, 3 for an elbow in 18, and 3 for a groin in 20. He's played a ton of snaps, over 6,200 snaps in his career.
What was that? Was it?
It was
a groin.
It was a groin injury. You know that.
Could you ask Christy about Tyler Booker's status for Thursday night? Get ahead of that.
Do you think
she's
Tyler
listening
Booker's
right now.
playing on Thursday? Can you just let us know? Eric's wondering if Tyler Booker's going to be playing.
Just want to make
Thursday.
sure I'm buttoned up.
And what's the weather situation like in Filthy? Are we dressing for rain or what's the?
Just look that up on Chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
I'm
I
sorry.
trust Christy.
Field conditions.
You know Christy's going to be buttoned up and ready to go. Now, speaking of our guy Kenny Clark here, awesome article. Bill Barnwell always on it on ESPN, just kind of working out the whys, why the Cowboys did this, why the Packers did this. But he said there's no doubt Kenny Clark very good as a run defender. And keep in mind what Brian just told you last year. He's playing with a damn bunion issue. I mean, the guy's foot was basically falling off of his toe was falling off of his foot. Ranked 18th in stop rate, 27th in rush yards per tackle among everyone in the league. Also ranked 21st in ESPN's run stop win rate among interior linemen. So he is without question one of the better.
Dude plays with some power now.
One of the better run defending
Watch that
tackles in all
Rams
of football.
game.
Attitude and effort, man.
That's what you need. That's what you need.
Well, I mean, okay, so there's what, like 64 starting tackles if you're 21st, if you're 27th,
With playing on one foot.
Okay.
I think healthy, we can jolt that up 10 spots.
He just, I tell you,
I think
Dawson,
2 years ago he was 7th in this category, so that's why I'm excited about it.
Balling.
I feel like though that at least they're good, they're trying to, and I hate to say it, they put so much on this, but it's talk about run defense. And as I said earlier, they should have tried to fix it in the spring.
Oh, they absolutely should have.
I mean,
and there were players they could have
But
gone
I'm
to get.
just saying though that if this is part of the trade, you got a guy that has some history to him about playing the run. And so that's and the 7.5 sacks. I mean, that was encouraging. You see the sack numbers are like 4, 6, 7.5. I mean, he only had 1 last year, but the power this guy plays, he's different than some of the guys that they have. I think him and Winfrey and those guys, that gives me hope. Mozzie, you could sit with me and watch the game. I can't believe they're carrying 12 defensive linemen right now, by the way.
Well, they shouldn't be keeping Mozzie Smith.
But that's where we're at right now. We're keeping 12. And
Keeping 12.
We had to push. I hope Flournoy didn't.
I hope Flournoy gets back, and we need to check on this. And I'm glad Zion Childress is back in the building.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
But, I mean, right now, what are they doing? Rocking with 4 wide receivers? I mean, wait, come on. We're going to get Ryan Flournoy back.
Well, they're going to try and get him on the practice squad. Yeah, they're going to try and get him on the practice squad and then go from there.
Well, let's take a little peek, because now, and I loved what John Machota was saying last night, that there is no more, oh my gosh, the cap room, the cap space. You have put yourself in a position now where you're going to have some wiggle room. You're going to have some money to throw at free agency next year.
Probably.
So Greg Rosenthal has already put together, hey, who's headlining the upcoming class for 2026? I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready.
Which guys are going to get tagged by their team and stay?
Maybe, okay? Nick Benito of the Broncos. Now, they've spent a lot of money on defensive players. Can they afford another one? I'm going to say no, Eric, all right?
Hey, if we can't afford Micah Parsons, how can they afford Nick Benito?
Bring in Nick Benito. We could afford Micah Parsons. Cowboys just didn't want to.
That's a good clarification.
They just didn't want to. Jalen Phillips with the Dolphins. How do we feel about him?
Well, he's truly a defensive player of the year caliber dude, if he could just stay healthy.
And then you've got
that's a huge question.
Okay, well, probably not for me then. Trey Hendrickson is going to be a free agent, NFL sack leader.
30-year-old, right?
He is, and maybe you can get him a little bit under the price tag there.
He's used to playing under the price tag.
He is. He's used to cheap teams. Of course, the Cowboys need to work on maybe re-signing their own. Like, let's get Tyler Smith done.
I just
you want to get Deron Bland done.
If we could do that,
Pickens maybe.
The Pickens thing, it feels like unless this is just a disaster year for him, that should be a no-brainer.
Pickens,
get
Smith,
Pickens done.
Sure, let's
make
go.
this thing happen here. And then that Travis Jones, defensive tackle of the Ravens.
Man, that's the guy that I would have wanted.
That guy was floated out there.
I would have wanted him if they traded with the Ravens.
He's a free agent. So that's just a couple of guys that are going to be at the top of the market if the Cowboys want to play ball. You also have Adafe Owe, the Ravens edge rusher.
Oh.
And the Ravens will sometimes let these guys go. Yeah, Owe. They'll let these guys go. Had 10 sacks last year, and maybe he's a guy that you're looking at and saying, hey,
they drafted
I can have
Green,
him.
right?
They did. They just drafted my guy Mike Green.
Let me throw this long shot contingency on the pile as well.
Throw
Just
the
like
contingency.
what's going to happen with this cap space?
And
well,
Jabril Peppers isn't good, 903. We don't want Jabril Peppers.
I've told you about how the Cowboys do have an option on Dak Prescott in March, fifth day of the league year. What if opening up all this cap space allows you a more cleaner cutoff?
Oh, yeah.
Don't got to post June 1 Dak.
For sure.
You know, we can essentially absorb that entire cap hit and move on now if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, that's another layer in this thing. In the opening segment, we were throwing that out. Hey, you now have money to kind of eat that if you need to. And then we go get Lenore Sellers or Nussmeier or Klubnik, or in 2 years from now, if it's Arch Manning or if it's Dylan Raiola, Minnie Mahomes from Nebraska, whoever it is that you really, really like. I'm not mentioning Drew Aller because I don't really, really like Drew Aller. But maybe, you know what, that's probably what's going to end up freaking happening here. The Cowboys are going to fall in love with bleeping Drew Aller.
The Minnie Mahomes.
My heart is going to be just shredded.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That is the worst case scenario.
Minnie Mahomes is Mahomes in every way except for actually playing the position
Dude, the
of
whole,
quarterback.
he's not bad. He does not have a lot to work with there at Nebraska. I will say that. His receivers are pretty poor.
Were you pretty close to jumping off the wagon last night?
Yeah, if they had blown that one again, like Cincinnati's driving with 30 seconds left, they get an interception in the end zone, the Huskers do to hold it. Man, I was about to say I can't deal with this. I'm not gonna jump on a Nebraska team's bandwagon here for multiple years, and all they're doing is heartbreaking defeats. I deal with that with my own teams. I don't need to just like adopt another one just for fun. And here's Nebraska just breaking my heart. Most annoying players in the NFL. Now we've got this ranked
Micah Parsons
per fan base. Now the Cowboys players might have voted him as the most annoying.
Travis Kelce's got to be number one, right?
Easy. Travis Kelce was number one as the most annoying player.
The NFL players have voted
He
for
actually
these?
was number two. This is fan bases.
Oh, fan base.
Fan bases voted who they find most annoying. Kelce was two.
Russell Wilson.
Not in the top five.
Oh, geez.
But I'm sure he got votes.
Pay attention.
I know. I would probably voted him one. Rodgers got number one.
Oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Sure.
Kelce two. Mahomes three.
Oh, that's just
Tom Brady.
just hater.
Yeah, just hating.
Dak Prescott at four.
Oh,
That's Cowboys fans.
Man. And Odell Beckham Jr. came in at number five. Cowboy
that's
fans.
Eric.
Odell Beckham
that's
Jr.
Eric in the spring.
Cowboy fans voted Travis Kelce as the most annoying.
Oh, Cowboys fans did?
Yeah. They had
They just
Kelce
hate
as the
Taylor
most annoying.
Swift, right?
What's annoying about Dak? Just how much people talk about him?
I guess.
How
like,
expensive
he's
he is for
he's
not being
likable.
worth it.
He's likable.
It's pretty annoying.
I mean, they were about to do the same thing with this defensive player, but thank God they didn't, right? Whew. Dodged a bullet there, big time.
The Dak contract would have been way worse than the Micah contract.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, the difference is Dak is the highest paid player at a position where he's nowhere close to being the best player. And Micah would have been the highest paid player at a position where he might be.
Yeah, what do you think if you put up a poll, like if you had not signed Dak last year and you got to keep Micah yesterday?
I
how
think
many
that
people
would have been okay with that.
Yeah.
But I think both have failed in big games.
It was a massive
substantially.
elephant in the room yesterday when Stephen and Jerry were talking about, there's only so much pie to go around, and how could we have this player and then not have everybody else? It felt like they were, setting up for Dak to be next. That would be the logical progression in something like that. But then Jerry comes out with the big sale on Dak, like, we're happy we got him, and this is we did this because we have Dak, and we need to surround him with more good players. I was like, man, you're halfway home. I guess you're always selling for this year, but I think it would be well thought out if next March they decide to turn that approach on their quarterback, unless it's an amazing year.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, if Dak plays well this year, and I'll eat all the crow, and if they're a playoff team and just the passing offense is enough to make them viable and competitive with a poor running game and a poor run defense, I'll eat crow and I'll be excited about it. But I think we should be pretty much near the end one way or another.
Yeah, I would agree. We're getting close, and we'll see how this year goes. Maybe the offense is going to be awesome, and they'll be able to carry the football team. But if it's bad, now you got the ammunition to go get the quarterback, and that's got to be the silver lining here for Cowboy fans. I also don't think this contract's going to age well for Green Bay. I don't at all. I don't think Micah Parsons is worth that money personally.
So you kind of buy into the dodge bullet theory?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I absolutely do. I mean, yeah. I can't tell you a game that was a big, meaningful game that Micah Parsons took over and dominated. And if you're paying a defensive player that amount of money, I want that.
He had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in the first Eagles game last year. Gifted the offense into the 5-yard line. Right, the offense got no points.
I watched Cooper Rush drop the ball on the 12-yard line on a snap.
He's like, I just sacked. I sacked and forced the fumble of Jalen Hurts versus an offensive line that's the best of the sport. They're double teaming me, and I'm still finding a way to sack the Super Bowl champion quarterback, force the fumble, and my quarterback's going to fumble the ball and give the ball right back.
So what happened in the Saints game and the Ravens game at the beginning of the year?
Well, when you're playing with 10 dudes that are awful, I don't know that one guy's going to make that.
Yeah.
Can only make so much of a difference.
4 playoff games, which I don't think is a small sample size. I think 4 playoff games is a solid amount.
Gosh.
And you had 8 total tackles, 1 sack, no forced fumbles, 3 quarterback hits in 4 games, and 3 tackles for loss.
I'd say they game plan pretty well for him.
We're talking about a guy that, I mean, you got to pick and choose who you're paying here. I'm not upset that the Cowboys aren't the ones paying him $47 million a year.
Were you celebrating last night with the front office?
I would have celebrated if they had done this back in April, and they would have gotten more for him then. Mm-hmm. The timing of this is what I have an issue with.
You're mad about the
team.
Yeah.
I don't like trading him to the Packers. I like trading Micah Parsons. I do think there are elements to Micah Parsons that are extremely overrated.
Let me ask you this. Packers were only team or signed him to a $40 million contract?
If I had to trade him to the Packers, then I would go with the Packers.
Okay, I'm just saying you got to trade him to the Packers or sign him at $40 million.
Now, if I had have moved on from Dak, and now I don't have the Dak contract weighing over my head, then I'd have been more open-minded. But hearing the stuff that we've heard behind the scenes about, like, there are a lot of players that don't like Micah, and he does not fit this culture stuff that Shoddy's trying to preach here and change.
Yep. Well,
he absolutely does not.
If you had paid him when you should have, I would imagine that the culture fitting in would be a hell of a lot different.
What Nick Eatman told us today, and this is also kind of the stuff that we had heard, the laying on the trainer's table, that's like a daily basis thing. That's like the vibe that he gives off to everybody in that building on a daily basis. I don't know that the money was necessarily fixing that. And the leadership stuff, he just wasn't. But you're right. If I'd have felt totally different if you're getting him for $30 million versus $47 million, getting ahead on it, which is the Eagles' philosophy. Mm-hmm. And that's why the Eagles are winning.
It's most teams' philosophy. I mean, you got guys in the class that were drafted a year after Micah Parsons that have already re-upped with their team.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, if you get ahead of this thing and we're not talking about setting records, it's an entirely different conversation. But I don't know that the Packers, and I would have had the same fear for the Cowboys, are going to get the return on the investment for that type of money to one player. And now what does that do to the rest of your team? And the Cowboys paid CD, they paid Dak. If they had have gotten in bed with Micah and are paying him, it's like, crap, how many more guys can we bring in here? This team is so top-heavy already. I think that they would have been absolutely screwed.
Yeah, they messed up not getting it done way early. Like, you could have him for 32 or 34 or something like that. But once you're here and once you saw how last season went and how this training camp and preseason went, like, I think things changed the day you had that Rams joint practice. And they saw exactly how bad that they were getting whooped, and everything that we thought was positive in the 2 weeks of practice leading up to that was just a reflection that their opposition in practice wasn't very good either. And then you get into the preseason, you see how bad your depth is. You can't even execute simple things. I feel like we'd seen this movie. It was as good as it was going to get in 21, 22, 23. It couldn't get out of the divisional round.
Hey, by the way, Florio didn't get claimed.
All right.
So let's go.
Good deal. Yeah. Welcome back. Before too long, Chief, where are we going next?
Let's go ahead and hit you with a Friday news dump, and it'll feature a little bit of Luka as well. That'll be next here in the nation.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your...
Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, some French word?
Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's the Chief from Sports.
Yes, sir. We got the Friday news dump here for you. Looking at the Cowboys' unofficial depth chart from Nick Harris. He just cranked it out. We're not seeing the number switches like we want with guys like Donovan Ezeraku.
He's going to wear 41. He's going to stay in 41.
Well, I'll be damned. I thought he was going to take 11.
I wouldn't mind it.
Take 11.
Maybe Childress will. He was 11 at Kentucky, right?
He was.
We really just need to find a way to get Donovan Wilson out of 6, so Ezeraku can go back to 6.
Did Childress switch his number yet?
Let me see.
Today he was wearing the 48 today. On the practice field,
on the practice squad. So I don't see him on the depth chart right now. But I do know that Micah was tweeting like, should he be number 0 or number 1 in Green Bay? Because Jaden Reed's already 11, I believe, and I guess Micah didn't want to buy that number away. So, yeah, we'll have to figure it out. We do obviously have the Jaden Blue as the 3rd string running back on the depth chart behind Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. He does have the official number 23, so that's sharp. But we do have some college football concession items. Badger football, Wisconsin, where they're just probably going to suck again in a big way.
We got cheese curds and domestic light beer.
We got Badger Bacon Bar. This is a crispy bacon dipped in rich milk chocolate. And then it looks like it's got like maybe like a, I don't know, white chocolate drizzle on it. It's the biggest piece of bacon you've ever seen in your life, though.
And it's dipped in chocolate?
Yeah, dipped in chocolate. Ooh. How about that?
Yes, please.
But this is the one.
Yummy.
How about this? Ohio State. So Texans fans that are going to be at the shoe tomorrow.
Derek Eagleton's making the trip up there.
Okay, Derek, this is for you, bro. Apple Crunch Smash Bun. A warm, gooey cinnamon roll smashed on a flat-top grill with a cinnamon apple compote.
Ooh, what's that?
Or compote? I don't know.
Compote.
And toasted brown sugar oatmeal clusters and then drizzled with icing. I mean, dude. Dawson, does that not pass the eye test?
I'm totally in. Probably going to pick out the apples, but I'm totally ordering multiples.
I mean, I love the idea of a cinnamon roll smash.
Yeah,
I smell cinnamon rolls,
or like a cinnamon roll smash burger. Like, let's go ahead and put some beef in between that thing.
What's the name of the thing again?
This is called Apple Crunch Smash Bun.
Dawson's going to pick out the
apple.
Yeah. So let's have.
But he's going to leave the crunch in the smash.
Let's have the smash crunch bun, please.
I mean, it sounds amazing, dude, and it looks freaking phenomenal.
I think on a hot day that would not be good outside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's Ohio State.
I'm just saying.
I don't know how hot.
Like a 90-degree day. I don't know if I'd dine on this. I don't know.
I get it.
I'll tell you this though.
Always crapping.
Big noon kickoff. I mean, you're kind of in the brunch phase, I guess.
It is. That's true. Yeah. That's true. But even at nighttime, you call this dessert, you call it brunch. I don't care what you call it.
I would do it for a night game.
Second
supper. If I had a
supper.
hoodie on. I'm just not going to eat something like that with.
Maybe it's second breakfast.
Sweets and heat don't mix well.
Not at all. Not at all.
You get full. I mean, that's more like that's beer weather.
Everything is.
It's going to be like 70 degrees at the shoe tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. It's going to be like one of the most perfect days for football and the perfect days for gooey apple smash crunch, whatever the hell.
Would you like to guess? I'm not going to ask.
I said 70. I took a shot in the dark. It might be 85.
I'm just
final guess.
I think under 85 is decent cinnamon roll weather.
Under 85?
Under 85 cinnamon rolls. Thumbs up.
Call me crazy. I'll take a cinnamn roll at any temp. How about that? Here's my take.
Oh man, you were pretty close on the first one.
Wolchuk,
oh wow, what'd you guess?
I said 70.
75.
It's gonna be sunny and 73 is what my phone says.
Okay, who's getting ball sack?
You got to look at the time frame with the waves. So it's going to open up at 73 in the morning. So by kickoff, we'll be between 75 and 78 degrees.
Just a beautiful day to watch Arch Manning spin it, huh?
Gorgeous.
Dang, it's actually talking about might be like in the 60s.
Okay, so we're talking apple crunch smash.
67.
100%. That's fall weather.
That is
67?
Dip into the 60s by
I'm looking at
9 p.m.
I'm looking at the.
Hey, maybe we have one of those. But maybe we have one of those crazy A&M LSU overtime games. We'll chuck this. We could bleed this thing into the 9 p.m. hours.
I mean,
I
that's
was there,
beautiful
but that was
fall
a
weather.
disaster.
Beautiful fall weather.
It's going to be a pretty day. Okay, at that temperature, I'm going to take Dawson's apples on mine and go for it.
Yeah, I might
At that-
ask for an extra little oatmeal cluster deal that gets sprinkled on top there. Sounds pretty nice. Walchuk, did you see the black bear that was in Plano last night?
No.
Right there by Park Boulevard?
It was him wandering around in the neighborhood.
I have been
looking
confused.
for apple smash fritters.
He was walking his
From time to time.
He was walking his daughter.
Yeah, I got shot once. She would be asleep, Brian. I am not a bad father.
There's a Ring camera in Plano that captured footage of a black bear close to Park Boulevard. I didn't realize that. I mean, you see cougars, you see these random exotic animals. I wasn't expecting black bear to be anywhere within arm's reach of the woolly bully.
no.
Now, of course, the bear would be no match for the bully.
Where in Plano do you
but
see
for the
cougars?
run-of-the-mill human being,
I'd run the other direction.
yeah, you would.
Maybe by Bob Woodruff Park, you think?
Yeah, I would imagine it had to have come out of the trees somewhere. Or it was an escapee. Somebody was keeping a black bear, and
Yeah,
then
what
boom,
the hell? Where did
black
this
bear
bear
got.
come from?
Trying to figure
Are
it
those
out, man.
domesticatable? I mean, I know it's
can't-
possible to like deer.
Grizzly Adams.
I mean, I'm
big
pretty
cats.
concerned right now. That's pretty close to the house.
I know that. Yes. That's why I wasn't sure if you had heard about it or if you had seen it.
Nobody called.
Sorry to the chef who is listening and just hearing me butcher the pronunciation of delicious food items in the 214.
What was it?
It's on me. I think it was the compote.
Compote.
I don't know. I just figured it was compote.
Yeah, compote. Yeah.
I like the
put some
compote.
sauce
I
on
thought it was
that.
pretty funny.
Yeah, an Italian dish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usually served with ice cream.
Okay, we didn't get to this week.
Carpaccio.
Figured it was good for the Friday news dump.
Please.
Yeah, sure.
Luka Doncic was on a billboard on Victory Avenue, right outside the AAC,
Nice.
and it was
He's
for
coming back?
It was not a comeback billboard. As a matter of fact, the Mavericks did everything in their power to get that billboard and Luka's face removed from it as quickly as possible.
They replaced it with an Omax Prosper billboard?
Yeah, no, goodbye Omax. I don't know what they replaced it with, but they were pretty upset that Luka's face was on an advertisement outside of, and you would have to think, like, don't they have some level of control over that? Like, I get it. I know it's like a little bit petty.
Yeah.
You made the choice to get rid of them, so
petty.
what's the deal?
Very petty.
But I also understand them being like, no, this is, you can do, it's not like, hey, Luka can't be on a billboard in the city, but right here, like on our doorstep.
Oh, geez.
That's what it was.
Oh, was it? I was getting a medical text from that. Figuring out that our guy. I'll tell you about Guyton when you're done.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I
wasn't paying
want to hear
attention.
about Guyton.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
That's par for the course. It's all good.
You're absolutely right. So what happened? Luka had a billboard in Dallas?
Yes.
Is it Mavericks buy season tickets?
No.
What billboard is it?
That'd be a great bit by the PR department if they did that.
It's a video game billboard, one that he likes to play. It's a video game that he plays quite a bit with, so I guess he's kind of partnered with him a little bit. So it's got like half his face and then half like one of the characters in the game's face.
Oh.
And it was a huge billboard
What's wrong
outside the
with that?
AAC. Well, I mean, I don't know that there's anything inherently wrong with it, but it's right there advertising like on the doorstep of the AAC.
Yeah, but I think that's a well placed ad. If you ask me.
I was pretty sure.
It was good business on the video games part.
I think I got balls hacked on this one, but I saw somewhere that if your first name's Luka, you're not allowed to attend Maverick games.
Yeah,
It sounds like a sack.
Gotta be a
No, you
sack,
do have to
right?
change your name when you're buying that ticket.
But would we put it past Nico?
I mean, you can't put anything past him at this point. What's the Guyton news? Give me the goods.
Practice today. Needs to practice Wednesday and Thursday, or actually, excuse me, Sunday, Monday, to be able to go. But he's at least trending in the right direction.
Will you follow back with, do you think he's going to be a bust? Honestly.
Will you follow back with what is Guyton's thoughts on having to play Micah Parsons week 4?
Yeah, is he pretty upset about this? We know how to chip him. We know how to take him out of the game.
I think Guyton and Steele have to be the two most annoyed people in the world.
I would agree
about that particular trade. Like, dude, you just put me in the lion's den at AT&T with the Packers in town, which is never a good thing.
No,
that could get really disgusting.
He might have all of his sacks in that game.
Elsewhere here in the dump,
all 12 of them.
We have Cracker Barrel. I guess just
did they switch back?
They went back. They
pivot.
Yeah, they did. They did the old pivot. I can't believe how angry people were about this. I'll tell you, the thing that was more ridiculous was their new mock-ups of like what the restaurants were supposed to be looking like that are completely different than the usual like old school wooden look of what they have, which is like part of the pageantry of it. Like
the experience. That's the ambiance.
Yes. And so they were going to this new age, like just plain as all hell, like run of the mill generic restaurant look. Yeah. That was more annoying than I guess the actual logo itself. But I mean, their stock dropped. I mean,
did you see
they
what
got
Buc-ee's
punished for
did?
this, man.
Did you see what Buc-ee's did?
Buc-ee's just made sure their restrooms were clean and ready to rock.
Buc-ee's trolled them. You know, instead of putting like with the beaver, they just put the word Buc-ee's. And they go, new logo. And it was just the word Buc-ee's.
It's clean.
It was, hey, check out our new logo. It just said Buc-ee's. It didn't have the beaver on it or anything.
That's
like
pretty good trolling right there. I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cracker Barrel Old Country Store is what
Their
it is.
food
It needs
is
to
good,
look
by
like
the
an
way.
old country store. It doesn't need to look like some modern, like I'm in a Chipotle right now.
Yeah, don't make it look like an IHOP.
Let me tell you what, that is an oasis. If you're driving a long way, you see that on the side of the road.
Buc-ee's
pulling off every time.
Well,
Every
Buc-ee's
time.
is
Cracker
great,
Barrel?
but Cracker
Yeah.
Barrel. Cracker Barrel's got quality food.
Tremendous
It
breakfast.
is good.
Yeah.
And whatever that game is, I still have no idea what
Oh, with
it's
the
called.
teas?
Yeah.
It's impossible. I always.
I don't know how to do it either. I'm kind of into it.
The think pieces
Don't
that
pay
followed
attention,
that
man.
story
I just
were.
like fiddling.
That applies to you in so many other areas,
That's
right?
true.
Did you
I mean,
see?
you're on baby number 2 now. You don't know what the hell you're doing.
Hey, practice makes perfect.
It does. Yeah, I might have number 3 on the way, actually.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I do too.
Just judging off the behavior at the house, I'm not sure. But
no.
have you guys seen the think pieces like that are saying all these restaurants are going to like corporate cookie cutter style to eliminate costs, and it's taking. Did you see any of those videos, like the reaction videos? Like they went deep on it. Like this is a reflection of what corporate America is doing to all of our favorite brands, making them as generic and simple digest as possible.
I mean,
costs,
it's a terrible idea.
stock price.
The McDonald's, I think, is the one that jumps out to me. Like McDonald's back when I was going there as a kid, it was popping. It was colors. It was all sorts of cool stuff.
It
And
was
then
just
now it's
a
just like
gold
it's just a
M.
box.
Did you guys ever get to enjoy Pizza Hut when it had like the sit down Pac-Man and the red cups?
Absolutely.
And the fancy
wait, I
lights
thought
and-
you were talking about the signage.
The signage was great.
Well, we're
too.
talking about the
Yeah.
actual buildings now too.
Yeah.
That they're
Oh, yeah, McDonald's. Yeah, absolutely.
Taco Bell's had a terrible rebrand as well. I like the fun, whimsical
Yes.
nature of Taco Bell.
yeah, we've
inviting.
really devolved.
I mean, the fast food restaurant as a kid, it was not just about the food that we rarely got, but it was also the experience of
all about
running
it.
around that place.
That's
It's kind
a
of like
good
a little
point.
theme park. Okay, we got to run. Sands is coming up next here. We'll get his thoughts on Rangers A's coming up next here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, celebrate Labor Day with Blake and Brennan. They'll be rocking it for us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos. Chia follow back here on behalf of.
Texas Police vs. Fire boxing event, Saturday evening, September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time to get to Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. It's our Rangers preview. Sands has the pregame coming up tonight as they're in Sacramento against the A's. And good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you out there?
I'm great. It's hot, but excited to go. Hopefully the Rangers can keep things rolling and stay in this playoff race.
The Corey Seager news was the biggest story of the day yesterday for about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And we were joking that it's like baseball gods sending you the message. It's white flag time. There's no signs of that around there in Northern California today, though, is there?
No, there isn't. And, I think the Rangers are hopeful that, they can get Corey back. And, I think the way they kind of look at it is, this is sort of a big road trip because, the A's have been one of the best teams in baseball the last couple of weeks. But I mean, you look at the A's and you feel like, all right, we got a chance here. And then the Diamondbacks, they're not great, and they've traded some guys away, even though they almost swept the Rangers just a couple weeks ago. But the Rangers look at it as, all right, well, maybe we can make a move. And then you got two series coming up with Houston in September, and if Seattle overtakes Houston, now you're chasing Houston, not Seattle, so that's more within your control. But I do think this is a big week. Now, the challenge here, Gavin, is, because I know you guys have talked about the financial side of things, the incentive for a team to add a player is much greater here over the next few days. And then once you get to September 1st, that player can be added and can help you make the playoffs, but any guy added or anyone who's not in your organization after September 1st, I don't believe is playoff eligible. So, if the Rangers were to try and make I don't want to say drastic, but a move to shed some money, it would have to happen before August 31st closing in order for that team to, justify being able to take on some money, because I don't think teams are going to be as pumped to do so if that guy's not going to be playoff eligible.
So these next couple of days, pretty big here for the Rangers' decision-making?
Yeah, I think you could look at it that way. I don't know, Gavin, that they are riding on the next 2 days, as to whether or not they're going to make a decision. I think it's very possible. It would make sense, perhaps, if the Rangers drop 2 games and they find themselves, 7-8 games back of a playoff spot. Maybe that changes the calculus a little bit. But, I think the hope is you get a locked-in Adolis Garcia, who's got some incentives here to try and, swing the bat the way he's swung it since coming off the IL. Maybe you can get on a run and, in a time when you think that everything's not going to go your way, things maybe do, start to roll forward. Just the same way we look at this lineup, like how can you have this guy, that guy, and this guy not score? There's no reason why they couldn't look at this lineup and say, how are you scoring without this guy, and that guy, right? So I think they want to give this a shot. But yeah, if the next 2 days don't go well, then I could see something happening for sure.
Do we know best case scenario with Seager's return yet?
I think, a couple weeks, someone shared that Matt Holliday had an appendectomy years ago when he was playing. He missed 10 days. I think that's, I guess, that maybe that is the absolute most extreme minimum, but you obviously don't want to do anything when you're swinging the bat, in that area until you're ready to go. But I think a couple weeks is the minimum maybe. And I would also say, Gavin, similar to the questions you've asked about DeGrom, how the Rangers are doing and whether or not they're still fighting for a playoff spot, I think would dictate, the aggression and trying to get Corey back and ready to go.
Jared, have we started to see Wyatt Langford turn a bit of a corner here?
Yeah, he's been really good. He's, 17 game on base streak. He's been, really good over the last few weeks. He was great in the second half last year. It wasn't awesome in August last year, but had this, unbelievable September. And, he's putting together a really nice August. I think just if you look at the total body, he's got an OPS that's approaching 800. If he can end the season with an 800 OPS, I think, you feel good about Wyatt taking a step in the right direction. And maybe didn't pop right away the way that, we expected over the first couple months. But, I think ultimately you'd have to look at it as a step forward. And, one of the things that, stands out to me, you look at players 24 and under, and Wyatt's in his age 23 season here. There just aren't many guys who have this plate discipline. So while it hasn't fully come together in the form of a 30 home run campaign or a guy who's got an 850 OPS, plus, I think the plate discipline and the ability and willingness to take his walks, especially with that speed, is a valuable asset that I think will be parlayed into, even more success in subsequent years, so long as he can stay healthy.
Hey, Jared, with Jack Leiter, coming off an outstanding outing last time, what does he have to do tonight? Is it one of those things? It's like building confidence. Is it pitch command? Where does he need to be that he was last time out?
Yeah, I think a lot of what people were saying after Jack's last start is just keeping the focus on each pitch and not so much what he's trying to do with each pitch, right? Like not worrying so much about, I got to make this the best fill in the blank pitch I can make it. More, hey, I'm trying to throw this pitch here, and just trusting his stuff. And, he really rode his fastball last start. He threw his fastball nearly 50% of the time, and it was nasty. I mean, he was able to do a lot of damage. I think, hitters were like 0 for 14 or 0 for 15 in at-bats that ended on that fastball. 7 of his 10 strikeouts came on that fastball. That is a really good pitch. He's got other good pitches, right? The changeup is a really good pitch, and that's gotten a lot better. The curveball has flashed here over the last couple of months. The slider really hasn't been that pitch, and it was, and I think maybe he can get it back there. But I think a lot of it, Jack, is he's got a lot of thoughts in his head, and it's all well-intentioned. It's not like I suck or anything. It's like, I got to do X, Y, and Z to get to where I want to be with this pitch. But those are the things you worry about in the 4 days, 5 days in between starts. When he's on the mound, I think they loved just the conviction. He worked with a faster tempo. There wasn't as much thinking. There was a lot more doing, and it paid off.
What's going on with Kamar Rocker? Is he still a guy that they want to just continue to get reps in AAA, or is he under consideration to get called up for that deadline?
Yeah, I think they would like to. I think they would like to see Kamar up here, but I think they feel like at this time it's most important that he works on things in a lower pressure environment to set himself up for success, in the future, whether that's this year or, in subsequent seasons. So, they've got him back, in the minors working on specific things. And, I think what Chris Young said is, once he's kind of checked off those boxes, then he'll be an option again, but they don't feel like it's in his best interest to throw him back out here just because they're in need of an arm if they don't feel like he has completed some of the goals that they had set out, which I like. I think sometimes teams can get in trouble when they have got a plan and then, with an individual player when it comes to development, and then they drive off course because there's some short-term need. If you believe this guy can be a really good player for you long-term, and you still believe in his future prospects, then you got to commit to his development in this situation. And I think that's what they're doing. And when they feel like they've gotten the right progress, then, perhaps they could see him back up here in September.
Got to run, Sands. Have fun this weekend. Let's talk about a big winning streak early next week. Take care.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. See you guys.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Must follow for Rangers fans, and pregame's coming up at 8:30. Got to run. Time for what you drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Let's get your thoughts in here on the Micah trade or whatever else might be on the top of your mind. Just have to answer the questions coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you because if you're feeling tired.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
than by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4 G-Bag Nation. Time for that one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. At 877-881-1053. We're going to go around the room. Then we're going to get to your phone calls. Then we'll chat with Eric Nadell here coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get the G-Bag of the day, LA Live. Full 5 hours tonight, so we're going all the way till 7 o'clock. I'm drinking a 12-ounce Stella Artois 0.0. So cheers to Stella, and thanks to them for making such a terrific and a cold beer for me to enjoy here on this Friday. I'm thinking about the sports minutes. They're just hot taking the hell out of this Micah trade all afternoon. It's fascinating to hear these national takes. The last one said Dak will be traded one of the next 2 off seasons. I think the dude guaranteed it. What do you think about that?
He did. He basically said by 2027, Dak. Well, first off, he said he's on the clock.
Yeah.
And then he said he would be gone in 2027 by 2027.
I hadn't thought about it. I'd only thought about Dak getting hurt or playing poorly and the team just wanting to release him and eat it. But I love the idea that maybe you get all of this cap space so you could trade him, eat that entire cap hit, recoup something from the asset, and maybe set yourself up for a tank season for the ages to draft your next quarterback.
My pushback would be if he's good enough to be traded, then he's good enough for the Cowboys to still want him.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right about that. This would take some next level thinking, and maybe it would be ill advised at that point. If Dak does play well enough for another team to want him, maybe you should just keep him and try to use those draft picks to build a better supporting cast around him. But there's also chatter about these drafts coming up, and the draft crowd is saying it's not just quarterbacks, but these could be 2 of the most talent-rich drafts in a while in the NFL. So I cannot wait for y'all's coverage coming up this spring, Brian, or maybe this October.
Yeah, we when did we start last year? November 1st?
November 1st.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go in any earlier than that, but we might be forced to. But
Halloween night, you're going to be scouting.
Oh, man.
Halloween night for sure. But,
okay. What are you drinking and what are you thinking, Brian?
I'm taking a page out of Eric Nadell's book. I'm actually drinking green tea, but ice green tea is what I'm drinking. So yeah, it's pretty darn good. I never thought I would like it, but here I am. And what I'm thinking is I actually have a meeting on Sunday where I have to learn about applying makeup because of my podcast studio, our TV lights and stuff like that.
Very fancy.
I have to have like somewhat the glare off because
off your dome,
off my dome. So
you're going makeup on the scalp.
Actually, your old compadre Zach Rowe.
Oh, Zero.
Zach has aligned me up with a lady that handles TV makeup. So I have to go learn how to apply this for
that is hilarious.
My podcast.
I cannot wait to see that.
Please do a YouTube short.
Yeah, what time is this going to happen so we can make sure we're there for this?
Sunday. It's a Sunday afternoon.
What time?
The old Sunday live stream this?
4 o'clock, I think.
We're going to do in BetMGM. We might just have to do it from the podcast
I might just have to do. I might have to go live just to show
do it
the
live,
ridiculousness. Please. But no, excited about that. But we're off and running on September 1 with Crown Global Media. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, there we go.
I'm actually drinking the deliciousness of Jake Saddleburn ketchup right now, smoky sweet with a rush of heat. You'd be surprised how easy it goes down.
What are you drinking that for?
You just five-finger that ketchup bottle last night?
Yeah.
At the restaurant?
We had it in the fridge here.
Okay. Oh, just so
I think
good.
this is kind of a community sipper.
Do you think on the way out on those they had them all on the rail there and he just kind of like grabbed it?
Just a community sipper.
I'm badass. I was about to say, I thought about grabbing one of them. There was something up there. I was using the phone. I was like, oh, this is pretty good.
That Jake Saddleburn ketchup gets the job done. And I'm really I'm thinking about football, man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about guys toting the rock.
It's gonna be amazing.
Finding pay dirt, cracking heads, and Lee Corso, and just all the boo-hooing that's going to go on game day tomorrow.
Cannot wait. Wolchuk, what you drinking thinking?
Well, I'm going to be swimming in a lot of probably vodka over the weekend. I can't wait to just dive on into that Tito's. Definitely have a great day playing tomorrow. Big happy birthday to JJ turning one. His first birthday ever, and it's on Texas Ohio State Day. I'm going to get him absolutely hammered. He's not going to remember a damn thing from this birthday, I'll tell you that. But I just can't wait for all the footballs. Give me Texas. I am taking LSU to cover against Clemson. Please don't make me regret
that. So is that 4.5?
Yeah, I got it at 4.
Okay, 4.
I got it straight up at 4. And then if anybody's going to be out there, don't make fun of me for this. Sunday night, Dos Equis Pavilion. The Jonas Brothers are there. My wife.
Are you on the lawn?
Might be the number one Jonas Brothers fan in the world. So we're gonna
They got some cuts.
Bro.
They got as they grew up. They did all right. Well, let's go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander standing by with what he's drinking and thinking.
I've had about a gallon of water today. Right now in this moment, I'm drinking a BioLite IV in a bottle. Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, get you ready.
Seen those.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it's supposed to be a fishing in Canton weekend.
Oh, that's right.
That's the dad.
That's the truck.
Yeah, that's the truck.
Yeah, fishing with your truck.
Oh, he's been wearing me out. Hey, make sure you pull up at so time. Everybody's gonna be waiting for you. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if the weather will permit that, so we're standing by on that one. If not, I'm gonna sit back and just watch a whole bunch of movies. If you've seen that Katrina documentary on Hulu, it will stick with you.
This is the 20th anniversary.
God, it will stick
right?
with you, man.
Yeah.
Real sad, bro.
Put that on my list.
The media is culpable.
Yeah. That whole thing just did not feel right. I can't believe it's been 2 decades now. Okay, it's time now to hit your phone calls at 877-881-1053. And line 1 is Polo. What you drinking? What you thinking, my man?
What's going on, Dallas, Texas? I believe Fort Worth back because they don't even like Dallas. But what's up, Dallas, Texas? What's up, Gavin? What's up, Willie Bully? What's up, Giafalo? What's up, Broadus? And my boy Lucius. What I want to talk about, y'all, I just had a shot in Amsterdam, so I'm drinking something cheap. Now, what I want to talk about, y'all were talking about Cracker Barrel a few minutes ago, making a few jokes. Let me tell y'all about I'm a brother. I'm a black man. And when I walk in Cracker Barrel, when I walk in Cracker Barrel Broadus, I feel like I'm in a different world because they look at black people kind of funny.
I love that place.
You walk up in there.
I love that place.
You may love that place, but let me tell you something. Every time y'all go somewhere, y'all always at all these little these high budget restaurants. Y'all can't never go nowhere in South Dallas like Art Irene's. Go somewhere where some real brothers that's gonna talk to you about the Cowboys.
I see what you're doing.
Last time I know y'all went to the hood, did a show. Y'all was at a barber college over there at Oak Cliff. Other than that, y'all don't never go where a real Cowboy fan is at. Y'all always in Frisco. Y'all always Little Elm, Grapevine, North Dallas. Well, some black people ain't feel welcome to go to a lot of them restaurants. That's what I'm telling you, man.
Oh, okay.
It hurts my feeling, brothers. Y'all Cracker Barrel, they don't look at black people like that when they go up in Cracker Barrel. I'm actually kind of crying, man, because I've had a bad experience at Cracker Barrel. They don't look at brothers the same way they look at you, brothers. Y'all need to go to Art Irene's sometime over there in South Dallas on Spring and Lego and eat with some brothers. They got good seafood too, man. That's all I got to say. I love you, Gavin.
Salute, Polo.
Man. Bye.
There he goes. That opens a line at 877-881-1053. I didn't heard that about Cracker Barrel. Appreciate your perspective, Polo. Sorry about your experience. All righty.
I like it, though. Hey, you want some pancakes? And come to our gift shop and get this cotton tweed and take home with you.
Yeah,
I like
just
Cracker
thought it was
Barrel.
about the crackers. I thought it was about the food.
Yeah.
Okay, line 2, Rodeo Ron.
I like Cracker Barrel, by the way. I do like it.
Man, it has some of the best breakfast plates.
I wish
I've
it was
ever had.
closer to Irving. It's only on 360 in Arlington, so I like to get my food and go back home so I can sit down and watch TV and stuff.
Me too.
Yeah, it's not the same.
I just like the size of the plates.
Is it
a lot of food?
It's kind of weird how normalized it is just to sit around with a bunch of people in a crowded spot, like waiting an unusual amount of time for your server to come back and ask if you want water. I just prefer home. I got my water. I got my whatever I need. I got milk. I got coffee. I got it all. I got a restroom right here that nobody else has used in a long, long time. No strangers.
Hey,
You got zingers.
It's different to me to be out
if
there.
Polo, I'd be happy if you want to take me to Oak Cliff, and my mom's from Oak Cliff. I'd be happy to go to Oak Cliff and eat anywhere you want. So I'll buy you lunch, buy you dinner, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Just let me know. You got a
I'm in
family?
too.
I've seen you out. I'll buy you wherever you want to take me. I'd love to go.
Okay, here is Rodeo Ron on line 2. You're in the nation, Ronnie. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking a little bit of Jim Beam with that splash of Dr. Pepper.
Very nice.
And I'm thinking about the other night when I got pulled over at 2 a.m. The officer asked me, where am I headed at this hour? I said, I'm on my way to a lecture about the effects of alcohol abuse, smoking, sports, and staying out late. He looked surprised and asked, oh, really? Who's giving a lecture at this time of the night? I had to reply, the wife. And little did she know, well, she's about to know now because she sat next to me. It's Texas Longhorn football tomorrow at noon, baby. So here we go. And remember that one thing. You're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, drinking that Jim Beam?
Yeah.
And where the F you at,
baby?
Yeah, where the F you
That
at?
might be your best joke ever, Ron. Appreciate you. Opens a line at 877-881-1053. TJ in Dallas. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Man, I'm drinking an old-fashioned Celsius, which sounds more confused than the Cowboys front office on draft night. But listen, hey, I got a nomination for G-Bag of the Year. David Mulgeta, Micah Parsons' agent. Here's why. Hear me out. He's a homegrown Dallas kid from Pleasant Grove, went to John B. Hood Middle School, Skyline High School, class of 2000, and he's the first agent in history to tell Jerry to stick his offer up his Tolo. We got to give this guy more credit. Finally, somebody's saying, Jerry, I've suffered as a kid. Now you're going to suffer as an adult. You need to retire or sell the team because he did the best thing for his client, got him the most money. And, hey, we just got to admit that. We got to give this guy some credit. We wouldn't do Drew Rosenhaus like that. So we got to give Mulgeta some credit because he's a Dallas kid. That's all I got.
I like it. Didn't know it. I knew he was living in Austin, but yeah, he's number one.
He's a Dallas kid, yeah.
He's the best in the business.
I know Jerry gave him some credit last night for how clever that he'd been, and trying to maximize the value. And there's no doubt. I mean, he'll stop at nothing to get the maximum value. He's done it once again. So that's a good call. Thank you. In line 4 is Daniel. What you drinking? What you thinking, Daniel?
Man, I'm drinking a Diet Ozarka right now, but I'm staring a hole in the side of this 12-pack of Coors Original. When I get home, I'm going to crash out on those as soon as I step in the door. But what I'm thinking about is the word insanity. It's doing the same thing, expecting different results. We've had Micah for the past 4 years, and he's given us 1 sack on the playbook. I'm ready for something different, and now we have the capital to shake it up. Every offseason, every time it comes time to trade deadlines, people are upset, mad that we're not shaking it up. We're going to shake it up this year. That's what I hope Jerry does because he now has the capital to do so. And if he does it, well, maybe we go out and we get Arch Manning because like that dude said earlier, it's time for some UT football, baby.
Yeah, trying something different. I think that's, for me, it's kind of scary what they've done, but it's exciting that maybe they're on a different path and trying things a different way. And maybe that eventually can spell a better roster. There's no doubt about it. It hurts to see a player of that caliber go. And I think they might have one of the 5 worst defenses in all of the NFL. So maybe you won't even have to trade up to get Arch.
Oh.
If worst case scenario hits. Michael in Allen, you're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, what I'm drinking is I just took a shot of 1800. I'm chasing it down with some Miller Lite. And I got 2 things that I'm thinking. So, yeah, we traded Micah. Yeah, it's going to happen. But what's going to happen after that is one of 2 things. One, either we're going to trade Dak or we're going to cut Dak. And then we're going to save some money, pick up George Pickens on the back end, and then move in, go ahead with Milton, roll in those next year or 2, and then sit here maybe with the top 5 pick and get maybe Arch Manning. You just never know.
Thank you for the call, Michael in Allen. That opens a line for you here in what you drinking and what you thinking maybe. Sorry to move along here, but let's get to Roy in the Colony. What you drinking and what you thinking, Roy?
Oh, man, I'm drinking a Circle K energy drink. I'm thinking I had a blast last night up at Jake's talking to you, Gavin, about our sobriety time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the one who had on the Coach Ballstack shirt.
Legend.
Yeah, but I think he got me canceled out of my Channel 5 interview when they read it and it said Ballstack. I think I didn't make the cut. But, hey, man, I had a great time last night. Enjoyed hanging out. Had a good time, with Chris and Spittle on the headset for the Phenom. And I didn't even talk about sports, brother. I talked about the disrespect of these owners and these athletes talking bad on my boys on the fans.
I love it, Roy. You're the man. And congrats to you. I believe it was 23 years sobriety.
Congratulations,
there for Roy, and he's a hell of a Tolo. He had the original Coach Ballsack T-shirt that I think we debuted in 2013 on.
That was awesome.
Badass.
Colin's on line 7. You're in the nation, Colin. What you drinking and what you thinking, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I'm drinking a Chris Cool Dr. Pepper from Whataburger, and what I'm thinking is thank God that Jerry came to his senses and traded Micah. Not only did he save his team from entering cap purgatory, but he removed a fake big game player and a toxic leader in that locker room. I mean, we're talking about a guy who claims to be the best in the league but crumbles in big games. If you go through and look at his repertoire, in 2021 in the playoffs against San Fran, 0 sacks. 2022, again, playoffs against San Fran, 0 sacks. 2023, late in the season against Detroit, 0 sacks. Late in the season against Buffalo, 0 sacks. In the playoffs against Green Bay, 0 sacks. Last year, same thing, big games. Monday night against the Bengals, 0 sacks. I mean, it's just fake little D energy, and I say good riddance to him, and I hope that Trayvon Diggs is next.
Wow, that is some strong sports passion there from Colin. And let's wrap this thing up with Benji on a Friday night before we get to Eric Nadell. Benji, tell us, what are you drinking and what are you thinking, sir?
What's up, G-Bag Nation? I am on my way home where I will be drinking some ice-cold Busch Light. I'm thinking that I couldn't agree more with Colin. We got lucky that we were able to get rid of Micah. I think what we got in return is great. I think our D-line is going to be better off. I think that rookie we got coming in is going to make some waves. I'm excited. We got draft capital. We got the ability to trade to shake things up. The only thing that creeps in the back of my mind as a Dallas sports fan is that Jerry Jones is going to find a way to screw it up. And that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Fair enough, man.
I think we've all been conditioned to expect that. Okay, and one more phone call here, sir. What are you drinking and what are you thinking?
Well, fellas,
There he is.
Thank you for going to me.
You got it.
Well, Jerry's been serving up a cocktail of piss and motor oil, so that's why I feel like I've been drinking for the past few days. I don't know what these other people are calling in. They're stupid. They're dumb. They're just dumbasses.
There you go, Big Jim. Let them have it.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, you don't trade a player like Micah Parsons. You just don't. You figure out a way to get it done. The fact that we trade him, that doesn't piss me off. The fact that we ain't got a plan. We've been shooting from the dang hip for years, and that's what's going on here. Mm-hmm. So I'm just as pissed off as I can be because, look, I mean, everybody knows the right time to do this if you was going to trade Micah Parsons. It wasn't yesterday, back in the freaking spring. Yeah. It's just so stupid. I do will say one thing. There was one thing that put a smile on my face yesterday. If you boys had go watch Broadus on Jeff's show with him yesterday. I was laughing so hard. Brian, I love it when you get mad and start throwing them F-bombs. It just made me feel like you're just a real guy like me. Of course, we're not going to say it on the air because of the FCCs, but right. I was cussing when I called Lucius. Boys, thanks for the joy this week. Jerry, get a freaking clue and get a plan together. Hire somebody that does. Let's go for the Longhorns this weekend. Go Horns.
There he goes.
Love it, Jim. There is no plan.
Jim could be in my front office any day.
Yeah, he's iconic, and we appreciate his calls nearly every week here in What You Drinking and What You Thinking. That'll do it. G-Bag of the Day is coming up. We'll take a look at some of the top stories circulating around the world of sports this afternoon. Get to LA Live at 5:40, and we're back here on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because if you are on your way home and you've... right, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got Eric Nadel on, ready to talk some Rangers baseball. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Eric Nadel brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. Pregame coming up tonight, 8:30. They're in Sacramento to take on the A's. G-Bag of the Day coming up here in about 5 minutes. Eric, how the heck you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. We're having a wonderful time here in Sacramento. Enjoyed a nice day off yesterday. It's a nice place to be.
Any good places to catch a decent show on a Friday or Saturday night? Is it a musical town?
Well, Friday and Saturday's not going to help me with night games. Unfortunately, Thursday was a void here, so a little bit frustrating in that regard.
What has been going so right for the A's, and how do you like Jack Leiter's chances of shutting him down again tonight?
Well, that's a really good question. They're scoring a ton of runs. They're up to 6th in the league in runs now for the season, and they're mashing home runs. They're up to 4th in the league in home runs. They already have 4 players who have over 20 home runs, or another way of saying it, more home runs than anyone on the Rangers, and another one in Lawrence Butler who has 17 home runs. And it's not just that they're hitting home runs, in this minor league park they play in. They've actually hit more home runs on the road than they've hit at home. So you can't just say, well, it's the park factor, because it's not. They've just been crushing it. For the last 6 weeks or so, they've been averaging well over 5 runs a game, and they've got a very young team. This is a lineup that's going to have to be dealt with for years to come. When and if they get some pitching, and they've got some signs of it now with a lot of young pitchers, they're really going to be tough. By the time they move to Las Vegas, they should be very serious contenders.
Hey, Eric, and speaking of moving to Las Vegas and all, and I know you get the chance to visit with the other broadcasters and stuff. You guys have that fraternity. How's everybody adapting to being in Sacramento?
Everybody seems to like it. Early in the year, there was a bunch of complaining about it from some of their own players. Luis Severino was one of them, one of their pitchers who has pitched much better on the road than he has at home. Some of the opposing players have complained, the clubhouses are out in the outfield, beyond the outfield fence, so players can't go into the clubhouse, in between innings the way they like to in a lot of parks, especially when it's hot, as it is here during the summer. But, I think a lot of that has died down now. I really haven't heard very much of that over the last month or so.
Eric Nadel here with you on the Fan. What was your reaction to the Corey Seager news yesterday?
At this point, Gavin, it's like I'm not even surprised anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, who's going to walk outside and a safe's going to fall on their head tomorrow? It's like we're in a cartoon. 5 guys, critical players over the last 10 days or so, if you include John Gray, lost for the season. And not just everyday players. The Rangers have lost their 2, 3, and 5 hitters. They've lost the best starting pitcher in the league. It's gotten to the point of complete absurdity. Just not even surprised anymore.
With how Evo is pitching, Eric, do you think that if he had been able to maintain this pace, he'd have been able to get the Rangers their first Cy Young in club history?
That's a really good question, Zach. I have my doubts. He would have been so so far behind the other pitchers in terms of innings pitched, games started, strikeouts. He would have been leading in ERA by about a half a run, but honestly, I think he would have deserved it. I don't think he would have gotten it.
Eric, is there a point where the Rangers could be out of it in a way that would have them considering like maybe shutting down a guy like DeGrom?
I think they're going to have to consider that, if we roll around into the middle of September, and it's become hopeless. You want to make sure he's healthy for the balance of his contract. But, I'm sure they're not thinking about that now. Again, the injuries have gotten so ridiculous. Anything they do now to stay in the race in itself is, something just short of a miracle with all the players that they've lost. So, I wouldn't say that Ranger fans have given up hope entirely. But at this point, my goal is they can just somehow stay in the race. And then if they manage to get hot over the last couple of weeks and make a little run, who knows? But they've got to stay close. And that's really going to be hard to do over the next couple of weeks. The Rangers play some really tough opponents. The A's are 21-10 in their last 31 games. Arizona's hovering around 500. They're tough at home. Houston and Milwaukee are the next homestand, 2 first-place teams. And then the Rangers go play the Mets, a team that just swept the Phillies and is now bidding for first place in their division. So the schedule is extremely daunting over the next 2 weeks.
Boy, going to have to earn it. Okay, Eric, what are you drinking? What are you thinking on this Friday night?
Well, it's still early here. It's about 3:20 out here, so I've just been pounding water. It's hot. It's about 95 degrees, although it does cool off really nicely at night here. We walked back from a restaurant last night. The temperature was in the upper 70s. It was absolutely beautiful. That's probably how it'll be by the end of the game tonight. It might be 90 when we start, but it'll probably be in the 70s when we're done. And what I'm thinking is that, as much criticism as this place took and as much criticism as Major League Baseball took, justifiably, for letting the A's leave Oakland and basically allowing, the owner, John Fisher, to let this happen. This really hasn't been nearly as bad a situation as people envisioned it being. The field is really pristine. The field is in gorgeous condition, and it's a nice little ballpark. We enjoy working here. The booth is very close to home plate. The air conditioning works. And, I think people who are considering a West Coast road trip to see some ballparks should include this on their trip next year.
Very nice. It's a heck of an endorsement, Eric. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you next Friday.
Thanks, guys.
Salute brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score, and it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the
day. It's groovy. Yeah, here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend at Lucky Lucius P on social media. All right. Day number 4 for this champion audio right here. Let's go to the other side of the pond. We're going to England, where a man got himself assaulted, punched in the face right in front of his son. That's got to be tragic right there alone. Yeah, he's telling the police about it. He called the Bobbies. Instead of defending himself, he called the police. Hand me my phone, son. Apparently, he was confronting his Jamaican neighbor because Jamaican neighbor used some patois on him and said, "Suck your mother! Suck your mother!"
The thing is, quickly, has anybody been injured? Yes, he hit me. Hit on my face.
Where?
In front of my son, and he said I have to suck my mother. Okay, saying suck your mother is not. No, for me it's not a good thing. So I am asking him if you did something with your mother or not. Did you do something like this? That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. I just got that part. He said he has to suck my mother.
They were laughing at him, man. I felt bad for my boy. You call the police and they laughing at you as you tell your story about your assault. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro.
That's irrelevant.
This is not going well, man.
I would just keep asking random generic questions just to keep this dude talking. Boys back at the station are going to love this.
Make sure your body cam is on you pointing at him.
Yeah. Speak clearly into the camera, sir.
Now, what'd you say again, sir? Look right here in my chest.
Okay, which Too Short song is this? Because last night I went
Don't
home.
Fight the Feeling, bro.
Don't Fight the Feeling.
Yay! Yeah, LA Live on a Friday, baby. Okay, let's go here. Coach Prime, Eric sent me this one. I had it on deck, too, so I knew it was good. If I had multiple people send me something, you know it's great. You know what I mean?
It's hot.
Coach Prime, they get to play, what is that, 7 o'clock tonight?
They do.
Colorado's at Georgia Tech. I got that right?
I think Georgia Tech's at Colorado.
Shoot, I don't know where they at, but I know it's those teams, two teams playing. Oh, they're at Colorado.
Yeah.
Good! Oh, this is perfect.
Makes it even better.
It makes it perfect right here. Listen to Coach Prime talking about a little surprise he didn't know about the student section in Colorado.
Is there anything about Folsom, about this stadium that surprised you, that you didn't expect?
Yeah. The smell of weed in the second quarter just surprised the heck out of me. Like every game, I'm like, dang, like it seems like it's like a light up quarter. You know what I'm saying?
It's a light up quarter.
So is this the quarter that y'all chose? Like, I'm serious, it's a TV timeout, it never fails, and I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because I've never been high a day of my life, so that's kind of new to me.
That's a Boulder essential, I guess.
A Boulder essential. Well done by the reporter. Yeah, I don't know why you would take actual flour into a game.
That's crazy, bro. That's Colorado, dog. You can get away with it.
Yep.
Makes me want to go back to school, bro. Walk around and smoke on campus. I might finish this bitch this time.
Me too. What's your out-of-state tuition look like?
Yeah, what we doing now?
No kidding.
What's the maximum age for a freshman?
Can I get one in horticulture? Okay, I lost it. Don't worry about it. Horticulture. There we go. Become a botany boy. Shay and Irving. You guys familiar with Shay and Irving? I'll call it to the Dan Patrick Show. He does this little old sports thing on YouTube at times. Woolchuck sent me this one. This is how I know. Some good
I
clips
was wondering who
when you
this
get
guy
multiples.
was.
So I don't know Shane Irving.
I don't either.
But
I saw his picture. What's
he did seem like a regular, at least on Dan Patrick.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And he does his own little platform stuff, and he has his own hot takes and whatnot.
Okay.
But he called into the Dan Patrick Show. A little hurt about the move.
Shay and Irving set to join us. Not sure if Shay. Hi, Shay.
Hey, Danny.
How you feeling today?
Didn't sleep.
How did you find out about this trade, and what was the next 5 minutes like for you?
I was actually on a work call, and my phone just started blowing up. And then I hung up the phone on the work call. I just quit. I quit, logged out for the day. Danny, this is, I know it doesn't make sense. Everybody knows it don't make sense. What really makes me mad is that Jerry Jones thinks we're stupid. He thinks we're dumb, and he thinks that he can sell this concoction of why he did it and how he wants to win now. And trading your best player a week before the game opener is somehow a good idea, and that'll somehow let us win now. This is the biggest crop, you know what, and this is all his ego, Danny. This is egomania.com. You are 82 years old. You're going to die. You're going to die real soon, and you ain't going to have a ring. This is what you get. This is your actions. This is your sinful nature. Coming home to roost.
Do you still want to watch the game together?
Get him, Dan.
This is the worst part of my life. I have to. Like, I'm a sick son of a gun. I don't have a choice, Danny. I need a support group. I need a sober companion today, I'll tell you that. I need somebody holding onto my pocket, telling me not to do it, because I am on the edge, brother.
On the edge, brother.
An outstanding voice.
He does, man.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Jerry could have done himself a lot of favors last night if he'd stayed away from the selling that you're better.
He gaslit the hell
the
out of
Kenny
everyone.
Clark stuff is just like, man, you're making some good points here. I like the explanation of how the negotiation went, but it really was offensive in some ways.
Like, yes, you need to stop the run better. But you didn't trade Micah Parsons to just do that. I mean, come on now.
Shoot, man, just not to the Packers, bro.
I know.
Just not
that
to
bothers the hell out of me, too.
dog. What are we doing?
You'd have to actually be willing to spend multiple days working really hard at it to find other trade options.
Hire somebody that will.
Thank you.
Yeah, facts. Here we go. I want to drop that bomb too many times.
People don't like
get
it, right?
They
Yeah, people get
don't
mad at you.
like it.
A lot of haters.
It sure is on that bomb a lot.
Luce, stop playing the bomb.
All right, I think I cleaned this up, man. I'm not sure because he did like a triple track layover, but Trap House Sports has a reaction to the Micah Parsons trade.
Trapaholic Space
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on they man. Jerry Jones, man, he about old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Micah, bro? That don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers? What's the reason? To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season. To the same team that used to give us hell with our range. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve them. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awakened. It's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Mike for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. You getting strange, it's getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. The CIA gon' put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my fist. So I'm like,
Dang.
Wow, that was a good one.
Hard.
Tough sledding for the champ. 4 looking for 5.
Damn.
The 2 English neighbors with the Bobbies. Coach Prime
Fool said he's headed to Dallas with a switch.
Yes,
Come on, man.
That was elite. Coach Prime on the second quarter there in Colorado. Shay in Irving on the Dan Patrick Show. Used to board up the Dan Patrick Show, by the way, a number of years.
Okay.
Always enjoyed it. Like the term efforting came from Phil the Show Killer, his original producer when he debuted on ESPN Radio, probably 1999. Trap House Sports reacting to the Micah trade.
That's tough, man. You outdone yourself today, Lucius.
Come on now.
Holy cow.
On a Friday, baby.
Shea and Irving, I guess, Chief?
I'm going to go with the Trap House.
Ooh, it's all over the place like bird ass.
I know.
Oh, my God, my bomb, sorry.
Lucius?
Oh, shoot, man. I'm going with the other side of the pond. Man got assaulted. Make it interesting here.
It's a worthy 5-time.
Yeah, pretty good stuff.
I think I'm going to go with Shea and Irving.
That's weed. That's weed. Somebody said polo for you back in the day.
Shed tears during what you're drinking, what you're thinking.
I got text messages. I'm talking to people about it right now.
That must have been a bad Cracker Barrel experience.
He had a hell of an experience.
Yeah.
They must have put him to work. It's your ball, sir.
Broadus?
Trap House.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie. Log on to @GBagNation's Twitter account.
Crap. Sorry.
Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the @GBagNation bio. We'll create an Insta poll. We'll announce the winner here towards the end of LA Live. Here he is, Lucius.
Sorry, man. I was looking at Elle Duncan on TV. Her hair is matching that Longhorn, burnt orange and stuff. Oh, my God, bro. What a...
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high. Micah Parsons, we had to let you go. Ain't nobody worry about no Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons had one motherfucking sack in the playoffs, and y'all crying. Let him go. Time to bring in another fish, boys. Old Jerry know what he doing. I'm gonna sit here and ride it out.
Got that drag working.
Yeah, you hear it. You hear it.
Got that drag working.
Yeah, he got it. This is LA Live for Friday, August 29th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. People, we made it. Oh, my God. Woo! Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books, and if you've been paying attention, every week of 2025 has been wild. Fellas, can you name some wild stuff that has happened this week?
Micah got traded. The Rangers scored 20 runs.
Come on, baby.
Evaldi got shut down for the year.
Come on.
Did you hear about the Johnson County Sheriff and his sexual harassment?
No.
This dude was wild.
Oh, man,
Incredible.
I seen a headline.
I was going to get to it.
I seen a quote. He was out of control. The quotes. Yeah, he was out of control with them quotes.
Yes. I was going to get to it yesterday right before the trade.
Dang. Yeah, we should have hit them with them quotes because them quotes are fantastic, bro. Yeah, another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Go look those quotes up. Dawson, Google one now,
if
bro.
you keep losing weight, I'm going to do ungodly things to you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Mark that.
Yes.
Straight Romeo.
Yes. Yes. Now let's enjoy this holiday weekend safely, y'all. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you will not see the judge until when, brothers? Tuesday. It ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it. Keep it cool. And they're out there, too. They looking for you this weekend. They are looking for you, Johnny. Law Dog is writing some hot tickets for you. And he's searching everything, too, with the dog. They're going to wait for the dog to get there, bro. So don't play with that man right now. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Please don't drink and drive, because you might wake up Sunday morning surrounded by ice cream and not knowing how I got there, baby. I'm telling you.
Back in my younger days, you wouldn't want to know what I did to women wearing white pants.
Ooh. He was wilding. He's drinking on the job.
Must have been.
He's got to be drinking on the job, bro. I got to see what girl look like in them white pants. See what provoked him. I got to see what provoked him. Keep your emotions in check this weekend. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner crashing out, especially down there in Deep Ellum. Y'all starting to fight like it's 6th Street.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like 8 people fighting at one time. You got to wrestle them all together. It's ridiculous. I need to chill out, man.
Just trying to get to my car, man. Just trying to get to my car.
Drunken fights in the middle of the street. I mean, I do like that it's just fighting.
Yeah.
Don't pull out any guns or anything.
Yeah.
Don't wreck anybody's cars while you're doing it. You want to go ahead and slug it out because you're full of tequila.
Yeah.
And your punches are all slow and misdirected. Fine, do that. But
I'm here to watch a good bar fight.
I will watch a good bar fight, but let's keep the guns and stuff at home. Hey, in other words, don't crash out. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract
from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish atonement quickly.
All right. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Hey, it's a payday. It's wild how this universe works sometimes, man.
Yeah.
There's power in the tongue. Pause. You say something and it might just pop up right there the next day. You gotta watch how you say
Gotta
things.
watch how you say it.
Gotta watch. Hold on. Yesterday I brought up haters because I went down a rabbit hole of haters that hate us here at the station.
Yeah.
Told you Gavin Dawson's number one.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Number one.
Congratulations,
Proud of you,
dog.
Dawson. You need to wear that.
Somebody told me one time, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
You ain't popping.
You ain't popping. You got some haters, Dawson. You popping.
Thank you.
Sean Sharif out here got some haters. He popping.
I do want to thank all the haters for the engagement. I broke records on my Cowboys tweets last night, partially Micah Parsons, but partially like the algo's hitting for me because so many people have been interacting, telling me I'm an idiot.
Nice, dude.
Like it worked.
That's awesome.
So many people telling me I'm an idiot.
That's how you get it done.
Wow.
So many people telling me I'm an idiot.
Got Jack Leiter pitching tonight, too. You might be in a good state.
That's hilarious, bro.
We on a roll.
Yeah, Sean Sharif coming in at number 2, a whole lot of haters. I told you I've got like 3 haters that I found. Look at me. I got 3.
You got 3?
You know how whack that is, bro?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
If it mean, no, haters mean you popping, I got 3. That ain't really popping. That's not popping.
Everybody likes you, man.
I know, and it makes me feel like a radio. Cuba Gooding Jr. as radio. Like, oh, look at him, he's doing it. Oh. That's it.
You got to try some of that rage bait. Try to get your numbers up.
Yeah. Well, one hater did not like how I used the bomb a lot.
Yeah.
And I got the bomb from Funk Master Flex, bro. Funk Master Flex.
One of the greatest DJs ever.
Come on, Funk Master Flex. You see me, I'm here, New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Screaming at you at noon. It's noon o'clock, and he's screaming. It's midday radio, and he's screaming.
Where does he get the energy, dude?
I don't know, bro.
Inspiration. I got an idea.
Awesome.
Screaming at you at noon. Yep. Well, yesterday on Funk Flex's Instagram, I'm talking about yesterday, as soon as I got off work, after talking about Funk Flex and the bomb, he posted, it's the end of an era.
No way. No,
yeah, bro.
no.
Funk has been on Hot 97 for like 30 some odd years.
Oh, please don't say that.
Yeah, bro. It says, in quotes, this Monday, Labor Day, will be my last show at Hot 97 at 7 p.m.
Wow.
What do you think the rating's going to be, a 40?
Yeah, I was going to clock on in, too.
I mean, if you didn't have plans for a party that night, you got a party now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to listen to Funk.
His last set?
His last hoorah. You're going to miss great things like when he premiered Otis, the Jay-Z and Kanye song, and he told y'all to commit a crime.
Now I'm about to make them tuck their whole summer in.
New York City, you listen to me.
That
if
bomb.
you're near a convenience store right now, any type of 24-hour store, go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason.
For no reason.
Oh, okay.
And they did it.
Yeah, we're going to miss great things like that. I'm looking at the comments. Everybody giving his love, giving him his flowers. He says, my next move will shock you. I was like, damn, what is he going to do now?
Yeah.
We're going to miss great rants about when Tupac. He said Tupac lied, and that's why Biggie died.
Biggie wouldn't have died if that hadn't lied. He lied.
Oh.
Y'all worship him. Lied.
That's where the he lied drop.
Yeah, that's where he came from. Well, TMZ Hip Hop, which I've never heard of until yesterday, TMZ Hip Hop, confirmed with multiple sources that Funk Flex will be He's just changing time slots.
Changing
bro.
time slots.
No way. What a stunner.
Yeah.
What a stunner, bro.
Yeah.
That's a beast radio move right there. It's a classic.
5 to 10.
Bro, he had everybody in hip hop, all the DJs around the country praising him. We love you, man. Don't look. It's been a hell of an era. He's stunning everybody.
He was able to attend his own funeral without dying.
He ball sacked us.
What'd you call it? Would you call it a troll out? Yeah. The troll out, bro.
Oh, yeah. Well, crash out or roll out?
The crash out, roll out. I like the troll out. I think you need to trademark that before somebody else grabs it. Trademark that. You never know.
Troll out.
Yeah, troll out.
New time slot.
Yeah, new time slot. So
good for him.